Shinobi World, Konoha 60 years. The night is deep, the moon is in the sky, and the moonlight is bright. In the southeast corner of Konoha, there is a wooden house with its back against the forest. The wooden house is not big, and a young man named Kamisato Uehua lives in it. He exhaled a breath of turbid air from his mouth, and Kamisato Uehua's slightly closed eyes suddenly opened. His eyes were bright and there seemed to be fluorescence in his eyes. Kamisato Uehua is 12 years old this year, and he looks very handsome. Because he is not very old, he looks a bit delicate and cute. Finally, the third gate in front of the 8 inner gates is permanently opened. Kamisato Uehua muttered to himself, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he was in a very good mood. It's been a year since I traveled to the ninja world. In a year, I went from being an ordinary student at a ninja school to permanently opening the 3rd gate, opening the 6th gate regularly, and forcibly opening the 7th gate at the 8 inner gates. Only in terms of paper strength, I should be an elite jonin in terms of physical skills at the age of 12. With other skills, my strength should be at the cage level, right? The only thing I lack now is the combat experience that the strong man has gained from countless times on the brink of death. It's a pity that my previous life was just an ordinary orphan with no family or bloodline, and I traveled here too shortly, only 1 year, otherwise I would definitely be stronger. After all, I am a person with heaven-defying comprehension. Heaven-defying comprehension, the plugin that Kamisato Tsukika traveled through. How heaven-defying is this comprehension? After discovering that she had no bloodline and no family secrets, Kamisato Uehua created a set of secrets that could absorb the essence of the sun and the moon to temper her body based on the Taoist classics she had read in her previous life and the chakra extraction method of this world. This set of secrets was named Sun-Moon Eclipse Technique by Kamisato Uehua. Later, Kamisato Uehua approached Might Guy by accident, and obtained the 8 inner gates technique from Might Guy with her own efforts and will of fire, and she comprehended and deduced it, combined with the self-created Sun-Moon Eclipse technique, and created a new 8 inner gates technique. The old 8 inner gates technique is very difficult to practice, and requires great will and effort. Although the successful practice can greatly improve the strength of the practitioner, the cost is too high, which will cause great trauma to the practitioner's body. After opening the 8th gate of death, he will die. Not only that, the biggest disadvantage of the 8 inner gates is its durability. The open gate cannot last for a long time, and it will be closed soon, and the user will soon lose combat effectiveness after closing. In this way, the 8 inner gates technique has more disadvantages than advantages for ordinary ninjas. However, the new 8 inner gates technique created by Kamisato Tsukika does not have the disadvantages of the old 8 inner gates technique. His 8 gates can be opened permanently. And with the physical training of Sun and Moon Eclipse technique and the repair of the body by the essence of the sun and the moon every moment, the side effects of Kamisato Tsukika opening the 8 gates are completely eliminated. As long as Kamisato Tsukika's body is well trained, he will be able to open all 8 gates permanently one day. Most importantly, Kamisato Uehua does not need to work hard day after day. The only thing he needs to open all 8 gates is time. In addition to the sun-eating moon technique and new 8 inner gates technique, Kamisato Uehua also created some A-level ninjutsu. This is Kamisato Uehua's heaven-defying enlightenment. To become a strong person, understanding, physique, and will are all indispensable. Physique determines the lower limit, understanding determines the upper limit, and will exchanges for the potential brought by physique and understanding. In the ninja world, the representatives of physique should be the Atsutsuki clan and the races with their bloodline. The weakest Atsutsuki can have the strength of 6 paths. Unfortunately, the people of the Atsutsuki clan with the strongest physique do not seem to have good understanding. The abilities they use almost all come from the physique bloodline of the Atsutsuki clan, and they have not created any amazing abilities. And the representatives of understanding should be Senju Tobirama, Orochimaru, Yakushi Kabuto, and others. Especially Senju Tobirama, Reanimation Jutsu, Flying Thunder God Technique, Shadow Clone Technique. Unfortunately, the physique bloodline is not good, their growth is restricted, especially Senju Tobirama. If he has the Atsutsuki clan's physique and strength will definitely reach a terrifying height. As for the representative figures of will, there is no doubt that it is Might Guy, and Xiaoli. Their will is admirable, but their physique and comprehension are too poor. The maximum height they can reach is only the power of 8 inner gates after the 8 gates are fully opened. In Kamisato Uehua's mind, a person emerged. Each of them can be called a legend. They are all amazing figures in the 3 characteristics of innate physique and will. But unfortunately, they are only legends in their own characteristics. Since the history of the ninja world, no one has been able to combine the 3 characteristics in one. However, Kamisato Uehua believes that that person will appear soon. He, Kamisato Uehua, will be the only one in the ninja world. Of course, will is not to be mentioned. Even if his physique is just that of an ordinary mortal, Kamisato Uehua, who has heaven-defying comprehension, does not think that he can't find a way to change his physique. Ryokai Cave's Sage Mode, can't ordinary people's bodies evolve? Let's not talk about what happened to Orochimaru's body, but Yakushi Kabuto's body has actually evolved. Although my eating sun and moon technique can also make the body stronger, if I want to make this body reach or even surpass the physical level of the Otsutsuki clan, I still need to further deduce it. Ryakai Cave. It's necessary to go there. Not only Ryakai Cave, but also Mount Mayaboku and Wet Bone Forest, all three places must be visited once. After all, deduction is not just imagination, it also requires corresponding knowledge and experience. The practice methods of the three sage modes must be very useful to me. The three holy places, Konoha Sunin, Chunin exam seems to be a good opportunity, Kamisato Uehua said to herself, and quickly planned in her mind. After thinking for a while, Kamisato Uehua had a rough plan. However, Kamisato Uehua did not continue to think deeply. After all, there is still a long time before the Chunin exam, and there are many variables. The most urgent thing now is tomorrow's ninja graduation exam. Naruto, Mizuki, and the Book of Sealing are really a godsend. Thinking of the plot in the original work, Kamisato Uehua's mouth curled up. After tomorrow, there will be another Book of Sealing in his mind. The next day, the sun was shining and the sky was clear. If it was normal weather, the students of the ninja school would definitely feel very comfortable and at ease. But today, Uzumaki Naruto was destined not to have such a feeling. He was only afraid and nervous now, because today was the graduation exam day for their class. Moreover, the exam question was clone technique, which Uzumaki Naruto was least good at. The classroom where the graduation exam was held. Kamisato Uehua came in front of Irika and Mizuki and made seals with both hands. Clone technique. The next moment, more than a dozen clones appeared in the classroom. Seeing the scene, Irika smiled. Very good, the number of clones has exceeded Suzuki. Congratulations Uehua, you passed. Irika spoke and handed the ninja forward protector in front of him to Kamisato Uehua. Thank you, Mr. Irika. You've worked hard, Mr. Irika and Mr. Mizuki. Tsukika Kamisato politely took the forehead protector and left in Irika's pleased eyes. By the way, the next one is Naruto. Mr. Mizuki, please call him. Okay, Mr. Irika. After instructing Kamisato Mizuki, Irika couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Kamisato Mizuki's back as she left. What a hard-working genius. Mizuki will definitely become an excellent ninja. Mizuki just smiled when he heard this. His mind was all on Uzumaki Naruto. But Kamisato Mizuki, after entering the classroom where the class was located, immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially the girls in the class. Amazing, it's Tsuka-kun, he's already got the forehead protector. Of course, Tsuka-kun is a genius on par with Suzuki-kun, how could a ninjutsu-like clone technique possibly stump him? And both Tsuka-kun and Suzuki-kun are so handsome, Tsuka-kun I love you. Listening to the excited words of the girls in the class, Kamisato Tsuka's heart was calm, he was used to it. There was no way, he was too handsome. And he was a genius. Genius plus handsome guy, how could these little girls resist? Not to mention ordinary girls, even a lady like Yamanaka Ino looked at Kamisato Tsuka with shining eyes. As for Harino Sakura, she still had Uchiha Suzuki in her eyes. And Uchiha Suzuki, he listened to everyone's words equal genius and as good as Suzuki, and looked at Kamisato Tsuka with dissatisfaction. This is normal, after all, a year ago, he was still the undisputed top student. But a year later, he became a genius on par with others. This made it difficult for Uchiha Suzuki, who was proud and felt that he was carrying the honor of the Uchiha clan, to be friendly to Kamisato Tsukika. He regarded Kamisato Tsukika as his biggest rival. Except Uchiha Itaki. Kamisato Tsukika was naturally aware of the hostility towards Uchiha Suzuki, but Kamisato Tsukika didn't care. They are now 12 years old, and it will take 5 years for Uchiha Suzuki to enter the 6 paths level. In 5 years, Kamisato Tsukika is confident that he will enter the 6 paths level first. Naruto, Irika teacher asked you to go to the next classroom for the assessment. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto, Kamisato Tsukika spoke. Uzumaki Naruto heard this and looked at Kamisato Tsukika holding the ninja forward protector in his hand, and his heart became more restless. However, no matter how uneasy he was, Uzumaki Naruto could only cheer himself up and then walk to the next classroom. Okay. Kamarai Tsukika looked at Uzumaki Naruto who passed by and could clearly feel Uzumaki Naruto's nervousness. But Kamisato Tsukika's face was very calm, and she was looking forward to it. If there was no interference from the Nine Tails chakra in her body, Naruto's clone technique would definitely be very good. After all, in the future, Naruto's shadow clone technique is one of his signatures. Unfortunately, Naruto's clone technique is a mess now. But it's better this way, so that he has the opportunity today. No accident happened. Not long after, Uzumaki Naruto returned to the classroom with a frustrated look on his face. He didn't get the forehead protector that symbolizes ninjas, so it's obvious that Uzumaki Naruto failed the graduation exam. However, this is not the worst. The worst thing is that after everyone took the test, only Uzumaki Naruto failed the test in the whole class. So after school, when people were excitedly sharing the joy of graduation with their families and friends, only Uzumaki Naruto was sitting alone on the swing in the corner of the campus, lonely as if blending into the dim environment. Kamisato Uehua looked at the lonely Uzumaki Naruto, but did not go forward to comfort him. He just left the school calmly and began his day-to-day practice for the past year. Before Kamisato Uehua traveled through time, Kamisato Uehua's predecessor was just an ordinary ninja school student, with no outstanding talent and belonging to the middle level. After Kamisato Uehua traveled through time, it was naturally impossible for her to lie down completely like her predecessor. Even if her comprehension was heaven-defying, Kamisato Uehua still made a high-intensity training plan for herself. It was not that she was looking for abuse. Although Kamisato Uehua had heaven-defying comprehension, he did not dare to guarantee that he could have the power to sweep everything before being exposed. If Kamisato Uehua accidentally exposed her strength before she had fully grown up and was suspected by the Konoha high level, her situation would probably become very bad. And hard work is the best way to dispel the suspicion of Konoha's high-level officials. As long as Kamisato Uehua works hard enough, then Kamisato Uehua's transformation from mediocrity to genius will become reasonable. People think that Kamisato Uehua was mediocre before the age of 11 because he didn't work hard at all and was too lazy. In fact, Kamisato Uehua is a very talented child. And Kamisato Uehua's hard work also made his plan of Might Guy 8 Inner Gates technique very successful. After all, without enough effort and absolute will of fire, how could Might Guy teach 8 Inner Gates to Kamisato Uehua? Exercise, short rest, and continue to exercise. Kamisato Uehua repeated this until the sun set and the moon rose. Looking at the moon outside and calculating the approximate time, Kamisato Uehua started the next exercise, running around the village. As for why he chose to run at night, it was naturally for today. Kamisato Uehua was preparing for tonight a year ago. Kamisato Uehua is determined to obtain the sealed book. At night, the moon was bright in the sky. In the forest at the edge of Konoha, in front of a wooden house, a boy carrying a scroll was panting heavily, but he looked very excited. Who? Hey, Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, who was panting heavily, looked up and looked at Irika, who was sweating profusely with his hands supporting his legs, and couldn't help laughing. This made Irika confused for a while. You found out, and I haven't learned a single ninjutsu yet. Uzumaki Naruto scratched the back of his head while speaking, not realizing how important the big scroll he was carrying was. You are practicing ninjutsu here. Irika was a little confused. Uzumaki Naruto's reaction was a little different from what he thought. Listen to me. I'll show you a powerful ninjutsu later. If I succeed, you must let me graduate, teacher Irika. Uzumaki Naruto spoke excitedly. Thinking about the ninjutsu he had just seen, he couldn't help but want to show off to Irika. Irika's face changed when he heard it, and he realized that something was wrong. Who told you this? Of course it was teacher Mizuki. The scroll and this place were all told to me by teacher Mizuki. Excited Naruto looked at Irika's sudden change of expression, and his voice couldn't help but weaken. Teacher Irika looked, how? Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Before Irika and Uzumaki Naruto could think more, the sound of breaking air had already sounded in the quiet forest, and more than a dozen kunao had already gone towards Naruto from the darkness. Subconsciously, Irika moved, he pushed Naruto away, and then crossed his hands to protect his head. Thump 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 thump. I didn't expect you to find this place. After Naruto screamed in pain, a slightly unexpected voice sounded. Irika and Uzumaki Naruto looked in the direction of the voice. On the branches above them, Mizuki, who was carrying a huge shuriken, was looking down at the two of them. I see, I roughly know what's going on. Irika looked at Mizuki in pain and spoke. His right thigh had been shot by a kunao and was bleeding at this time. Mizuki's sneak attack just now was very sudden. If it weren't for his instinctive reaction, it would not be his thigh that was shot, but his heart. Mizuki didn't mean to talk nonsense with Irika after hearing this. He just looked at Naruto. Naruto, hand over the scroll. Mizuki spoke, looking at the scroll on Uzumaki Naruto's back with greedy eyes. He himself didn't expect that the plan would go so smoothly. The Book of Seals was obtained so easily. Naruto, you can't give up the scroll even if you die, Irika said loudly, pulling out the kunao from his thigh while staring at Mizuki to prevent Shisui from attacking again. That is a dangerous thing that records forbidden ninjutsu and is sealed. Mizuki used you to get the scroll. Uzumaki Naruto's body stiffened when he heard this, and Irika's words made him a little confused. Mizuki looked disdainful when he heard this, looking at Irika who wanted to eat him below, and showed a contemptuous smile. Then he said to Naruto, Naruto, Irika is afraid that you will get the scroll. This made Naruto stunned again, and he was even more confused. He just felt that his head was confused. Mizuki, what are you talking about? Irika looked at Mizuki and yelled angrily, then looked at Naruto and said anxiously, "Don't be fooled, Naruto." The sudden change made Uzumaki Naruto unable to recover at all, and he didn't have time to think about it. Mizuki laughed first. He. "I'll tell you the truth, Naruto," Mizuki said. His eyes became playful. And Irika's face changed again when he heard it, and he yelled at Mizuki, "Asshole. You can't talk about that." Mizuki ignored Irika's roar, looked at Uzumaki Naruto and raised his voice and continued, "After the incident 12 years ago, the village set a certain rule." A certain rule, Naruto spoke subconsciously, feeling uneasy in his heart. It's a certain rule that Uzumaki Naruto must not know. Mizuki looked at Uzumaki Naruto, who was still confused. His eyes were playful. "I'm the only one who can't know? What exactly is the rule?" Naruto was even more confused and questioned Mizuki loudly. "I was told, Mizuki." Irika was anxious, widened his eyes and yelled. If he hadn't been injured at this time, he would definitely attack Mizuki and stop Shisuiki from continuing. It's the rule that you can never tell that Naruto's true identity is actually a fox demon. Mizuki ignored Irika's warning. He looked at Uzumaki Naruto, and after seeing Uzumaki Naruto's changing face, he felt a sense of pleasure in his heart and continued. "It's the Nine-Tails Fox demon who killed Irika's parents and destroyed the village. You have been deceived by the people in the village. Don't you think it's strange that everyone hates you so much?" As soon as these words came out, Uzumaki Naruto trembled. Damn it. He roared angrily. His mind was in a mess, and his heart was hit too hard at this moment. "No one will agree with you. Irika hates you too, everyone hates you. You killed people's parents, relatives, friends, you are a disaster, a fox demon." Mizuki continued to speak. His tone became sharp, with a strong pressure, forcing Uzumaki Naruto to break Naruto's psychological defense. The effect was also obvious. Uzumaki Naruto's psychological defense collapsed. "So, die, Naruto." Seeing Naruto collapse, Mizuki grinned and threw the huge shuriken in his hand fiercely. This was very sudden. Irika didn't expect Mizuki to attack Uzumaki Naruto without hesitation. "Naruto, get out of the way!" Irika yelled. He seemed to forget the pain in his thigh, and the whole person quickly rushed towards Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto didn't expect Mizuki to attack him. He looked at the flying shuriken. His body was stiff, his mind was blank. Fear made him subconsciously close his eyes to escape reality. Puff! The sound of a sharp weapon piercing the flesh echoed in the forest. "Are you okay, Naruto?" A familiar voice came, and Uzumaki Naruto, who felt as if he was suddenly pulled away by something, opened his eyes and saw a delicate and handsome face. He subconsciously called out a name. "You Aka, Kamisato Tsukika." Mizuki looked at Kamisato Tsukika beside Uzumaki Naruto below and spoke in doubt. Obviously, Kamisato Tsukika's sudden appearance was completely beyond his expectations. "Tsukika. Great, take Naruto away quickly, run." Irika's face was ferocious but his tone was urgent. He knelt down at the place where Uzumaki Naruto was just now, with his hands on the ground, and a huge shuriken on his back. That was the shuriken that Mizuki shot at Uzumaki Naruto, and Irika blocked it for Uzumaki Naruto with his own body. Although it was obvious that even if he didn't block the shuriken, Uzumaki Naruto would be fine, but Irika still did it subconsciously. In his heart, Uzumaki Naruto was very important. "Teacher Irika, are you okay?" Kamisato Tsukika spoke to Irika with concern, but his eyes were fixed on Mizuki on the tree. Although Mizuki is just a minor chunin, he is the first enemy Kamisato Uehua has met. When a lion fights a rabbit, it must go all out. Facing Mizuki, the chunin who wanted to kill him, Kamisato Uehua warned herself that she must take it seriously. "I'm fine, you guys go. I'll hold Mizuki. Uehua, you quickly take Naruto to the village." Seeing that Kamisato Uehua didn't move, Irika became obviously anxious. "Go. Today, no one can go." Mizuki was also anxious. He knew that he had to quickly get rid of the three people in front of him and leave the village, otherwise when the ninjas in the village came, everything would be too late. After speaking, Mizuki threw another big shuriken in his hand directly at Irika, and at the same time jumped down from the tree, holding a kunao in his hand and rushed towards Uzumaki Naruto and Kamisato Uehua. "Run!" Irika's face turned pale, and he shouted at Kamisato Tsukika and Uzumaki Naruto again. He endured the severe pain in his body and rushed towards Mizuki. Unfortunately, it seemed too late. At the same time, Uzumaki Naruto looked at Mizuki who was rushing towards him ferociously, and the fear in his heart rose again. He wanted to dodge, but for some reason, his body seemed to be out of control and motionless. "Damn it, move." In the emotions of fear and unwillingness, Uzumaki Naruto seemed to hear something. Wound gate, open, bang. The terrible chakra burst out from Kamisato Tsukika, accompanied by the sound of flesh collision, and in the unbelievable eyes of Uzumaki Naruto and Irika, Mizuki flew backwards at a faster speed. Kamisato Uehua also moved. He flew faster than Mizuki and came behind Mizuki before Mizuki stopped. He hit Mizuki hard again. Crack! Puff! This blow made Mizuki spurt blood from his mouth and his body bent backwards like a waning moon. How is it possible? His eyes were about to pop out of his eye sockets, his face was pale, he muttered to himself, and then his body collapsed to the ground. Mizuki's spine was broken. He completely lost his ability to move. Seeing this, Kamisato Uehua breathed a sigh of relief. Then he exited his own injury mode and pretended to breathe weakly. How is it possible? Not far away, Irika, who came to Uzumaki Naruto, was stunned. Looking at Kamisato Uehua and Mizuki standing on the ground, his heart was in turmoil. Kamisato Uehua unexpectedly killed Mizuki, who was also a Chunin, in an instant. Great, so fast. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but speak, and he breathed a sigh of relief. But immediately, Uzumaki Naruto was confused again. He remembered what Mizuki had said just now. He was a fox demon. He was the fox demon that killed Irika's parents, destroyed the village, and killed many people. Mizuki, you just said, Naruto is a fox demon. When Uzumaki Naruto was confused and at a loss, Kamisato Tsukika's voice sounded, attracting his and Irika's attention. Hearing this, Mizuki, who was already desperate and could not accept the reality, was stunned, and then laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Yes, Uzumaki Naruto is the fox demon who killed your parents and made you an orphan 12 years ago. Kamisato Tsukika, you chose to save the fox demon that killed your parents. What would your parents think if they knew? It must be very interesting, right? Mizuki opened his mouth and panted to mock Kamisato Tsukika. He looked at Kamisato Tsukika with a vicious look, provoking Kamisato Tsukika. Yuka, it's not like that, Naruto. Irika hurriedly opened his mouth anxiously, wanting to explain to Kamisato Yuka. But before Irika could finish what he said, Kamisato Yuka interrupted him. No need to say more, teacher Irika. I understand. Kamisato Yuka said, looking at Mizuki, who was looking at him with resentment on the ground, and then looked at Uzumaki Naruto. You said that no one would agree with Naruto. Irika also hates Naruto. Everyone is resentful of Naruto. It was Naruto who killed our parents, relatives, and friends. Kamisato Yuka opened his mouth, looking at Uzumaki Naruto's nervous, confused, and helpless face, and sighed in his heart. This poor child took a big blame for Nine Tails. But, if he didn't agree with Naruto, if he really hated Naruto, would Irika-sensei use his body to block the attack for Naruto regardless of life and death? If he didn't agree with Naruto, why would Uncle Ichiraku prepare special ramen for Naruto every time, always leaving a bowl of ramen pretending to be unsold waiting for Naruto's arrival? If he didn't agree with Naruto, how could Shikamaru, who is so smart, accompany Naruto to skip classes? Koji, who is so greedy, would not pass the last piece of potato chips to Naruto's mouth. Although my parents died in the Fox Demon Rebellion, I don't think that Naruto, this stupid guy, is a fox demon. I don't see the killing, tyranny and destruction that fox demons symbolize in Naruto. What I see is just Uzumaki Naruto, who has few friends, is alienated by most people, and is obviously in the dark and lonely, but tries to live like the sun to illuminate others. Mizuki, remember, Naruto is not a fox demon, he is Konohagakure's Uzumaki Naruto. Kamisato Uehua looked at Mizuki again, her voice resounding. Uehua. Irika looked at Kamisato Uehua in the moonlight, his eyes brimming with relief and tears. Naruto, however, was already in tears, his eyes streaming. Only Mizuki was stunned. He didn't expect Kamisato Uehua to say such a thing. Not to mention Mizuki, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been watching with a telescope in the Hokage's office, didn't expect Kamisato Uehua to say such a thing. For a while, although the place became quiet, the hearts of several people were surging like waves. Who is it? However, before Irika and Uzumaki Naruto could calm down, Kamisato Uehua seemed to have discovered something. He looked at the forest and spoke sharply, while posing a defensive posture. This made the hearts of the two people lifted again. Anbu. A voice sounded, and several people looked over and saw three people appearing in the forest. The three people were wearing anbu uniforms and masks on their faces, making it difficult to see their appearance. But it was still possible to see that the three people were one woman and two men. The one walking in front was the only woman. She was tall and had purple hair. Third generation master, this is what happened. When I was training, I saw Naruto carrying a scroll and moving quickly, so I followed him out of curiosity, and then, in the Hokage's office, Kamisato Tsukika explained to Sarutobi Hiruzen why she was there at night. Naruto and Irika were in the hospital. Well, I understand. Good job, Tsukika. After listening to Kamisato Tsukika's explanation, looking at Kamisato Tsukika's open face, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded to Kamisato Tsukika with a kind expression. He naturally knew why Kamisato Tsukika was there, because he knew Kamisato Tsukika's living habits better than anyone else in the village. After all, this is the only civilian genius among the younger generation in the village. And in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, Kamisato Tsukika is a civilian genius who can become a jonin in the future at the worst, so it is naturally worth his attention. It is for this reason that Sarutobi Hiruzen did not stop Kamisato Tsukika from intervening in this incident. Of course, it doesn't matter whether Kamisato Uehua intervenes in this matter or not, everything is under his control. Uehua, what technique did you use to defeat Mizuki? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Kamisato Uehua again. His face looked solemn. He actually knew that it was the 8 inner gates, and he also knew that it was taught to Kamisato Uehua by Might Guy. But there was one thing that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't expect. That is, Kamisato Uehua would be so talented in practicing the 8 inner gates. Hearing this, Kamisato Uehua did not hesitate and said directly, "It is the 8 inner gates technique, which was taught to me by Might Guy teacher." At this point, Kamisato Uehua deliberately paused, and then became a little nervous. "Third generation master, this won't be a problem, right? Sorry, I pestered Might Guy to teach me, Might Guy. It turned out to be 8 inner gates, it's okay, 8 inner gates is Guy's family secret technique, he has the right to teach you this technique. And, Guy also told me." Seeing through Kamisato Uehua's worries, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted Kamisato Uehua and said comfortingly, "Uehua, it seems that you have practiced 8 inner gates very well, and you can already defeat a Chunin in the village, great. Hehe, it's still a long way to go, I'm only practicing the 4th gate now." Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked when he heard this. Although he had guessed when he saw Kamisato Uehua's speed through the crystal ball, he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard Kamisato Uehua say that she had practiced the 4th gate. It is not difficult to practice the 8 inner gates to the 4th gate injury gate. As long as you are willing to spend time and work hard, almost every jonin can do it. But being able to do it does not mean that you can do it in less than a year like Kamisato Tsukika. Not to mention, you can do it at the age of 12. The last person who practiced the 4th gate injury gate in 1 year was Lee, Might Guy's direct disciple. The one before that was Might Guy. And Might Guy is now a genuine elite jonin in the village. And Kamisato Tsukika is different from Might Guy and Lee. Might Guy and Lee spent almost all their time practicing the 8 inner gates. The two of them can be said to know nothing about ninjutsu and genjutsu. As for Kamisato Tsukika, Sarutobi Hiruzen knows very well that Kamisato Tsukika has not neglected other practices except the 8 inner gates. His ninjutsu, genjutsu, and his taijutsu are extremely excellent. He is really a genius. A genius who is not inferior to Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed inwardly. If Mizuki hadn't been so careless, I might have been defeated. No, I would have been the one who was killed. Kamisato Uehua naturally didn't know the shock in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. He just spoke shyly, and then showed a scared expression. Fortunately, Mizuki was careless at that time, otherwise the Book of Seals would have been taken away by him. Hearing Kamisato Uehua say this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was very relieved, but his face became serious, and he said to Kamisato Uehua, "No, Uehua, you are wrong. It is not terrible to have the Book of Seals taken away. In comparison, your lives, Naruto, and Irika are more important." Hearing this, Kamisato Uehua was stunned for a moment, and then pretended to be moved. And Sarutobi Hiruzen continued kindly, "Speaking of which, I haven't been to the ninja school for a long time to watch your actual combat exercises. I didn't expect you to be able to defeat Chunin. Uehua boy, can you let me see your current strength?" "See my strength?" Kamisato Tsukika thought a lot in her mind, but her face remained unchanged, and she agreed. "Okay, 3rd generation master. Let's go to the number 3 training ground." There are many training grounds in Konoha, and the number 3 training ground is located near the Death Forest, which is a relatively remote training ground. But remoteness also has an advantage, that is, quietness. Training here will hardly be disturbed, and even if you use ninjutsu, it will not attract the attention of ordinary civilians in the village. After the old and the young came to the training ground, they both looked forward to it. Sarutobi Hiruzen was looking forward to Kamisato Tsukika's strength and wanted to see how talented this genius was. And Kamisato Tsukika was thinking about whether he could get some benefits from Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Come on, let me see the strength of the chief student." Sarutobi Hiruzen stood opposite Kamisato Tsukika and spoke. His words determined Kamisato Tsukika's status as the chief student. Originally, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually preferred Uchiha Suzuki, thinking that Uchiha Suzuki was the chief student this year. But today, Kamisato Tsukika's performance really surprised him. She had just graduated from the ninja school, but she was able to defeat a Chunin. "I'm sorry, 3rd generation master." Kamisato Tsukika's face was solemn, and she took a deep breath. Although she was not prepared to go all out, Kamisato Tsukika also wanted to know how strong she was in the 4th gate state. 8 inner gates, 4th gate, injury gate, open, swish. Chakra emanated from Kamisato Tsukika's body, and his whole body emitted a green glow, his clothes moved without wind, and his hair also swayed. Whoosh! Kamisato Tsukika started, and the speed was very fast. The whole person rushed out like a high-speed sports car. In just a moment, he had already arrived at Sarutobi Hiruzen's side. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Kamisato Tsukika's speed was very fast. He punched and kicked, and his fists rustled. There were afterimages on his hands and feet, and every blow was crisp and clean. This speed surprised Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly, so he planned to test Kamisato Tsukika's power. Bang, bang, bang. Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped dodging and fought Kamisato Tsukika directly. As soon as they fought, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a huge surprise again, because Kamisato Tsukika was not only fast, but also powerful. This speed and power completely reached the level of Jonin. Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked as he kept blocking Kamisato Tsukika's attacks. If we only talk about speed and strength, Kamisato Tsukika has definitely reached the level of Jonin. Even though Kamisato Tsukika's skills and experience are still immature, Kamisato Tsukika's reaction speed is too fast. With the ability to adapt to the situation, she actually made up for the lack of experience and skills. If it were just this, it would not be enough to shock Sarutobi Hiruzen so much. After all, Konoha has 12-year-old Jonin. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, Heite Kakashi was stronger than Kamisato Tsukika when he was 12 years old. The reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen was so shocked was that he could clearly feel the improvement of Kamisato Tsukika. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, Kamisato Tsukika now was like a sponge that fell into the water, madly absorbing his combat experience. This shocked Sarutobi Hiruzen and made him serious. He was no longer just defending, but took the initiative to attack, showing Kamisato Tsukika his physical skills and combat experience. Kamisato Tsukika was naturally not polite to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was so considerate of her experience book, and openly learned Sarutobi Hiruzen's skills and experience. The two continued to fight until a long time later, when Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped. It was not that all his skills and experience were learned by Kamisato Tsukika, but Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that Kamisato Tsukika now had enough of these things today. After all, Kamisato Tsukika had just opened the fourth gate injury gate. Although it felt that Kamisato Tsukika had already been like a fish in water in the fourth gate injury gate, she was at ease, but she could not grow up in one breath, and growth required a process. More haste makes waste, and Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted Kamisato Tsukika to walk more steadily. Kamisato Tsukika also sighed in her heart. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen has such a good experience book. If he missed this opportunity, he would not know when he could break through him again. But there was no way. Kamisato Tsukika could not reveal that she was able to open the 6th gate Jingmen or even the 7th gate Jingmen. Being able to open the 4th gate in 1 year can be called a genius. If he could open the 5th gate, he could be called a genius in physical skills. But if he could open the 6th gate or even the 7th gate after practicing the 8 inner gates technique for 1 year, he would not be a human being. Sarutobi Hiruzen was fine, but Kamisato Tsukika did not want to enter Shimura Danzo's sight so early. After all, Shimura Danzo might uproot him or use his cells for experiments. Very good, Uehua, your taijutsu has surpassed the level of Chunin. I don't blame you for defeating Mizuki. You are worthy of being the genius of our Konoha. Looking at Kamisato Uehua, who was still savoring the battle just now, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, feeling very happy in his heart, and happy that such a genius appeared in the village. Third generation master, you are too kind. I am only a little bit better in taijutsu, and I am still far from ninjutsu and genjutsu. Kamarai Uehua said modestly, and her heart was not moved by Sarutobi Hiruzen's praise. But Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly had an idea. Speaking of which, I don't know how good your ninjutsu and genjutsu are. Since you have shown your taijutsu, let's show them together. This time, use all your abilities. Come on, chief student. Kamarai Uehua's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he saw that the experience book was coming again. Without hesitation, Kamisato Uehua attacked Sarutobi Hiruzen again. Kamisato Uehua raised her hand and shot out several kunao. The angles of these kunao are very tricky and the speed is very fast. Under the cover of the moonlight, if it is a Chunin like Mizuki, I am afraid that he can't dodge it at all. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen is the third Hokage. Even if he is old and weak and his strength has declined significantly, he is still an absolute cage level. These kunao naturally can't do anything to Sarutobi Hiruzen. But Kamisato Tsukika's attack is not just kunao. When Sarutobi Hiruzen retreated to dodge, his body suddenly stiffened. Illusion? Release it. In just a moment, the stiff Sarutobi Hiruzen recovered. He had just planted Kamisato Tsukika's illusion. It must be said that Kamisato Tsukika's illusion release speed and timing are extremely clever, which made Sarutobi Hiruzen fall into it. But that illusion is too bad. It is the most basic illusion taught to students in the ninja school, so it was instantly released by Sarutobi Hiruzen. It was not surprising for Kamisato Tsukika to see her illusion being broken. If even Sarutobi Hiruzen could not break this illusion, it would be a real surprise. Clone technique. While running, Kamisato Tsukika formed seals with both hands, and more than 10 clones appeared, and went towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had landed, and surrounded Sarutobi Hiruzen. This is an ordinary clone technique, not shadow clone, and has no actual combat ability. But at night, ordinary clones have good confusing abilities. Kamisato Tsukika's clones are very clever and realistic. If it were daytime, Sarutobi Hiruzen might be able to tell who is the clone in an instant. But now it is night, and there are many clones of Kamisato Tsukika, so Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot see through these clones at a glance. And Kamisato Tsukika wants this opportunity. Kamisato Tsukika rushed forward and attacked Sarutobi Hiruzen. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen confused, but he guessed Kamisato Tsukika's tactics in just 1 or 2 seconds. Bang, bang, bang. The clones were broken in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands. In just a few seconds, there was only one clone left out of more than 10 clones. It was also the one behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Of course, this one was deliberately left by Sarutobi Hiruzen for the last. It's a good idea to use the night and the clones to interfere with my vision and sneak attack from my blind spot in the chaos. It's good to be able to think of such a tactic in such a short time. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with his back to Kamisato Tsukika. He didn't turn around and was very confident. But your tactic has a fatal flaw. It's correct to use clones to confuse others, but this use is generally used to escape or lure, not to fight. When your clone took the initiative to attack me, your true intention was exposed. Sarutobi Hiruzen said confidently, turned around, and looked at the last Kamisato Tsukika under the moonlight. However, after he turned around, his face changed slightly. Because the last Kamisato Tsukika in front of him, the real Kamisato Tsukika in his mouth, is still a clone. Guess wrong, third generation master. A voice sounded behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Not far from Sarutobi Hiruzen, a kunao had turned into Kamisato Tsukika, and now holding the kunao, stabbed Sarutobi Hiruzen in the back. Sarutobi Hiruzen failed to pretend. Sarutobi Hiruzen's guess was right, but not completely right. Using clone technique to confuse vision and launch a sneak attack is indeed Kamisato Tsukika's tactic, but the most critical part of Kamisato Tsukika's tactic is not clone technique, but transformation technique. This is the most basic ninjutsu, one of the required ninjutsu for every ninja school student. It is also one of the simplest ninjutsu in the entire ninja world. But simple does not mean useless. Transformation technique is a useful ninjutsu even in the later part of the plot, in the Boruto legend, which has made Itsutsuki Kagaya and Itsutsuki Momoshiki suffer. And now, Sarutobi Hiruzen has suffered a loss and was tricked by Kamisato Tsukika with transformation technique. Ding 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 ding. Under the moonlight, an old man and a young man held kunao and collided quickly, and every time they fought, there were sparks flying and ding ding. This is a kunao confrontation, but it is not all a kunao confrontation. It was still a battle of physical skills, ninjutsu, and illusion. Ding! After another collision, Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped on his own initiative. It was still the same reason as before. It was not that he was unwilling to teach Kamisato Tsukika his experience, but Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted Kamisato Tsukika to be specialized rather than complicated. Very good, your understanding and mastery of ninjutsu and illusion, and the timing of releasing ninjutsu and illusion have reached the level above elite shinin. What you lack now is only powerful skills. Your skills are too few and too weak. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very satisfied with Kamisato Tsukika, and it can be said that he couldn't be more satisfied. Because of this fight, Kamisato Tsukika proved to him that Kamisato Tsukika was not just a physical skills genius like Might Guy and Rock Lee, but a comprehensive genius with all-round development of ninjutsu, physical skills, and illusion. Such Kamisato Tsukika made Sarutobi Hiruzen think of two people in his mind. One is his disciple Orochimaru, and the other is Heite Kakashi, the current elite of the village. No way, these are the only ninjutsu taught in the ninja school. Kamisato Tsukika pretended to be helpless and said, in fact, he has mastered many techniques, and they are all extremely powerful techniques. But Kamisato Tsukika did not choose to expose those techniques. Ha ha ha, indeed, there are too few techniques to learn in the ninja school. But don't worry, you have graduated, and you will learn many powerful techniques later. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke to comfort. Kamisato Tsukika's eyes lit up when he heard it. He, then third generation master, can you teach me powerful ninjutsu? Sarutobi Hiruzen heard it, looked at Kamisato Tsukika's cunning eyes and couldn't help nodding and smiling. After all, he still has some childish mentality. He sighed in his heart. Okay, I'll teach you a ninjutsu today. Let me think about it. Well, I'll teach you the great fireball technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it for a while and decided what technique to teach Kamisato Tsukika. Strictly speaking, the Great Fireball technique is a ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, and he has no right to teach it to Kamisato Tsukika. Doing so violates the village's rules. However, as the third Hokage of Konoha, what does it matter if it violates the rules? Uchiha Sasuke is the only one left in the Uchiha clan now, so who would object to teaching the Great Fireball technique to someone who is not from the Uchiha clan? Konoha village is still up to Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Great Fireball technique is a powerful fire-style secret technique that is very powerful and can turn the enemy into ashes in the flames in an instant. After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to make hand seals. The seal of the Great Fireball technique is like this, and the technique is. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained the technique of the Great Fireball technique to Kamisato Tsukika while performing the seal. However, before he finished speaking, Kamisato Uehua moved. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. Boom! Flames were exhaled from Kamisato Uehua's mouth and quickly grew larger, becoming a giant great fireball with a diameter of more than 3 meters, emitting a fiery breath. The heat wave rushed to Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, and under the light of the fire, the shock on his face could be clearly seen. After several seconds, Kamisato Uehua stopped transmitting chakra and let the fireball dissipate. Sure enough, it's so strong. Thank you, third generation master's ninjutsu. Kamisato Uehua pretended to be surprised and spoke, looking very happy. In terms of acting, he is definitely at the level of an actor. As expected of a genius chief student, Uehua, your Great Fireball technique is used very well, surpassing many people. Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed the shock in his heart and spoke, looking at Kamisato Uehua with a happy face, and couldn't help but feel an impulse in his heart. Well, I'll teach you a more powerful technique. This technique is called Wind-Style Great Breakthrough Technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen made a seal again. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not deliberately slow down the speed of making a seal. However, after just watching it once, Kamisato Tsukika made a seal. Wind-Style Great Breakthrough Technique. A strong wind blew out of Kamisato Tsukika's mouth, stirring up a sky full of sand on the training ground, making the trees beside the training ground tremble. It's amazing, just as powerful as the Great Fireball technique just now. Kamirai Tsukika spoke with shining eyes, and after a second of hesitation, she continued with some regret. It would be great if these two techniques could be released at the same time. Fire borrows the wind, and wind helps the fire. The combination of wind and fire must be stronger. As soon as these words came out, Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked again. Kamirai Tsukika had actually thought of the attribute reaction of the technique. This was a bit beyond Sarutobi Hiruzen's imagination. After all, although many ninjas know how to perform combination ninjutsu, there are very few who can think of combination ninjutsu at the age of 12 after first contacting different attributes of ninjutsu. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's memory, the last person who was so good seemed to be his disciple Orochimaru. And thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly remembered something. Yuka, input chakra into this paper and try. As he said, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a piece of paper from his ninja bag. This is chakra paper, which can detect the attributes of chakra possessed by ninjas. Although Kamisato Yuka had never seen chakra paper before, he knew very well that this was definitely it after reading the original work. Taking the chakra paper, Kamisato Yuka directly input his chakra into it. Then, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's shocked eyes, the chakra paper changed. One area of the chakra paper caught fire, one area was split, one area became wrinkled, one area became wet, and one area was broken. This is fire, wind, thunder, water, and earth, 5 types of chakra. Kamisato Uehua is actually the owner of 5 types of chakra. No, it may be more than that. Because chakra paper can only detect the 5 types of chakra, fire, wind, thunder, water, and earth, and the other 2 types of yin and yang cannot be checked. So, will Kamisato Uehua also have yin and yang attributes? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but think of those 2 people again. Orochimaru and Heite Kakashi, they are both people who have all the chakra attributes. Kamisato Tsukika, could it be that he also has all attribute chakra? Thinking of this possibility, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kamisato Tsukika with a fiery look. After all, ninjas with all attribute chakra are too rare. Sarutobi Hiruzen has seen countless ninjas in the past decades, but there are only a few ninjas with all attribute chakra. Although it is not said that people with all attribute chakra will definitely achieve great success in the future. But as far as Sarutobi Hiruzen knows, ninjas with all attribute chakra have achieved great success. His teacher, Konoha second Hokage Senju Tobirama, himself and his disciple Orochimaru, and the village's elite Heite Kakashi. For people with all attribute chakra, 2 of them became Hokage, and 1 was called Sunin. The last one also became one of the most important elite ninjas in the village, and one of the candidates for the 5th Hokage. It can be said that each of them has made great achievements and can become excellent Konoha shinobi when they grow up. Except Orochimaru. Recalling the disciple who once made him proud, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Orochimaru is also a very good ninja, but he is no longer a ninja of Konoha. His path has gone astray. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kamisato Tsukika again. Although Kamisato Tsukika in front of him is still a teenager, and his strength is only at the level of Jonin. However, Kamisato Tsukika is now as important as Uzumaki Naruto in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen knows very well that Kamisato Tsukika in front of him is very likely to be a more talented ninja than Orochimaru. Such a genius is very important to the future of Konoha. Because once trained properly, Kamisato Tsukika is very likely to be the next second Hokage Senju Tobirama, the next third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. If trained improperly, Kamisato Tsukika may be the next Heitei Kakashi. Thinking of Heitei Kakashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed again. He once had high hopes for Heitei Kakashi, but unfortunately, a series of changes occurred later, which led to Heitei Kakashi not reaching the height he should have reached. Starting from the death of Heitei Sakumo, Heitei Kakashi's path has gone astray. Later, his teammates Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin died in battle one after another, which dealt a great blow to Heitei Kakashi. Until the end, his mentor, 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, also died in the Nine Tails Rebellion, which became the last straw that broke the camel's back, making Heitei Kakashi almost completely useless. But even so, Heitei Kakashi can become a famous copy ninja in the ninja world and become an elite jonin of Konoha. And once Kamisato Tsukika goes astray, Kamisato Tsukika may be the next Orochimaru. It is even possible that the degree of harm is higher than Orochimaru. Therefore, the training of Kamisato Tsukika has become a very important thing in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. Thinking about it, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to think in his heart, which class Kamisato Tsukika should be put into. In fact, the students of Kamisato Tsukika's class have already been allocated in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. Hyuga Hinata, Inyazuka Kiba and Abarame Shino, who are good at reconnaissance perception, are assigned to one class, led by Jonin Ui Kurane. The fixed combination of Ino, Shika, Cho Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Koji are assigned to one class, led by his son Sarutobi Asuma. One of these two classes is difficult to split, and the other cannot be split. The last bloodline of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Suzuki, and Uzumaki Naruto of Nine Tails Jinchuriki also need to be in the same class, and Sarutobi Hiruzen intends to let Heitei Kakashi lead this class. The reason is simple. Both Uchiha Suzuki and Uzumaki Naruto are too important. One is the last bloodline of the Uchiha clan, and the other is Nine Tails Jinchuriki. They will play a very important role in the village in the future. Therefore, these two people cannot be lost. Their growth needs protection and monitoring. Therefore, the teacher who leads them must be strong and must be a person of the Hokage lineage, a candidate for the future Hokage. And Heitei Kakashi is undoubtedly the one who meets these conditions the most. As for Harano Sakura, Sarutobi Hiruzen put Harano Sakura in this class for a deep meaning. Uzumaki Naruto likes Harano Sakura, and Harano Sakura likes Uchiha Suzuki. With Harano Sakura, the three of them have a high probability of forming a bond. However, Harano Sakura is not indispensable. Sarutobi Hiruzen is thinking whether he should put Kamisato Tsukika in Heitei Kakashi's class, or he can dismantle the perception detection class and put Kamisato Tsukika in that class. But after thinking about it, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that neither of them was suitable. Whether it was from the perspective of the teacher or Kamisato Tsukika herself, it was not suitable. Although Ui Kurane and Heitei Kakashi are both excellent ninjas, Ui Kurane is only a grandmaster of illusions and can't teach Kamisato Tsukika anything. Heitei Kakashi knows all ninjutsu, and he is also a grandmaster of physical and illusions, and he is also a full attribute chakra ninja. Logically, he is the most suitable person to teach Kamisato Tsukika. But Heitei Kakashi's heart knot has not been untied, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is afraid that Heitei Kakashi will teach Kamisato Tsukika useless. Besides, although Kamisato Tsukika has just graduated, her strength has undoubtedly reached the standard of Jonin. What she lacks is only experience. With such strength, she can no longer be taught in the normal way of teaching graduates. No matter which class she is in, Kamisato Tsukika will become a very abrupt existence. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a slight headache. If Orochimaru had not defected, it would be the most suitable for him to teach this child. After all, they are both full attribute chakra ninjas. Wait, full attribute chakra, I think I am too. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes lit up. He actually forgot himself. Kamisato Tsukika's best teacher is Sarutobi Hiruzen himself. They are both full attribute chakra. In terms of mastering ninjutsu, he is a ninjutsu doctor, and in terms of strength, he is the Hokage of Konoha. No matter from which aspect, he is the most suitable teacher for Kamisato Tsukika. Moreover, since he was worried that Kamisato Uehua would be trained improperly or grow up in a wrong way by others, then he would train her himself. Orochimaru has always been a pain in his heart, and Sarutobi Hiruzen does not want to see the past happen again. He wants to train an Orochimaru who has not gone astray. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart became active. Uehua, do you know anbu in the village? Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Kamisato Uehua, which made Kamisato Uehua stunned. Anbu? When Kamisato Tsukika returned to her cabin, it was already late at night. At the training ground, Sarutobi Hiruzen introduced anbu to Kamisato Tsukika in detail, and said that Kamisato Tsukika would join anbu and be directly under the management of Hokage. After confirming Kamisato Tsukika's next arrangements, Sarutobi Hiruzen talked to Kamisato Tsukika about another thing, that is Kamisato Tsukika's physique. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen found that after Kamisato Tsukika opened the fourth gate of the 8 inner gates, not only did it last for a long time, but the sequelae after closing the wound gate were surprisingly mild. This is very wrong. After all, no matter whether it is Might Guy, or Rock Lee, every time they open the fourth gate and above the 8 gates, they will be accompanied by serious sequelae. Might Guy is okay, after all, he has practiced the 8 inner gates for a long time. If he just opens the fourth gate, although there are sequelae, they are very mild, similar to Kamisato Tsukika now. But Rock Lee, who had also cultivated to the fourth gate like Kamisato Tsukika, was different. Sarutobi Hiruzen had peeked at Rock Lee's appearance after he opened and closed the fourth gate. He seemed to be exhausted and his body was limp and unable to move. After Kamisato Tsukika opened and closed the wound gate, she was only slightly weak and recovered quickly. This was obviously against common sense. So Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately called a medical anbu to check Kamisato Tsukika's body. The result was naturally that there was no problem. Kamisato Tsukika's body had no abnormalities, and was even healthier and stronger than a normal person's body. The reason why there was such a big difference between him and Rock Lee might be because of their different physiques. Kamisato Tsukika was a true physical genius, a genius who was more talented than Might Guy and Rock Lee. This surprised Sarutobi Hiruzen secretly, but at the same time he was pleasantly surprised. After all, he had decided to personally train Kamisato Tsukika. The better Kamisato Tsukika's qualifications and the higher her potential, the happier he would naturally be. After returning to her cabin and washing up, Kamisato Uehua lay on the bed and closed her eyes, as if she was going to sleep. However, in her heart, Kamisato Uehua had no desire to sleep at all. It was an unexpected surprise to get to know Sarutobi Hiruzen and become a member of anbu. Kamisato Uehua's main purpose tonight was the Book of Seals. Although in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, Kamisato Uehua was just watching Uzumaki Naruto reading the Book of Seals on the tree, and it was impossible for her to remember or learn anything. But he didn't know that Kamisato Uehua only watched Uzumaki Naruto reading the Book of Seals for a short moment, and she completely remembered the contents inside. It's really a fruitful harvest, multiple shadow clone technique, for symbol sealing techniques, spiritualization technique, tandem paper bombs technique, reanimation jutsu, flying thunder god technique. Hiss, I'm going to take off directly. Looking at the forbidden technique of Konoha in her memory, Kamisato Uehua suddenly wanted to laugh 3 times to express her excitement and joy. But Kamisato Uehua immediately suppressed her excitement and began to think and plan. Multiple shadow clone technique is easy, you can learn it at a glance. The reason why this technique is a forbidden technique is not because of the difficulty of practice, but because it involves chakra and mental power. The principle is to use a huge amount of chakra to increase the number of shadow clone, and thousands of shadow clone can be separated at one time. But because this technique consumes too much chakra, and after dispersing shadow clone, it will instantly receive the memory of all shadow clone. If you don't have a huge amount of chakra and a strong mental power, you will hurt yourself or even endanger your life if you use this technique rashly. There is nothing to improve. Instead of starting with chakra and mental strength, it is better to start with Shadow Clone's other fatal flaw. Shadow Clone has the same combat power as the main body, but it does not have the same defensive power as the main body. Although the Shadow Clone used by powerful ninjas has enhanced resistance to blows, even Naruto's Shadow Clone will shatter and disappear as long as it is hit by a knife. So, my next deduction of Shadow Clone should start with defensive power. This defensive power can be inspired by the body of impure world reincarnation, or by the external incarnation in the myth of the previous life. Try to create a clone that can recover itself or has flesh and blood. However, for impure world reincarnation Shadow Clone, you have to thoroughly comprehend reanimation jutsu, and deduction and innovation are necessary, so we can change the way and start from the fixation and consumption of energy. You can try to combine the sealing technique and see if you can make the clone's injuries change from death to consumption of the energy it has, until the energy is exhausted and the clone dissipates. Kamirai Uefua's mind was churning with thoughts and inspiration, and soon she thought of the deduction direction of Shadow Clone technique and multiple Shadow Clone technique. There are 2 directions that I can think of temporarily. One is the external incarnation of the flesh and blood body, and the other is the energy clone of the immortal body. But this is not urgent, it is not my urgent need. What I need most now are the other 2 techniques. Temporarily suppressing the urge to deduce shadow clone, Kamisato Uehua put her mind on the other two techniques: Flying Thunder God Technique and Spiritualization Technique. Flying Thunder God Technique is naturally needless to say, it is simply an auxiliary divine technique that can attack and retreat. Whether it is the second Hokage Senju Tobirama or the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, their Flying Thunder God Technique has left a deep impression on the entire ninja world. One is known as the fastest in the ninja world, and the other is known as the Yellow Flash. Both of them became the Hokage of Konoha, and because of the Flying Thunder God Technique, they made the ninjas of other countries headache and helpless. They disliked them but couldn't kill them. This is the most real feeling in portrayal of the ninjas of other countries about the two. Kamisato Uehua doesn't know when he can be invincible, but the Flying Thunder God Technique can prevent him from being killed by others during his growth to the greatest extent. So the Flying Thunder God Technique must be practiced. And there is a reason why Kamisato Uehua puts the Spiritualization Technique in the same important position as the Flying Thunder God Technique. Because the Spiritualization Technique involves the soul. And in this world, there are too few techniques involving the soul. Another technique that Kamisato Uehua knows about that involves the soul is called the Shiki Fusion Technique, which even involves the gods. However, that technique is not in the seal book, or Uzumaki Naruto didn't find it, so Kamisato Uehua doesn't know the principle of that technique. But Kamisato Uehua knows very well that the Shiki Fusion is a technique that sacrifices one soul and perishes together with others. Even if Kamisato Uehua has the Shiki Fusion Technique now, he will not try it himself. Therefore, the Spiritualization Technique, which can make the soul leave the body, is rare and precious. Kamisato Uehua wants to improve his soul essence and his understanding from the Spiritualization Technique, or even directly, turn his soul into a god. Yes, the reason why Kamisato Uehua attaches so much importance to the Spiritualization Technique is because of the soul and understanding. Although Kamisato Uehua has the understanding of heaven-defying after crossing here, she can learn any ninjutsu at a glance and master it immediately. Not only did she deduce the eating sun and moon technique that absorbs the essence of the sun and the moon to temper her body, but she also deduced the 8 inner gates technique that can open the door permanently. However, this kind of understanding is ultimately limited. If understanding is unlimited, then Kamisato Uehua may have seen through the rules of heaven and earth, comprehended the supreme way, and become an omniscient and omnipotent god. Therefore, in order to achieve that level in the future, Kamisato Uehua needs to make her soul as strong as her body and become a real god, rather than a human with powerful power. And the Spiritualization Technique is the opportunity for Kamisato Uehua to achieve her goal. After seriously comprehending the Spiritualization Technique, Kamisato Uehua has mastered the Spiritualization Technique. After he confirmed that he was not being monitored by the third generation or anbu, he made a seal. Suddenly, Kamisato Uehua appeared in the soul state. Lurking in the air, the soul Kamisato Uehua looked at his body lying on the bed, and a strange feeling rose in his heart. Then, he controlled his soul to fly in the wooden house for a while, and rushed directly to the roof. Without any obstruction, Kamisato Uehua's soul went through the roof and appeared on the wooden house. What a wonderful feeling! These tangible things that the body can feel are like 3D projections for the soul, becoming illusory. Looking at his hands and body, Kamisato Uehua said to himself. According to the plot in the original book, the soul seems to be visible and invisible. The souls of those in the impure world reincarnation can be seen by people, but the souls of Shinigami and casters who have been to the Shiki Fusion cannot be seen by ordinary people. Whether the soul in the state of the spirit technique can be seen by people seems to be unclear. Can it be chosen by oneself? Thinking about the plot in the original book, Kamisato Uehua became interested in the visibility of the soul. To be on the safe side, it is better not to wander around the village. After all, this is the ninja world, and no one knows whether the perception ninja can perceive the soul. However, I can perceive the souls of others in the soul state. This feeling is very clear, just like opening a small map in a game, and being able to see the location of the object you want to pay attention to. Interesting, very interesting. After a simple experiment, Kamisato Uehua's soul returned to her body. The person who created the Spiritualization Technique is truly amazing, but his ability is limited after all, and he was unable to further develop the Spiritualization Technique from a killing tool into the key to the evolution of the soul and the path to becoming a god. But, leave the rest to me. The deduction of the Spiritualization Technique is my most important task next. I will turn the Spiritualization Technique into the Deification Technique. However, compared to the Deification Technique, it seems that the Deification Technique sounds better. After muttering to himself, Kamisato Uehua began to deduce the Spiritualization Technique with all his strength. A night passed like this. The next morning, Kamisato Uehua opened his eyes. His brows were slightly furrowed, and he looked a little tired. Because Kamisato Uehua didn't fall asleep the whole night yesterday, but deduced the Spiritualization Technique all night. Sure enough, it's not so easy to get results when it comes to things involving the soul. Moreover, I have too little experience in the soul, and it's very difficult to deduce. Even if I combine the knowledge of the soul and impure world reincarnation, it's still difficult to get started. It seems that when Shinin takes the exam, he really has to meet Orochimaru. His self-created living corpse reincarnation technique also involves the study of the soul. Although the biggest problem with the living corpse reincarnation technique is also in the soul, it is a rare experience after all. Kamarai Uehua thought to himself, and had already set his sights on Orochimaru. However, he has been planning to take advantage of Orochimaru for a long time. A long time ago, when Kamisato Uehua was planning to deduce Sage Mode, Kamisato Uehua had already planned to take advantage of Orochimaru. Now he is just reinforcing this decision. It seems that the research on the spiritualization technique should be put aside for now. If I need to face Sunin directly during the Chunin exam, my current ability is obviously not enough. So, I need to learn the Flying Thunder God technique first and try to deduce and innovate it. Even if I can't go further, I must be able to use it skillfully and integrate it. Thinking that the Chunin exam will be in a few months, Kamisato Uehua can't help but feel a sense of urgency. In his plan, that will be a critical time point. Changing the next research direction, Kamisato Uehua washed and ate, and then devoted himself to the research of Flying Thunder God technique. Flying Thunder God technique is a ninjutsu created by second Hokage Senju Tobirama, which can be used for instant teleportation through the Flying Thunder God technique. This is a technique that requires a lot of talent. It is completely different in the hands of people with different talents. In the hands of Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato, Flying Thunder God technique is an instantaneous technique of teleportation, without pre-swing or post-swing, elusive and hard to defend. But in the hands of ninjas with insufficient talent, this is a teleportation ninjutsu with a slow casting process, which is not as practical as body flicker technique. It can be said that Flying Thunder God technique requires extremely high talent conditions for the caster. Those who can master Flying Thunder God technique are already 1 in a million, and those who can skillfully use Flying Thunder God technique are even more 1 in a million. Kamisato Tsukika was also worried before she studied seriously, fearing that her body was not suitable for Flying Thunder God technique. But this worry soon disappeared, because Kamisato Tsukika only took 1 day to carve out her own Flying Thunder God technique and teleported between techniques. His physical talent is very suitable for Flying Thunder God technique. It was not until the evening that Kamisato Uehua, after the excitement, remembered that he forgot to go back to the ninja school to attend the graduation ceremony and class division. Anyway, I have decided to go to anbu, and the class division has nothing to do with me. As for the graduation ceremony, I don't think anyone will care, right? Kamarai Uehua easily convinced himself, completely ignoring some little girls who were disappointed all day today. Sure enough, Flying Thunder God is more interesting, hee. Because he was too obsessed with the practice of Flying Thunder God technique, Kamisato Uehua forgot about the graduation ceremony. But as Kamisato Uehua said, it didn't matter whether he went or not, because Kamisato Uehua would report to anbu in 2 days. The 3-day holiday was specially reserved for him by the 3rd Hokage. He said that it was for Kamisato Uehua to get together with friends and classmates. Originally, Kamisato Uehua also planned to attend the graduation ceremony, walk around with everyone, eat ramen or something. But now, Kamisato Uehua cancelled this plan. He wants to practice Flying Thunder God technique. How to say it, it is not difficult for Kamisato Uehua, who has the talent of time and space ninjutsu, to learn Flying Thunder God technique. He succeeded in portraying the Flying Thunder God technique in 1 go. But Flying Thunder God technique is different from other ninjutsu. This technique pays attention to the degree of practice and a kind of feeling. For other ninjutsu, you just need to make the seals fast enough and use them at the right time. This kind of hands-free ninjutsu is very simple for Kamisato Tsukika. But Flying Thunder God technique requires extremely high proficiency and reaction speed of the user. If the reaction speed is not fast enough, then after using Flying Thunder God technique to teleport, the whole person will be at a loss. You can't even tell east, west, south, north, let alone attack others. If you want to use Flying Thunder God technique as skillfully as 2nd Hokage and 4th Hokage, you need to constantly adapt to the feeling of the sudden change of the world, and quickly react back from that switching feeling and make corresponding judgments and actions. In other words, it is the feel. This feeling and reaction require practice. Fortunately, Kamisato Tsukika's physique is strong enough, and her physical attributes are much better than ordinary people, and her reaction ability is quite outstanding. This is why Kamisato Tsukika mastered Flying Thunder God technique in just 1 day, and became proficient and improved through continuous practice. In the next 2 days, Kamisato Uehua planned to practice Flying Thunder God technique. After he thoroughly understood Flying Thunder God technique, he would deduce and innovate Flying Thunder God technique to see if he could go further. As for the direction of deduction and innovation, it was naturally very simple. It was nothing more than optimizing the Flying Thunder God technique to make the technique more secretive and simple. He could even directly optimize the Flying Thunder God technique to turn the fixed-point transmission of Flying Thunder God technique into free movement. As for exploring the power of space and time through Flying Thunder God technique so that he could master the power of space and time, this was not what Kamisato Uehua should think about now. With his understanding, he could not do this. After making a plan, Kamisato Uehua devoted himself to the research of Flying Thunder God technique. However, Kamisato Uehua did not go to see those classmates and friends, but those classmates and friends took the initiative to come to him. "Is Uehua-kun home?" Hearing the clear and slightly nervous voice outside, Kamisato Uehua was not surprised and got up to open the door, because he saw the person coming when he was practicing the Flying Thunder God technique just now. This is also the reason why Kamisato Uehua is in the room at this time. "Ino? What do you want to talk to me about?" Looking at the beautiful young girl in front of him, Kamisato Uehua asked. But he had already guessed the reason for Ino's arrival. "Because Uehua-kun didn't come to the graduation ceremony in class division yesterday, I wondered if Uehua-kun was delayed by something, so I came to visit him." Looking at Kamisato Uehua's handsome and cute face, Yamanaka Ino's heart was already filled with pink bubbles, and her pretty little face couldn't help but blush slightly. "I was planning to visit Uehua yesterday, but after the class division, I went to eat barbecue with Asuma and the others until late, so I didn't bother Uehua." Yamanaka Ino explained again, and then asked curiously, "Uehua, were you delayed yesterday by something? We are all divided into classes, but it's strange that I didn't hear your name in any class." "Is that so? I was indeed delayed by something yesterday. I'm sorry that I couldn't go to the graduation ceremony. As for the class division, the village has made arrangements for me, but I can't tell you now. You will know later." Kamisato Uehua scratched her head pretending to be embarrassed. "I see, no wonder I didn't hear Uehua's name. But Uehua is worthy of being the top student of this class. It's amazing that the village can arrange it for you," Yamanaka Ino said, with little stars in her eyes, and the whole person looked very happy and excited, as if she was the person involved. Little Sakura and Suzuki looked so funny yesterday when they heard that Tsukika-kun was announced as the top student. Speaking of this, Yamanaka Ino covered her mouth and laughed. This is also the reason why she is so happy. In Kamisato Tsukika's class, the girls in the entire ninja school can be said to be divided into two factions. The fans of Uchiha Suzuki and the fans of Kamisato Tsukika are each a faction, and Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino are the representatives of the two factions. The two sides quarrel fiercely over who is stronger and more handsome between Uchiha Suzuki and Kamisato Tsukika, and they were almost at the point of being incompatible. So even though Yamanaka Ino no longer competed with Haruno Sakura for Uchiha Suzuki because of Kamisato Tsukika's time travel, the relationship between the two is still as fierce as fire and water, and both sides disliked each other. Under such circumstances, the village finally decided that Kamisato Uehua would become the top student of this year. For Yamanaka Ino, a loyal fan of Kamisato Uehua, this was naturally a very worthy and happy thing. Kamisato Uehua could only smile helplessly. At the same time, she felt in her heart that the star-chasing culture was really terrible. "By the way, tomorrow Shikamaru Koji and I will meet Hinata, Shino, and Naruto Suzuki and Sakura to have a dinner together to celebrate our graduation. Uehua-kun, will you come with us?" Yamanaka Ino said, looking at Kamisato Uehua with an expectant and nervous look, looking pitiful, afraid that Kamisato Uehua would refuse. Kamisato Uehua had no choice but to agree. Although Kamisato Uehua felt that Ino's purpose was not only to have a dinner, but also to show off to Haruno Sakura. But it didn't matter, even if Kamisato Uehua's future ambition was not to become a Hokage, nor to stay in Konoha forever. However, Kamisato Uehua would not refuse to establish friendships with these future 12 strong men and have dinner together. "Great, then it's a deal, we'll meet at Ichiraku Ramen at 6 p.m. tomorrow." Fearing that Kamisato Uehua would regret it, Yamanaka Ino left happily after saying this. One day passed quickly, and it was noon the next day. Kamisato Tsukika set off on time. As for why he set off at noon for the 6 p.m. party, it was naturally because the plan was changed to a 2 p.m. gathering. Kamisato Tsukika went on time, so when he arrived, even the cold man Uchiha Suzuki had already arrived in advance. "Tsukika-kun." Seeing Kamisato Tsukika appear, Yamanaka Ino waved to him excitedly. "Hello everyone, am I not late?" Kamisato Tsukika came in front of everyone and spoke with a smile. Looking at these young boys and girls in front of him, Kamisato Tsukika couldn't help but sigh that youth is good, and being young is good. And with the arrival of Kamisato Tsukika, the place became lively. "You are definitely not late, it is definitely exactly 2 o'clock now," Nara Shikamaru lazily complained, having long been accustomed to Kamisato Tsukika's habit of never being late or early. But apart from complaining, Nara Shikamaru still admires Kamisato Tsukika. After all, being able to show up at the right time every time is also a skill. "Want some? Tsukika. As soon as Shikamaru finished complaining, Koji had already extended the bag of potato chips in his hand to Kamisato Tsukika. Damn it, you made me wait for you again, it's too much. When Kamisato Tsukika reached out for the potato chips, Inyazuka Kiba pretended to be vicious and said, and Akamaru on his head also barked twice. And Hinata on the side greeted Kamisato Tsukika gently. Her voice was soft and sticky, coupled with her cute hairstyle and small face. Kamisato Tsukika couldn't help but want to tease her. But in the end, Kamisato Tsukika still held back. After all, Hinata's personality was too weak. Kamisato Tsukika had teased Hinata before, making her blush for a long time, and she didn't dare to look at him for several days afterwards. Tisk! Uchiha Suzuki secretly snorted, and looked at Kamisato Tsukika with a slightly hostile look. After all, Kamisato Tsukika took away his position as the chief student, which made Uchiha Suzuki, as a member of the Uchiha clan, feel humiliated. As for Haruno Sakura, she just greeted Kamisato Tsukika calmly, and her mind was all on Uchiha Suzuki. On the contrary, Uzumaki Naruto, who always greeted first in the past, rarely spoke this time. He waited for several people to finish speaking, and then he said a solemn thank you to Kamisato Tsukika in the puzzled eyes of others. This was very abnormal, which surprised everyone present, and even Uchiha Suzuki couldn't help but want to know what happened between the two. However, in the face of Inyazuka Kiba's questioning, Uzumaki Naruto became giggling again, making jokes. Now that everyone is here, let's go. We finally graduated. How about we go to eat barbecue on such an important day? Yamanaka Ino asked everyone. Barbecue? Great. Hearing Yamanaka Ino's proposal, Akimichi Koji agreed with shining eyes. For the Akamaike clan, meat, which is high in protein and energy, is simply their favorite. Ah, I thought we were going to eat ramen. Naruto shouted loudly. He had been thinking seriously about what flavor of ramen he would eat today for a long time when he heard that they would gather at Ichiraku Ramen. I don't care. Inyazuka Kiba shrugged. He had a good appetite like Akainu and could eat anything. Yeah. Uchiha Suzuki hummed coldly, maintaining his aloof personality. I can do anything. Hinata was still shy and spoke softly. When Haruno Sakura heard about eating barbecue, he was a little hesitant. After all, barbecue in the ninja world is very expensive, and ordinary people only have to spend a lavish meal during festivals. But thinking that he couldn't lose face in front of Ino, he gritted his teeth and agreed, and tried to act calmly. Barbecue, won't it be a bit expensive? Shikamaru is still considerate. Although he is a person who is very afraid of trouble, he always takes care of other people's emotions and considers others inadvertently. Otherwise, how could he, the eldest son of the Nara family, think that barbecue is expensive? It's for Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Kamisato Uehua. After all, Naruto is a guy who can't even afford ramen most of the time, Haruno Sakura's family is not rich, and Kamisato Uehua also looks a little tight on money on weekdays. Of course I know that barbecue is expensive, so the barbecue I'm talking about is that we go out to test it ourselves, we hunt and grill it ourselves. Look, I've brought all the condiments, Yamanaka Ino said, waving the bag in her hand to everyone. It seems that she has prepared it in advance. As for the barbecue in the village, we have already graduated. After we get the reward for the task, we will celebrate together. Hunting by ourselves? That's a good suggestion. Inyazuka Kiba's eyes lit up when he heard Yamanaka Ino's plan. He still likes hunting. Hahaha, leave hunting to me, I'm very powerful now. Naruto also spoke loudly. Since he learned the multiple shadow clone technique and passed the assessment of Heite Kakashi, he has been inflated. Yeah. Uchiha Suzuki is still maintaining his high cold personality, but in his heart, he is thinking about how to suppress Kamisato Tsukika in hunting and prove who is the real chief student. Agreed. Haruno Sakura saw Uchiha Suzuki agreed, and quickly agreed, and at the same time he breathed a sigh of relief. If they really had a barbecue in the village, the expenses would still be painful. Hinata, I'm fine. I'm fine too. Kamisato Tsukika also spoke up. It didn't matter to him where to go, but Shikamaru looked a little hesitant. He was afraid of accidents, and accidents would be accompanied by troubles. If troubles appeared, they had to be solved. This was really too troublesome. Oh, don't worry, we're not going to a dangerous place. We're just near where we had grilled fish last time. There won't be any danger. Ino saw through Shikamaru's worries. She couldn't help but hold her forehead and was speechless to Shikamaru. Okay. Seeing that Yamanaka Ino said so, Shikamaru naturally had to agree. In fact, Kamisato Tsukika really wanted to tell Shikamaru that he didn't have to worry. If these 9 people were really allowed to have an accident around the village, there would be no need to keep the anbu organization. After all, among them, there are the heirs of the 7 big families of Uchiha, Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka, Akamaike, Inyazuka, and Ibarame. There is also Uzumaki Naruto, the 9 Tails Jinchuriki, and Kamisato Tsukika, the genius head student. If they all get into trouble, Konoha will not be able to play in 15 years. Great, then let's go, let's go, let's go, barbecue barbecue. Looking at the happy boys and girls, Kamisato Tsukika's mouth curled up slightly. What a beautiful youth. By the way, it seems that I have forgotten something. Kamisato Tsukika thought in her heart, always feeling that she had overlooked something. Abarame Shino, who followed silently at the end of the crowd. Good times are always short-lived, but they can always stay in people's hearts. Even after a long time, they will still remember this day. Remember the excitement of hunting together. Remember the delicious barbecue that was burnt or not cooked. Remember the sunset in the evening and the starry sky at night. Remember the joyful laughter and smiles on faces. Kanaha, the wind is clear and the sun is bright. Early in the morning, Kamisato Uehua set out from home and went to the address that Sarutobi Hiruzen had told him before. That is where Kamisato Uehua was going to report, anbu. The full name of anbu is the Assassination Tactics Special Forces, which was established by the 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama and directly commanded by the Hokage. The members of anbu are all excellent ninjas selected from the village, mainly protecting the Hokage and preventing foreign invasions. Sometimes they are also responsible for tasks such as scouting the enemy and assassination. Its members wear white masks imitating animals when they act, and the nature of the mission and all other information are kept confidential. In fact, compared to anbu's main work, the sometimes work is more like anbu's main business. Anbu does more things that are not allowed to see the light. After all, the name is the Assassination Tactics Special Force. Kamisato Uehua came to the edge of the village near the Death Forest according to the address. There were big trees covering the sky and blocking the sun, making even the clearest day look gloomy. Follow me. When Kamisato Uehua arrived at the door of the anbu base, an anbu had been waiting for a long time. Although the mask made it difficult to see her specific appearance, it was not difficult to see from anbu's purple long hair and hot body that she was a female ninja. Kamisato Uehua had an impression of her. On the night of the Mizuki incident, the 3 female anbu who appeared in the forest were her. However, Kamisato Uehua did not take the initiative to mention or ask, but just followed the female anbu member into the anbu base silently. Compared to the outside, the anbu base is different from the outside. Although Ming is built in the mountains, the lights inside are bright, clean and tidy, and it doesn't make people feel gloomy at all. Under the leadership of the female anbu, Kamisato Uehua came to a room with a sign of Team 6, Captain. After entering the room, the other 2 anbu in the room spoke to the female anbu, and then looked at Kamisato Uehua with curiosity. It is not uncommon for new anbu members to arrive. The mortality rate of anbu is actually very high. The reason why there are only 3 of them in Team 6 now is because they lost a teammate in a mission not long ago. The reason why the 2 are so curious about Kamisato Uehua is that Kamisato Uehua is too young, only 12 years old, and just graduated from the ninja school. The last anbu so young can be traced back to Uchiha Itaki a few years ago, but Uchiha Itaki did not join anbu right after graduation. When the 2 looked at Kamisato Uehua was also observing the 2. There is no doubt that they are the other 2 anbu members who appeared with the female anbu last time. However, unlike the last time, the 2 did not wear masks in the anbu base, revealing their true faces. The 2 looked very easy to distinguish. One looked very young, about 24 or 25 years old, a very ordinary young man. The other was older, probably in his 30s, with a tough face and a strong body, and should be a powerful ninja. Welcome to join the anbu 1st Division 6 team. These are your equipment and uniforms. The innermost cabinet belongs to you. The female anbu called the captain spoke to Kamisato Uehua, pointing to a box and a samurai sword on the box. By the way, give yourself a code name. When anbu is on a mission outside, you can't call the other party's real name directly. Code name. Let's call it Wu. Kamisato Uehua said casually, it's just a code name, just pick one. Are all geniuses so casual? Well, Wu, welcome to anbu. My code name is Inu, my real name is Yamai Hiseiji, a perception ninja. The young anbu in his 20s smiled and spoke, looking like a cheerful and easygoing person. Code name is Yama, real name is Ishina Ida, good at physical skills and earth-style ninjutsu. The adult anbu in his 30s spoke, speaking concisely and with a deep voice, giving people a sense of solidity and reliability. When the 2 introduced themselves, the female anbu also took off her mask, revealing a cold and beautiful face. She said, code name is Hana, real name is Uzuki Yujeo, captain of the 1st team, the 6th team, good at swordsmanship and medical ninjutsu. Listening to Uzuki Yujeo's words, Kamisato Uehua secretly said in her heart that it was as expected. Kamisato Uehua had just guessed about Uzuki Yujeo's identity. Although the entire anbu is a system of 80 people, at this time, the 6th team, the purple-haired female anbu, is only Uzuki Yujeo. My name is Kamisato Uehua, I am good at physical skills, but because I just graduated from the ninja school, my strength may be a little weak. Please take care of me in the future, 3 seniors. Kamisato Uehua also introduced himself. In fact, he is not only good at physical skills, but also at Grandmaster Ninjutsu and Illusion. He also has the spiritualization technique and the space-time ninjutsu Flying Thunder God technique, but these are not to be said. Wu, you are too modest. You are not a student who graduated from an ordinary ninja school, but the chief student. Besides, your strength is not bad. You were able to defeat Mizuki in an instant that night, which was difficult for me to do. Yamai Hisashi thought of that night again in his mind. Kamisato Uehua's move at that time scared him. After all, who would have thought that a student who just graduated from the ninja school could kill a Chunin in seconds? Not everyone is called Heite Kakashi, and not everyone is called Uchiha Itaki. However, starting from Kamisato Uehua, there may be another saying in the future. Not everyone is called Kamisato Uehua. Hehe, it was Mizuki who was careless at that time. Kamarai Tsukika scratched her head, harmless. Because we will carry out the mission together later, cooperation between each other is very important. So, let's go to the training ground and experience the ability of teammates firsthand. Uzuki Yujeo spoke up. She was also very curious about Kamisato Tsukika and wanted to see how strong Kamisato Tsukika was. After all, although Kamisato Tsukika killed Mizuki in seconds that day, it was indeed as Kamisato Tsukika said, Mizuki was too careless at that time. Death Forest, an empty place that Uzuki Yujeo calls a training ground. Since you are good at Taijutsu, let's have a real combat exercise with Shan. It happens that he is also good at Taijutsu. Uzuki Yujeo looked at Kamisato Tsukika and spoke. In fact, if she could choose, she didn't want Kamisato Tsukika to join Team 6. Team 6 is currently configured with a swordsmanship/medical ninja plus a perception ninja and a taijutsu/earth-style ninja. If they take the comprehensive route, what they need most now should be a genjutsu ninja. Kamisato Tsukika, a taijutsu ninja, joining them will not improve Team 6 very much. It can't even be said to be an improvement, but it may become a drag. After all, in terms of taijutsu, Team 6 only needs Shan. Kamisato Tsukika's arrival cannot be a replacement for Shan, but a lower position. Thinking of this, Uzuki Yujeo sighed inwardly. But this is the arrangement of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and she has no power to object. Now, Uzuki Yujeo only hopes that Kamisato Uehua can be a little stronger, as long as she doesn't drag them down during the mission. Okay, Captain. Kamisato Uehua nodded. He didn't know what Uzuki Yujeo was thinking, but he saw some disappointment in some of the three people's micro-expressions. Kamisato Uehua didn't care about this. After all, he was too young and had just graduated from the ninja school. At this age, it is normal to be looked down upon. Not everyone is Heite Kakashi and Uchiha Itaki. Heite Kakashi graduated from the ninja school at the age of 5, became a Chunin at the age of 6, and became a Jonin at the age of 12. This is the only experience in the entire Konoha. And Uchiha Itaki also graduated from the ninja school at the age of 7 and became a Chunin at the age of 10. Although Kamisato Uehua has already had a record of killing Mizuki in seconds, in the minds of the three people, it was because Mizuki was too careless. They did not think that Kamisato Uehua, the top student who graduated from the ninja school at the age of 12, was also a genius like Heite Kakashi and Uchiha Itaki. I will take it seriously. Ishikawa looked at Kamisato Tsukika and spoke, showing his attitude of not letting her off. Woo, come on, Yamai Hisashi encouraged Kamisato Tsukika. Then, let's get started. With the order from Uzuki Yujeo, Kamisato Tsukika and Yamai Hisashi moved at the same time. Not bad speed. As Kamisato Tsukika started, Uzuki Yujeo nodded slightly in her heart. Although such speed is not very amazing for adults, Kamisato Tsukika's speed at this age can indeed be called a first-class genius. However, it is not enough. Uzuki Yujeo continued to watch. At this time, Kamisato Tsukika and Ishikawa had already clashed, and both of them attacked very quickly, like raindrops falling quickly, and the collision of hands and feet made a bang. Although Shen has the upper hand, it is difficult for Shan to defeat Wu in a short time. Wu is indeed a genius. Yamai Hisashi sighed beside Uzuki Yujeo. Well, it's not bad. But, thinking of Kamisato Uehua's attack on Mizuki that night, Uzuki Yujeo frowned slightly. Kamisato Uehua that day should be faster than Kamisato Uehua now. Not only Uzuki Yujeo noticed this, but Ishinota also discovered it. So after another collision, Ishinota stopped and said to Kamisato Uehua with a serious face, although it's just a real combat exercise, please take it seriously. Hearing this, Kamisato Uehua nodded. He was not unserious, he just wanted to try his strength in the 3rd gate state without actively opening the 8 inner gates. After all, the last time he practiced with the 3rd Hokage, he was always in the 4th gate state. Now it seems that in the normal state, he should be between Elite Chunin and Jonin. Then, the next is the 4th gate. The thought flashed through Kamisato Uehua's mind, and he mobilized the chakra in his body to forcibly reopen the fourth injury gate in his body. Ha! A green glow emanated from Kamisato Uehua's body, and Kamisato Uehua attacked Ishijong Ida again. What a fast speed! Yamai Hisashi exclaimed, his eyes widened, looking at the two people who had already clashed again. This time he was shocked. Not only the speed, it seems that his strength is not weak, and his fighting consciousness is so strong. Mayu Shiyan was also shocked by Kamisato Uehua's outburst, and was very surprised to see Kamisato Uehua suppressing Ishijong Ida. However, the one who was most surprised at this time was Ishijong Ida, who was directly fighting with Kamisato Uehua. As soon as the two sides came into contact, he felt the power contained in Kamisato Uehua's fists and feet, and that power was not weaker than his own. This is incredible. Fighting skills, fighting consciousness and experience can be unrestricted by age, but the attributes of the body cannot be separated from the limitations of the body. There is a big difference between the body of an adult and the body of a teenager. Even if they are of the same height and weight, the body of an adult is definitely stronger and stronger than that of a teenager. Compared with the body of an adult, the only advantage of the body of a teenager may be the reaction speed. However, at this time, he was in his 30s and in the prime of his life. His body was still at its peak, but he was suppressed by Kamisato Tsukika in terms of strength and speed. This really made him feel turbulent and difficult to calm down. Captain, is it suppressed? Yamai Hisashi turned his head to look at Uzuki Ujeo in disbelief, and what he saw was a pretty face with lips slightly opened in shock. Seeing Yamai Hisashi looking at him, Uzuki Ujeo quickly regained her composure and nodded. It seems that Wu's physical skills are at the level of Jonin. No wonder he can easily kill Mizuki. Uzuki Ujeo spoke, and at this time she had completely recognized Kamisato Tsukika's strength. Is this a genius? It's really scary. Captain, do you think Wu will be the next Captain Kakashi? Or the next Uchiha? At this point, Yamai Hisashi paused. What he wanted to talk about was naturally Uchiha Itachi, who was also the pride of Anbu and the genius who created the myth of becoming an Anbu squad leader at the age of 13. But Uchiha Itachi has defected from Konoha and has become the target of their Anbu mission. Hey, Captain, it seems that Wu's arrival is a good thing for us. Yamai Hisashi quickly changed the subject. Uzuki Ujeo nodded. Judging from the combat power shown by Kamisato Tsukika, Kamisato Tsukika's joining is definitely an improvement for Team 6. Bang bang bang. Kamisato Tsukika and Ishida are still fighting in the training ground, but the situation is already very clear at this time. Kamisato Tsukika is going to win. I lost. After another collision, Ishii Inaka used the force to distance himself from Kamisato Uehua, and then decisively admitted defeat. His expression was complicated, and his eyes on Kamisato Uehua changed at this time, as if he was looking at a monster. Yes, Kamisato Uehua has now become a monster in Ishii Inaka's heart. Because in the previous duel, Ishii Inaka clearly felt the growth of Kamisato Uehua. Originally, after Kamisato Uehua broke out, although Kamisato Uehua had a slight advantage, Ishii Inaka did not think he would lose. He even thought that he could defeat Kamisato Uehua with his rich experience and skills. But soon, Ishii Inaka found that his idea was wrong. Kamarai Uehua did seem to be inexperienced compared to him, but Kamisato Uehua's learning speed and adaptability were too terrifying. She grew rapidly in the duel with him by fighting and raising her. In this way, Kamisato Uehua became more and more comfortable, and he became more and more uncomfortable. Until just now, in the last collision, Ishii Inaka noticed that Kamisato Uehua subconsciously stopped, and he knew in his heart that he was no longer Kamisato Uehua's opponent. This made Ishii Inaka feel very unreal. Even though he was a calm person, he felt a huge sense of frustration in his heart. Although he had heard too many stories about geniuses, after all, he had no direct contact with those geniuses, and he did not feel the gap between geniuses and ordinary people intuitively. And now, Kamisato Uehua made Ishii Inaka feel the disparity of human beings and the gap between ordinary people and geniuses. He used the experience and skills accumulated over more than 10 years, and in just over 10 minutes, they were absorbed and digested by Kamisato Uehua and became Kamisato Uehua's things. This is really too depressing. Thank you, Senior. Actually, I didn't win. If it was a life and death battle, I'm afraid I would have been killed by you at the beginning. And Senior Shan didn't use the Earth-style ninjutsu that you are good at. This is an unfair duel in itself. Kamarai Tsukika saw the blow in Ishii's heart and comforted him. This was obviously very effective. Ishii's face looked much better after hearing it. However, what he didn't know was that if it was really a life and death battle, the person who died from the beginning would not be Kamisato Tsukika, but Ishii. After all, although Ishii didn't use Earth-style ninjutsu, Kamisato Tsukika also didn't use the spiritualization technique and Flying Thunder God technique. It was a wonderful duel. It's a blessing for the village to have a genius like you. Uzuki-yu smiled slightly and was in a good mood. I am lucky to be born in Konoha. If it weren't for everyone protecting Konoha so well, I wouldn't be able to grow up no matter how talented I am. Kamarai Tsukika scratched his head and then said seriously, "Besides, it doesn't matter to me whether he is a genius or not. Even if he is just an ordinary person, I will feel honored to be a Konoha shinobi." Hearing the conversation between Kamisato Tsukika and Uzuki Yujao, Ishida was shocked and then relieved. Yes, there are so many geniuses in this world. Even if there is no Kamisato Tsukika, there is still a gap between ordinary people like him and other geniuses. And a genius like Kamisato Tsukika is a ninja of Konoha, which should be a happy thing. After all, his family, his relatives and friends are all in Konoha. The stronger Kamisato Tsukika is, the safer the people he cares about will be. Similarly, even if he is an ordinary person, he will do his best to protect the village so that everyone in the village can live safely. As expected of Wu, I recognize your belief. Yamai Hiseiji became a little excited. He seemed to be a person who was easily moved by emotions. Or he was a little stupid and easily excited. It was for this reason that Yamai Hiseiji made a noise on the night of the Shuimu incident and was discovered by Kamisato Tsukika. You should have known about Shan's strength. Inu is a perception ninja. You don't need to care too much about his combat power. Then, let me and you have a real combat exercise. Knowing the strength of your teammates, the cooperation in the future will be smoother. Uzuki Yujao spoke to Kamisato Tsukika, and she had a good impression of Kamisato Tsukika in her heart. Strong strength, genius, and firm will of fire. Such a person will definitely become a powerful ninja in the village in the future. Kamisato Uehua naturally followed the suggestion of Uzuki Yujao. Speaking of which, he was also quite interested in Uzuki Yujao. Konoha-style swordsmanship, the 3-day moon dance, left a deep impression on Kamisato Uehua. Of course, this impression was always accompanied by the words of the Ninja World Dance King, "Do you want to dance too?" Soon, Kamisato Uehua and Uzuki Yujao fought. To be honest, Kamisato Uehua was not good at swordsmanship, because he had traveled here for too short a time, and almost all of his time was spent on training, leaving little time for deducing swordsmanship. Of course, this was also due to the fact that Kamisato Uehua had never been exposed to swordsmanship. However, although Kamisato Uehua said that he was not good at swordsmanship, this was not good compared to his physical skills. If it was just the ability to use a sword, Kamisato Uehua was not bad, and could even be said to be very strong. Uzuki Yujao had a deep understanding of this. When she first saw Kamisato Uehua fighting with her using the anbu standard sword, she was thinking about giving her some face when they fought, so that she wouldn't lose so badly. However, after she really fought with Kamisato Uehua, Uzuki Yujao was thinking about not losing. After all, even though she didn't have swordsmanship, Kamisato Uehua was too fast, too powerful, and had an outrageous combat awareness. The basic kendo moves taught in the ninja school suddenly became deadly in Kamisato Uehua's hands. There were no routines or skills, but every sword was a killing move, and they all attacked directly at the vital points. If both sides were evenly matched in such an attack, it would be easy for the person with high swordsmanship to set a routine. But when the speed and strength of both sides were not equal, those routines were useless. One force can break all methods, which is what Kamisato Uehua is doing now. Ding 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 ding. In the training ground, the swords in the hands of Kamisato Tsukika and Uzuki Yujao were already slashing with sparks, and only after images could be seen. On the sidelines, Yamai Hiseiji and Ishida looked at each other, and they saw shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Didn't you say that you are good at physical skills? What's the matter with this swordsmanship? The swordsmanship duel between Kamisato Tsukika and Uzuki Yujao ended in a short time, without a winner or loser. This was not a duel that had to be decided, but was to better understand each other's strength and facilitate future cooperation. However, even if this duel did not decide the winner, it still brought a great shock to Uzuki Yujao, hitting her deep in her heart. When the duel ended, she was a little dazed. Uzuki Yujao herself is actually a little genius, a leader among her peers. Otherwise, she would not have become the captain of the 6th team of the first team of anbu at such a young age. To this day, she has some doubts about her life. If she is a genius, what is Kamisato Tsukika? It was a blow, a deep blow. Fortunately, Uzuki Yujao is an excellent ninja after all, and she quickly adjusted her mentality and regained her composure. Of course, Yamai Hiseiji understood that whether it was Uzuki Yujao or Ishino Ida, it would definitely be impossible for them to regain their composure so quickly. This kind of blow made Yamai Hiseiji tremble with fear and feel lucky. Fortunately, he was just a perception ninja, so he didn't need to go to actual combat exercises with Kamisato Uehua, so he could be spared from the blow. However, when he saw Kamisato Uehua showing interest in perception ninjutsu, Yamai Hiseiji's heart trembled. The actual combat exercise was over, and the 6th team returned to anbu to wait for time and be on standby at any time. Because it is a peaceful time now, we don't have so many tasks on weekdays except for the normal guard rotation. But even if there is no task, we need to be on standby at the base at any time. If you feel bored, you can read a book or do some simple physical training. After returning to the anbu base, Uzuki Ujeo began to introduce some of the daily tasks of anbu members and some rules in anbu to Kamisato Uehua. These rules are not many or few, but in general, try to be low-key when on a mission, low-key on weekdays, and can't reveal your daily identity during the mission, and can't reveal your anbu identity in daily life. Kamisato Uehua listened carefully to Uzuki Ujeo's explanation and then went into a daze. Of course, in the eyes of the three people, Uzuki Ujeo, Kamisato Uehua was in a daze, but in fact, Kamisato Uehua was conducting a shallow deduction. As for reading, knowledge reserves are indeed very important to Kamisato Uehua, but Kamisato Uehua had already read all the useful books that he could access in Konoha. Shan, do geniuses like to be in a daze? Yamai Hiseiji glanced at Kamisato Uehua, who had been in a daze for several hours, and whispered to Ishikawa Ida, "Maybe it's a genius's habit." Ishikawa Ida opened his mouth. How could he know what geniuses like to do on weekdays? He is not a genius. Okay. Time passed quickly during Kamisato Uehua's shallow deduction, and it was not long before it was evening. Let's go, it's our turn to perform the mission. Uzuki Ujeo looked at the time and stood up and spoke, and her voice pulled Kamisato Uehua back from the state of shallow deduction. Wearing a mask, Kamisato Uehua followed Uzuki Ujeo and the other two to the Hokage office. Their daily rotation mission is a very important mission, involving the best person in power in the village, the Hokage. To be precise, their mission is to protect the Hokage. Kamisato Tsukika is actually quite speechless about this mission. Who can become a Kage without Kage-level strength? The combat power they possess is even the best in the village. Such a person, do they still need anbu to protect? Unless it is a war, when the enemy village has a strong assassin ninja, anbu is needed to consume or delay the assassin. Otherwise, it is better for the shadow to protect anbu. Not to mention that this is the largest ninja village in the ninja world, Konohagakure. If the Hokage needs protection from others, then the whole village is almost finished, and no one can stop such an enemy. Just like the powerful enemies like Uchiha Obito and Tendo Pain, anbu is useless in front of them and is killed directly. The reason why anbu has the responsibility of protecting Hokage is just to sound less evil. The anbu who performs the task of protecting Hokage is more of a runner, and can be used when Hokage needs to find someone or take something. Of course, Kamisato Tsukika only complained in his heart. He still likes to perform the task of protecting Hokage. Safe, leisurely, and stress-free. Moreover, if Kamisato Tsukika was not wrong, he would definitely gain a lot during his mission to protect the Hokage. After all, after he showed some talent that day, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not let him enter the ninja class normally but brought him to anbu, which must have been for a purpose. Kamisato Tsukika could guess Sarutobi Hiruzen's purpose, that the other party wanted to train him. After arriving at the Hokage's office, the four of them went directly to the assigned positions and began to secretly observe the surroundings to protect the safety of the Hokage. This was undoubtedly a boring job, although it was indeed leisurely. Time passed quickly, and it was 8 o'clock in the evening in a blink of an eye. At this time, the sun had completely set over the mountain, and lights were on everywhere, and Konoha became brightly lit. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished processing another file, he did not open the next file, but came to the window of the office. He looked down somewhere below, where a young man was hiding in the dimness, looking around vigilantly. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. Then, he walked out of the Hokage's office and headed for the number 1 training ground. The 4 members of the 6th team naturally followed the Hokage in the dark. As long as they were on duty, they would follow the Hokage wherever he went. And this kind of following should be as concealed as possible to avoid being discovered by others. Not long after, the number 1 training ground arrived. No. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke and called out Kamisato Uehua's code name. This code name was reported to the squad leader by Uzuki Ujeo at noon today, and the squad leader reported it to the captain, and the captain reported it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hokage-sama. Kamisato Uehua jumped down from a big tree around the training ground and came to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side. Yes, the position you chose just now is very good, and you can clearly see the surrounding movements. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, very satisfied with Kamisato Uehua. You haven't learned the body flicker technique yet. I'll teach you the body flicker technique tonight. Kamarai Tsukika guessed right. If this is a game, then the reward for his mission to join anbu is the various skill books and experience books from the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the next month, Kamisato Uehua lived a fulfilling and happy life. After all, she could get skill books and experience books every day, which was a very comfortable life. It was also during this month that Kamisato Uehua's overall strength was greatly improved. Not to mention the technique she mastered. In a month, even if Sarutobi Hiruzen taught Kamisato Uehua 1 technique a day, or even 1 technique every 2 days, Kamisato Uehua would have gained a lot of very good techniques. In this month, Kamisato Uehua's biggest gain was practical experience and skills. You have to know who taught him. That was the third Hokage of Konohagakure, a cage-level strongman who was born and grew up in troubled times and had experienced countless battles. His practical skills and experience have been ranked among the best in the entire ninja world for decades. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's teaching and guidance, Kamisato Uehua's practical skills and experience are naturally improving rapidly every day. Now, Kamisato Uehua, although not completely copying Sarutobi Hiruzen's skills and experience, has already mastered 80% to 90%. Moreover, Kamisato Uehua has begun to integrate these skills and experience, and combined with her own situation to turn these skills and experience into the most suitable things for herself. It can be said that in a month, Kamisato Uehua, even if she does not use the trump cards such as Flying Thunder God Technique and Spiritualization Technique 8 Inner Gates and 7th Gate, has reached the level of Elite Jonin by using the methods learned from Sarutobi Hiruzen. And it is the kind of Elite Jonin who can succeed to the throne at any time. If all the trump cards are used, Kamisato Uehua believes that he dares to touch even the level of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now the only thing that restricts Kamisato Uehua seems to be only one thing: the amount of chakra. Once Kamisato Uehua solves the problem of chakra amount, Kamisato Uehua can come and go freely in the ninja world. Of course, even if Kamisato Uehua solved the chakra problem, she still had nothing to worry about. After all, this is the ninja world, and no one knows whether there are any strange but powerful ninjutsu in the ninja world. For example, the impure world reincarnation, which forcibly drags people to death, or the hidden death division, which kills people with just one drop of blood, can all take Kamisato Uehua's life. Not to mention that there is a Atsutsuki Ishaiki hidden in this ninja world. That guy is the most terrifying. Before setting foot in the 6 paths, if you provoke Atsutsuki Ishaiki, you will probably die. Of course, Kamisato Uehua is not yet at the point where Atsutsuki Ishaiki pays special attention. Before she has the ability to protect herself, Kamisato Uehua will not take the initiative to provoke Atsutsuki Ishaiki. There is still a long way to go. My body, soul, and abilities are all just getting started. Kamarai Tsukika commented on herself in this way. She did not feel complacent at all, but only felt pressure and motivation. In his own eyes, he was just an ordinary person whose comprehension was a little higher than that of ordinary people. However, in the eyes of others, especially Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kamisato Tsukika's 3 teammates in Team 6, Kamisato Tsukika was almost not a human. This was simply a sin. In 1 month, she grew from a special jonin in Taijutsu to an elite jonin and even a kage. Such a growth rate completely shocked Sarutobi Hiruzen. He was shocked by Kamisato Tsukika again and again, and finally became numb. His current evaluation of Kamisato Tsukika is, this is a super genius who has won more Kakashi than Orochimaru, and his genius is still improving. Sarutobi Hiruzen commented on Kamisato Tsukika in his heart. As for Uzuki Ujo, Yamai Hiseiji, and Ishina Ida, they were both lucky and unlucky. They were lucky because they witnessed the rapid rise of Kamisato Uehua with their own eyes. They were unlucky because they witnessed the rapid rise of Kamisato Uehua. The 3 people were so shocked that they almost collapsed mentally and their worldviews were completely destroyed. In the end, hypnosis could only accept the fact that people are really different from each other. There was no way. Kamisato Uehua was too talented, and her talent was like a demon. They found that Kamisato Uehua could learn things that they needed a week to learn, a month to master, and half a year to become a grandmaster with just 1 look, 2 practices, and a few uses. Kamisato Uehua's 1-month practice was something they could not achieve in their lifetime. This kind of thing really hit people's self-confidence. The 3 people were directly numbed by the blow. Even the way they looked at Kamisato Uehua began to become wrong, with awe and inferiority, as if they were not looking at the same person. This made Kamisato Uehua speechless. But there is no way. After all, even Sarutobi Hiruzen, a Hokage who has experienced countless storms, has been numb after this month. The 3 of them only developed psychological trauma and did not completely shut themselves off, which is already very good. Another night, an old man and a young man fought in the training ground. The old man wore a Hokage's divine robe. Although he was over 70 years old, he was still strong and strong. He held a monkey stick and waved it with the wind whistling and sand and rocks flying. The young man wore an anbu uniform and held a standard long sword. The long sword kept slashing in his hand. Every strike was as elegant as the wind, like an antelope hanging horns, ethereal and agile, and no trace could be found. Ding ding ding. The 2 kept fighting, and the collision of weapons made a crisp sound of ding ding. Outside the training ground, the 3 anbu members had numb expressions under their masks, and their eyes were full of entanglement. They wanted to watch the exciting competition, but they were afraid to watch the exciting competition. So they glanced at him intentionally or unintentionally, and then quickly retracted their gazes, which was very awkward. Finally, the sound of the weapons colliding stopped. Sarutobi, you are old. The old voice sounded. It was the stick Monkey King in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand. It rarely spoke on its own initiative, but it couldn't help but sigh at this time. Yuuka, this kid has grown too fast. You could suppress him last time, but you can't do it this time. Monkey King spoke again, looking at the boy opposite, and couldn't help being shocked and sighing again. No, it's the third generation master who let me go. Kamisato Uehua scratched his head and spoke. Although Monkey King said the truth, he still had to be humble. Ha ha ha, I'm old and useless. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed at himself, but he didn't feel lonely or uncomfortable in his heart, only happy and expectant. Birth, aging, illness and death are common sense in life, and no one can escape the fate of aging. Towering trees will also grow old, and the sea will dry up and the rocks will crumble, let alone people. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is already satisfied to be able to cultivate a new towering tree for Konoha village when he feels powerless. Ninjutsu, illusion, physical skills, and even combat skills and combat experience, I have taught you everything I can, and you have learned them all. Next is the real combat, the kind of combat where it's either you or me. Starting tomorrow, I will arrange for Team 6 to complete some tasks outside the village. These tasks are dangerous and will be accompanied by combat. Sarutobi Hiruzen put away his smile and his expression became serious. Kamisato Tsukika has grown too fast, beyond his expectations. There is no much point in keeping Kamisato Tsukika by his side. Therefore, the next training of Kamisato Uehua is to let Kamisato Uehua experience light and darkness firsthand, and face blood and death. The next training of Kamisato Uehua is to establish Kamisato Uehua's sense of responsibility, and to strengthen and firm Kamisato Uehua's will of fire. If Kamisato Uehua's growth is still fine, then after the Chunin exam, Sarutobi Hiruzen plans to start training Kamisato Uehua's political ability and ability to do things. If when Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that Kamisato Uehua was a full attribute chakra owner, what he wanted in his heart was to train a strong fighting force for the village. Then after this month of contact, Kamisato Uehua has become the future mainstay of Konoha in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, a candidate for Hokage. However, it is not the candidate for the 5th Hokage, but the candidate for the 6th Hokage. The candidates for the 5th Hokage, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, are Heite Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. As for Shinmura Danzo, as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen is there, Shinmura Danzo will never become the Hokage of Konoha. It's not a personal grudge, but Shinmura Danzo's methods and ideas are not suitable for becoming Hokage. If he becomes Hokage, the village will inevitably go to a certain extreme. I understand. Kamisato Uehua also looked serious, he knew that his leisure days were over. Then let's do it today, it's late, go back and rest early, and get your spirits ready for a new start tomorrow. Yes. One night passed. Early the next morning, Kamisato Uehua came to the anbu base as usual and entered the room of the 6th team. Captain, good morning, Ida elder brother, Kushi elder brother. As soon as he entered the room, Kamisato Uehua saw Uzuki Ujeo and the other two who were talking and laughing. Today they looked different than they had in the past, and seemed to be a little excited. Everyone looks very happy, did something good happen? Kamarai Tsukika asked curiously, he didn't seem to hear or see any happy events in the village along the way. Nothing, just pure happiness, in a good mood. Uzuki Ujeo looked at Kamari Tsukika and smiled. Ha ha ha, it's because we can finally go out on a mission. In the past month, besides being beaten by you, I have been reading books here. My bones are about to fall apart. Yamai Hiseiji started to complain, and the Kamishita couldn't help but nod his head in agreement. This made Kamisato Uehua smile awkwardly. Indeed, in the past month, because of Kamisato Uehua, the entire 6th team had no other missions except protecting the Hokage. Sitting here every day is really boring, but this is not the most important thing. Although the task of protecting the Hokage is boring, it is safe and leisurely, and the reward is not low. This kind of task is a good job for anbu members. However, it is very painful to doubt life every day because of Kamisato Uehua. In the past month, Uzuki Ujeo and the other two have been beaten many times to doubt life and themselves. Especially seeing that the technique they are practicing was completely mastered and surpassed by Kamisato Uehua in one day, that feeling is simply torture, and the heart is too painful. And now, finally, the days of being forced to wear a painful mask every day are over. Even though they will have to live a life of licking blood on the edge of a knife again, the three of Mayu Shiyan can't help but look forward to it, and the joy in their hearts arises spontaneously. Well, I am also looking forward to the next mission, but after all, I have never done a mission outside the village, and the 3rd generation leader also said that it will be accompanied by danger, so I have to ask the 3 seniors to take care of me in the future. Kamisato Uehua spoke seriously, but what she said made Mayu Shiyan roll her eyes. If others heard Kamisato Uehua say such words, they would definitely take it seriously. After all, Kamisato Uehua is too young. But after witnessing Kamisato Uehua's heaven-defying growth with their own eyes, Mayu Shiyan and the other 3 couldn't help but complain about Kamisato Uehua's words. With your strength, do you still need us to take care of you? It's better for you to take care of us in the future. Yamai Hisahi said speechlessly, and his face became happy again. But with Uehua here, we will definitely feel relaxed and comfortable when carrying out missions in the future, hahaha. After this, Uzuki Ujo and Ishida couldn't help but smile. It is indeed a very happy thing to have a strong teammate in the team. After all, as an anbu, the missions they carry out are indeed very dangerous, and they will die if they are not careful. And who wants to die if they can live? With Kamisato Uehua here, the casualty rate of their Team 6 will definitely drop significantly. This made Uzuki Ujo sigh in her heart, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help looking at Kamisato Uehua, with soft light flowing in her eyes. Speaking of which, she was worried that Kamisato Uehua's entry into the 6th team would drag down the 6th team at first, but she didn't expect that in the end it would become that they might drag down Kamisato Uehua. Knock knock knock. A sudden knock on the door made the 4 people in the 6th team quiet down in an instant. The 6th team, Hokage-sama summoned. The anbu outside the door did not come in, and left after saying this. Okay, enough chatting, let's go, it's time to work, Uzuki Ujo spoke, putting on a mask. The next moment, the 4 of them headed towards the Hokage's office. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen informed Kamisato Tsukika and the other 4 of the mission of Team 6. In fact, when a normal anbu team performs a mission, the Hokage will not tell them the mission content in person, but the captain or the team leader will arrange it. But Team 6 where Kamisato Tsukika is different, and this is Kamisato Tsukika's first time to go out of the village to perform a mission, so Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but give him a few instructions in person. Then, go on the mission. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's order, Kamisato Tsukika and the other 4 used the body flicker technique to leave and headed directly out of the village. They don't need to prepare anything, unless it is something needed for a special mission. For other normal missions, the anbu members are ready at any time in anbu. I didn't expect that Senior Kakashi and his team would encounter the rebel demon Mamakai Zabuza from Kirigakure, but with Senior Kakashi's strength, he shouldn't need support, right? On the way out of the village to the Land of Waves, Yamai Hisaji couldn't help but speak in confusion. The mission that Kamisato Tsukika and the others were to carry out was the mission in the original work where Team 7 first encountered a life and death crisis, the Wave Country mission. In this mission, the 2 sides fought twice. The first time, Heite Kakashi was trapped by the demon Mamakai Zabuza with the water prison technique. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto and Harano Sakura faced the demon Mamakai Zabuza's clone, and the situation was critical. Although relying on the cooperation of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke to solve the demon Mamakai Zabuza's clone and help Heite Kakashi escape and defeat the demon Mamakai Zabuza, the demon Mamakai Zabuza was still rescued by the descendant of the Mizunatsuki clan, Shiro Mizunatsuki. After that, the 2 sides fought again. If it weren't for Shiro Mizunatsuki's mercy, Uchiha Sasuke would probably not be able to escape death, and most likely he would die in the Wave Country. As for Uzumaki Naruto, Nine Tails will not let him die. If it's just Kakashi-senpai, there will be no problem, but don't forget that Kakashi-senpai is bringing 3 genins with him, and the opponent is Zabuza Mamakai, the demon after all. The strength of the 7 ninja swordsmen should not be underestimated. It's not easy for Kakashi-senpai to fight Zabuza Mamakai while protecting 3 genins, Uzuki Ujo responded. That's true, but I still believe in Kakashi-senpai. He was the former captain of our anbu. Yamai Hisaji's tone was confident, and it was not difficult to hear the admiration in it. He obviously trusted Heite Kakashi's strength, but this time he believed wrongly. If it weren't for Mizunatsuki Shiro's mercy, Heite Kakashi would probably get into big trouble on this mission. After all, if Uchiha Sasuke died in the Wave Country mission, the relationship between Konoha and Uchiha Itachi would inevitably change. Even if Uchiha Itachi was still loyal to Konoha and had no second thoughts, the Konoha high-level officials would not think so. In their minds, the fundamental reason why Uchiha Itachi is still Konoha's undercover is that Uchiha Sasuke is still in Konoha's hands. Once Uchiha Sasuke dies, Uchiha Itachi will be completely out of control, and Konoha cannot accept the fact that Uchiha Itachi, who knows many secrets of Konoha, is out of control. At that time, who knows what Shinmura Danzo will do? Of course, it is also possible that nothing will happen, but who knows? Anyway, let's go there first. After saying that, the 4 continued to set off for the Land of Waves. At the same time, in the Land of Waves, at Dazna's home, Heite Kakashi woke up from a coma. He quickly and quietly looked at the environment he was in, and his inner vigilance slowly dropped. It seems that he is safe, and that guy did not notice his condition. Thinking in his heart, Heite Kakashi still couldn't help but feel a little scared. Although he won the last duel with the demon Mamakai Zabuza, it can only be said to be a miserable victory. Chakra was almost completely eliminated, causing him to fall asleep directly. If the guy pretending to be Kirigakure anbu attacked Naruto Sasuke and others during his sleep. Thinking of this, Heite Kakashi was very happy. He had already realized that Mizuno Haku was not a member of Kirigakure anbu, but an accomplice of the demon Mamakai Zabuza. This is why Heide Kakashi watched Mizuno Haku take Mamakai Zabuza away and held on until he fell asleep. If he didn't hold on at that time and was seen through by the fake Kirigaku Anbu, then they would be in danger. It seems that he has been a little lax since leaving Anbu. Thinking in his heart, Heite Kakashi frowned slightly. This thrilling experience made him very scared. Others don't know the situation of his team, doesn't he know it himself? Uchiha Suzuki, Uzumaki Naruto, any one of them will have a great impact on Konoha and cause serious consequences. Moreover, no matter whether it is Uchiha Suzuki, Uzumaki Naruto or Harano Sakura, they are all students he recognizes. If he causes the three of them to get into trouble, he will never forgive himself in this life. I hope the village will send someone over. But I can't have too much hope, I still have to rely on myself. And it's time to put Naruto Suzuki and their training on the plan. Thinking about the information he sent back to Konoha after encountering the demon brothers last time, Heide Kakashi's heart was shocked. "Ha! Teacher Kakashi, are you awake?" Little Sakura, who entered the room, spoke in surprise. At night, looking at the house with lights on in front of them, Uzuki Ujao and the other four stopped. Captain Kakashi, and the others are in the room ahead. Do we need to go and say hello to them?" Kushi Yamai asked. Through his perception of Heite Kakashi chakra, Team 6 could easily locate Heite Kakashi and the others. "No, our mission is to protect their lives, but we should not interfere with their mission unless necessary," Uzuki Ujao spoke, not intending to show up. "But with Senior Kakashi's strength, he will definitely find us, so we can take the initiative to contact Senior Kakashi. As for the three genins, it's better not to let them know of our existence." "Understood." Kamarai Tsukika, Yamai Tsukika, and Ishikawa Ida spoke at the same time. "Woo, you go." Uzuki Ujao spoke again, motioning Kamisato Tsukika to contact Heite Kakashi. "Yes." In the room of the Dasna family, Heite Kakashi was refining chakra at this time. Since he walked on the edge of life and death last time, he changed his laziness and became serious, making himself in peak condition at any time, so as to face the demon Zabuza again. At a certain moment, Heite Kakashi opened his eyes and looked out the window inadvertently. Then, he stood up and jumped out of the window directly. Just after jumping out of the window, Heite Kakashi saw a short figure standing in the shadow under the tree in front of him. The other party did not flee in panic after seeing him, but walked out of the shadows to let Heite Kakashi see him clearly. Mask, uniform, Heite Kakashi recognized it as the costume of Konoha Anbu at a glance. However, Heite Kakashi did not relax his vigilance. Although he looked like he was just standing casually, he was actually ready for defense and attack. "No, I am from the 6th team of the 1st Division of Konoha Anbu. I am honored to meet you, Senior." Kamarai Tsukika spoke. Her voice was not loud, but she made sure that Heite Kakashi could hear her. "The 6th team? The team led by Uzuki Ujao?" Heite Kakashi's thoughts flashed through his mind, but he did not speak, and even held his breath. After all, this was only one-sided, and it was not clear whether the other party was an enemy or a friend, so he could not trust them rashly. "Captain Hua and the others are over there, can you please go over and talk to them, Senior?" Kamarai Tsukika understood Heite Kakashi's vigilance, and also noticed that Heite Kakashi was not breathing. This was because they were afraid that he would poison her. It can only be said that he was worthy of being the one who had experienced the Third Ninja World War, worked in Anbu for 10 years, and successfully became the captain of Anbu. Heite Kakashi moved his eyes when he heard the words, and saw Uzuki Ujao and the other two under the tree in the distance, and nodded to Kamisato Tsukika. Kamarai Tsukika saw Heite Kakashi and left first. He knew that if he didn't leave first, Heite Kakashi would definitely not move. After all, although it was already confirmed that they were his own people, as long as they were not 100% sure, they had to be careful. If they fell into the trap of luring the tiger away from the mountain, it would be too late to regret it. Soon, Kamisato Uehua and Heite Kakashi came to Uzuki Ujao. "Kakashi Sr. Captain. The three spoke at the same time. Kakashi was a well-known figure in Konoha, both in the open and in Anbu. Before leaving Anbu, Kakashi was the captain of Anbu. They were all Kakashi's subordinates. "It's Hana, why are you here? Are you on a special mission?" Heite Kakashi also relaxed after confirming the identities of Uzuki Ujao and others, and asked with some curiosity. At the same time, he subconsciously analyzed that Uzuki Ujao and his team must be carrying out a special mission nearby and encountered an urgent problem that was difficult to solve, so they ignored the rules of Anbu and took the initiative to ask for help from him who had already left Anbu. "Senior, this is the mission we are carrying out this time." Uzuki Ujao took out a note from the ninja bag and handed it to Heite Kakashi. "This is the village's mission note, which has a special mark on it to prove its authenticity." Heite Kakashi took the mission note and quickly read it. After reading it, he returned it to Uzuki Ujao calmly. "I understand, then I'll trouble you." He spoke, and he already knew the purpose of Uzuki Ujao and his team. However, after knowing the purpose of Uzuki Yujao and his team's mission, Heite Kakashi was relieved, but also became confused. After encountering the Demon Brothers and deciding to continue the mission, he sent a report to the village, but the report only said that it might involve Kirigakure's traitor Mamakai Zebuza, and he did not ask for help. I didn't expect the village to send an anbu team to support him, and they came so urgently. This doesn't make sense. Are they worried about the safety of Naruto and Sasuke? Especially Naruto, he has 9 tails Jinchuriki, and his life cannot be lost. However, isn't this reaction too big? Although this trip is indeed dangerous, he is at least the famous Heite Kakashi, a genuine Konoha elite jonin. The village doesn't trust his strength too much. Thinking of this, Heite Kakashi laughed at himself and sighed at the same time. Indeed, this time he almost got into big trouble. Obviously, Heite Kakashi misunderstood. He thought that the arrival of Kamisato Tsukika and others was the village's distrust of his strength, and he underestimated the importance of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke in the hearts of the village's top leaders. However, in fact, the reason why Team 6 was sent here was because Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that the Land of Waves was a good training opportunity for Kamisato Tsukika. Regardless of whether there were other ninjas involved in this mission, with Heite Kakashi, the elite jonin, and Kamisato Tsukika's strength, it was completely possible to ensure that Kamisato Tsukika's life would not be threatened. In this situation where her life was not threatened, it would be a good improvement for Kamisato Tsukika to experience the battles of ninjas and kill people with blood. This was why Sarutobi Hiruzen asked Team 6, where Kamisato Tsukika was, to help Team Kakashi. It was just that Heite Kakashi could not think of it now. Not to mention Heite Kakashi, except for a few people in Team 6, no one would have thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen would be so painstaking for Kamisato Tsukika's growth. After all, in people's eyes, although Kamisato Tsukika was a genius, she was only the top student in the ninja school. The top student of the ninja school is born every year, which is not rare. Only those who have witnessed Kamisato Tsukika's heaven-defying growth with their own eyes, such as Uzuki Yujao, know the value of Kamisato Tsukika and understand the third Hokage's approach. Then, we will take action in an emergency, and leave other situations to Senior Kakashi. Uzuki Yujao spoke, and Kakashi nodded, and then left. But before leaving, he deliberately looked at Kamisato Tsukika. Judging from the voice just now, he is not old, he should be a teenager. And being able to join anbu as a teenager, there is no doubt that he must be a genius. At least he is a genius in some aspects. It's just that I don't know which family the child is from. Heite Kakashi guessed in his heart, but he didn't go into it. After a night, the next morning, Heite Kakashi's class began their own intense training. Although they had put down their worries, Heite Kakashi still behaved as usual, giving Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura a sense of tension, and letting the pressure on them continue. After all, pressure is also a driving force. In this tense atmosphere, the training effect of the 3 people is much faster than usual. In the forest, Kamisato Tsukika hid somewhere that Uzumaki Naruto could not see, watching Uzumaki Naruto's training while conducting shallow deductions. This continued until the sun set, until late at night, until Uzumaki Naruto collapsed on the ground and fell asleep because of exhaustion. Heite Kakashi came during this period, but Uzumaki Naruto was still practicing at that time, so he told Naruto to go back early and left. As for Uzumaki Naruto's safety, Heite Kakashi looked at the place where Kamisato Tsukika was hiding, and he was relieved. Although the true identity of Kamisato Uehua has not been confirmed, since he was able to enter anbu and was recognized by Uzuki Yujao, it proves that he is indeed a genius, and his strength is at least at the level of Chunin. Although such strength is not enough to deal with Mamakai Zebuza, it is enough to hold back 1 or 2 when Mamakai Zebuza attacks and wait for their support. Another night passed, the sun rose, and the light tilted down from the gaps between the trees and fell on the flowers and plants in the forest. Because Naruto was too tired last night, he did not wake up after falling asleep, and he was still sleeping soundly at this time. And Kamisato Uehua, with his comprehension and deduction of the spiritualization technique, although his soul has not moved, his mental power has begun to become much stronger than that of ordinary people, and sleeping 2 or 3 hours a day is enough. So Kamisato Uehua woke up a long time ago and continued to deduce his technique. At a certain moment, Kamisato Uehua stopped deducing and looked into the distance of the forest. After a while, a figure appeared in the forest. It was a person who looked a bit thin. As he approached, Kamisato Uehua saw the appearance of the person clearly. With just one look, Kamisato Uehua knew who it was. Pink robe, long black hair, pretty face. Who else could it be but Mizunatsuki Haku? It must be said that Mizunatsuki Haku is very beautiful. No wonder Naruto blushed at him and said that he was cuter than little Sakura. But unfortunately, since the word he was used, it also proved that Mizunatsuki Haku is a boy. This is a boy who is more beautiful and cute than a girl. Of course, there has been constant controversy about Mizunatsuki Haku's gender. There are many people who support him as a boy, but there are also many people who support him as a girl. Neither side can convince the other. At this time, Kamisato Uehua has the ability to reveal the truth about whether Mizunatsuki Haku is a boy or a girl. With his strength, even if he has not experienced that kind of life and death duel, it is still no problem to subdue Mizunatsuki Haku. The gap in strength between the two sides is too big, and it is no longer something that can be made up by experience. However, Kamisato Uehua did not move. He just watched quietly in the dark. Soon, a scene in the plot was played out in front of Kamisato Tsukika. When the two sides had already confirmed that they were in a hostile relationship, when Naruto was recognized as the enemy, and when Naruto was asleep and had no power to fight back, Mizunatsuki Shiro did not attack Naruto. He just woke Naruto up and reminded Naruto not to fall asleep in the forest, or he would catch a cold. And Naruto blushed and called Mizunatsuki Shiro big sister. It was not until Mizunatsuki Shiro left and said that he was a man that Naruto was stunned, his face full of disbelief, and the whole person looked like he was deeply shocked. Kamisato Tsukika watched this plot quietly without interrupting or attacking Mizunatsuki Shiro. Of course, during the whole process, Naruto and Mizunatsuki Shiro never discovered the hidden Kamisato Tsukika. So, is it a man or a woman? Kamisato Tsukika whispered to himself. One of the reasons why he did not take action was to try whether he could tell Mizunatsuki Shiro's gender. But unfortunately, Kamisato Tsukika failed. Can't tell at all. Just like those who think Shiro Mizunatsuki is a man and can't accept him as a woman, and those who think Shiro Mizunatsuki is a woman and can't accept him as a man, Kamisato Tsukika can't convince herself to accept Shiro Mizunatsuki as another gender. But it doesn't matter, we'll know next time. Kamisato Tsukika put away her inner entanglement and continued her shallow deduction. Since Shiro Mizunatsuki appeared, according to the development of the plot, it won't be long before Zabuza Mamakai will appear. At that time, Kamisato Tsukika will take action when Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto are trapped by Shiro Mizunatsuki, and that is the best time for him to take action. Yes, Kamisato Tsukika will definitely take action in this incident. Although I know that Heide Kakashi and the others will be fine this time, Zabuza Mamakai, a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen and a rebel ninja of the elite jonin of Kirigakure, is too suitable to be my whetstone in Kamisato Tsukika's eyes. Because she has not fought with other cage-level masters at the risk of their lives, Kamisato Uehua is still a little afraid of them. After all, who can reach the cage level is harmless, and who does not have one or several trump cards in his hand. These people are dangerous to Kamisato Uehua now, and there is a great possibility that they will hurt or even seriously hurt Kamisato Uehua now, and he does not want to take this risk. But Mamakai Zabuza is different. His strength is also strong, but he has not reached the level of cage. Kamisato Uehua is almost aware of his abilities. Kamisato Uehua can ensure that she will not capsize in the ditch here with Mamakai Zabuza. And such a powerful, experienced, and no weird means to hurt Kamisato Uehua herself, Kamisato Uehua will naturally not let go easily. Time passed like this, until this day, Ilari and Naruto quarreled, and after the plot of Kakashi comforting Ilari appeared, Kamisato Uehua knew that Mamakai Zabuza was coming. One night passed, and a new day came. That morning, because Naruto overslept, Heide Kakashi and others went to the bridge first. Kamisato Tsukika's mission was to protect Naruto, so she did not follow him, but rushed to the bridge with Naruto after Naruto woke up. When the two arrived, the battle on the bridge had already started. On the edge of the bridge, the workers were knocked down one by one, and they were wailing in pain. In the center of the bridge, a cloud of mist wrapped the bridge, making it difficult to see what was going on inside. That was the mist created by Zabuza Mamakai's mist shinobi technique, which could blur the surrounding environment and even blur the Sharingan's vision. Zabuza Mamakai's silent killing technique was to hide in the mist and look for opportunities to attack the opponent when the opponent could not see. Although he could not see the situation inside, Kamisato Tsukika knew that Zabuza Mamakai and Heite Kakashi were confronting each other inside. Zabuza Mamakai was looking for an opportunity to kill Dasna, while Heite Kakashi was protecting Dasna and Harano Sakura. On the other side of the bridge, pieces of ice mirrors like full-body mirrors floated in the air, forming a cage that trapped Uchiha Sasuke inside. On the ice mirror, Shiro Mizunatsuki was holding 1,000 bones and attacking Uchiha Sasuke quickly. Shiro Mizunatsuki was very fast, and Uchiha Sasuke had no power to fight back against his attack. He could only passively take the beating, and was now covered with wounds. And this was because Shiro Mizunatsuki showed mercy. If Shiro Mizunatsuki was more ruthless and killed him, Uzuki Ujeo and the other two would definitely have been unable to resist. After Naruto and Kamisato Tsukika arrived, they saw Uchiha Sasuke being abused with 1,000 bones stuck in his body. Naruto naturally couldn't help it, and didn't consider tactics or anything, and rushed into the cage made by Shiro Mizunatsuki. This made the few people who were secretly observing speechless. This guy, whoever becomes his teammate will be in trouble for the rest of his life. Yamai Hisashi couldn't help but complain. When he saw Naruto rushing over, he thought Naruto was going to break the ice mirror from the outside to help Uchiha Sasuke escape. This was also the best choice. As a result, Naruto foolishly rushed into the trap and fell into it. Ishida on the side couldn't help but nod his head after hearing this, and then looked at Uzuki Ujao and asked, "Their situation is not good. Should we take action now?" Uzuki Ujao thought for a moment and shook her head after hearing this. "We can continue to hide and let Wu take action. Mamakai Zabuza should be a good training target for him." After saying this, Uzuki Ujao made a gesture to Kamisato Uehua, who was looking at her from a distance, indicating that Kamisato Uehua could take action. And Kamisato Uehua nodded in response. "It's really extravagant. Using the 7 ninja swordsmen as training targets, who would believe such words?" Yamai Hiseiji complained again, looking at Kamisato Tsukika, who rushed towards the ice mirror quickly, with a sigh in his tone. On the bridge, after receiving the instructions from Uzuki Ujao, Kamisato Tsukika did not hesitate, and appeared directly from her hiding place, and then rushed towards Mizuno Haku. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of Mamakai Zabuza at the edge of the fog. "Kanaha, anbu." Looking at Kamisato Tsukika's iconic uniform, Zabuza Mamakai blurted out, and then his face turned ugly. How could Kanaha Anbu be here? Where are the other Anbu members? Two thoughts flashed through his mind, and Zabuza Mamakai had already retreated. Originally, Heite Kakashi alone was not something he could deal with. He needed to rely on Mizuno Haku to deal with the other 2 Kanaha genin and then besiege with him to have a chance of winning. If a team of Anbu members were added, Zabuza Mamakai did not think he could beat the opponent. Not to mention defeating Heite Kakashi and killing Dazna, whether he and Mizuno Haku could survive was a big problem. "Zabuza, your mission has failed. And not only the mission, this time, your life will also stay here." Heite Kakashi heard what Zabuza Mamakai said, and understood that Uzuki Ujao and the others had already taken action, and immediately spoke coldly to Zabuza Mamakai. "Really? Then let me see how you can save my life." Zabuza Mamakai answered coldly, with a strong disdain in his tone. Although the situation was indeed critical, Zabuza Mamakai naturally could not lose in words. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a series of bangs and shattering sounds. Coming to the edge of the thick fog, Zabuza Mamakai's face suddenly changed with a glance. Because the ice mirrors made by Shiro Mizunatsuki were all destroyed at this time, and Shiro Mizunatsuki's body was also flying backwards, obviously withdrew the heavy blow. On the other side, Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto, who were lying in Naruto's arms, also widened their eyes and looked at the back of the boy in front of them, and their minds were a little confused for a while. The one standing in front of the 2 was naturally Kamisato Tsukika. He just started the 5th gate of the 8 inner gates, destroying Shiro Mizunatsuki's magic mirror ice crystal with super high movement speed and strength, and knocking Shiro Mizunatsuki away. Turning his head to look at Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke on the ground, Kamisato Tsukika did not say anything to greet them. After all, Anbu has rules that one cannot reveal one's true identity during the mission. Kamisato Tsukika and Naruto Sasuke are too familiar with each other. As soon as he opens his mouth, he will definitely be recognized by the 2 instantly. But even if Kamisato Tsukika does not speak, he is actually recognized. "Tsukika," Uzumaki Naruto blurted out. He was too familiar with Kamisato Tsukika's back, because on the night when he first felt that he was recognized, it was Kamisato Tsukika who stood in front of him. Kamisato Tsukika. Hearing Uzumaki Naruto's words, Uchiha Sasuke, who was still reluctant to believe it in his heart, could not help but speak. He was in a complicated mood for a while, and his emotions fluctuated violently. He even forgot to ignore the pain from the wound on his body. Seeing that he was recognized, Kamisato Tsukika still did not intend to admit it directly. He just lowered his voice and said, "I am a member of Kanaha Anbu, you guys heal your wounds first, and leave the rest to me." After saying that, Kamisato Uehua rushed directly towards Mizuno Haku, who had already stood up. He wanted to see whether this beautiful person in front of him was a man or a woman. When Kamisato Tsukika approached Mizuno Haku quickly again, both Naruto Sasuke and Mizuno Haku couldn't help but secretly say how fast it was. Mizuno Haku was even more so. As the target of Kamisato Tsukika's attack, he could more intuitively feel the pressure from Kamisato Tsukika. Without hesitation, he threw the senbon in his hand directly, and then Mizuno Haku jumped back without thinking, trying to distance himself from Kamisato Tsukika. But his senbon was easily dodged by Kamisato Tsukika, and in a flash Kamisato Tsukika had already arrived in front of Mizuno Haku, slashing at Mizuno Haku with the blade in his hand. Crack! In just a few seconds, the mask on Mizuno Haku's face was split in half by Kamisato Tsukika, revealing his horrified face. Almost, just almost, it was not his mask that was split, but his head. Too strong, stronger than Lord Zabuza. Shiro Mizunatsuki's back was covered in cold sweat and his eyes were filled with horror. He had already deeply felt the breath of death. Even though they had just fought, Shiro Mizunatsuki knew that he was definitely not the opponent of the other party. There was a terrible gap between the two of them, and the other party could easily kill him. What he didn't know was that this was still because Kamisato Tsukika didn't go all out. If Kamisato Tsukika directly exploded the sixth gate, she could instantly kill Shiro Mizunatsuki. But Kamisato Tsukika didn't intend to expose the secret of the sixth gate, so it was naturally impossible to use it. But even so, Shiro Mizunatsuki's Kamisato Tsukika at the fifth gate was not something Shiro Mizunatsuki could resist. After all, this was the fifth gate of the 8 inner gates. Even when Rock Lee just entered the fifth gate, he could beat Gaara in speed and strength. Not to mention Kamisato Tsukika, who was more than one level stronger than Rock Lee in the fifth gate state because of his physique. The power and speed he showed now made Mamakai Zabuza very frightened. He looked at Mizunatsuki Haku, who was already in danger and might die at any time in the hands of Kamisato Tsukika, and finally made up his mind. Mamakai Zabuza moved, completely giving up the plan of looking for an opportunity to assassinate Dasna, and took the initiative to appear from the thick fog and rush towards Kamisato Tsukika and Mizunatsuki Haku. Ding! The sound of sharp blades colliding rang out. When Kamisato Tsukika was about to cut Mizunatsuki Haku's body with the weapon in her hand, Mamakai Zabuza finally arrived and blocked Kamisato Tsukika's attack with the beheading sword in her hand. And Kamisato Tsukika was not surprised to see that his attack was blocked. He had seen the arrival of Mamakai Zabuza a long time ago. The 7 ninja swordsmen, the elite rebel ninja of Kirigakure, the demon, Mamakai Zabuza. The blade in Kamisato Tsukika's hand and the beheading sword were pressed tightly together. He looked into Mamakai Zabuza's eyes and spoke, and the expression under the mask had become serious. Although Kamisato Tsukika was sure to kill Mamakai Zabuza within a minute if she went all out, the other party was an elite jonin after all, so he still had to be respected. You seem to be a genius. If I kill you, Konoha will definitely feel bad. Mamakai Zabuza was very solemn. From his bulging arms, we can tell how hard he was trying to resist Kamisato Tsukika's blade. But after all, he was a long-established and arrogant elite jonin, so Mamakai Zabuza was very hard-mouthed. Kill me, that depends on whether you have the ability to do it. After saying that, Kamisato Tsukika swung the blade in his hand again and took the initiative to attack Mamakai Zabuza. The speed of his blade swinging was so fast that it turned into an afterimage in Naruto Suzuki's eyes, and he couldn't see Kamisato Tsukika's attack at all. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the owner of the beheading sword, and the famous elite jonin, Mamakai Zabuza's swordsmanship was naturally not weak. But he used a two-handed sword after all, and took a mighty and fierce route. He was short in flexibility, so facing Kamisato Tsukika's fast attack, the whole person was directly suppressed. This made Uchiha Suzuki and Uzumaki Naruto, who were watching the battle, widen their eyes. They didn't expect Kamisato Tsukika to be so powerful. Especially Uchiha Suzuki, he stared at Kamisato Tsukika and Mamakai Zabuza in the battle with his Sharingan, full of disbelief. Amazing! Uehua is so powerful. She is a ninja that even Kakashi can't beat. Naruto shouted excitedly. He didn't feel jealous of Kamisato Uehua's strength. He was just excited and happy. Damn, why is this guy so strong? But Uchiha Suzuki was different. He looked at Zabuza Mamakai who was beating Kamisato Uehua. His clenched fists turned white because he was too strong. There was confusion, disbelief, anger, and jealousy in his eyes. But this is normal. Any normal person would feel unbalanced and uncomfortable if he saw that his competitor who was evenly matched with him a month ago suddenly became able to suppress and crush his enemy. On the other side, Heide Kakashi and Harino Sakura who came out of the fog also saw Zabuza Mamakai and Kamisato Uehua fighting. Harino Sakura also recognized Kamisato Uehua's identity at a glance. After hearing Naruto's shouting, Heite Kakashi also widened his eyes and showed an expression of disbelief. Although he had never seen Kamisato Tsukika, he often heard her name from the 3 disciples. Naruto often used this name to confront Suzuki. From the 3 disciples' words, Heite Kakashi also roughly knew some of Kamisato Tsukika's situation. A genius who rose a year ago, a beautiful boy who was a rival of Suzuki in the ninja school, the top student of Naruto Suzuki's class, etc. This information gave Heite Kakashi a general understanding of Kamisato Tsukika. But Heite Kakashi could never have imagined that the Konoha anbu who could suppress Mamakai Zabuza was actually the Kamisato Tsukika mentioned by Naruto and the others. Perhaps Naruto Suzuki and the others were not very clear. Even if they saw Kamisato Tsukika suppressing Mamakai Zabuza, they didn't know what it meant. They just felt that Kamisato Tsukika was very strong, but they didn't have a specific concept. But Heite Kakashi knew very well what Kamisato Tsukika's suppression of Mamakai Zabuza meant. It meant that Kamisato Tsukika's attainments in taijutsu were at least at the level of jonin, and her attainments in swordsmanship had even reached the level of elite jonin. If he remembered correctly, Kamisato Tsukika was the same age as Naruto Suzuki. In other words, Kamisato Tsukika was only 12 years old, less than 13 years old. Less than 13 years old, elite jonin? Heitei Kakashi took a breath. Heitei Kakashi couldn't help but take a deep breath when he thought of Kamisato Tsukika's ability to be an elite jonin at the age of less than 13. He himself is a true genius, a genius recognized by the entire ninja world, and he was already a Konoha jonin at the age of 12. However, although the difference between jonin and elite jonin seems to be only the two words elite, only those who have reached the level of elite jonin know how big the gap is. This gap can be described in the simplest four words: 1 in 100. The ratio between Konoha jonin and elite jonin is 100:1. This is enough to prove that elite jonin is rare. Even Heitei Kakashi, who only took 12 years to reach the level of jonin, took nearly 10 years to succeed from jonin to elite jonin. Of course, this is also closely related to his experience. But no matter what, elite jonin under the age of 13 is a very explosive existence no matter what period. No wonder, it turns out that the reason why the village sent anbu here is because of him. Looking at the three people, Uzuki Yujeo, who had already appeared but did not take action, and seeing that they did not take action but were ready to take action, and thinking about Kamisato Uehua's age and his talent, Heitei Kakashi finally guessed the reason why the village sent Uzuki Yujeo and others here. Obviously, it was to train Kamisato Uehua. It's really a luxury to use an elite jonin as a training object. After thinking it through, even Heitei Kakashi couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. Then he also cheered up and focused on the duel between Kamisato Uehua and Mamakai Zabuza, ready to take action at any time. If such a genius really died, it would really be a huge loss for Konoha. Kamisato Uehua didn't know what the onlookers were thinking. At this time, he was waving the weapon in his hand with great pleasure, using Mamakai Zabuza to hone his swordsmanship. Ding ding ding. Swish. There was another collision. As Zabuza Mamakai was slashed in the chest by Kamisato Tsukika, he also took the opportunity to leave the battle. Lord Zabuza Mamakai. Looking at the bleeding wound on Zabuza Mamakai's chest, Shiro Mizunatsuki asked with concern, his face a little pale. I'm fine. Zabuza Mamakai was certainly not fine, but he was even less likely to show his vulnerable side in front of Shiro Mizunatsuki. After saying that, Zabuza Mamakai ignored the wound on his chest and raised one hand. Water-style mist shinobi technique. In an instant, the fog was everywhere. The fog quickly spread with Zabuza Mamakai and Shiro Mizunatsuki as the center, and in a blink of an eye, a fog group with a diameter of 20 to 30 meters was formed, covering Kamisato Tsukika. Is he going to use the silent killing technique against Wu? I'll sense his position. Outside the fog, Yamai Hiseiji said, and was about to use the perception ninjutsu, and Ishida Ichi was also ready to enter the fog to help Kamisato Uehua. However, Heitei Kakashi spoke calmly. No, Mamakai Zabuza is not going to kill people, he wants to escape. At the same time, Kamisato Uehua in the fog also instantly saw through Mamakai Zabuza's idea of using the fog to escape. You can't escape. Kamisato Tsukika quickly formed a seal. He formed a seal very quickly, and the seals he formed were very few. It took less than 2 seconds to complete it. Wind-style wild wind passing. The next moment, the wind rose from the flat ground, and the wind howled. In the fog, after using the mist shinobi technique, Mamakai Zabuza was ready to use the shadow clone technique to stay behind and cover himself in Mizuno Tsukishiro's retreat. However, before Mamakai Zabuza could take any action, he was almost unstable because of the sudden strong wind. The fog moved quickly in the strong wind and soon dissipated, revealing the figures of Mamakai Zabuza and Mizuno Tsukishiro. What a strong wind-style ninjutsu! Heitei Kakashi looked at Mamakai Zabuza, who was not far away with a solemn expression, and then looked at Kamisato Tsukishiro, and his inner shock to Kamisato Tsukishiro increased. Originally, he thought Kamisato Tsukishiro should be an elite jonin who was only good at swordsmanship, but he didn't expect Kamisato Tsukishiro's ninjutsu to be so strong. This kind of ninjutsu, this kind of power, is a bit difficult for ordinary jonin to release, and it will consume a lot of chakra. However, even though he couldn't see Kamisato Tsukika's expression, Heitei Kakashi could feel that Kamisato Tsukika was very relaxed. While Heitei Kakashi was sighing in his heart, Kamisato Tsukika quickly formed a seal again. Fire-style Great Fireball technique. A huge fireball was spit out from Kamisato Tsukika's mouth, and the scorching heat wave instantly spread, making the onlookers feel a wave of heat coming in their faces. This was even more true for Zabuza Mamakai and Shiro Mizuno, who were facing the Great Fireball head-on. The two jumped and dodged without hesitation to avoid the attack of the Great Fireball. But when the two jumped in the air, Kamisato Tsukika on the ground had already used the brief opportunity when the chakra in her mouth stopped being transported, but the Great Fireball had not yet dissipated, to throw out the kunao in her hand. In the sky, looking at the flying kunao, Zabuza Mamakai waved the beheading sword in his hand while falling. However, just when Zabuza Mamakai was blocking the kunao, two kunao that seemed not to hit him collided with each other on his side. Ding! one of the kunao changed direction and went towards Zabuza Mamakai's back. This was too sudden, who would have thought of it? Moreover, this kunao was too close to Zabuza Mamakai, and Zabuza Mamakai didn't pay attention at all. By the time he felt a sense of crisis, it was too late. Puff! Zabuza Mamakai and Shiro Mizuno fell to the ground, and the sound of the kunao entering the flesh also penetrated Zabuza Mamakai's ears. Cough! Shiro Mizuno covered his lower abdomen and coughed up blood. There was a kunao that pierced his body. At this time, blood overflowed from the wound, and in a blink of an eye, Shiro Mizuno's hands were dyed red. Just now, Kamisato Tsukika's sudden kunao killer move was blocked by Shiro Mizuno for Zabuza Mamakai. He used his life to exchange for Zabuza Mamakai's life. Shiro! Without time to think about what happened just now, why this kunao pierced into Mizuno Haku's lower abdomen, Zabuza Mamakai roared, and his eyes instantly filled with blood. Uchiha! This kunao throwing technique! I didn't expect to see it again, Heite Kakashi said to himself with wide eyes. He had seen such a kunao throwing technique before, from his former subordinate, the current Konoha S-level rebel ninja, Uchiha Itaki. Heite Kakashi thought that the next time he would see this technique would be when he faced Uchiha Itaki again. Unexpectedly, Kamisato Tsukika would also know it. Not only Heite Kakashi, but Uchiha Suzuki also widened his eyes, and his eyes were red. Uchiha Itaki. Uchiha Suzuki clenched his fists, his eyes red. It seems that Sharingan itself is red. In short, Kamisato Tsukika's kunao throwing skills triggered Uchiha Suzuki's bad memories, reminding him of the man he hated and vowed to kill. Good, so awesome. Naruto on the side opened his eyes wide and spoke. With his IQ, he hadn't even figured out the principle of this kunao throwing technique. But after saying that, Naruto looked at Mizuno Tsukishiro in Zabuza Mamakai's arms and fell silent again. Just now, after Kamisato Tsukishiro split Mizuno Tsukishiro's mask, Naruto recognized this kind big sister, even though he was a boy. And at this time, this kind-hearted boy seemed to be dying. Well, Master Zabuza, I'm sorry, I may not be able to continue to be your tool. Mizuno Tsukishiro showed Zabuza Mamakai a warm but regretful smile. And there seemed to be relief in the smile. In the situation just now, actually Mizuno Haku had other choices, and he didn't necessarily need to exchange his life for Zabuza's. But Mizuno Haku still chose this way. He chose to leave. Because he was not qualified as a tool of Mr. Zabuza. He was always soft-hearted and couldn't perfectly perform the tasks assigned to him by Mr. Zabuza. He was always soft-hearted and missed many important opportunities for Mr. Zabuza. Moreover, although he wanted to be a qualified tool of Mr. Zabuza, he didn't like such a life. He hated killing, blood, death, and seeing those dark things. Since he couldn't be a perfect tool, then maybe leaving was the best choice. Soon, he was leaving. Countless images flashed quickly in his mind, and Mizuno Haku muttered to himself. Zabuza's face began to blur in his vision, and the sound of white was gradually fading away. But his mother's face and her gentle white gradually became clear. I'm sorry, Mr. Zabuza. I'm here, mother. Feeling that the person in his arms had been completely drained of strength and completely limp, Mamakai Zabuza stopped shouting. His red eyes seemed to have lost their light. His body also became a little stiff. At this moment, Mamakai Zabuza was very confused. The scenes of himself and Mizuno Haku together kept flashing in his mind. The scenes that had happened were replayed in his mind. But these scenes flashed too fast and kept changing, making it impossible for Mamakai Zabuza to freeze. He just subconsciously laid Mizuno Haku's body flat on the ground, then stood up and looked at Kamisato Tsukika. Although it is a useless tool, it is really unpleasant to be destroyed by you like this. Mamakai Zabuza looked at Kamisato Tsukika and spoke. His tone seemed very calm, as if Mizuno Haku's death had no effect on him. If it weren't for the subconscious roar he just let out and the constant calling of Haku while holding Mizunatsuki Haku, this kind of performance would probably have fooled the people present. But now, the few people watching looked at Mamakai Zabuza and knew that he must be in pain at this moment. Kamisato Tsukika didn't say anything, and he didn't expect that Mizunatsuki Haku would use his own life to exchange for Mamakai Zabuza's life. It was just a kunao, and Mizunatsuki Haku could have blocked it with just one arm, without even getting seriously injured. But he chose to use his most vulnerable lower abdomen to block it. Just like in the original work, Mizunatsuki Haku chose to use his most deadly heart to block Heite Kakashi's Chidori. It was Mizunatsuki Haku himself who took the initiative to choose death. This made Kamisato Uehua feel a little complicated. He killed someone after all. And he was a kind-hearted person. With a sigh in his heart, Kamisato Uehua suppressed these emotions in just a moment. In this world where strength is respected, death is inevitable. If they were the weaker side today, he would also be ruthlessly killed by Mamakai Zabuza. Compassion can be there, but people without compassion have lost their bottom line. But people cannot be saints, and saints hurt others and themselves. Since you destroyed my tools, I will destroy you. Go to hell, you little brat of Konoha. With a roar, Zabuza Mamakai looked ferocious, holding a beheading sword and rushed towards Kamisato Tsukika. And Kamisato Tsukika was also ready. Zabuza Mamakai might be confused now, but he was definitely determined to kill himself. The current Zabuza Mamakai was not the Zabuza Mamakai who was injured by Heite Kakashi's summoning and had difficulty in moving in the original book. Although he also had scars on his chest, it did not affect his strength. So, if we look at Zabuza Mamakai from the perspective of Heide Kakashi's relaxed and violent eyes after the death of Shiro Mizunatsuki in the original book, it is undoubtedly a stupid choice. Let's try that one. The swordsmanship learned from Captain Hana. Tsukika Kamasato's thoughts flashed through her mind, and her body started, and she also rushed towards Zabuza Mamakai. The two were very fast, and they were sprinting at full speed, so they met in a flash. But at the moment when the two met, Kamisato Uehua had become three people. They appeared on the left, front, and right of Zabuza Mamakai. Kamisato Uehua in three directions attacked directly, one of them chopped directly on the head with the blade in his hand, one chopped horizontally at the waist, and one stabbed directly with the sword. When this sword technique was used, Zabuza Mamakai's heart was shaken, and the sense of crisis of death came again. He couldn't help but shudder and his hair stood on end. But Zabuza Mamakai was an elite jonin after all. Even if he was a little confused just now, his body's instinct of wandering on the edge of death countless times still responded. He jumped up suddenly and was about to pass over Kamisato Uehua's sword in front of him to avoid this sword technique that seemed to be sure to kill him. However, at the moment when Zabuza Mamakai passed Kamisato Uehua's long sword was reversed, and his body twisted, and he had already stabbed Zabuza Mamakai's back. This stab was too fast. There was no sign. There was no way to avoid it. Puff! The long sword directly penetrated into Zabuza Mamakai's back, and Kamisato Tsukika's other two shadow clone also dissipated directly. Cough! Zabuza Mamakai coughed up blood. It's over. Kamisato Tsukika's calm voice reached Zabuza Mamakai's ears, and also woke up the stunned people beside him. Three-day moon dance? No, this is not the 3-day moon dance, no, this is the 3-day moon dance. Uzuki Ujeo widened her eyes and talked to herself. This is the swordsmanship that Uzuki Ujeo specializes in. She has practiced it for more than 10 years, so it is absolutely impossible for her to make a mistake. But the 3-moon dance used by Kamisato Tsukika is different from the 3-moon dance in her memory, which is why Uzuki Ujeo said, no, this is not the 3-moon dance. However, in the end, Uzuki Ujeo still believed that Kamisato Tsukika was using the 3-moon dance. It was a modified 3-moon dance. And Uzuki Ujeo was not wrong. The 3-moon dance that Kamisato Tsukika just used was indeed modified. He added the deadly chain of 3 immortal swords to the basis of the 3-moon dance, forming a new swordsmanship with stronger lethality and more difficult to crack. Just when Uzuki Ujeo was still shaking in her heart, something strange happened. Mamakai Zabuza, who was stabbed in the back by Kamisato Tsukika, actually moved. He suddenly turned around and slashed at Kamisato Tsukika. This attack was very sudden. When everyone thought it was over, Zabuza Mamakai could still attack suddenly. At this time, Kamisato Tsukika's knife was stuck in Zabuza Mamakai's body. When Zabuza Mamakai turned around, the blade turned with it, causing Kamisato Tsukika's body to be pulled. If someone was inexperienced or slow to react, he would probably be cut in half by Zabuza Mamakai and die on the spot. But Kamisato Tsukika was Kamisato Tsukika after all. When Zabuza Mamakai turned around, he did not hesitate to let go of the hand holding the knife handle and jumped back. At the same time, Kamisato Tsukika quickly took out a few kunao from the ninja bag and threw them at Zabuza Mamakai while jumping up. Chi. It seemed that the sudden attack just now had used up all his strength. Zabuza Mamakai was unable to dodge the kunao and was directly hit by Kamisato Tsukika's kunao. This time, Zabuza Mamakai could no longer hold on. His body softened, and he knelt down directly, and then fell to the ground, coughing up blood. This time, it was really over. Zabuza Mamakai also knew that his life was over. His vision had begun to blur. Looking at the person lying on the ground in the distance, he used all his strength to crawl towards the other person. He wanted to be with Mizuno Bai. At this moment, I don't know if Zabuza Mamakai was thinking in his heart. If he chose to give up his ambitions, put down all hatred, find a place where he could live with Mizuno Bai in peace, how good it would be. Unfortunately, it was too late after all. Looking at Zabuza Mamakai, who had completely lost his breath and fell on the road near Mizuno Bai, Kamisato Uehua's calm heart couldn't help but be touched. Others may not know, but Kamisato Uehua knows that if Zabuza Mamakai can choose between Mizuno Bai and his own ambitions again, he will definitely choose Mizuno Bai. However, there is no if. What has happened is destined to be unchangeable, unless time can be reversed. Therefore, before you are able to reverse time, you must make sure that you do not leave too many regrets. Kamisato Uehua thought to herself. What a waste. I knew this guy could only talk big. What kind of devil is Mamakai Zabuza? He is just trash. When everyone was silent and sighing, an arrogant and disdainful voice sounded, interrupting everyone's thoughts. Kamisato Uehua looked over and saw that the other side of the bridge was full of people, led by an old man in a suit and leather shoes, but short and sinister. This man was Zabuza Mamakai's employer, and the villain in Dazna's mouth, the rich man in the country of waves, Cardo. You guys are so bold that you dare to be my enemy. Today I will let you know the consequences of being my enemy. Cardo continued to speak, his tone was arrogant, and he didn't take Kamisato Uehua and others seriously at all. This made Kamisato Uehua speechless. He was obviously in the ninja world, and he was obviously just an ordinary person. Who gave him the courage to be so arrogant to the ninja? However, it seems understandable if you think about it carefully. After all, although Cardo is an ordinary person, he is very rich. In this world, as long as you have money, you can make ninjas listen to you. Of course, this refers to those wandering ninjas, and those wandering ninjas with weak strength. Cardo usually kills too many weak wandering ninjas who flatter him for money. In his heart, ninjas become people who are stronger than ordinary people, but only slightly stronger than ordinary people. They become people who will obey as long as they are paid. This is probably the reason why Cardo does not take ninjas seriously. As for Zabuza Mamakai, Kamisato Tsukika can't figure out why an elite jonin like Zabuza Mamakai would swallow his anger against Cardo. If you need money, just kill Cardo quietly and take his money. If you are worried about causing public outrage among other wealthy people in the world, then kill Cardo, support an obedient Kato and be the black hand behind the scenes. Is it worth swallowing anger for a little bounty? In the same way, the ninjas in this world are so powerful, especially the various illusions, sealing techniques, and curse seal techniques, which are very unsolvable for ordinary people. It is incredible that the ninja village is restricted by the daimyo's mansion. In the eyes of Kamisato Uehua, it is really absurd. However, it doesn't matter. Kamisato Uehua doesn't care about these things, as long as they don't conflict with his interests. Go, kill these guys. While Kamisato Uehua's thoughts were flowing, Cardo spoke again and ordered the thugs behind him. After hearing the order, the thugs behind him yelled and rushed towards Kamisato Uehua and others with a ferocious look. Asshole, people like you are garbage. Kamisato Uehua hadn't made a move yet, and Uzumaki Naruto, who had been angered by Cardo's words, couldn't help it and rushed directly towards the thugs who rushed over. Multiple shadow clone technique. Suddenly, hundreds of Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clone appeared. Today, these villains who usually bully men and women saw for the first time the fear of ninjas. And Kato was killed by Kamisato Tsukika's kunao. The mission in the Land of Waves is over. The bridge was successfully completed, and the bully Kato died. The people of the Land of Waves are no longer oppressed, and their lives can slowly get better through this bridge. The end of the mission in the Land of Waves also means that the Kakashi team has completed their first S-level mission, which makes the resumes of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura look much more impressive. And Kamisato Tsukika has also completed his first mission after becoming a ninja. However, the first mission after becoming a ninja is an S-level mission. I am afraid that Kamisato Tsukika is the only one in the entire Konoha. After the mission in the Land of Waves, although the 6th team did not return to Konoha first, they did not go with the Yamato Heitei Kakashi team openly, but continued to hide and return to Konoha with the Heitei Kakashi team in secret. In the process of returning to the village, Naruto seemed very excited. After all, he completed an A-level mission, and in the process of executing this mission, he also learned a lot of good things from Heitei Kakashi, which made Naruto feel that his strength has greatly increased. On the contrary, Uchiha Sasuke seemed depressed and a little depressed all the way. The reason was naturally very simple: he was hit by Mizunatsuki white hits. They were also people who had just graduated from the ninja school. After a month, the competitors who were almost the same in strength before now had the strength to kill the elite jonin, and he couldn't even beat the tools of the elite jonin. This made Uchiha Sasuke's mentality difficult to balance, his heart was difficult to calm down, and he doubted his life and himself. This kind of blow made Uchiha Sasuke unable to be happy even if his other eye became a double Megatama. Heitei Kakashi was naturally aware of Uchiha Sasuke's status, but he was also very troubled. If there was only a small gap between Uchiha Sasuke and Kamisato Tsukika, even if Kamisato Tsukika's strength was Chunin, Heitei Kakashi was confident that he could use a month of special training to let Uchiha Sasuke catch up with Kamisato Tsukika. After all, Uchiha Sasuke, who opened the 2 Tomo Sharingan, already had the ability to practice his technique. But the gap between Uchiha Sasuke and Kamisato Tsukika was too big. One was not even as strong as a Chunin, while the other could already kill an elite jonin. This gap would take an ordinary person a lifetime to catch up with. For a genius, this gap might be caught up, but it might also be stretched longer. Kamisato Tsukika was able to improve her strength from a ninja school student to an elite jonin in 1 year and 1 month. This improvement was so terrifying that Kakashi himself trembled when he heard it. This talent scared Kakashi, who knew he was a genius. So, he didn't know how to comfort Uchiha Sasuke for a while. It wasn't until he returned to the village and handed in the task to the third Hokage that Heite Kakashi made a decision. It may be a little too early, but after seeing your classmates become so outstanding, I think it will be difficult for you to keep training step by step. After coming out of the Hokage's office, Heite Kakashi spoke to Uchiha Sasuke and the other two. Looking at the 3 pairs of eyes looking at him expectantly, Heite Kakashi continued, "So, I will give you a day off, and you don't have to do the mission tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, I will continue to train you 3. Great, long live teacher Kakashi." Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but jump up with joy when he heard that Kakashi was going to give them special training. Although Uzumaki Naruto was not jealous of Kamisato Tsukika's strength, he couldn't help but envy her in his heart. He also wanted to become a powerful ninja. Similarly, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes lit up and his face looked much better. On the way back to the village before, Uchiha Sasuke had been thinking about why Kamisato Tsukika had become so powerful. Then Uchiha Sasuke felt that the reason why there was such a huge gap between the two of them must be because Kamisato Tsukika had been practicing under the guidance of a famous teacher for this month. But during this month, he was wasting his time on those complicated and meaningless D-level tasks. At the same time, Heite Kakashi did not teach him any useful abilities. Therefore, Kamisato Tsukika pulled the distance between them. After thinking about these, Uchiha Sasuke has already decided that if Heite Kakashi is still the same after returning to the village and continues to waste his time, then he must ask the Hokage to change the leader Jonin. Now it seems that it is not necessary. Kamisato Tsukika, wait, I will catch up with you and surpass you soon. If Heite Kakashi knew what Uchiha Sasuke was thinking at this time, Heite Kakashi would be speechless. He would seriously tell Uchiha Sasuke that although the teacher's teaching is indeed important, the gap between him and Kamisato Tsukika is entirely due to talent rather than the teacher. Even if the two practice under the guidance of the same person, he, Uchiha Sasuke, will still be left far behind by Kamisato Tsukika until he can no longer compare with her. Then, let's gather at the number 7 training ground the day after tomorrow, and disband. After Heite Kakashi finished speaking, he disappeared on the spot. The reason why Heite Kakashi decided to give special training to Naruto Sasuke and the others this time was because he felt that he also needed special training. During this trip to the Land of Waves, Heite Kakashi was very dissatisfied with himself because of the experience of being ambushed by Zabuza Mamakai with the water prison technique. He was really a little slack. This time, he was lucky and met the soft-hearted Mizuno Tsukishiro Haku, and happened to encounter the experience of Kamisato Tsukika, so it ended so smoothly. But it is impossible to be so lucky every time, and in a place like the ninja world, the price of failure may be life. Team 7 changed from the plot development in the original work because of Kamisato Tsukika. The butterfly from Kamisato Tsukika flapped its wings and brought new developments to the story of the ninja world. Kamisato Tsukika naturally didn't know about this. He just carried out his various trainings as planned. During the day, Kamisato Tsukika would carry out anbu's tasks, deal with different things, fight different enemies, and quickly accumulate his experience. At night, Kamisato Tsukika, who was alone at home, was also conducting the deduction of Flying Thunder God technique and spiritualization technique, thinking about the solution to the chakra quantity, and proceeding one by one in an orderly manner. Time passed, and after a period of time, Team 6 where Kamisato Tsukika was located received another mission. This time the mission location was in a country called Kawanakuni. At the same time, Team 8 led by Ui Kurane also received a mission to go to the employer to find someone in Kawanakuni Okamasa's Gold Mountain. River Country, Osamu Golden Mountain. If Kamisato Tsukika heard this name, she would definitely know that the so-called Finding People mission that Ui Kurane and the others received was definitely not that simple. After all, this place hides another ruthless man from Kirigakure. Like Zabuza Mamakai, he is also an elite jonin, Kuroho Reiga. And this guy is also a rebel ninja like Zabuza Mamakai. The difference is that Zabuza is the second generation 7 ninja swordsman, while Kuroho Reiga is the first generation 7 ninja swordsman. Kuroho Reiga participated in the Third Ninja World War and escaped from Might Dai. He was one of the surviving 3 ninja swordsmen at that time. Later, after returning to Kirigakure, Kuroho Reiga defected because he was dissatisfied with the tyranny of the village. After defecting, Kuroho Reiga came to river country Osamu Golden Mountain by chance and settled here. In the original work, Kuroko Reiga died at Ranmaru's hands. In short, Osamu Golden Mountain is definitely a safe place. The employers of Kurane and others said that they were looking for people, which was mostly a lie. Just like Dasna before, they were afraid that they could not afford the high remuneration for high-level tasks, so they hid the task information. The fact is really like this. Osamu Golden Mountain appeared in the original work after Tsunade returned to Konoha to serve as the 5th Hokage. there is a reason why it appeared now. The reason is the success of Dasna in the Land of Waves. This matter was accidentally known by a villager who escaped from Osamu Golden Mountain. That is, the employer of this mission. The purpose of this employer leaving the village is to seek help from ninjas outside and rescue the oppressed villagers of Osamu Golden Mountain. But after some inquiries, he found that the lowest mission involving ninjas is a B-level mission. If the enemy encountered is strong or there are many enemies, the mission level may be upgraded to A level. If Jonin is involved, then the mission is an S-class mission. Although the employer did not know what level of ninja Kuro Kuro Rega was, he knew after analysis that the mission he was going to issue was at least an A-class mission. Such a mission requires too much bounty, and the employer simply cannot afford it. But there is always a way out. On the way to Konoha, the employer was lucky enough to hear about the Wave Country, so he had a crooked idea and hid the key information of the mission from Konoha Shinobi, changing the task of rescuing villagers from ninjas to finding a villager to use. And the third Hokage did not expect that in less than a month, someone dared to issue a mission with false information to Konoha. So after hearing that the purpose of the mission was to find someone, although in other countries, it would not involve ninjas and other enemies, he thought of the 8th team led by Ui Korone. After all, Inyazuka Kiba's dog, Abarame Shino's bugs, Hayaga Hinata's white eyes, the 8th team is good at reconnaissance, and such a C-class mission of finding people is just right for them. So this seemingly simple but actually dangerous task was assigned to Team 8 in advance. River Country. In a valley, 5 people were moving quickly in the valley. In the front was a young man of about 26 or 27 years old. He was sweating profusely, his face was pale, and his eyes were full of fear. He looked very panicked. Behind him, a young man was chasing him relentlessly and approaching him quickly. The young man was wearing a Konoha anbu uniform and a mask. He was very fast, faster than the young man who was running in front of him, and faster than the 3 teammates who were chasing him quickly behind him. Damn it, go to hell. As the distance between the 2 people quickly closed, the young man seemed to know that he could not escape. He stopped and turned around, with a ferocious face, and swung the blade in his hand fiercely at the boy who was already close to him. Puff! The sharp blade cut the young man's throat. Kamisato Tsukika turned his back to the young man and gently shook off the blood on the knife. His eyes were calm and his handsome face under the mask was expressionless. Swish, swish, swish. Uzuki Yujeo and the other 2 landed on the ground, looking at the corpse lying on the ground and Kamisato Tsukika standing beside him calmly, without any fluctuations in their hearts. Don't look at the corpse in front of them as ordinary. Who would have thought that this was actually a Jonin? The mission is completed. Really, Wu Ni acted too fast. He killed all 6 enemies by himself without waiting for us. This makes me feel very uninvolved. Yamai Hisashi complained. Their enemies this time are not only this guy in front of them, but 6 ninjas including this guy. In addition to this guy in front of them, there are 5 Chunin. However, of the 6 enemies, Uzuki Yujeo and his team didn't catch any of them. They were all killed by Kamisato Uehua like cutting melons and vegetables. Isn't it because I'm afraid they will run away, so I killed them as soon as I saw them? Kamisato Uehua smiled and spoke. Her face under the mask was sunny and cheerful, but what she said was killing and death. Kamisato Uehua once thought that even if she was determined to kill people, it would be difficult for her to regard killing as normal. After all, people who grew up under the red flag and in the legal world have different views on human life from people in this world. But the fact is that Kamisato Uehua thought too much, and killing too many people is no different from killing chickens. Sure enough, the living environment still has a great impact on a person. Completing the mission is more important. Uzuki Yujeo spoke. Although she was a little suffocated because she had no chance to take action during this period, as the captain of the 6th team, it was naturally impossible for her to say leave a few people for us to kill. However, Uzuki Yujeo also knew that what Yamai Hisaji said was actually right. After all, if they can win every time they go on a mission, it is not good for them to not be able to take action, which makes people relax. Moreover, there is no chance to verify their practice. Just like the modified 3-moon dance she learned from Kamisato Uehua, she has never had the opportunity to practice it in practice. It's my fault. I ignored the strength of my companions and only thought about showing off my ability alone. I will change next time. Kamisato Uehua took the initiative to speak. He is a real smart man. He thought of the key point with just one thought, so he expressed his opinion in person. Okay, don't worry too much about this kind of thing. Let's go back to the village to hand in the mission. Uzuki Yujeo waved her hand, and she admired Kamisato Uehua even more. What a powerful, cute, and sensible brother. After sealing the body of the young man in the scroll, the 4 set off towards Konoha. However, not long after they walked out of the valley, they saw 5 figures appearing at the corner in the distance. Is that Hinata and the others? Before Uzuki Yujeo and the other 2 could see clearly who the person was, and before Yamai Hisaji could use ninjutsu to sense the other party's chakra, Kamisato Uehua had already sensed Hinata's soul. Wu, do you know them? Kushi-Yamai asked doubtfully. He was used to the fact that Kamisato Uehua could see other people faster. It was just a perception ninjutsu. It was a piece of cake for a super genius like Kamisato Uehua. No matter what technique it was, whether it was ninjutsu, physical technique, or illusion technique, it would take 1 day to master it, 2 days to master it, and 3 days to innovate. Never doubt the learning ability of this kind of pervert. Well, Hayaga Hinata, Inyazuka Kiba, Abarame Shino, my classmates in the ninja school. Kushi Tsukika nodded, and Uzuki Yujeo also recognized Ui Kurane in the distance. It turned out to be Ui Kurane Sr. I didn't expect to meet them here. Captain, according to the rules, we seem to need to avoid them. Well, this damn place can't be avoided now. Kushi-Yamai looked around and said, it was too empty here, and there was no way to avoid it. And the other party obviously saw them too. It's really unnecessary, and I guess they have recognized Wu's identity. Uzuki Yujeo glanced at Kamisato Tsukika and spoke. Just now, Kamisato Tsukika said that in addition to the names of Hinata and the other 3, Uzuki Yujeo knew that there was no need to deliberately hide this encounter. Inyazuka clan, Abarame clan, Hayaga clan, it is a very stupid thing to hide in front of the ninjas of these 3 clans. Moreover, as a classmate who spends time with the 3 people day and night, Kamisato Tsukika's aura must have been detected by Inyazuka Kiba and Abarame Shino, and the appearance under the mask must have been seen clearly by Hayaga Hinata. Their anbu masks do not have the function of blocking the sight of the white eyes. In the distance, the UI Red class naturally saw Kamisato Tsukika and the other 4, and as Uzuki Yujeo expected, Kamisato Tsukika's identity has been exposed. Hey, Tsukika, long time no see. Hinata and the other 3 were very surprised to meet Kamisato Tsukika in the country of rivers. Inyazuka Kiba couldn't help but speak loudly and waved to Kamisato Tsukika. This made Ui Kurane, who had not had time to stop them, look helpless. She saw the attire of Kamisato Tsukika and the other 3 and knew that they were members of anbu. Anbu members cannot reveal their identities when they are on a mission outside. Even if ordinary ninjas recognize anbu members, they have to pretend not to know them. However, Ui Kurane had not had time to tell Inyazuka Kiba and the other 3 about this rule. After all, the 3 had just graduated 2 months ago and had previously performed D-level missions, and had no contact with anbu members. I didn't expect to meet them here by chance when I was on a mission abroad. After confirming that the other party was a ninja from the same village and not an enemy, the 2 sides quickly reunited. I haven't seen you for 2 months. I was wondering where you went. I didn't expect that Tsukika actually entered anbu, and I didn't expect to meet you here. Inyazuka Kiba spoke excitedly, his face full of curiosity. Ui Kurane had just given the 3 of them a general knowledge of the village anbu. Kamisato Tsukika heard this and glanced at Uzuki Yujeo. After the other party nodded slightly, he took off his mask and showed a sunny smile to the few people. Long time no see, Hinata, Kiba, Shino. Well, long time no see, Uehua-kun. Hinata lowered her head, raised her hands slightly awkwardly, and spun her 2 index fingers in circles. 2 months, it can really be said that we haven't seen each other for a long time. Abarame Shino's voice came from the high collar, and he was wrapped in a coat, showing mystery. Meeting you here, it seems that you are going to perform a powerful mission, come on. Kamisato Uehua spoke, but it was just a polite remark, and she didn't mean to ask about their mission news. It's not very powerful, just an ordinary C-level mission. I heard that Naruto and his team completed an S-level mission in the Land of Waves before. They are really powerful. Inyazuka Kiba spoke, his tone full of envy. That's an S-level mission. Genin can complete that level of mission, and can brag about it for the rest of his life. Hearing this, Kamisato Uehua smiled. The Land of Waves mission, it's really nostalgic. I've heard that, too, but I heard that they were also C-level at the beginning. It seems that they were upgraded later because their employer concealed very important information. Speaking of this, Kamisato Uehua glanced at the employer who had been silent all the time, and then continued, well, I wish you a smooth mission. We will go back to the village first. Kamarai Uehua spoke, and then put on the mask again. Then, the 2 teams separated. After the separation, Kamisato Uehua also heard Inyazuka Kiba jokingly asking the employer whether he had also concealed information, and that they were going to perform an S-level mission, and the employer loudly said that he would not lie. After the 2 sides pulled away for a long distance until they could no longer see each other, Kamisato Uehua suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Wu? Uzuki Yujeo asked in confusion, not understanding why Kamisato Uehua suddenly stopped. I suspect that the employer of Team 8 lied. Kamarai Uehua spoke, which made the 3 people stunned, and then they all became serious. After we met just now, I felt that the employer was a little nervous. I think everyone else felt it. The 3 of them nodded when they heard this. He was indeed nervous, but this is normal. After all, we are not ordinary ninjas in our attire. It is normal for him, an ordinary person, to be nervous in front of us. Yamai Hiseiji spoke up. Just because Kamisato Tsukika was nervous, it could not prove that the employer was lying. Indeed, but when Yaba mentioned the Wave Country mission, he lowered his head. When I said that the Wave Country mission was upgraded because the employer hid information, he was very stiff and his eyes were erratic. Kamarai Tsukika thought of her observation just now. Even if it was just from a psychological point of view, Kamisato Tsukika could infer that the employer was definitely lying. The three of them were also solemn when they heard this. No inference makes sense. That employer has a lot of problems. Uzuki Yujeo spoke up. If what Kamisato Tsukika said was true, then indeed, the employer had problems. But we still have to go back to hand in the mission, and there are regulations that anbu members cannot actively interfere with the actions of other ninjas. Ishikawa frowned. Although there is such a rule, if something unexpected happens to Team 8, I'm afraid. How about this, I'll follow Team 8, and you guys go to the village to hand in the mission. I'll be responsible if anything goes wrong. Kamarai Tsukika spoke up. He had a premonition that if he left like this, Team 8 would be in trouble. No. Uzuki Yujeo rejected Kamisato Tsukika's proposal without even thinking about it. Ever since Kamisato Tsukika joined Team 6 and went on the first mission to protect the Hokage that night, Uzuki Yujeo had vaguely guessed Sarutobi Hiruzen's intention of putting Kamisato Tsukika in Team 6. In the following month, Uzuki Yujeo's guess was fully confirmed. Team 6 exists to help Kamisato Tsukika, a genius who is related to the future of Konoha, grow up safely. So how could Uzuki Yujeo feel at ease to let Kamisato Tsukika face the possible dangers alone? Captain, I know what you are worried about. I may not have so much experience in some things, but my strength is enough to make up for the gap in experience. Moreover, without the baptism and tempering of wind and rain, how can a small tree become a big tree that makes people feel at ease? I will have to face these dangers alone one day. Kamarai Tsukika looked at Uzuki Yujeo and said this seriously. This is not bravado. With his strength, there are very few people in this world who can really threaten him. Besides the hidden Atsutsuki Asahiki, the sage of six-paths souls who were not sure if they were secretly observing the ninja world, and the Atsutsuki Kagaya who was sealed in the sky. Even if Kamisato Tsukika couldn't beat them, the others could still escape unscathed. Don't forget that Kamisato Tsukika still had the trump card of Flying Thunder God technique in her hand. Uzuki Yujeo was silent. Kamisato Tsukika's words made her suddenly realize that with Kamisato Tsukika's strength, they didn't need to protect her. The reason why she was so worried about Kamisato Tsukika alone and still regarded herself as a guardian was probably not to help Kamisato Tsukika deal with stronger enemies at the critical moment. But if Kamisato Tsukika faced a situation where someone had to sacrifice to escape, they would take the initiative to sacrifice for Kamisato Tsukika and save her life with their lives. Otherwise, if the three guardians were really in danger, they would probably become a burden instead. After all, their strength is only at the level of ordinary Jonin, not even at the level of elite Jonin. And Kamisato Tsukika has already killed elite Jonin in Jonin many times. The only advantage they have over Kamisato Tsukika may be experience. But ask yourself, are their experience really richer than Kamisato Tsukika? Don't forget that Kamisato Tsukika is a true genius, an all-round genius. Their so-called rich experience is just that they have been ninjas for more time than Kamisato Tsukika. Thinking of this, Uzuki Yujeo made a decision in her heart. I understand. Let's do this, Inu and Yama. You go back to the village to report, and Wu and I will follow the 8th team. She spoke and agreed to Kamisato Tsukika's proposal. However, she also wanted to go with Kamisato Tsukika. Yamai Hiseiji didn't expect Uzuki Yujeo to say this, and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Ishikawa Ida. Trust the captain and Wu. Okay, then be careful, captain. After Shan and I finish the mission, we will rush over to meet you as soon as possible. After saying this, Yamai Hisashi and Ishida left quickly, and their speed of leaving was obviously much faster. What are you going to do next? After Yamai Hiseiji and Ishina Ida left, Uzuki Yujeo asked Kamisato Uehua. Kamisato Uehua thought for a moment and then answered. According to the village's rules, we cannot directly interfere with other ninjas' missions. If we interrogate the employer, whether he has concealed the information or not, the news of interrogating the employer will affect Konoha's reputation. It is a good choice to follow the 8th team to adapt to the situation, but it is quite difficult. After all, the 8th team's best ability is reconnaissance and perception, so we can go ahead and go to their destination in advance to see if there are any threats and safety hazards, and then decide on the next plan based on the information we have investigated. After Kamisato Uehua finished speaking, Uzuki Yujeo nodded. But then he continued, your idea is good, but we don't know the mission information of the 8th team. How can you go to their destination in advance without contacting them? Hearing this, Kamisato Uehua smiled confidently. Leave this to me. I have a way to figure out their purpose. But, it has to be at night. Shinra Uehawa said as she looked at the sun in the sky. It was already afternoon and it would set soon. Okay, let's wait until night. Mizuki Ujo spoke up. She didn't ask what Kamisato Uehawa's method was, but she believed that since Kamisato Uehawa said so, she would definitely be able to do it. This idea was established by Maui Ujo in that month when she was hit hard, and it has been deeply rooted. After making the decision, the two found a cool place to rest. But soon, Maui Ujo stood up and said to Kamisato Uehawa, "You are idle anyway, why don't we discuss swordsmanship? The swordsmanship concepts you proposed before are very interesting. I have gained a lot after serious understanding. It's just right to experiment. Okay, let's learn from each other and make progress together." Shinra Uehawa stood up with a smile and agreed to Maui Ujo's proposal. In fact, with Uzuki Ujo's current swordsmanship, it would not be able to play any role in learning from Kamisato Uehawa, and the learning between the two would become a one-sided teaching. But Kamisato Uehawa still happily agreed. After all, this is a big sister with a divine face, who can not like a big sister? Just like teacher Ui Hong. Swish! Under the setting sun, a man and a woman began to learn swordsmanship. Time passed, and it was soon night. When it was midnight, Kamisato Uehawa sat cross-legged in the cave, and at the entrance of the cave was Uzuki Ujo who stood guard to protect his safety. Feeling the soul in the distance, Kamisato Uehawa closed his eyes. Spiritualization technique. The next moment, the spirit flew out of Kamisato Uehawa's body, soared into the sky, and flew towards the direction of the distant teammate. And Uzuki Ujo outside the cave entrance knew nothing about it. After all, although Kamisato Uehawa has not been able to improve the spiritualization technique into the divine technique, he is not without gain. Kamisato Uehawa's spiritualization technique allows the spirit to be silent and invisible, or appear to be no different from an ordinary person. It was late at night, the moon was bright in the sky, and the stars were twinkling. As soon as they came out of the cave, Hinata and the other two and their employer were already asleep, and Korone Ui was sitting by the bonfire at the entrance of the cave, protecting their safety. Kamisato Uehawa had long been familiar with Hinata's soul. He used the spiritualization technique and quickly came here, ignoring the mountain and entering the cave directly from above. After taking a look at the surrounding environment and taking a look at Hinata, who looked cute and well-behaved even when she was sleeping, Kamisato Uehawa's spirit directly locked onto the employer and entered the employer's consciousness. This is the spiritualization technique, which can sense the souls of other people regardless of distance, and can also transform into a spirit and enter the body and spiritual world of the other party. Of course, the function of the spiritualization technique is more than that. After possessing others, the user's thoughts can also directly kill the other party, or control the other party to do many things for themselves, such as passing on information. After entering the employer's spiritual world, Kamisato Uehawa saw a lot of strange pictures at once. These pictures, this employer is actually having an erotic dream. Kamarai Uehawa was speechless, and then went directly to the deeper part of the employer's consciousness to find key and useful information. Not long after, Kamisato Uehawa found what she wanted. It's really as expected. This guy concealed the key information. Kuraki Reiga? One of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the user of Thunder Blade the strength of elite Jonin. After reading the information in the employer's mind, Kamisato Uehawa muttered to herself, with a cold light flashing in her eyes. This guy, damn it. If it weren't for him noticing something wrong and taking the initiative to investigate this matter, the 8th team would probably be in danger on this trip to the Osamu Golden Mountain. After all, Ui Korone is not Heite Kakashi, she is just an illusion-type elite Jonin, and her ability is more inclined to support. With Hinata and the other 3, Ui Korone is definitely not the opponent of Kuraki Reiga. At that time, if they were decisive enough and evacuated as soon as they found something wrong, perhaps everyone in Team 8 could escape unscathed. If a fight really broke out, the best outcome would be that Korone Ui sacrificed herself to hold back Kuraki Reiga, allowing Hinata and the other 2 to escape. The worst possibility would naturally be that Team 8 would be completely wiped out. The employer's idea of rescuing the villagers is understandable, but using lies to bring others into danger is simply unforgivable. Resisting the idea of killing the employer directly, Kamisato Uehawa's spirit soared into the sky and flew towards his body. Not long after, he returned to his body. I figured it out. In the cave, Kamisato Uehawa opened his eyes and spoke to Uzuki Ujo. That guy did conceal the information. His real purpose was not to look for the lost people in the Osamu Golden Mountain, but to take the ninjas of Konoha to the Osamu Golden Mountain to rescue the villagers who were oppressed by other ninjas there. As soon as Kamisato Uehawa said this, Uzuki Ujo's face became ugly. Let's go find Team 8 and confront that guy. Uzuki Ujo opened her mouth and was about to leave. However, Kamisato Uehawa stopped her. Captain, if we tell Team 8 the news, although Team 8 will believe us, how will they handle this mission? After all, this is just our one-sided statement, and so far Team 8 has not encountered any situation beyond the scope of their mission. As long as the employer denies it, then it will be our Konoha who has taken the initiative to breach the contract and terminate the mission. After hearing what Kamisato Tsukika said, Uzuki Ujo frowned. This is indeed the case. Although the employer's real purpose is not to find someone, there has indeed been no incident that exceeds the scope of the mission. Unless the employer admits that his purpose is something else, it is impossible to say that others are wrong. Of course, as a ninja, you can also use some extraordinary means to interrogate the employer, but in this case, unless you kill the employer, you will face the risk of being complained by the employer, and this is related to the reputation of Konoha. So, I think we can tell the captain of Team 8 about the situation first, and accompany them to the Osamu Gold Mountain. If there is no conflict with the ninjas there during the mission, then Team 8 will successfully complete the commission. Once there is a conflict with the ninjas there, we have a legitimate reason to cancel the mission. And even if there is a conflict with the ninjas there, the two of us plus Ui Korone Jonin are enough to ensure that everyone can get out of it safely. Kamarai Tsukika said her plan. After knowing that she might face Kuraki Reiga this time, Kamisato Tsukika already had a bottom line in her heart. Although the opponent is an elite Jonin, it is difficult for a ninja of this strength to pose a threat to Kamisato Tsukika. And knowing Kuraki Reiga's ability, Kuraki Reiga is even less likely to be Kamisato Tsukika's opponent, and it can be said that there is no threat. On the contrary, such an elite Jonin is actually a good challenge and test for both Ui Korone and Uzuki Ujo. Once they pass this challenge and test, they will surely grow a lot. As for not passing the challenge and test, if it weren't for Kamisato Tsukika, the consequences would probably be very serious, either death or injury. But with Kamisato Tsukika as a backup, there is no need to worry about the consequences. Of course, Kamisato Tsukika is still interested in the abilities of Kuraki Reiga and Ranmaru, especially Ranmaru's bloodline limit Red Eyes, which seems to be more useful than the White Eyes. Although Kamisato Tsukika herself can't use it, she can use it for research. Okay, let's do as you say. Uzuki Ujo agreed with Kamisato Tsukika's idea, and then the two of them set off directly in the direction of Team 8. Not long after, the two arrived at the temporary base of Team 8. And because Kamisato Tsukika and Uzuki Ujo did not hide, they attracted the attention of Ui Korone as soon as they landed. In the cave, Ui Korone subconsciously took a defensive posture and was about to open her mouth to wake Hinata and the others. Don't worry, it's us. Uzuki Ujo spoke softly and took off her mask at the same time. Senior Hong. Seeing that the person coming was Uzuki Ujo, Ui Hong breathed a sigh of relief. Ujo? Why are you back again? Ui Hong asked curiously, puzzled. Let me tell you. Senior Ui Hong, this is what happened. When we parted last time, I found out that your employer, Kamarai Uefua, took the initiative to come out and whisper to Ui Hong what happened. This guy. After listening to Kamisato Tsukika's story, Ui Korone's face also turned ugly. She believed that Kamisato Tsukika and Uzuki Ujo would not use such things to deceive her. Therefore, this employer is really unforgivable. Thinking of her three disciples being in trouble, Ui Korone was afraid, not only because these three people are her disciples, but also because of their identities. The young master of the Inyazuka clan, the young master of the Abarame clan, and the eldest lady of the Hayaga clan. If they were in trouble, Konoha would be shocked. Just do as you said, we will carry out the mission normally first. Once the mission content exceeds the scope of the mission, I will make this guy pay the price. Ui Korone coldly glanced at the employer who was sleeping soundly, with a cold light flashing in her eyes. An ordinary person almost put them in danger, which is really unforgivable. Okay, then Wu and I will be with you in secret. After that, Uzuki Ujo and Kamisato Tsukika used the body flicker technique to leave. And Korone also calmed down and returned to the cave. Then Korone saw Hayaga Hinata with her eyes wide open. Obviously, although the movement of the three people just now was small, it still woke Hinata up. Teacher Korone. Hinata lowered her head and spoke. Just after waking up, she used the Byakugan and saw Kamisato Tsukika and Uzuki Ujo outside. Shino is awake too. Wake up Kiba, I'll tell you something. Korone nodded to Hinata, and then spoke to Abarame Shino who was lying on the ground. Hearing this, Abarame Shino stood up. He was indeed awake. When Kamisato Tsukika and Uzuki Ujo appeared, his bug woke him up. Only Kiba Inyazuka and Akainu, one person and one dog, were still sleeping soundly, and had no idea what was going on. Soon, Kiba Inyazuka was woken up by Abarame Shino. Then, Korone told the three that Kamisato Tsukika and Uzuki Ujo had other tasks and would follow Team 8, and asked the three not to expose their existence to the employer. Korone did not tell the three the truth of the matter. She wanted to see if the three could find the problem themselves. Even if they could not find it, it did not matter. When the problem was exposed, this matter would be a vivid lesson for the three. One night passed like this, and the next day came soon. Team 8 and the employer continued to set off towards the Osamu Golden Mountain. Korone did not show any difference along the way, but the employer still felt that this beautiful Konoha Jonin seemed to be a little more indifferent. However, he did not doubt anything. After all, this beautiful Jonin had been very cold along the way, and it was normal to be a little colder now. In the river country, near the direction of the wind country, a team of ninjas was also heading towards the Osamu Golden Mountain. There were not many ninjas in this team, only 4. They were wearing the same uniform and masks. Obviously, they were anbu members. But they were not anbu members of Konoha, but anbu members of Tsunagakure. Captain, we still have 1 day to go to the Osamu Gold Mountain. During a short break, an anbu member took out a map and spoke to the captain of the anbu team. The captain's name was Tsunakaze, a Jonin, and he belonged to Tsunagakure anbu and was the captain of the second squad of Tsunagakure anbu. Although Tsunakaze was only a Jonin, he was able to become the captain of anbu, which obviously made him different from other ordinary Jonin. And that difference was that Tsunakaze was a puppeteer. His methods were more insidious and difficult to defend than those of ordinary Jonin. Tsunakaze's brilliant record was that he had once killed an elite Jonin. It can be said that Tsunakaze's method of using poison has reached the level of elite Jonin. Just like if a Chinin has a special ability that reaches the level of a Jonin, he can be promoted to a special Jonin. If there is such a thing as a special elite Jonin, Tsunagakure will definitely be a special elite Jonin. But unfortunately, there is no such thing as a special elite Jonin in the world of ninja. Looking at the Osamu Gold Mine on the map, Tsunagakure's eyes were deep. Osamu Gold Mine, this place is located in the hinterland of the river country, but compared to the wind country, Osamu Gold Mine is closer to the direction of the fire country. If it were normal times, such a place would obviously not be within Tsunagakure's sight, even if there was a mine there. After all, it is some distance away from the wind country. Even if the wind country temporarily controls the Osamu Gold Mine, it will soon be taken back by the river country. But this time, their mission is indeed to explore the situation of the Osamu Gold Mine, and if there is a chance, it is best to directly take control of the Osamu Gold Mine. The reason for doing this is because Tsunagakure knows that Tsunagakure is going to fight. Although it has not been completely settled, as the squad leader of anbu, Tsunakaze knows very well that the 4th Kazekage has basically agreed to the cooperation of Otagakure and to raid Konoha village together during the Chunin exam. This is the biggest secret of Tsunagakure now. Few people in the entire Tsunagakure know about this, either elite Jonin or the heads of various ninja clans. If it weren't for being in this special department of anbu and being a squad leader, Tsunakaze would not be qualified to know this. It is precisely because Tsunagakure is about to start a war that they are eyeing the Osamu Gold Mine. Not only the Osamu Gold Mine, but many mines and resources in the river country have been targeted. When Tsunagakure and Konoha go to war, regardless of whether they win or lose this battle, these resources will be taken away by Tsunagakure. It's just a different way. If they win this battle, then the Kingdom of Rivers will become Tsunagakure's backyard, and Konoha, which is busy with its own affairs, can only watch Tsunagakure's activities in the Kingdom of Rivers. If they lose this battle, then Tsunagakure will plunder all these resources at the fastest speed before the Kingdom of Rivers can react, leaving the Kingdom of Rivers and the Kingdom of Fire staring blankly. After all, the environment of the Kingdom of Winds determines that even if Tsunagakure loses, he does not have to worry about being chased back to his hometown. Even if the opponent is really determined to go deep into the desert, Tsunagakure can only go to a farther desert. Wherever you are, your home is there. Deserts are the same all over the world. On the contrary, the opponent will get nothing but venting his anger after going deep into the desert, and will suffer a direct loss. The so-called barefoot is not afraid of those wearing shoes, which is nothing more than this. Rest for 1 night and continue on the road at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Another night passed, and no accidents happened along the way. Team 8 arrived at Osamu Golden Mountain smoothly. This is a village that looks neither big nor small, but there is something wrong with the people in the village. First of all, there are almost no young and middle-aged men here. They are all women, children, and the elderly, which is obviously not in line with the population structure of a village. Secondly, the way the people in this village look at Ui Korone and others. Their eyes are cautious. When they see Ui Korone and others Konoha forward protectors, there will be complex emotions of fear and expectation in their eyes. Such eyes clearly show that things like ninja forward protectors, or ninjas, have left them with a very deep impression. For the eyes of these villagers, Hinata and others may just be a little curious in their hearts, and they will not think too much about it. But as an elite ninja, combined with the information given to Ui Korone by Kamisato Tsukika, Ui Korone knows very well what their eyes mean. Brother Aesuk, you are finally back. Is this the reinforcement you found? Can they really defeat that guy? On the way to their employer Aesuk's house, a little boy ran out of a house nearby and spoke loudly. His tone was very excited. But it seemed that he saw that Hinata and the other 4 were not very powerful, so his tone was worried. However, after the little boy finished speaking, Aosuke's face changed. Garo, go play first, I will take the ninjas to eat first. Aosuke pushed the little boy away and spoke, and immediately changed the subject and continued, speaking of which, we have a lot of special things here, and the ninjas must not have tried them. I will take you to try them. However, before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Aosuke. I think I need an explanation. Saving people and defeating a guy seems to be a little different from our mission content. After speaking, Aosuke's beautiful ruby-like eyes stared at Aosuke calmly. When Aosuke was stared at by these eyes, he was already guilty and sweat broke out on his head. Ui Jonin, please don't take the child's nonsense seriously. I asked you to come here just to find my lost brother, and nothing else was involved. Aosuke's eyes flickered, but he still explained with a stiff upper lip. Even at this point, he still had no intention of telling the truth. This made Ui Korone even angrier, but Ui Korone also knew that it was not the time to get angry. According to the content of the task issued by Mr. Aosuke, your lost brother is in the valley behind the village, and there is no danger in that valley except wild beasts. Then I will go to investigate. If the facts are as you said, we will wholeheartedly help you find your brother and complete your mission commission. But if there is an unexpected situation there, and there are enemies or ninjas other than wild beasts, then Mr. Aosuke, we not only have the right to voluntarily give up the task, but also the commission you paid in advance will be reasonably collected by Konoha. Korone Ui spoke coldly. Since Aosuke was so stubborn, let's just use facts to speak. When the time comes, the evidence will be irrefutable, and it will be completely in line with the rules for them to give up the mission. When Aosuke heard Korone Ui say this, his face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on his head. This, he stuttered, feeling the oppression brought by Korone Ui, and his whole heart was in a panic, and regret surged in his heart. But thinking of the situation in the village, thinking of the oppressed villagers, and thinking of those who were killed, Aosuke's regret quickly dissipated. He knelt down with a bang, knocked his head heavily on the ground, and spoke loudly in a crying voice. Jonin Ui, please save Osamu Kanayama. The sudden change made the little boy and Hinata unable to react for a while, and only Korone Ui's eyes became colder. Osamu Kanayama Yamamoto is a happy and peaceful village. We have lived here for generations and made our living by mining in the mine behind the village. But the Black Autumn family led people to occupy the mine and asked the people in the village to mine for them for free. If they didn't go, they would be beaten to death. If it was just mining, it would be fine, but the Black Autumn family didn't treat us as human beings at all. They made us work in the mine for more than 10 hours a day before letting us go home. Because of working too long, people who returned home no longer had the energy to do other farm work, and the Black Autumn family didn't pay us, causing many of our families to gradually not even have food to eat, and some old people in the village have starved to death. Not only the elderly, but those of us who went to mine were also too tired every day and didn't have enough food to eat. We couldn't complete the mining tasks arranged by the Black Autumn family and were the Black Autumn family punished and beat him to death. Garo's father died under the punishment of the Black Autumn family. He was only 6 years old and lost his father at the age of 6. If this continues, the entire Osamu Gold Mountain will be completely destroyed in a short time. I finally escaped from the Black Autumn family and wanted to ask the ninja to help us beat the Black Autumn family, but the commission required is too much. I really have no other choice, and I will issue a false commission after hearing about the incident of Dasna in the Wave Country. I don't ask you to forgive me, I just ask you to save the village and the people here. Garo, come here quickly, come here, and beg the ninja master, beg him to save the village and the people here. Aosuke burst into tears, and said that he drove the little boy Garo, who was also crying over, and knelt on the ground together, kneeling in front of Ui Korone. This movement also attracted the attention of others. After seeing that Aosuke and Garo both knelt in front of Ui Korone to beg her, the villagers came up one by one, crying and kneeling down to beg. Ninja-sama, please save our Anin. Please, big sister, save daddy, I miss daddy. Please, Ninja-sama, I haven't seen my husband for more than a month. He was much thinner when he came back last time, and there were many scars on his body. He must be suffering. Please save him. Ninja-sama, if the money Sishik gives you is not enough, we can give you other things. We can give you anything you want. We just ask you to save us because we are so pitiful. Daddy, I want daddy Soon, more than a dozen people knelt in front of Ui Korone, Hinata and others, crying and begging. Looking at the people kneeling and crying in front of them, Hinata, Kiba and Shino were all at a loss. After all, they were only 12 years old, less than 13 years old, and had only been ninjas for more than 2 months. They were not experienced in the world and had not accumulated enough experience. So when they heard people's wailing, they couldn't help but feel compassion. Teacher Hong. Hinata spoke softly, but stopped here. Although she sympathized with these people in her heart, Hinata didn't want to embarrass Ui Korone, so she suppressed her inner impulse. Inyazuka Kiba and Abarame Shino also looked at Ui Korone, waiting for Ui Korone's decision. In fact, Inyazuka Kiba wanted to say to these people loudly, leave it to me. But when he saw Yui Kurane's face was a little ugly, he still resisted the urge to say so. He could only hope in his heart that Yui Kurane would choose to help these people. However, Yui Kurane only felt a headache at this time. Although she is already an experienced ninja, to be honest, this is the first time she has encountered such a situation. It would be a lie to say that she doesn't sympathize with these people. Everyone has a soft spot in their heart. But if she decides to help these people directly, Kurane will never make a decision so easily. Although she sympathizes with these people, she needs to be more responsible for her own actions and for her 3 disciples. There is obviously danger here. The Black Autumn family obviously also has ninjas, which has exceeded the scope of the mission. Although she doesn't know what the strength of the ninjas of the Black Autumn family is, Kurane doesn't want to take this risk. So she hardened her heart, her face remained unchanged, and she was ready to directly refuse to help, take the initiative to cancel the mission and lead the team back to the village. This may seem inhumane, but compared to the people in front of her, Hinata and the other 2 are more important in Kurane's heart. Moreover, she doesn't like the feeling of being morally kidnapped. King Zu's behavior makes Kurane feel disgusted and angry. After making a decision in her heart, Kurane no longer hesitated and was about to speak. However, before Kurane spoke, an arrogant voice appeared first. "Hey, isn't that Aesuk? How dare you come back?" After this voice sounded, the people kneeling on the ground froze. They recognized this voice, and this voice seemed to have brought them a very bad experience. So they got up in a panic, without even looking at the man, and hurriedly ran away. In a blink of an eye, only Team 8, Aesuk and the little boy named Garo were left here. This sudden scattering surprised Hinata and the other 2, and Yui Kurane looked normal. She looked over and saw more than a dozen people walking towards them not far away. These people were all young and strong men in their 20s and 30s. They were wearing the clothes of wandering samurai, but they were loose. Holding knives, forks, sticks and clubs in their hands, they looked ferocious. The one who spoke just now was the leader of this group of people. It was a man in his 30s, with a samurai sword on his shoulders in both hands. There was a long scar on his face, and he looked like a man of many years old. "Don't think that finding a few ninjas anywhere can save you, Aesuk, you are too naive. Today I will let you know what true despair is." Scarface looked at Aesuk, who had stood up and looked pale, with disdain. Then he looked at Hinata and the other 2, and finally stopped his gaze on Kurane. This delicate and beautiful face, this graceful and enchanting figure, this cold and charming temperament. Scarface's lower abdomen was hot, and his breathing became heavier. And the girl next to him, although she was still a young girl, this kind of girl also had a different taste. In Scarface's mind, he had begun to imagine some indescribable pictures. And when Kurane saw the look in the eyes of the Scarface looking at her, she knew what he was thinking without guessing. This made Kurane's eyes even colder. But she still didn't get angry. She had seen this kind of look too many times, and leaving here was the most important thing now. "Hey Chuyi Deo, how come you are here?" Kingza stuttered, his eyes full of fear, looking at the scarred Hey Chuyi Deo, as if he saw a devil. "How come I am here? Ha 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 ha, of course someone told me. From the moment you appeared in the Oxalis Golden Mountain, the person you wanted to save couldn't wait to tell us your whereabouts. Didn't expect this to happen? Did you really want to know who the informer is? Ha ha ha, I just won't tell you. When you go to hell, go ask Shinigami." Hey Chuyi Deo spoke sinisterly, revealing a ferocious grin. And these words made King Zu's face paler. Being betrayed by his own people is a big blow to people. But what makes King Zu even more desperate is that it is obvious that Hey Chuyi Deo is no longer going to let him go. If no one saves him next, he will die, and die miserably. "Save me, please save this village." Aesuk cried and begged for help from Yui Kurane. If he was acting when he knelt down to beg just now, then at this moment, Aesuk was absolutely sincere. It must be said that Aesuk was very lucky. His request for help was really a blessing in disguise. It's not that Yui Kurane decided to help Aesuk. Aesuk's life or death had no effect on Yui Kurane, and it would only make Yui Kurane feel happy. The reason why Aesuk was a blessing in disguise was that Aesuk was too scared and too anxious to add the name Yui Jonin to this request for help. If he added this name, then Heichu Yudeo would definitely be afraid after hearing it, and would definitely avoid conflict with Yui Kurane, allowing Yui Kurane to leave smoothly with Team 8. However, it was precisely because Aesuk did not bring the name Yui Jonin that Heichu Yudeo made a serious misjudgment. After all, in Haikyo Yudeo's heart, even if a poor guy like Kingzu took all the money that the village of Osamu Jinshin could bring, the ninja he could hire would at most be at the level of Chunin. And he didn't take Chunin seriously. Although he himself was not a ninja, he was also a powerful samurai. It was no problem to deal with a Chunin. Even if the 5 cage came today, they couldn't save you, Kingzu. Haikyo Yudeo spoke sternly, and he had already drawn his samurai sword, looking at Kingzu fiercely. In Kingzu's terrified eyes, Haikyo Yudeo spoke again loudly, "I'll deal with this big beauty, and leave the 3 little ones to you." You can kill the men, but keep the little beauty for Lao Zi. After speaking, he rushed towards Zihi Korone. Kuroeki Ito is very smart. He knows that the advantage of ninjas is ninjutsu, while the advantage of samurai is close combat. So after deciding to attack, Kuroeki Ito rushed towards Ui Korone at the fastest speed, not giving Ui Korone the opportunity to seal and perform ninjutsu. Indeed, Kuroeki Ito succeeded. Because he did not expect Kuroeki Ito to be so fast and arrive in front of him in a blink of an eye, Ui Korone could only take out the kunao and fight with Kuroeki Ito. Ding 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 ding. The two kept fighting, and the kunao and samurai sword collided with sparks, and the crisp ding ding sound became more and more urgent. In fact, the duel between Ui Korone and Kuroeki Ito was not an easy thing for Ui Korone. After all, although Ui Korone is an elite jonin, she is good at illusions and is an illusion ninja, not good at close combat. If it were just that, it would be fine. The most important thing is that Kuroeki Ito has no chakra, and Ui Korone's illusions are more targeted at ninjas rather than ordinary people. In addition, Kuroeki Ito is a samurai, and his will is stronger than that of ordinary people. So, strictly speaking, Kuroeki Ito is restraining Ui Korone. But this has little impact, because no matter how bad Ui Korone is at close combat, her close combat ability is stronger than Kuroeki Ito. After all, she is an elite jonin. Puff. After just a few seconds of fighting, Kuroeki Ito's arm was scratched by Ui Korone's kunao. This made Kuroeki Ito's face change drastically. He looked at Ui Korone in horror, and realized that he had kicked the iron plate. The woman in front of him, who he regarded as a bag of things, was definitely not shinin, at least she was a jonin. Damn, Kingzu, that bastard actually invited jonin. Cursing inwardly, Heichuyi Deo said loudly, hurry up and get rid of those three little devils and come to help, otherwise everyone will die. As soon as these words came out, the warriors who surrounded Hinata and the other two but were only attacking tentatively also realized the seriousness of the situation, and immediately rushed towards Hinata and the other two with roars. The strength of these more than 10 warriors was not strong, only 4 or 5 of them were genin, and the others were just bullying ordinary people with brute force. But after all, they still had 5 warriors with genin strength, and their number was 5 times that of Hinata and the other two. At this time, they went all out, making Hinata and the other two a little flustered for a while. Even though Hinata and the other 3 kept fighting back these thugs, their situation looked very dangerous. This made Ui Korone anxious, and she acted faster, wanting to quickly get rid of Heichuyi Deo to support Hinata and the others. But soon, Ui Korone was relieved, because Kamisato Uehua and Uzuki Ujeo, who were hiding in the dark, took action. Kamisato Uehua's target was the crowd surrounding Hinata and the other two. After he appeared from the corner of a house, he burst into the crowd at a speed that the thugs could not react to. Puff 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 puff. Blurry figures flashed in the crowd amidst the flashes of swords and sabers. In just a few seconds, more than a dozen thugs fell to the ground. Some had lost consciousness, some groaned in pain, but no one was left standing. It's okay, I'm here. After dealing with all the thugs, Kamisato Uehua stood in front of Hinata and the other two and spoke, and then took off his mask. Uehua-kun. Looking at the smiling boy in front of him, Hinata seemed to be steaming. Good, so amazing. Inyazuka Kiba opened his eyes wide and spoke, shocked by the strength that Kamisato Tsukika had just shown. Although Kamisato Tsukika was also very powerful in the ninja school, she was a genius on par with Uchiha Suzuki, and was the top student of their class. But Kamisato Tsukika in the ninja school was not so powerful. Originally, after 2 months of training, Inyazuka Kiba's strength increased greatly, and he was thinking that he might catch up with Kamisato Tsukika. Unexpectedly, not only did he not narrow the gap between the two, but the gap was widened by Kamisato Tsukika. Sure enough, being able to enter anbu proves that Tsukika's strength is not on the same level as ours. But I'm still shocked. Abarame Shino also spoke, but his tone of voice was calm without any emotional fluctuations, and it was hard to tell that he was praising him. It's okay. The captain and the others have also been dealt with, let's go over. Kamarai Tsukika spoke, and on the other side, after Uzuki Ujeo joined, Heichu Udeo was also solved in a few moves. Thank you for saving me. After several people stood together, Kingzu, who had just taken advantage of the chaos, also emerged again and thanked everyone with a grateful face. We are not saving you. Shiu Arai Hong looked at Kingzu coldly and spoke in a cold voice. Yes. Anyway, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have died just now. After Kingzu finished speaking, he looked at the expressionless people and was panicked. He had seen the answer from Shiu Arai Hong's eyes. The other party could not continue the mission at all. The next step must be to cancel the mission. This made Kingzu a little discouraged and full of reluctance. It has obviously come to this point. They are so powerful. As long as they are willing to take action, the village can be saved and everyone can be happy again. I think you know the reason better than us, so I don't want to say more nonsense. The mission ends here. Xiu Ri Hong spoke in a cold voice. She is not the kind of soft-hearted person. In this world, people who have no ability but overflowing with sympathy are destined not to live too long. I know. Aosuk was dejected when he heard this, and he seemed to have lost all his strength. He knew that everything was over. He was finished, and the village of Osamu Kanayama was finished. Ui Kurane nodded, and then she was about to take everyone away. This matter ended here. However, at this moment, Garo ran out again. He knelt in front of everyone, and then kowtowed continuously. Please save everyone. Garo only said this, and blood soon came out of his head. Looking at the crying and begging child in front of him, everyone was silent, with mixed feelings. Inyazuka Kiba clenched his fists, feeling a breath of air in his chest. Hinata frowned, her eyes full of pity. She couldn't help but look up at Ui Kurane, wanting to say something but stopping. Abarame Shino wrapped himself tightly, so he couldn't see his expression now, but even through the sunglasses, he could tell that he was staring at Ui Kurane. After all, Hinata and the other three were just teenagers after all. A young man whose heart has not yet given in to the darkness. Looking at the expectant and nervous expressions in the eyes of the disciples, Ui Kurane fell silent. It seemed that her three disciples had different ideas from her, but Ui Kurane could understand the ideas of her disciples. After all, wasn't she like this when she was young? Glancing at Uzuki Yujeo and Kamisato Tsukika next to her, Ui Kurane sighed inwardly and breathed a sigh of relief. I really can't do anything about you, she muttered to herself. Then, she looked at Kingzu coldly. Take us to the mining area. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of Inyazuka Kiba and the other two lit up. Kingzu was stunned, with an unbelievable look on his face, wondering if he had hallucinations. He had already given up just now, and his whole heart had changed from being full of expectations to being gloomy. Just like the weather now. What awaits him will be a terrible thunderstorm, and he will perish in the thunderstorm like a paper kite. However, a miracle seems to have happened. Okay. Chingsuk came back to his senses and spoke with a look of surprise, his body trembling with excitement. He really didn't expect that there would be a sudden turn of events. Ozakusa Golden Mountain, there is a rescue again. Uzuki Yujeo and Kamisato Tsukika won't say anything about Ui Kurane's decision. Uzuki Yujeo just pulled Garo up. I'll treat him first. As she said that, Uzuki Yujeo used medical ninjutsu on Garo. She is not only a swordsman, but also a medical ninja. Soon, Garo's forehead, which had just been broken, recovered. After letting Goro go home by himself, the group followed Chingsuk and left for the mine controlled by the Kuroeki family. As for the bodies of Kuroeki Ichideo and the Kuroeki family's thugs on the ground, they will deal with them after this matter is resolved. And not long after Kamisato Tsukika and others left, another group of uninvited guests arrived. After Sandwind arrived with his anbu team, they saw the bodies on the ground when they entered Ozakusa Golden Mountain. After confirming that the bodies were not dangerous, several people came to the bodies. Captain, they died 20 minutes ago. Judging from their wounds, they all died from swords. After some observation, a Tsunaigakur anbu spoke to Tsunaigakur. Are there no signs of ninjutsu? Tsunaigakur asked. This is the most important thing. No, there are no signs of ninjutsu here. The anbu spoke, but what he said was right. After all, in the previous battle, Kamisato Tsukika and Uzuki Yujeo both used samurai swords, and Ui Kurane used kunao. Hinata used the Hyaga clan's physical skills, Inyazuka Kiba also used physical skills, and only Abarame Shino used ninjutsu, but it was also the Abarame family's secret technique of controlling insects, and the insects attacked people. Keep moving forward. Without dwelling too much on why there were so many dead people here, Tsunaigakur ordered to continue heading towards the mining area of Osamu Gold Mine. That was their goal. Osamu Gold Mine. Kamisato Uehua and her group arrived. In fact, the mining area is not far from the village. The reason why it took more than 20 minutes to get there is because of the ordinary person Kingzu. The people in front stop. This is the mining area of the Kuroeki family. At the gate of the mining area, the sentry who saw Kamisato Uehua and her group spoke loudly with a fierce look on his face. However, this fierce sentry was directly ignored by everyone, and Ui Kurane spoke to everyone. According to our plan just now, we will try to rescue those trapped people first, and then deal with the two Kuroeki family ninjas. Everyone nodded. Just now, Hinata had used his Byakugan to explore the situation in the mining area and determine the location of the enemies in the mining area. According to Hinata's Byakugan, there are only two people with chakra in this mining area, one big and one small, in the east of the mining area. The rest of the people are ordinary people, including 3 wandering samurai. But according to Kingzu, the strongest samurai in the mining area is Kuroeki Ito, and the 3 people left are not as strong as him, most of them are just genin level. Although Kurane Ui was relieved after knowing the opponent's strength. However, for the sake of safety, she did not choose the more efficient split-up action, but decided to act together. leave it to me. After Korone Ui finished speaking, Kiba Inyazuka could not wait and rushed up with Akainu and his dog. Being besieged just now made him very angry. Are you looking for death, kid? The sentry saw Kiba Inyazuka rushing towards him and showed a hideous smile. He smashed Kiba Inyazuka with the stick in his hand. However, this sentry was just an ordinary person. In a one-on-one situation, how could he be a match for Kiba Inyazuka? No matter how weak Kiba Inyazuka was, he was a real genin. Woof! Akainu jumped up from Kiba Inyazuka, swiftly dodged the sentry stick, and then pounced directly on the sentry's face, causing the sentry to lose sight and lose his balance. Inyazuka Kiba seized the opportunity and punched the sentry in the abdomen. The sentry fell to the ground in pain, holding his stomach and curling up on the ground wailing. At the same time, the other sentries were easily defeated by Abarame Shino, who controlled the insects. Facing ninjas, even the lowest-ranking genin among ninjas, ordinary people are no match. After easily dealing with 2 sentries, several people went straight into the mining area. At the same time, the battle at the gate just now also attracted the attention of other sentries in the mining area. After Kamisato Uehua and others entered the mining area, a group of sentries had already surrounded them, and sentries in the distance were still gathering here. Facing these sentries, whether it was Ui Kurane, Uzuki Ujeo, or Kamisato Uehua, they did not take action, but just supported Hinata and the other 2, so that the 3 of them could cooperate to deal with these sentries. Perhaps because they had already experienced being besieged once, or because there was someone to support them, they did not have to worry about death. The 3 performed much better this time than last time. They cooperated with each other in the battle and soon knocked down those sentries one by one. Such a big commotion had already attracted the attention of the miners in the mining area. After seeing the sentries being knocked down and seeing Aesuk, the miners slowly surrounded them. Brother Midorito, Brother Gosuk, Brother Chuan, I'm here to save you. Aesuk spoke excitedly to the people around him. These are the ninjas from Konoha village. They are all very powerful ninjas. This time the Black Autumn family will definitely be eradicated. Osamu Gold Mountain is saved, Aesuk said, wiping away tears excitedly. And the miners were also excited when they heard this, and kept saying thank you to Ui Korone and others. Some people even knelt down excitedly. This made Inyazuka Kiba and Hinata shy, and even Abarame Shino was excited at this time. On the contrary, Kamisato Tsukika's expression did not change, but he just looked at the height in front of him. So you are a ninja from Konoha. I am so excited. Then, let me hold a grand funeral for you. As the crowd was boiling, a voice came from above and reached people's ears. Instantly, the scene became quiet. Hey Chule-ya, here he comes. Kuraki Reiga is here. He has long green hair, thick eyebrows, and sharp teeth when he speaks. He is wearing a bandage on his upper body, a black vest on the outside, and ordinary ninja pants on his lower body. He carries a little boy on his back, holding 2 strange-looking weapons in his hands. He is not an ordinary person at first glance. 7 ninja swordsman, Thunder Blade, Kuraki Reiga. Korone spoke solemnly. She had recognized Kuraki Reiga. Even if she had not seen him in person, almost every jonin had seen the information of the famous ninja in the ninja world, the 7 ninja swordsmen. As an elite jonin of Konoha, Korone had naturally seen it, and believed the information very much, including the portrait. You know me? But it's normal, after all, you are a jonin of Konoha. Kuraki Reiga didn't care that Korone recognized him, on the contrary, he was very proud. After all, being able to have your name remembered by ninjas from other villages is a symbol of strength in this world. Hinata, yeah, Shino, Wu, you take the others away first. This person is a defected elite jonin from Kirigakure. Ui Korone spoke up. Since the other party is Kuraki Reiga, then Hinata and the others are meaningless here. They can't participate in the battle at the elite jonin level. As for why Kamisato Uehua was asked to leave together, it was naturally because Ui Korone didn't know Kamisato Uehua's true strength. Hearing Ui Korone say that Kuraki Reiga is an elite jonin, Hinata and the other 2 also realized the seriousness of the matter, and did not hesitate to take these ordinary people away quickly. Uehua-kun, let's go together. Seeing Kamisato Uehua stop there without moving, Hinata stopped, nervously and anxiously came to Kamisato Uehua, and pulled the corner of Kamisato Uehua's clothes. I don't have to leave, you take those people away first. Trust me, Kamisato Uehua spoke up, causing Ui Korone to frown. You may not know what kind of strength the elite jonin possesses. It's very dangerous here. Hurry up and leave with Hinata. Ui Korone spoke. In her opinion, although Kamisato Tsukika's attack was indeed amazing before, her strength was much stronger than Hinata and the others. But no matter what, Kamisato Tsukika was just a genin who had just graduated from the ninja school for 2 months. It was already very good that her strength could reach the level of Chinin, and Chinin could only be killed instantly in front of the elite jonin. Not to mention that the enemy was Kuraki Reiga, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, and an elite among the elite jonin. Senior Korone, whose strength is not worse than mine. It was Uzuki Ujeo who spoke. When this was said, Ui Korone was immediately shocked and couldn't help looking at Uzuki Ujeo. After seeing that the other party was not joking, Ui Korone was shocked and shocked. Not worse than Uzuki Ujeo, then it means that Hinata, a classmate, this boy who just graduated from the ninja school for 2 months, has the strength of a jonin? Another genius Kakashi? Ui Korone couldn't help but think of her old classmate. Hinata, you go first. Kamarai Tsukika spoke again, asking Hinata to leave first. Although he was confident that he could protect Hinata's safety, he was also afraid that something unexpected would happen. However, this conversation between the few people made Kuroko sneer. Leave? Humph, none of you can leave today, and you will all be buried in this place. As he said this, Kuroko raised the thunder blade in his hand and was about to attack the few people directly. When Kuroko raised the knife, Ui Korone also moved. Illusion Tree Binding Kill. In Korokai Rega's eyes, he saw that Ui Hong and the others in front of him disappeared in an instant, and then his feet were suddenly bound by something. Korokai Rega looked down and saw that it was the roots of the tree. The tree connected by the roots was growing rapidly, and in a blink of an eye it was already as tall as him. In an instant, Korokai Rega knew that he was in an illusion. But Korokai Rega was not panicked at all. Illusion? Ha ha. After Ranmaru, he no longer took illusions seriously. And the fact is that when Korokai Rega realized that he was in an illusion, the picture in his eyes changed again. The sense of restraint under his feet also disappeared. Illusion lifted. But Korokai Rega's pupils shrank. Because in front of him, 3 figures had appeared at this time, slashing at him from 3 different directions. Without any hesitation, Korokai Rega quickly jumped back, and the thunder blades in his hands merged together. Lightning-style thunder armor. Suddenly, a large amount of lightning was generated, and the lightning sizzled and emitted a dazzling light. This made the approaching Uzuki Ujeo stop helplessly. Just now, when Ui Korone used illusion on Koroki Rega, Uzuki Ujeo followed up and used the 3-moon dance. Originally, she wanted to cooperate with Ui Korone to kill or seriously injure Koroki Rega, but she didn't expect that Koroki Rega could break Ui Korone's illusion so quickly, making them miss such a good opportunity. This made Ui Korone and Uzuki Ujeo feel heavy-hearted. Thinking in their hearts, the 7 ninja swordsmen are indeed worthy of their reputation. However, the two did not know that Koroki Rega was also sweating coldly at this time. If it weren't for Ranmaru on his back who took the initiative to remove the illusion for him, he would have been either dead or injured. He was careless, thinking that the other party was just 2 jonin, and underestimated the enemy. Koroki Rega's heart became heavy. That boy is very dangerous. Suddenly, Ranmaru's voice came, which made Koroki Rega stunned. When I used my red eyes to observe, I saw that his chakra was not outstanding, but now, he gives me a very dangerous feeling. Ranmaru continued to speak, his tone was a little scared. This made Kuroko Rega feel more solemn. Because Ranmaru's bloodline limit red eyes can not only see through objects, observe chakra, and use chakra to create images, but also sense power and danger. Since Ranmaru really evaluated that boy, then that young-looking boy might be the most terrifying one among these people. This made Kuroko Rega feel tricky. Although he is one of the famous 7 ninja swordsmen and an elite among the elite jonin, if the opponent is 2 elite jonin plus 1 jonin, then he is unlikely to be his opponent. Just when Kuroko Rega was considering whether to leave directly, a thunderous sound came from the sky. Boom! The thunder resounded through the sky and the clouds in the sky became darker, and it seemed that there would be a rainstorm later. Hey, it seems that the heavens are helping me. After taking a look at the dark sky, Heichuleya grinned and became confident again. He is the user of the Thunder Blade. With this blade and Ranmaru's ability, he may not only hold a grand funeral for the people in front of him today, but also improve his strength to a higher level. The change in weather made Kuroko Rega regain his confidence. He looked at Ui Hong and others on the opposite side and grinned. I am even more excited. I will prepare a grand funeral for you. Kuroko Rega spoke and pointed the thunder blade in his hand at Ui Hong and Mao Yushiyan. Lightning-style thunderball. The carrot of the thunder nature was transmitted to the top of the thunder blade. On the tip of the blade, the silver-white thunder ball quickly condensed and shot out. Facing the attack of thunder and lightning, Ui Hong and Mao Yushiyan quickly dodged. Boom boom. 2 sounds rang out, and 2 small pits appeared where Ui Hong and Mao Yushiyan stood just now. It can be imagined how terrible the consequences would be if the thunderball attacked a person. However, Ui Hong and Mao Yushiyan were not vegetarians. While dodging the thunderball attack just now, Mao Yushiyan had already approached Kuroko Rega quickly with a knife. Ui Hong once again formed a seal to release illusion, intending to create an opportunity for Mao Yushiyan. Illusion Tree Binding Kill. It was the same illusion, which was also the most powerful illusion of Ui Korone, and Koroki Rega was hit again. But in less than a second, the illusion was once again solved by Ranmaru behind Koroki Rega. Ding 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 ding. Looking at Kuraki Rega, who was fighting with Uzuki Yujao in close combat, Ui Kurane frowned. The opponent's speed of removing the illusion was a bit too fast. Although she had just cast the same illusion, it was definitely more powerful and should not be solved so quickly. Could it be? Teacher Kurane, there is that little boy on Kuraki Rega's back. Hinata, who had been rolling her eyes, spoke up to remind her. She saw Ranmaru's red eyes. I don't know why, but those eyes made Hinata feel very uncomfortable, as if she had seen her natural enemy. As soon as Hinata said this, Ui Kurane secretly said, as expected. Just now she guessed that the person behind Kurako Rega helped him to remove the illusion, and Hinata's words undoubtedly confirmed this guess. The method to remove the illusion is very simple, just disrupt the flow of chakra. If broken down, there are two different methods. One is for pupil-type illusions, which can only be broken by others disrupting the flow of chakra. The other is non-pupil-type illusions, which can be broken by oneself or others disrupting the flow of chakra. Her illusion is naturally a non-pupil-type illusion, and the person who is hit can also break it by disrupting the flow of chakra. But the tree-binding killing is different from other non-pupil-type illusions. The tree-binding killing illusion has some binding characteristics in it, which can prevent others from disrupting the flow of chakra. So if you want to remove this illusion, unless the strength of the caster and the one who is hit is very different, or the person who is hit is also very Grandmaster illusion, otherwise, it will take a little time. And this little time can create many opportunities for the caster. The difference between Kuraki Rega's strength and hers is not that big, and Kuraki Rega is not a Grandmaster illusion ninja. So there is only one reason why he can remove the tree binding kill so quickly. That is, someone took the initiative to help him remove the illusion. Ujao. Ui Kurane spoke, signaling Uzuki Yujao. At the same time, Ui Kurane formed a seal and cast an illusion again. But this time, the target of Kurane's illusion was no longer Kuraki Rega, but Ranmaru on Kuraki Rega's back. Illusion tree binding kill. After casting the illusion on Ranmaru, Kurane did not stop, and quickly mobilized chakra again to continue casting illusions. And this time, the target of the illusion was Kuraki Rega. On the other side, Uzuki Yujao also understood Kurane's meaning and directly cast her swordsmanship, Kanaha-style Kaimakazuki dance. The two cooperated tacitly, and this time, Kuraki Rega was either dead or injured. However, they still underestimated Kuraki Rega and Ranmaru, especially Ranmaru. Ranmaru's red eyes are very strong. Although Ranmaru did not break the illusion that Kurane cast on him instantly, he recovered quickly. After breaking the illusion cast by Kurane, Ranmaru was ready to remove the illusion for Kuraki Rega, but found that it was no longer necessary. Kuraki Rega had already removed Kurane's illusion by himself. After all, Kuraki Rega is an elite jonin. After being hit by Kurane Ui's illusion twice in a row, he was on guard against her. So after being hit by the illusion for the third time, Kuraki Rega quickly broke it himself. But even so, he was still injured. Uzuki Yujao was too close to Kuraki Rega just now, and the modified 3-moon dance was indeed a killer move. It was normal for Kuraki Rega to suffer a loss when facing this kind of swordsmanship for the first time. However, it was just an injury. Kuraki Rega's experience accumulated from countless battles over the years, and his body's instinctive reaction saved him from danger. You are injured. Ranmaru spoke with concern, and he was a little regretful now. When he was spied on before, he should have created a false impression for the other party instead of exposing his existence. In fact, this is also the reason why Kamisato Tsukika and others can see Ranmaru. He has been exposed, and there is no need to continue to disguise himself in the package. It's okay. I have basically collected their attack methods. Next, it's my turn to perform. Kurosho Rega didn't even look at his wound, which didn't affect his actions. After saying that, Kurosho Rega made a seal. Ninjutsu Mist Shinobi Technique. In an instant, thick fog appeared, spreading rapidly with Kurosho Rega as the center. When the thick fog appeared, Ui Kurane and Uzuki Yujao also quickly joined together and came to Hinata and Kamisato Tsukika. It's Kirigakure's Mist Shinobi Technique. Hinata locked Kurosho Rega's position. Ui Kurane spoke quickly, holding a kunao and scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Uzuki Yujao and Kamisato Tsukika also held knives in the other two directions, and the three of them formed a triangle to protect Hinata. Captain Hua, your front. Hinata spoke. The thick fog could not cover the sight of the white eyes. She saw Kurosho Rega. After hearing Hinata's reminder, both Kurane and Uzuki Yujao immediately shifted their attention to the thick fog in front of Uzuki Yujao. Only Kamisato Tsukika beside him shook her head secretly. He knew that Kuraki Rega would not appear from that direction, because the thick fog could not cover Hinata's white eyes, but the red eyes could. The red eyes were the nemesis of the white eyes. So, when Kurane and Uzuki Yujao's attention were all in front of Uzuki Yujao, a lightning bolt had already appeared in front of Kurane. With a faint light and a piercing sound, lightning passed through the thick fog, like a lion majesty, showing its sharpest fangs to Ui Korone. This was too sudden. Ui Korone, who completely trusted Hineda's Byakugan, was now paying attention to the position in front of Uzuki Yujeo, but the silver-white lightning was targeting herself. So when Ui Korone heard the sound and reacted, she was too late to dodge. She could only subconsciously cross her hands in front of her to protect her head and make a defensive posture. Not only Ui Korone herself, but also Uzuki Yujeo and Hineda did not react to this change. When they saw the lightning appear, it was impossible for them to support Ui Korone. However, just when Kuraki Reiga himself thought he was about to succeed, something strange happened. In front of Ui Korone, a wall of earth rose from the ground. This wall of earth was not tall, only about 2 meters, but it was very thick, 1 meter thick. Rather than saying it was an earth wall, it was better to say it was a mound. But it doesn't matter. The important thing is that after the earth wall appeared, the lightning just hit it. Bang! A slight muffled sound was heard, but it soon disappeared. The earth wall was as still as a mountain, and the lightning had dimmed and annihilated. Caught up, Kamisato Uehoa spoke, knowing clearly where Kuraki Reiga was. He was well prepared and blocked the attack for Ui Korone. In fact, Kamisato Uehoa had more and better ways to deal with this lightning, and he could also kill Kuraki Reiga quickly, but Kamisato Uehoa did not do that. There are not many ninjas at the level of elite jonin in the whole world, and they are very rare. To know how rare they are, it can be said that there are more than 100,000 ninjas in the current ninja world, but there are less than 100 elite jonin, or even less. Take Konoha for example. As the largest ninja village in the ninja world, it has the most ninjas, but there are only a few elite jonin in Konoha, and there are less than 20 in the dark. Every elite jonin is an extremely rare existence. Being able to fight against an elite jonin like Kurako Reiga, who is known as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, is definitely a rare opportunity for Ui Korone and Uzuki Yujeo. So Kamisato Tsukika chose to secretly support the two of them, to give them experience, and to see if they could deal with Kurako Reiga. Seeing that the lightning was blocked, Ui Korone breathed a sigh of relief. Although the lightning could not kill her directly, it would definitely injure her and affect the subsequent battle. But how could it be? I clearly saw them over there, Hineda said in disbelief, pointing her finger in front of Uzuki Yujeo. She was sure that she was not mistaken. On the other side, after seeing their attacks blocked, Kurako Reiga and Ranmaru were both stunned. Then Kurako Reiga grinned. What good luck! Let's try again, Ranmaru. Obviously, the failure of this attack was considered by Kuraki Reiga as luck. He did not think that Kamisato Uehoa saw through him and Ranmaru. Yeah. Ranmaru nodded, his eyes glowing red, creating an illusion in Hineda's Byakugan vision again. Teacher Hong, they're coming. Hineda spoke nervously, her eyes widened to make sure she could clearly see the actions of Kuraki Reiga. After hearing Hineda's words, Ui Korone and Uzuki Yujeo also became alert and looked at the thick fog in front of Ui Korone. However, this time, neither Ui Korone nor Uzuki Yujeo focused all their attention here, but were alert to the surroundings at the same time. Soon, the thunder sounded again. This time it appeared above them. When they heard the thunder, Ui Korone and Uzuki Yujeo subconsciously moved to dodge, but after moving, Ui Korone regretted it in her heart. Hineta, she spoke, and quickly looked at where Hineta was. Tear bang! Several thunderbolts fell from the sky and hit the ground, silver light burst out, and mud and sand splashed. The light of lightning allowed Korone to see clearly where they were just now, which made her feel relieved. Because Hineta was not there, she also dodged. On the other hand, Uzuki Yujeo did not have this worry. She knew the strength of Kamisato Tsukika, and this level of attack would not hurt Kamisato Tsukika and Hineta. And the fact is that when the thunder appeared and fell on everyone's head, Kamisato Tsukika hugged Hineta and dodged directly. Thank you Tsukika-kun, Hineta spoke softly. She was hugged tightly by Kamisato Tsukika's hand at this time. The two bodies were pressed together. Kamisato Tsukika's body temperature made Hineta feel a little hot. It seems that the other party has the ability to interfere with the Byakugan's vision and accurately lock our position. It should be that child. He has some kind of secret technique or pupil technique. Kamisato Tsukika spoke, looking into the depths of the thick fog, where the Black Horega's thunder knife was raised again, obviously to continue the attack. In fact, in the thick fog, Kurozuchi Reiga also couldn't see the position of Kamisato Tsukika and others. The reason why he could accurately locate them was entirely due to Ranmaru. Lightning-style thunder. Thunder and lightning appeared again, and this time the target of thunder and lightning was Ui Korone and Uzuki Yujeo. Although Ranmaru had said that Kamisato Tsukika was very dangerous, it was precisely because of this that Kurozuchi Reiga had to get rid of Ui Korone and Uzuki Yujeo first. After all, only after getting rid of the two weak ones can they better fight against the strong ones. Squeak, boom. Lightning and lightning fell from the sky again and struck Ui Korone and Uzuki Yujeo. Because they were attacked accurately twice in a row, Ui Korone and Uzuki Yujeo also knew that Kurozuchi Reiga could lock their position in the thick fog, so they were prepared. When the lightning appeared at this time, they quickly dodged. And after dodging, the two did not stop and moved in a certain direction with all their strength, intending to rush out of the thick fog. This is also the best choice. If they don't rush out, they can only passively take the beating, and if they defend too long, they will lose. Once they make a mistake, the situation will be bad. With the help of Ranmaru, watching the fast-moving Ui Korone and Maoyu Yujeo, Kuriko Reiga naturally saw through their thoughts. He showed a ferocious smile, and then rushed directly towards Ui Korone. Between Maoyu Yujeo and Ui Korone, he chose to attack Ui Korone, who had poor Grandmaster Illusion melee ability. Soon, Maoyu Yujeo rushed out of the thick fog, while Ui Korone was blocked by Kuriko Reiga in the thick fog. Ding 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 ding. The two kept fighting. Ui Korone holding a kunao was obviously not the opponent of Kuriko Reiga, who was good at using a knife. Coupled with the influence of the thick fog, Ui Korone was severely suppressed for a while, and there were dangers. If no one helped, it would probably take less than 2 minutes for Ui Korone to be injured or even killed by Kuriko Reiga. Listening to the sound of sharp blades colliding in the distance, even though she couldn't see the duel between Ui Korone and Kuriki Reiga, Kamisato Uehua knew that her situation was definitely not optimistic. So Kamisato Uehua let go of Hineda's hand and quickly formed a seal. Wind style. The wind is passing. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. The fog surged quickly, and the wind blew the clothes of the people in the thick fog. The sudden strong wind was obviously not within Kuriki Reiga's expectations. His offensive was stopped by the strong wind, and Ui Korone also seized the opportunity to quickly distance herself from Kuriki Reiga. Soon, the thick fog completely dissipated, exposing everyone's position again. Senior Korone, are you okay? After seeing Ui Korone again, Uzuki Yujeo quickly came to Ui Korone's side. At this time, Ui Korone was panting. The collision with Kuriki Reiga just now consumed a lot of her physical strength. Fortunately, you dispersed the thick fog in time, otherwise it would be terrible. Ui Korone spoke with relief. In the short fight just now, she felt that she had walked on the edge of death. That guy seems to be good at ninjutsu. On the other side, Kuriko Reiga looked at Kamisato Tsukika and spoke with a serious tone. The wind-style ninjutsu of that level just now cannot be performed by ordinary ninjas. But it doesn't matter, it's almost time, and lightning will soon wreak havoc on the world. Boom! Listening to the thunder that sounded again, Kuriko Reiga said to himself. On the other side, Uzuki Yujeo and Ui Korone seemed to have a new tactic, and the two rushed towards Kuriko Reiga again. Facing the two people who took the initiative to attack, Kuriko Reiga took a defensive posture, his eyes turned quickly, and when the two were not far from his position, Kuriko Reiga inserted the thunder blade in his hand directly into the ground. Lightning-style thunder walk. Suddenly, the ground was covered with silver-white light, and the light flashed. It was lightning moving on the ground. Facing this attack, Ui Korone and Uzuki Yujeo naturally jumped up to avoid being paralyzed by lightning. However, Kuriki Reiga was waiting for this opportunity. When the two jumped up, he showed a smile of conspiracy, then pulled out the two thunder swords from the ground and raised them to the sky. The thunder fell again, and this time Ui Korone and Uzuki Yujeo were in the sky with nowhere to get support, and the two seemed to be attacked by Kuriki Reiga. Teacher Hong. This scene made Hineda exclaim, her eyes full of worry. Even Kamisato Uehua on the side was ready to support the two at any time. Training is a good thing, but if you die from training, it is not a good thing. This time, Kuriki Reiga's attack worked. But not all of them worked. Because his attack did hit two people, but these two people were Uzuki Yujeo. To be precise, it was the two shadow clones of Uzuki Yujeo. Because when she jumped up, Uzuki Yujeo used Konoha-style Kaimikazuki dance, splitting out two shadow clones, directly blocking the attack for herself and Ui Korone. What? This was obviously beyond Kuriki Reiga's expectations, and he exclaimed, but it was too late to react. At this time, Ui Korone and Uzuki Yujeo had already arrived in front of him. Ding ding ding. The three of them started fighting in close combat directly. Under normal circumstances, Kuriki Reiga, as one of the elite jonin of the 7 ninja swordsmen, has absolutely no doubt about his close combat ability. Neither Ui Korone nor Uzuki Yujeo is his opponent. Even if the two of them were added together, they could not beat Kuriki Reiga in close combat. But that was normal. Don't forget that now Kuriki Reiga is carrying Ranmaru on his back, which in itself has an impact on Kuriki Reiga's close combat ability. Not to mention, Ranmaru is still the person that Kuriki Reiga must protect and cannot let him get hurt. Ui Korone and Uzuki Yujeo don't know the story of Kuriki Reiga and Ranmaru, nor do they know what kind of status Ranmaru holds in Kuriki Reiga's heart. But the two understand that Ranmaru has a strong auxiliary ability to Kuriki Reiga and is Kuriki Reiga's other pair of eyes. Because of Ranmaru's existence, Ui Korone's illusion attack on Koraki Rega is greatly reduced, and even almost useless. It was also because of Ranmaru that they were in crisis just now. So the tactics that Ui Korone and Uzuki Ujeo formulated just now were that the two of them would besiege Koraki Rega in close combat, Uzuki Ujeo would contain him, and Ui Korone would look for an opportunity to attack Ranmaru. First, destroy Koraki Rega's eyes. Koraki Rega also saw through Ui Korone and Uzuki Ujeo's ideas, but he had no way to deal with them, because he was already close to him, and the two of them were targeting Ranmaru on his back. Koraki Rega couldn't get away at all. Swish! Soon, Koraki Rega had another scar on his body, but Ui Korone was also kicked. Swish! Koraki Rega had another scar on his body, and Uzuki Ujeo's clothes were also torn and almost scratched. The three of them quickly attacked, and the sharp weapons collided, sparks flew, but the situation was obvious. Koraki Rega, who was careful about his hands and feet, was suppressed by Ui Korone and Uzuki Ujeo. If this continued, Koraki Rega would definitely lose. This made Hinata, who was watching the battle on the side, breathe a sigh of relief, and the self-blaming heart was also better. While Kamisato Uefuwa was relieved, she didn't dare to relax at all. The more critical the moment, the more likely it is to have a reversal. Kamisato Uefuwa didn't want Ui Korone and Uzuki Ujeo to get into trouble under her nose. Puff! After being injured again, Koraki Rega was already anxious. Boom! The thunder and lightning in the sky resounded again, and the dark clouds were as thick as ink. A thunderstorm is coming. Puff! With a painful sound, the kunao in Ui Korone's hand finally found the right opportunity and stabbed into Ranmaru's body. Under the constant siege of Ui Korone and Uzuki Ujeo, Koraki Rega still failed to protect Ranmaru, causing Ranmaru to be injured. Ranmaru's painful voice made Koraki Rega's face change drastically. He directly ignored Uzuki Ujeo's attack and forcibly retreated to the back. Swish! His thigh was hit hard by a knife, but Koraki Rega endured the pain and jumped onto the high platform beside him. After he came to the high platform, he did not care about the injury of his thigh, but quickly hugged Ranmaru from his back, and spoke with a look of concern, nervous fear, and self-blame. Ranmaru, are you okay? I'm fine. Ranmaru spoke with pain, but his face was pale and there was a layer of cold sweat on his forehead. However, how could he be okay? Just now, Ui Korone's kunao directly pierced Ranmaru's body. Kurosho Rega looked at Ranmaru's painful appearance, feeling guilty and angry. He hurriedly checked Ranmaru's injuries. When he lifted the blood-stained clothes and saw the wound on Ranmaru's left abdomen, Kurosho Rega's face turned pale. This injury is very serious for adults. If it is not treated in time, it may be life-threatening. And for Ranmaru, who is already weak and can't even walk, this is a fatal injury. Ranmaru, I'm afraid he will die. Damn it, damn it. Angry, Ranmaru's injury made Koraki Rega completely angry. Koraki Rega used to be a lonely and confused person. He didn't know the meaning of his life and lived only for the mission. Until he met Ranmaru, the person who could see through his heart, made him feel that he was really needed and that his existence was valuable. Since then, Ranmaru has become more important to Koraki Rega than his own life. And now, Ranmaru is going to die. This is undoubtedly a devastating blow to Koraki Rega's spiritual world, causing Koraki Rega to explode completely. You, damn it. I want you to die. Koraki Rega stared at Ui Hong and Uzuki Ujeo with red eyes, and he wanted to tear them into pieces in his heart. Boom! Tick, tick, tick. With another thunder roar, it rained. The raindrops were big and hit the ground heavily, and soon the ground became wet, soaking the clothes of several people. In the heavy rain, Heichuleya hunched his body, holding Ranwan, trying his best to shield Ranwan from the rain, but it was useless. The rain flowed down Heichuleya's hair, fell from Heichuleya's face, and fell on Ranwan. It's so cold. Ranwan's pale face looked even paler in the rain. He spoke, feeling so cold, just like the previous winter when he was alone in a thin quilt and couldn't keep warm. I'll take you to the fire soon, Ranwan, wait for me, it will be soon. Heichuleya, who was awakened by Ranwan's voice, spoke, saying that he wanted to carry Ranwan again, but he was afraid that this would aggravate Ranwan's injuries, and he was at a loss. Am I going to die? Ranwan spoke again. He felt that he was not only cold, but also very tired, and wanted to sleep. No, I won't let you die, Ranmaru. We agreed to live together. Koraki Rega tried to comfort him, but his hands were shaking and his expression was ugly. His forced smile looked like crying. Ranmaru suddenly felt that he was no longer cold. He was no longer sleepy. His body even became warmer. He stretched out his hands in Koraki Rega's arms and gently hugged Koraki Rega. The power in his hands surged, that was Ranmaru's vitality. Originally, Ranmaru's vitality was not much, but I don't know what happened. Just now, Ranmaru felt that his vitality suddenly increased a lot. Although it was fading quickly, it was enough. live on, with my share. Transferring the last of his vitality into Kurikurega's body, Ranmaru whispered in Kurikurega's ear, and then his body completely collapsed in Kurikurega's arms. This time, Kurikurega did not call Ranmaru's name again. He looked ahead with his eyes wide open, his eyes were lifeless. At this moment, many scenes replayed in Kurikurega's mind. In every scene, there was Ranmaru. Boom! Another thunderous sound sounded, as if it struck Kurikurega's mind and woke him up. Gently putting Ranmaru on the ground, Kurikirega stood up again, looking down at Yui Hong and Uzuki Yujao below with an expressionless face. His thigh, which was severely injured by Uzuki Yujao just now, was no longer bleeding at this time, and seemed to have recovered. You, damn it. Kurikirega looked at Yuhiku and Uzuki Yujao and spoke with an extremely cold voice, which made Yuhiku and Uzuki Yujao clearly feel the murderous intent. At this moment, Yuhiku was a little regretful. It was not that she regretted killing Ranmaru. No matter what kind of past Ranmaru had, and what kind of story there was between her and Kurikirega, one thing could not be covered up. That is, Ranmaru was an accomplice of Kurikirega. After he met Kurikirega, those who died in Kurikirega's hands had to be counted on Ranmaru. Ranmaru's death made Kurikirega very sad, but what about those who died because of Kurikirega? Their death, don't their families, their relatives and friends feel sad? Those who care about the dead, don't they feel sad? Ranmaru's death is karma, and he deserves it. Yuhiku regretted that he missed the best opportunity to kill Kurikirega because he was afraid that Kurikirega would jump to the wall. Now, things have become troublesome. The thought flashed through her mind, and Zirihong did not indulge in the emotion of regret, but directly formed a seal to cast an illusion on Kurikirega. Since the little boy was dead, her illusion would be useful again. Mao Shiyan also started to move, and jumped up to rush towards Kurikirega. She wanted to cooperate with Zirihong's illusion and seize the opportunity to deal with Kurikirega. Although she didn't know what the little boy did to Kurikirega just now, Kurikirega stood up again, which made Mao Shiyan feel uneasy. However, this time, before the two of them started to act and Kurikirega was not hit by the illusion, Kurikirega moved first. Lightning-style thunder burial. Boom! A deafening roar resounded through the world, and the silver-white light shone in the sky. The terrible silver-white giant snake came down from the sky and pounced fiercely in Zirihong's horrified eyes. Crack! The ground was cracked by lightning, the soil was splashed, and a small pit appeared on the ground. After being knocked down by Kamisato Tsukika at the critical moment, Yui Korone got up and saw the dark ground, and her whole body was horrified. If the lightning had fallen on her just now, it would be hard to imagine what she would become. Yui Korone looked at Kamisato Tsukika with gratitude, and then said to Kamisato Tsukika loudly, "Take Hinata away, quickly." After that, Yui Korone quickly moved towards Kurikirega to support Uzuki Yujao, who had already arrived in front of Kurikirega. Ding 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 ding. Swish! The three of them fought quickly, but this time the situation changed. It was no longer Yui Korone and Uzuki Yujao suppressing Kurikirega, but Kurikirega suppressing Yui Korone and Uzuki Yujao. Ranmaru's death allowed Kurikirega to completely let go, and Ranmaru's temporary vitality allowed Kurikirega to completely recover. Coupled with the stimulation of Ranmaru's death to Kurikirega, his current mental state is terrible. It can be said that the current Kurikirega is in a new heyday that surpasses his former heyday. And such Kurikirega is simply not something that Yui Korone and Uzuki Yujao can deal with. So, after a short fight, Yui Korone was injured and her forearm was scratched. Uzuki Yujao was also struggling to hold on, but she was also in danger and couldn't hold on for much longer. If this goes on, the two will definitely lose. No, if it weren't for Kamisato Tsukika, the two would die. It was also at this moment that the two of them deeply felt the meaning of the title of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen. Seeing that they were no match for Kurikirega in close combat, Yui Korone and Uzuki Yujao covered each other and kept their distance. And Kurikirega did not catch up either. He stood on a high place with a blank expression on his face. Below, Yui Korone and Uzuki Yujao stood side by side. Both of them were panting. The rain soaked their clothes thoroughly and they looked a little embarrassed. "We must make him fall into the illusion," Yui Korone whispered. This was the only way she could think of. Uzuki Yujao nodded. The duel with Kurikirega just now made her feel that she had walked on the edge of death. But it was not over yet. The next was the biggest test. "Go to hell." Kurikirega spoke sharply, and as he spoke, he put the thunder blade together, raised it above his head and spun it. Lightning-style thunder armor. Silver-white lightning poured down from the thunder blade, and in a blink of an eye, it submerged Kurikirega and attached itself to Kurikirega to form armor. In this way, he would not be controlled by illusions before this layer of lightning armor dissipated. After the lightning-style armor was formed, Kurikirega separated Ritoga and raised it again. Lightning-style thunderfall. It was still the ninjutsu used before, but the thunderfall used by Kuraki Reiga this time was definitely different from the previous thunderfall, because the thunderfall used by Kuraki Reiga before was the thunderfall created by his own chakra, and now, he is guiding the thunderfall in the sky. Boom boom boom. Thunderfall after thunderfall fell from the sky, densely packed, covering the area of more than 30 meters around Ui Korone and Uzuki Ujo below, leaving them no chance to escape. This made Ui Korone and Uzuki Ujo's scalps numb for a moment, and they dodged quickly, but they also knew that they could not dodge them all. While the two were trying their best to dodge, Kamisato Uehua also moved. He went directly into the 6th gate Jingmen, disappeared from the spot in an instant, and rushed towards Ui Korone and Uzuki Ujo who were in the thunder. Boom! Crack! When the thunder was about to hit Ui Korone and Uzuki Ujo, Kamisato Uehua arrived, hugged one in one hand and moved again, and quickly rushed out of the minefield. I almost got struck. As he let go of the two, Kamisato Uehua breathed a sigh of relief. This is not anime. The lightning-style ninjutsu in anime doesn't seem to be very good. Rock Lee was still alive and well after being struck by Kuraki Reiga many times. At most, he lost his ability to move for a short time. However, don't forget how Kuraki Reiga died. He buried himself with lightning. Under the attack of natural thunder, his body was melted by lightning, leaving nothing behind. And now Kuraki Reiga is using the natural thunder that buried himself. Even if the power may be smaller, it is enough to seriously injure Ui Korone and Uzuki Ujo or even kill them. Good, what a fast speed. Hinata's eyes widened. Just now, she only felt Kamisato Uehua suddenly disappear from her sight, turned into a green light and flew out, and then flew back. Eight inner gates, Duman? Jingmen. Zihi Korone also opened her eyes wide and spoke, her tone full of disbelief. At this time, Kamisato Uehua's body was wrapped in green chakra, which was a strange phenomenon that would only appear when the 8 inner gates opened to the 5th gate. But the green light on Kamisato Uehua's body was too dazzling, with a faint white glow, which seemed to be the 6th gate Jingmen. Thank you for your hard work, both seniors, leave the rest to me. Kamisato Uehua did not directly answer Zihi Korone's words, but just said so, looking up at Kurako Reiga above. And Kurako Reiga also widened his eyes at this time. If you look closely, you can see fear in his eyes that were already as dead as water. How could he not recognize this light? During the Third Ninja World War, it was this green light that suddenly appeared and turned the first generation 7 ninja swordsmen into 3 people. He still can't forget the funny man with thick eyebrows wearing green tights. For a long time, that was his psychological shadow. Now more than 10 years have passed, and he thought he had completely forgotten that man, but now, this dazzling green light has unlocked his deepest memory. Good, very good. New hatred and old grudges. The anger brought by Ranmaru's death suppressed the fear in his heart. Kurako Reiga roared at Kamisato Uehua, raised the thunder blade in his hand high, and was about to attack Kamisato Uehua. And Kamisato Uehua also moved. Although his body was much stronger than normal people and he could permanently open the 3rd gate of the 8 inner gates, opening the 6th gate still caused Kamisato Uehua to feel severe pain in his body. So he had to resolve the battle quickly. The ground beneath his feet was cracked, and Kamisato Uehua shot out like a cannonball, so fast that it turned into a green light in Hinata's eyes. Even in the eyes of Ui Korone and Uzuki Ujo, Kamisato Uehua's figure became blurred, with afterimages. And in the eyes of Kuraki Reiga, Kamisato Uehua's figure was also unclear. His speed was too fast, exceeding the limit of normal people's observation. Unless it was a ninja like Sherinan who had equally powerful pupil skills or physical skills, it would be difficult to keep up with this speed. Boom! The lightning struck fiercely and continuously. However, these lightnings could not hit Kamisato Uehua at all, and they missed every time. It was not that Kamisato Uehua's current speed was faster than the lightning, but it was because Kuraki Reiga could not lock Kamisato Uehua's position at all, and the speed at which he summoned lightning could not keep up with Kamisato Uehua's movement. In the blink of an eye, Kamisato Uehua had come to Kuraki Reiga. He kicked him hard, and Kuraki Reiga flew backwards, with no time to react or resist. Speaking of which, there is also a difference in 8 inner gates. Although both are secret techniques that open the 8 gates in the body to double the strength, 3 times 5 is 15, while 4 times 5 is 20. If Might Dai's combat power before opening the 8 inner gates is 3, and Might Guy's is 3.5, then Kamisato Uehua is 4 or even 4.5. Before opening the 8 inner gates, the difference between Might Dai and Kamisato Uehua is only 1 to 1.5. But after opening the 6th gate, assuming that the strength increases 5 times, the difference between Might Dai and Kamisato Uehua will suddenly reach a difference of 5 to 7.5. Therefore, Kamisato Uehua, who has opened the 6th gate, is stronger than Might Dai who has opened the 7th gate. This strength is enough to tyrannize Kuraki Reiga. What a fast speed! Yui Korone's eyes widened as she watched Kamisato Tsukika move quickly and attack Kuraki Reiga madly. Like Hinata, she opened her mouth slightly in shock, unable to believe it. She even suspected that she had seen it wrong. It was not Kamisato Tsukika, but Might Guy. Hinata's classmate, a boy under 13 years old, beat up Kuraki Reiga at the 6th gate of 8 inner gates. These factors together made Yui Korone difficult to calm down, and even a little absent-minded. Similarly, another person hiding in the rainstorm was also shocked by Kamisato Tsukika's speed and was absent-minded. We must kill him, and we can't let him leave here alive. Shaifeng's heart was cold, and he was determined to kill. He had just arrived not long ago, and when he saw the battle between Konoha and Kuraki Reiga, he thought it was a godsend opportunity. After these people were both injured, he could catch them all in one fell swoop. Unexpectedly, this weight produced such a terrifying genius. Konoha actually has such a genius. He has such a terrifying fighting ability at such a young age. Once he grows up. Thinking of this, Shaifeng was horrified. Mine, trap, poison. Got it. Bang, bang, bang. Cough. Kurako Reiga coughed up blood after flying backwards, but before he could adjust his body to deal with it, Kamisato Uefua's attack came again. Under Kamisato Uefua's violent attack, Kurako Reiga had no room to fight back. At this moment, Kurako Reiga once again felt the despair and powerlessness of more than 10 years ago. Puff! Another heavy blow, Kurako Reiga spurted blood and his body was severely injured again. However, Kamisato Uefua did not stop, and took advantage of his illness to kill him. She rushed forward and stuck close to Kurako Reiga, not giving him the opportunity to use his Thunder Sword in ninjutsu. This is the injury of a physical ninja. In a one-on-one situation, if an ordinary ninja is caught by a physical ninja and suppressed by a physical ninja, it will be difficult to organize a strong counterattack and can only be beaten passively. However, it does not mean death if you are close to him. As long as you are decisive enough and willing to pay the price, you can also find an opportunity to distance the two sides again. This is what happened to Kurozuchi Reiga. He chose to resist Kamisato Uefua's attack and used the terrible force to quickly distance himself from Kamisato Uefua. Of course, this also came at a price. Kamisato Uefua's power was not light. Resisting Kamisato Uefua's attack made Kurozuchi Reiga's body even worse. Every movement of the wound was tearing pain. No wonder Shiyan has been so calm. You are really something. This kid is so powerful, why didn't you tell me? Looking at the back of the boy standing upright in the storm, Shirihong spoke with a scolding tone, and her heart was finally put down. You can't blame me for this. After all, the senior didn't ask. Mao Yu Shiyan smiled and spoke. She liked to see others being shocked by Kamisato Uefua. If possible, she wanted to tell the whole world how talented Kamisato Uefua was. After all, it can't be just a few of them who were hit so badly by Kamisato Uefua. If they are going to be hit, everyone should be hit together. But Uzuki Ujeo can't do this, because Kamisato Uefua's talent is too scary. If people from other ninja villages feel it, then the assassination of Kamisato Uefua will probably be endless. This assassination will continue until Kamisato Uefua grows up to the point that they can't assassinate her anymore. Yui Kurone was speechless. How could she ask this? Who would ask a genin who just graduated from a ninja school whether he has the strength of an elite jonin when they meet? What a monster, he can open the 6th gate of 8 inner gates at such a young age. I really don't know how he practiced. Thinking of the practice of Might Guy who also practiced 8 inner gates, Yui Kurone couldn't help but get goosebumps all over her body. Uefua-kun, good, so powerful. Hinata, who had closed her white eyes, couldn't help but speak. Although the Hyaga clan is a blood limit ninja, the Hyaga clan's means are mainly physical skills, so Hinata can better understand how strong Kamisato Uefua's physical skills are. This made her admire Kamisato Uefua in her heart. On the other side, after paying a heavy price and pulling away from Kamisato Uefua, Kuraki Reiga stood up tremblingly, breathing heavily. He had a premonition that he would die here today. Just like more than 10 years ago, if it weren't for the fact that there were more people and Might Die was only one person, there would definitely be more than 4 people who died at that time. He would also die there, just like the others. And today, he faced this enemy who was as terrible as that guy back then alone. How could he win? How could he survive? Although when Ranmara died, Kuraki Reiga had no intention of continuing to live. However, Ranmara's revenge had not been avenged yet, and Kuraki Reiga didn't want to die so easily. Even if he died, he would drag someone down with him. Let Lei Ting hold a grand funeral for us. Kuraki Reiga's eyes were mad, and he had made the final decision. He knew very well that he would not be able to survive today no matter what. Let's die together. Roaring, Kuraki Reiga raised his 2 swords, completely ignoring Kamisato Tsukika, and rushed directly to Yui Kurone below. This was the last counterattack, the madness before death. Kuraki Reiga chose to drag Yui Kurone to be buried with him, because Ranmara died in Ui Korone's hands. Of course, if Kamisato Tsukika came to stop him, it would be nothing. Koriki Reiga could accept being able to drag Kamisato Tsukika to be buried with him. On Koriki Reiga's thunder blade, his last chakra was condensing, pulling the thunder in the sky. No, get out of the way. Ui Korone noticed Koriki Reiga's thoughts and knew that Koriki Reiga's target was herself. She pushed Hinata away and moved quickly in another direction. And Kamisato Tsukika naturally knew what Koriki Reiga was planning, but he did not panic. On the contrary, he was unusually calm and just quickly formed a seal. Shadow clone technique. The next moment, a shadow clone of Kamisato Tsukika appeared and pounced on Koriki Reiga. This shadow clone was not in the state of opening the 8 inner gates, but was just the strength of the ordinary third gate. If it faced Koriki Reiga in his prime, it would naturally not be his opponent. But this was a severely disabled Koriki Reiga, a weak Koriki Reiga, and a Koriki Reiga with only his last breath left. So, it was enough to resist Koriki Reiga. Asshole. Seeing that he could not even die with others, Koriki Reiga could not help but roar. But this was also the last roar of his life. Boom! The thunder covered the last madness. Several lightning bolts fell from the sky, like a crazy giant snake, hitting Koriki Reiga and Kamisato Tsukika's shadow clone fiercely. Silver light burst out, and the lightning turned into a huge ball of light, dazzling and dazzling. When the ball of light became smaller and the light dimmed, the shadow clone of Koriki Reiga and Kamisato Uehua had disappeared, completely annihilated into smoke in the lightning. The S-level rebel ninja of Kirigakure, the radio of one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the Koriki Reiga who had no place to live and evil as his wings, just dissipated with the power of thunder. For him, this may be a kind of relief and another kind of happiness. Because in the Pure Land, he will meet his beloved Ranmaro again. Is this the feeling of being struck by lightning? It was too fast, I didn't feel it. Kamisato Uehua muttered to himself, and the dissipated shadow clone gave him feedback on the feeling of being struck to death by lightning, but that moment was too fast, and he didn't feel anything at all. Thunder. After returning this time, I will first develop a few lightning-style ninjutsu without seals. It's too troublesome to make seals, Kamisato Uehua muttered. Are you okay? Uzuki Yujeo jumped a few times and came to Kamisato Uehua, looking at the dark pit in front of her, with lingering fear. Ui Korone and Hinata also came quickly, also with a look of relief. If it weren't for Kamisato Uehua, they would probably die here today. I'm fine, Shadow Clone was just killed by lightning. This is over, let's meet up with Shino and Kiba. Kamarai Uehua opened his mouth and activated soul perception, but immediately, his face changed. As soon as she sensed the souls of Inyazuka Kiba and Abarame Shino, Kamisato Uehua knew that something had happened to the two. What happened? Seeing Kamisato Uehua frowning, Uzuki Yujeo couldn't help but ask. Something may have happened to Kiba and Shino. They are now in the mine. Kamisato Uehua spoke, looking at the mine in the distance, where the souls of Inyazuka Kiba and Abarame Shino were. This shouldn't be the case. After they left with the people from Osamu Kanzen, even if they were worried and turned back, they should be in a place where they could see this place, not in the mine. How could it be? Are there other ninjas? Ui Korone was shocked when she heard this, and she had a bad premonition in her heart. And Hinata reopened her Byakugan when she heard this. There are people there, ninjas, and they are dressed very similarly to Uehua-kun and the others. As soon as she opened her Byakugan, Hinata saw the hidden sandwind, but the mine was too far away from here, and she couldn't see the situation in the mine. Where? It seems that anbu from other ninja villages. Kamarai Tsukika spoke, thinking quickly about what to do next. The best way is for him to use the spiritualization technique to sneak into the mine to investigate the situation, and if there is a chance, directly bring out Inyazuka Kiba and Abarame Shino inside. Kamarai Tsukika was about to speak when thinking about it. However, before he could say that he would go to investigate the situation in the mine first, Hinata spoke again. He found that we found him and is running towards the mine. Hearing this, Ui Korone couldn't help it and said, Hinata, follow him. Yes, Hinata nodded and quickly chased after the place where Sand Wind was. Ui Korone also quickly followed. Seeing this, Kamisato Tsukika and Uzuki Yujeo looked at each other, and could only give up their plans and follow Ui Korone and Hinata. However, the situation in the mine was not clear after all, and Kamisato Tsukika didn't know what was inside, so it was too dangerous to rush in rashly. So after not feeling any prying eyes, Kamisato Tsukika separated a shadow clone to replace her body, and the body used the transformation technique to turn into a kunao. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The dense footsteps were clearly audible in the mine. Kamisato Tsukika and the other 4 came into the mine and continued to go deeper into the mine. As they went deeper, the passage inside became narrower and narrower. The passage from the entrance of the mine, which was 4 meters high and 3 meters wide, could only accommodate 2 people walking side by side. In front of them, Sand Wind listened to the footsteps behind him, his face unchanged, but he took out a whistle and blew a few times. Suddenly, the sound of birdsong sounded in the mine. In the mine, in a more spacious place, 3 anbu members of Tsunagakur were waiting inside. Beside them, there were Shino and Inyazuka Kiba who were unconscious due to the illusion. They were unlucky and were captured alive by Sandwind and the other 4. But their luck was pretty good, because they were still alive and not tortured. Hearing the birdsong, 2 of the 3 anbu came to Abarame Shino and Inyazuka Kiba, lifted them up with one hand to block them in front of them, and put kunao on their necks with the other hand. For the anbu of Tsunagakur, Abarame Shino and Inyazuka Kiba are perfect tools. If they are important, then with these 2 hostages, they will easily kill all the Konoha shinobi next. Even if these 2 people are not important, they can be used as a meat shield. Soon, Tsunakaze appeared in the 3 dark visions. He came to the 3 and breathed a sigh of relief, then turned and looked at the other side of the mine. There, Kamisato Tsukika and the other 4 had also arrived. Kana, Shino. Even though the firelight was dim, Kurane still saw the unconscious Abarame Shino and Inyazuka Kiba at a glance, and judged that the 2 were under an illusion. Tsunagakur anbu, you attacked the Konoha shinobi. Are you trying to provoke a war? Uzuki Ujeo spoke sharply, having recognized the other party's identity. But Tsunagakur sneered. I also want to ask what you Konoha means. Are these 2 little brats spying on us on our mission to collect information about Tsunagakur anbu? Tsunagakur was the first to complain, and directly made up a lie to question Uzuki Ujeo in return. Impossible, they absolutely can't do such a thing. Kurane decisively refuted. Although they had only been together for 2 months, she knew the personalities of Inyazuka Kiba and Abarame Shino very well. You say it's impossible, so it's impossible. Tsunagakur sneered. He naturally knew the facts, but so what? Okay, then what do you think? Suppressing the anger in her heart, Kurane calmed down and spoke. You can never wake up a person who pretends to sleep. It is obvious that the other party is deliberately looking for trouble. There is no need to continue arguing. Simple, we will take the person away, and let you Hokage go to explain to our Kazekage-sama. Sandakaze said, pretending to leave with his subordinates. However, how could Ui Kurane let them leave like this? She said coldly, I advise you to think clearly before making a decision. Think carefully about whether Tsunagakur is ready to go to war with Konoha. Are you threatening me? Sandakaze pretended to be gloomy when he heard it, but he immediately smiled sinisterly. What I hate most is being threatened, but what I like most is threatening others. I will count to 3. If you don't get out of the way, these 2 little brats will be in trouble. As he said, Sandakaze took Inyazuka Kiba from an anbu, and the kunao in his hand pressed against Inyazuka Kiba's neck. You dare, what am I afraid of? Sandakaze sneered, and his eyes swept across everyone, and finally stopped on Kamisato Tsukika. 3 Sagafu didn't wait for Kurane to say anything else, and started counting directly, 2 okay, let's get out of the way. Korie finally compromised, and said, she signaled Kamisato Tsukika and the others to retreat. This place is too narrow, and it's not suitable for attacking at all. So we have to find a way to delay the opponent first. Sagafu smiled smugly when he heard it, which was what he wanted. This place is too narrow, and it's a little far from the entrance of the mine. If he attacks here, he may not be able to leave. Although it's not a loss to exchange his life for Konoha's genius boy and 2 jonin, who would choose to die if he can live. In this way, the group of people moved forward and backward, moving towards the entrance of the mine little by little. Not long after, they came to a position not far from the entrance of the mine. However, before everyone walked out of the mine, everyone realized that something was wrong. Korie, Hinata, Uzuki Ujeo, and the 3 anbu of Tsunagakur. Their bodies were getting soft and losing strength. This powerlessness came a little suddenly, but it was not without warning. In fact, their strength had already begun to fade away since they were deep in the mine just now. But the atmosphere was too tense before, and everyone was very depressed in that environment, so no one noticed it. And now, this feeling of powerlessness broke out. As for what caused it, the only thing that could make everyone fall victim so quietly was that thing. It's poison. Uzuki Ujeo held the wall with one hand, and quickly took out the medicine from the ninja bag with the other hand and put it in her mouth. This is not an antidote, but this medicine has a certain resistance to almost any kind of poison. It was developed by Tsunade, the granddaughter of first Hokage Senju Hashirama, one of the Sannin of Konoha, during the Second Ninja World War. However, before Uzuki Ujeo took the medicine into her mouth, the medicine in her hand was snatched away by Sandwind. At this time, Sandwind had thrown Inyazuka Kiba aside casually, close to the mine. You only know it now? It's too late. After taking the medicine from Uzuki Ujeo, Sandwind spoke with a very proud tone. This poison was naturally the work of Sandy Wind. It was used when he entered the depths of the mine and joined his subordinates, and when Korone Ui and others just arrived. It was a gaseous poison. This poison is colorless, but not odorless. Under normal circumstances, it is easy to distinguish the smell of this poison. However, in the depths of the mine, under the cover of the strong smell, the poison used by Sandy Wind lost its smell, and everyone present was infected. Yes, everyone except Sandy Wind. Including Sandy Wind's subordinates, they also felt weak and could not stand steadily. Only Sandy Wind himself was fine. He had taken the antidote after entering the mine, so there was no effect at all. I just came here to investigate the situation, but I didn't expect to have such a big harvest. Konoha's illusion Jonin Korone Ui, the blood limit ninja of the Hyuga clan, and Konoha's new physical genius. As he said this, Sandy Wind became extremely proud. He glanced at Ui Korone and Uzuki Ujeo, who were lying on the ground helplessly, and a fiery desire flashed in his eyes. But Tsunagakure suppressed this desire, and finally looked at Kamisato Tsukika, who was also powerless, with a hideous smile. God really favors Konoha, giving you really rich land and so many geniuses. It's really biased. But it doesn't matter. The dead genius is just a genius. He can't become a powerful person who gives people a headache. Little ghost, you are lucky to be born in a peaceful era, allowing you to spend more than 10 years in peace. But you are also unfortunate to meet me. Then, remember, the person who killed you is Tsunagakure Umbu's second squad captain, Tsunagakure. After Tsunagakure finished speaking, he had already taken out a kunao in his hand. He was ready to use the kunao to understand Kamisato Tsukika's life. But Tsunagakure didn't intend to get close to Kamisato Tsukika. Kamisato Tsukika hadn't said a word since she was poisoned. This was too calm, which made Kamisato Tsukika alert in her heart. So he planned to shoot Kamisato Uehua to death with a kunao. No, with Hinata's weak voice, in the desperate and regretful eyes of Uzuki Ujeo and Ui Korone, Tsunakaze threw the kunao in his hand. The next moment, it seemed that Kamisato Uehua was about to bleed to death. And at this moment, whether it was Hinata, Uzuki Ujeo or Ui Korone, they all used all their strength to rush towards Kamisato Uehua, and they wanted to use their bodies to block this fatal attack for Kamisato Uehua. And Kamisato Uehua saw that Tsunakaze was so cautious, and she knew in her heart that there was no better opportunity. So when Tsunakaze threw the kunao at Kamisato Uehua also threw the kunao she had been holding in her hand. This seemed to be the last dying struggle, because even if Kamisato Uehua's kunao blocked Tsunakaze's attack, it could not block the subsequent attacks. However, something strange happened. When the kunao in Kamisato Uehua's hand was shot out, the kunao directly turned into Kamisato Uehua, revealing Kamisato Uehua's true body. After Kamisato Uehua's true form appeared, she grabbed the kunao shot by Sand Wind and rushed towards Sand Wind without slowing down. This change was too shocking. No one would have thought that the kunao in Kamisato Uehua's hand would become Kamisato Uehua. Even Sand Wind did not expect this. Puff! The sound of the sharp weapon sinking into the flesh and blood sounded, and the kunao in Kamisato Uehua's hand successfully injured Sand Wind. Yes, Sand Wind did not die, he dodged this sudden attack. But this is normal. On the one hand, Sand Wind was very alert because Kamisato Uehua was always calm. On the other hand, Kamisato Uehua did not open the 8 inner gates, and he was now in the state of opening the 3rd gate. As for why he did not open the 5th gate or the 6th gate of the 8 inner gates and killed Sand Wind instantly, it was not that Kamisato Uehua did not want to, but that he could not do it now. Kamisato Uehua was also poisoned. Even though he was always in a hurry and had hidden his true form long ago, Kamisato Uehua was still poisoned. Because the poison is really strong, and the space where they were just now was too small, causing everyone to inhale a lot of poison. And this poison had a great impact on Kamisato Tsukika's body, making him unable to open the other gates of the 8 inner gates, and his speed slowed down a lot. It was also because of this that Sand Wind was not killed instantly by Kamisato Tsukika at such a close distance. But it doesn't matter, people can be poisoned, but Shadow Clone won't. Puff puff. Quickly killing the 3 Tsunagakure Umbu members who were also poisoned and weak, Kamisato Tsukika's Shadow Clone hugged Ibarame Shino and Hinata in one hand, and quickly sent the 2 to a place far away from Sand Wind and Kamisato Tsukika's body. At this time, Sand Wind and Kamisato Tsukika's body were confronting each other. He was in the depths of the mine, locking Ui Korone's head with one hand and holding a kunao with the other hand to Ui Korone's throat. Just now, after being stabbed by Kamisato Tsukika with a kunao, Sandy was very decisive and threw a few smoke bombs directly on the spot. When everyone's vision completely disappeared, he took a gamble and held Ui Korone hostage. He was very smart and did not hold Inyazuka Kiba, who was closer to him, hostage, because Sandy had a feeling in his heart that if his target was Inyazuka Kiba, he would lose everything, and it turned out that he made the right bet. When Sandy threw the smoke bomb, Kamisato Tsukika's first reaction was that Sandy would use Inyazuka Kiba as a hostage again. The result was that after the smoke dissipated, Kamisato Tsukika's shadow clone rescued Ibarame Shino and Hinata. Kamisato Tsukika's real body protected Inyazuka Kiba, and Ui Korone fell into Sandy's hands again. Ha, 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 ha. Seeing Kamisato Tsukika on the opposite side, Shaifeng couldn't help but burst into laughter. He made the right bet. This round, he still won. Even though the opponent was only a boy of 12 or 13, Shaifeng still felt extremely happy. How alert! He actually used Shadow Clone to pretend to be the real body from the beginning, and the real body turned into a kunao to hide. Shaifeng spoke, looking calm, but his back was already covered with cold sweat. Moreover, in the place where Ui Korone's body blocked, from his chest to his lower abdomen, a long wound was bleeding at this time, and Shaifeng felt that his strength was losing. But you still succeeded, successfully poisoned, and successfully hijacked Teacher Hong. Kamarai Tsukika sighed, and he regretted it now. Regretted not carving the Flying Thunder God spell on Ui Korone. If Ui Korone had the Flying Thunder God spell he secretly carved on her like Uzuki Yujeo, then now, he could kill Shaifeng instantly. It can be said that Sandwind's luck was really good. At that time, he had two choices, Ui Korone and Uzuki Yujeo. The probability of choosing one of the two made him bet right. Yes, I am the winner in the end. Sandwind said, dragging Ui Korone, and began to retreat. Ui Korone had fainted temporarily. After all, she was poisoned, and now Sandwind strangled her neck, so it was normal for her to faint temporarily. Looking at Sandwind who was retreating, Kamisato Uehua had a bad premonition, and her whole body was tense, ready to react at any time. You are a genius of Konoha, a true genius, reminding me of that guy. Sandwind spoke while retreating. He was in a very bad state now and felt that his strength was draining away. Heitei Kakashi, you must have heard of this name, a 12-year-old jonin. At that time, this news made Tsunagakure nervous for a long time. I thought it was another Namikaze Minato. What a desperate thing. One Namikaze Minato has already made Tsunagakure helpless. If there is one more, Tsunagakure will never have the hope of defeating Konoha. But fortunately, there was a problem with Heitei Kakashi's growth. His final achievement was only Elite Jonin Heitei Kakashi, not 5th Hokage Heitei Kakashi. Tsunakaze was still talking, staring at Kamisato Uehua. He was still gambling now. Tsunakaze didn't believe that Kamisato Uehua would not see his intention at this time. The depths of the mine were a dead end, and he walked into the dead end, and he must have hoped to bring the other party into the dead end and die together. Although Kamisato Uehua might not be able to guess what means he would use to die together, she could definitely guess that it would be dangerous to follow him in. But what Tsunakaze is betting on is that Kamisato Uehua knows the danger and still takes the risk, because Korone is in his hands. He bets that Kamisato Uehua is a person who values companions, and like those former geniuses of Konoha, she will never give up any companion easily. Konoha's White Fang Heitei Sakumo, Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato, 12-year-old Jonin Heitei Kakashi. They are all like this. You are different, you are very different from Heitei Kakashi. Being able to kill an elite jonin like Kuraki Reiga at your age, your talent is definitely more terrifying than Heitei Kakashi. Moreover, your talent is being exchanged quickly. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid it won't take a few years for you to become a ninja like Kage. Tsunakaze said. At this time he was already some distance away from Kamisato Uehua, but Kamisato Uehua still didn't move. This made Tsunakaze nervous. If Kamisato Uehua didn't care about Korone's life or death, then he made a wrong bet and could only die with Korone. Kamisato Uehua didn't know Shaifeng's specific situation at the moment. The light here was too weak, and it got darker the further inside he went. He couldn't see Shaifeng's face clearly. But Kamisato Uehua guessed Sandwind's plan, so Kamisato Uehua did not move or speak, just standing there quietly. At this time, any action or any word was superfluous. He could only stand there quietly and watch everything with a cold eye to put the greatest psychological pressure on Sandwind. At the same time, Kamisato Uehua was also thinking quickly about how to rescue Ui Korone safely. It's a pity that I can't go to the Pure Land with a genius ninja like you. Sandwind spoke again, and he planned to further stimulate Kamisato Uehua. But it doesn't matter. I can go to the underworld with such a beautiful woman in my hand and be a pair of miserable mandarin ducks. My life is not too bad. As he said, Sandwind showed a sinister smile. You know, I have only two hobbies in my life. The first is poison, and the second is sex. I think you have also felt the beauty of poison, mysterious and magical. As for sex, I am not bad either, especially after I failed to make poison that time but accidentally got this thing. Sandwind said, took out a small bottle, he flicked the bottle cap open with one hand, and said in a very proud tone, do you know what this is? This is a wonderful thing. After eating it, you can enjoy the ultimate pleasure for several hours. Kamarai Tsukika. She is so beautiful that I can't help but be with her on the road to the underworld. Then, let's warm up her first. With a gloomy smile, Sandwind pinched open Shi'ari Hong's mouth, and with the other hand poured the small pills in the bottle directly into Shi'ari Hong's mouth. Kamarai Tsukika. He still looked at everything in front of him coldly, and had no intention of taking action. Kamisato Uehua didn't believe that Sandy would give up and die with him so easily. Sandy would definitely expose a flaw to attract him. As long as Sandy reveals a flaw and lets him get close to Korone, he can expose his Flying Thunder God technique ability and leave the mine in an instant to a safe place. Sure enough, Sandy began to get anxious when he saw that Kamisato Uehua still didn't move. He continued to retreat facing Kamisato Uehua, but at a certain moment, Sandy seemed to be tripped by something and fell backwards to the ground, and Korone's body also fell to the side. Opportunity. Kamisato Uehua knew that the opportunity he was waiting for had appeared, and Sandy deliberately exposed a flaw. So, Kamisato Uehua threw a kunao directly at Sandy. Whoosh! The kunao flew towards Sandy quickly, at a very fast speed, but Sandy still dodged it with a roll. He was very disappointed and thought he had lost the bet. That genius boy from Konoha didn't care about Korone's life or death at all. Because if he cared, what came over just now would not be a kunao, but some kind of cover-type ninjutsu, or the real body of Kamisato Tsukika. So, it seems that this is the end. Sandwind was shot by Kamisato Tsukika's kunao and his hope was pierced. He was ruthless and planned to die with Ui Korone. After all, she is also a Konoha's Genjutsu Jonin. It's not too bad to die with her. Thinking of this, Sandwind used his last resort without hesitation. It was a puppet, a very small puppet, not in the shape of a human, but a puppet in the shape of a flying bird. In addition to hiding some poison, this puppet has an ability that other puppets don't have. Explosion. Who said that puppets can't explode? Kamisato Tsukika's kunao made Shaifeng despair. He thought he had made a wrong bet. Kamisato Tsukika was not a person who cherished her companions and was willing to risk her life for them, and he himself had no chance of survival. The wound on his abdomen was very serious. He had lost too much vitality, which made him feel very tired and powerless. So, Shaifeng decisively detonated his puppet to bury himself and Ui Korone in the mine. If he was lucky, he could make the entire mine collapse and bury Kamisato Tsukika here. That would be great. Shaifeng thought to himself. However, at the moment he detonated the mine, Shaifeng saw a familiar boy. He saw Kamisato Tsukika suddenly appear beside him, as if he had moved instantly. This made Shaifeng's mind confused, but there was no time for him to come back to his senses. The puppet had been detonated and the mine began to tremble. Moreover, Kamisato Tsukika and Ui Korone also disappeared from Shaifeng's sight in an instant. Boom! Stones fell, mud and sand splashed, and the fire illuminated the mine, but was immediately buried in the collapsed ore and soil. Shaifeng died without any surprise. He was already seriously injured and had difficulty moving, let alone resisting the collapsed soil and ore. He was buried in the mine and died completely. Nothing. Mayu Shiyan looked at the sealed mine in front of her and made a shrill sound. She dragged her weak body to the location of the mine and tried her best to dig out the mud and sand blocking the entrance. At this moment, Mayu Shiyan's mind was very panicked and confused. The appearance of Shenli Uehua appeared in her mind. The little brother who made her suffer and proud was buried in this place. This made her unacceptable. Self-blame, fear, pain, grief, Mayu Shiyan's tears could not stop flowing from her eyes. She dug the soil with her bare hands fiercely, her fingers were broken, and blood flowed out. "Captain, I'm fine." A gentle voice sounded from behind, just like a ray of light shining into the dark abyss, just like the people in the dungeon saw the sun again. Mayu Shiyan turned her head and looked over, and Shenli Yuhua had come behind her. Looking at Mayu Shiyan with tears in her eyes, Shenli Yuhua squatted down and grabbed Mayu Shiyan's hand and placed it in her palm. The green light appeared, and Mayu Shiyan felt that her fingers were wrapped in warm water, which was very comfortable. Although I don't know what the main body is like now, since my shadow clone is still alive, the main body must be fine. Shenli Yuhua spoke, not his main body, but the shadow clone that was separated before. Mayu Shiyan breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. "You guy, you really make me worry." After saying that, Mayu Shiyan's face changed again, because Shenli Yuhua and Ui Hong might still be trapped in the mine. "Don't worry, there are no enemies here. It doesn't matter if you are trapped here. Just wait for the rescue of the village." The shadow clone of Kamisato Uehua saw the worry of Uzuki Ujeo and comforted her. Anyway, he was not worried at all. Although he didn't know where the original body was now and what it was doing, as a shadow clone, didn't he know what he could do? There was no need to think about it. The original body must have left with the Flying Thunder God technique and was very safe. "I just don't know how Ui Korone is doing," the shadow clone of Kamisato Uehua thought. Kamisato Uehua and Ui Korone were naturally fine. At the last moment, Kamisato Uehua took Ui Korone and left the mine using the Flying Thunder God technique. At this time, behind a big tree in the grove outside the Oxalis Gold Mountain, Kamisato Uehua held Ui Hong and breathed a sigh of relief. This is where they explored the information inside the Oxalis Gold Mountain before. Kamisato Uehua casually placed a Flying Thunder God kunao here. Just now, after realizing the purpose of Sandwind, Kamisato Uehua brought Ui Hong here directly, away from the mine. After arriving here, Kamisato Uehua directly used the spiritualization technique to quickly go to the mine to check on the situation of other people, and came back immediately after confirming that everyone was fine. I didn't expect that guy to be so crazy. I thought he was going to use some powerful poison, but I didn't expect it to directly cause the mine to collapse. Kamisato Uehua was still in shock. In that situation just now, if he didn't have the Flying Thunder God technique, there would be no way, and Ui Hong could only be buried with Sandwind. Teacher Hong, are you okay? Listening to Ui Hong's rapid breathing, Kamisato Uehua looked at Ui Hong in his arms and had a bad premonition. At this time, Ui Korone's face was flushed, her eyes were blurred, and her state was a little wrong. Uehua, thank you for saving me, Ui Korone spoke hesitantly, her voice was a little suppressed, she seemed to be very uncomfortable now. But why she was so uncomfortable, Ui Korone didn't know. She woke up when Shaifeng fell, but after waking up, Ui Korone hadn't figured out what was going on at the time, and saw Kamisato Uehua suddenly appeared beside her, and then she was hugged by Kamisato Uehua, and appeared here the next moment. As a Konoha shinobi, this is what I should do. Kamarai Uehua spoke, but he was a little embarrassed for a while, because Ui Korone moved restlessly in his arms, and Ui Korone's body was very hot. Coupled with Ui Korone's current mouth-watering appearance, and the good things that Shaifeng said in the mine, warm up. Something big is going to happen. So what should he do? Teacher Hong, let's leave here first. Before Kamisato Uehua finished speaking, Ui Korone had already wrapped her hands around his neck and pressed his head down. Feeling the warmth of his lips, Kamisato Uehua was dumbfounded. He widened his eyes and was at a loss for a moment. But before Kamisato Uehua could come to his senses, Ui Korone didn't know where the strength came from, and turned over and pressed Kamisato Uehua down. The two of them were close together, and the hot breath was burning. In this way, a boy over 12 years old became a man in a sense. Ui Korone also made Kamisato Uehua deeply feel that the passion was like fire and the tenderness was like water. Similarly, Kamisato Uehua also felt the happiness that Sandwind said. The innocent boy encountered a terrible battle, and the boy almost couldn't hold on. It was so terrible that when the battle was over, Kamisato Uehua stood up with the help of a tree. However, he won in the end. Because a certain enemy who was also on the battlefield for the first time could no longer get up at this time. Unlike Kamisato Uehua and Ui Korone's ultimate enjoyment, the people in the mine were anxious and tormented at this time. It's all our fault. If we hadn't been caught, Teacher Hong and Uehua wouldn't have been trapped inside and their whereabouts would be unknown. Inyazuka Kiba spoke with annoyance and guilt. Their illusions had been solved long ago, and the poison on their bodies had lost its effect after more than 2 hours. And because the poison used by Sandwind on them only made people sore and weak, and there was no other harm, so now several people have recovered. No one knew that such a thing would happen, and don't worry, since the main body and Ui Korone disappeared together, the two of them will definitely be fine. Kamisato Uehua's shadow clone spoke to comfort. According to Hineda's observation with his white eyes, only Sandwind's strength did not have the whereabouts of Kamisato Uehua and Ui Korone, and the two seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. This made Kamisato Uehua's shadow clone a little confused. Of course, he was not confused about the disappearance of the main body and Ui Korone. Without a doubt, the main body must have escaped with Korone Ui using the Flying Thunder God technique. Shadow clone Kamisato Tsukika was puzzled as to why the main body had not appeared after such a long time. Could it be that the main body was also seriously injured? Moreover, if even the main body needed such a long time to be treated, the main body's condition was probably really not optimistic. Shadow clone analyzed inwardly. At that time in the mine, he did not see Tsunekaze feeding medicine to Korone Ui, but only heard some of Tsunekaze's words intermittently, but they were only fragments, and the complete information could not be inferred. Well, believe Wu, he will definitely be fine. Looking at the depressed Team 8, Uzuki Yujeo also spoke to comfort them, but the worry in her eyes could not be concealed after all. So Uzuki Yujeo's comfort did not have any effect, and the few people continued to remain silent. Until another 10 minutes later, Akamaru suddenly shouted excitedly, and Abarame Shino also raised his head. Hearing Akamaru's shout, Inyazuka Kiba's eyes lit up. Teacher Hong and Uehua have appeared. He spoke happily. Akamaru just told him that he smelled the breath of Ui Korone and Kamisato Uehua. It seems that there is nothing serious. Abarame Shino also spoke, his tone trembling slightly, showing his extraordinary inner world. Hineda immediately opened his Byakugan to look for Kamisato Uehua and Ui Korone. I told you, it will be fine. Kamisato Uehua's shadow clone stood up and spoke. The situation was much better than he thought. Soon, Kamisato Uehua's real body and Ui Korone came to the mine. Teacher Hong, Yue Hua Kun, Wu. Several different names sounded at the same time, with obvious happiness and joy in their tone. Okay, I'll go back first. Kamisato Uehua's shadow clone looked at Kamisato Uehua's real body and spoke, and then took the initiative to contact himself and disappeared from the spot. I'm sorry for worrying everyone, Kamisato Uehua spoke, and he was also very happy to see everyone's happy faces. After all, being able to get the care of others is a happy thing in itself. It seems that you have spent a lot of effort to come back safely, but it's great to be able to come back. Looking at the messy clothes of Yui Kurone and Kamisato Uehua covered with dirt and grass ash, and the slight bloodstains on Yui Kurone's clothes, Uzuki Yujeo spoke, but she felt relieved in her heart and relaxed. However, her words made Kamisato Uehua and Yui Kurone tense up, especially Yui Kurone, whose face flushed. The reason why their clothes were like this, wasn't it because of the trouble in the grove? Well, it really took a lot of effort. My legs were weak after escaping. Kamisato Uehua coughed dryly, and then answered seriously. This made Yui Kurone's face even redder, and she couldn't help but think of some pictures in her mind. Especially when she thought of the picture of someone putting his hand there to help her heal after the end, she wanted to cover Kamisato Uehua's mouth immediately and find a mine to crawl into. It's so embarrassing, how could I do such a thing? Yui Kurone wailed in her heart, but she could only pretend to be calm on the surface. It was embarrassing enough to do that to a boy who was more than 12 years old. If this matter was known by others, she would not live and would die on the spot. It seems that it is really hard work. Even with your physical strength, you feel weak in the legs. You didn't dig a hole and crawl out, did you? Hearing Kamisato Tsukika say that her legs were weak, Mao Yushiyan became curious. Others don't know how strong Kamisato Tsukika is, but Mao Yushiyan doesn't know? It's no problem to crush 5 or 10 of her. Digging a hole. Kamarai Tsukika's face was weird. That's it. However, Yui Kurone didn't wait for Kamisato Tsukika to say anything and interrupted her. The blush on her face became more. She must not let the two people continue talking. Who knows what kind of tiger and wolf words these two people who are talking nonsense will say in the end. The mission is over, we should leave here. Yui Kurone quickly calmed herself down. She was afraid that she would be discovered if she was too abnormal. I'll let Shadow Clone deal with the body of Kurikurega here, Kamarai Tsukika said, and separated a Shadow Clone. The bodies of Kurikurega and Ranmaru are still outside, and they must be dealt with. After all, Ranmaru's eyes. After Kamisato Tsukika's Shadow Clone left the mine, the others did not stay and left, heading towards the Osamu Golden Mountain. Each of them was in a mess at this time, especially Uzuki Yujeo, Hinata, Kamisato Tsukika and Yui Kurone. The heavy rain before made them soaked, but compared to Uzuki Yujeo and Hinata, they were much better. They just fell on the ground in the mine. Although they were also stained with a lot of mud, they just looked embarrassed. Kamisato Tsukika and Yui Kurone were in a mess. The two of them were struggling in the grove. Not to mention their clothes, there were some scratches on their hands and legs. In the eyes of Uzuki Yujeo and others, these scratches were understood as those caused when they escaped, and no one would suspect anything. Osamu Golden Mountain. After the arrival of the few people, the people here fell into a joyful mood. Because Kamisato Tsukika and others' arrival meant that the Black Autumn family was finished. And the Black Autumn family was finished, which meant that the Osamu Golden Mountain was saved. They will return to the peaceful and harmonious life they had before, and no longer have to worry or be bullied. So Kamisato Uehua and his group received a very grand reception. It was during this process that the people of Osamu Kanzen told Kamisato Uehua and the others a sad story. The people who escaped back that day met the 4 people of Tsunekaze, and Aosuke was killed by Tsunekaze because he wanted to run back to report to Inyazuka Kiba and Abarame Shino. This made Kiba and Shino a little melancholy and mixed. After spending a night like this, everyone packed up the next day and said goodbye to the village and set off for Konoha. The mission of Osamu Kanzen was over. The group returned to Konoha safely, and there were no accidents along the way. On the way back, they also met Ishida Ishizawa and Hisashi Yamai who had rushed back from Konoha. When they returned to Konoha, the 4 members of Team 8 all breathed a sigh of relief and felt relaxed, especially Hinata, Kiba, and Shino. It was their first time out of the village, and they didn't expect to encounter the C-level mission becoming an S-level mission. They deeply experienced the feelings of Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Let's go, hand in the mission. Yui Kurone spoke in a relaxed tone, and her face had completely recovered. Of course, this was also because Kamisato Tsukika was not here. The 4 members of Team 6 separated from them outside the village and went back first. Otherwise, with Kamisato Tsukika there, Yui Kurone always felt very uncomfortable. Even if she concealed this discomfort well, it was still noticed by the careful Hinata. Because during the return to the village, Kurone Yui and Kamisato Tsukika had too little communication, and Hinata also found that Kurone Yui never looked into Kamisato Tsukika's eyes. This made Hinata confused and a little confused. Hokage's office. When Korone Ui and the others stepped into Konoha, Kamisato Tsukika and the other four who had gone ahead had already arrived at the Hokage's office. After listening to the reports of Uzuki Ujeo and Kamisato Tsukika, Sarutobi Hiruzen was still in shock and was terrified. He didn't expect that a simple C-level mission would turn into an S-level mission involving elite Jonin, and this mission was really dangerous. Team 8, Kamisato Tsukika, Uzuki Ujeo and the other 6 were almost wiped out. This is an elite Jonin plus an anbu Jonin plus 3 heirs of the great ninja clan. If anything happens to these people, it will be a huge loss to Konoha. And most importantly, Kamisato Tsukika almost got into trouble this time. Sunagakur. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed coldly under the brim of the Hokage's hat, and anger appeared in his heart for the first time in a long time. However, he still suppressed this emotion. Thank you for your hard work. After this mission, you can take a rest for a while. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke to the 4 people and was not going to arrange them to carry out the mission again. Thank you, Hokage-sama. The 4 thanked him and prepared to leave. But when they were about to leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again and asked Kamisato Uehua to stay alone. After Uzuki Ujeo and others left, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke to Kamisato Uehua. Uehua boy, come with me to a place. After saying that, he stood up and left the Hokage's office. Kamisato Uehua followed silently. The 2 of them came to an underground dark room, which was full of seals. Sarutobi Hiruzen used 3 seals to break the seals before entering. After entering the dark room, Kamisato Uehua saw rows of shelves filled with scrolls. Sarutobi Hiruzen came to one of the shelves and picked up the scroll on it, while speaking to Kamisato Tsukika. I think you must be tired of hearing the story of the 4th Hokage, so I won't repeat it too much. This is the technique that the 4th generation practiced back then, and it is also the technique that made him known as the Yellow Flash. It was created by the 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama, called the Flying Thunder God technique. I don't know if you have the talent to practice the Flying Thunder God technique, because this technique cannot be learned by having a strong learning ability. It requires a very special talent, and I hope you have it. This mission is very dangerous. Although the people you meet are not a threat to you, you are in danger because of the safety of your companions, but you almost died there after all. If you can learn the Flying Thunder God technique, I believe that if you encounter this situation again, you will be able to solve it better. Yuka, the ninja world has been peaceful for too long, and some ninja villages may have been unable to bear the loneliness. No one knows how long peace will last in the future. But no matter when the war breaks out in the future, I hope you can lead Konoha and let Konoha return to peace. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke to Kamisato Uehua very seriously and handed the Flying Thunder God technique to Kamisato Uehua. He said this very seriously, and even felt like telling Kamisato Uehua that he would be the future Hokage. This was a full trust and ultimate optimism. To be honest, these words shocked Kamisato Uehua herself. He could understand that Sarutobi Hiruzen gave him the Flying Thunder God technique, but Kamisato Uehua was a little shocked when he said such a clear statement. He didn't expect that Sarutobi Hiruzen would be so optimistic about him, but if you think about it carefully, it seems understandable. After all, after returning from the mission in Wave Country, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to teach Kamisato Tsukika some political tactics that ordinary ninjas don't need. This is obviously to train Kamisato Tsukika as a high-level successor. It may be Hokage, or it may be an advisor, elder, or Jonin class leader. And now this explicit statement is just to determine this high-level position. The reason why it was determined so quickly, Kamisato Tsukika guessed that his way of handling things in this mission was very recognized by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Whether it was insisting on going to the Osamu Gold Mountain with Team 8 at the beginning, or using the Black Horega to train the village's ninjas, and fighting wits and courage with Sandwind, the spirit of not abandoning or giving up companions, are all the will of fire that Sarutobi Hiruzen wants. Coupled with Kamisato Tsukika's growth rate and his terrifying talent, it is not surprising that he was able to impress Sarutobi Hiruzen and let Sarutobi Hiruzen select him as a candidate for Hokage. Of course, explicit indication is one thing, and whether Kamisato Tsukika can become Hokage in the end is another. A candidate is a candidate after all. Once Kamisato Tsukika's performance is not satisfactory in the future, or there is someone more suitable for the Hokage than him, he will still be replaced by Sarutobi Hiruzen without hesitation. Just like Orochimaru back then, didn't Sarutobi Hiruzen also train Orochimaru as the 4th Hokage? But when Namikaze Minato, who was better and more suitable for the Hokage, appeared, didn't Sarutobi Hiruzen still decide to let Namikaze Minato become the 4th Hokage? 3rd Generation Master. Thank you for your trust. Kamisato Uehua will devote all my energy to Konoha until my death. Kamisato Uehua acted touched and excited, and respectfully took the Flying Thunder God Scroll from Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand. Although he already knew the Flying Thunder God technique, and was very proficient in it, to the point where he was not inferior to the 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama and the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, But this does not mean that the scroll in his hand is useless to Kamisato Uehua. This is different from the sealed book, which only records the content of the Flying Thunder God technique. This scroll also records the experience of the second Hokage Senju Tobirama in creating and practicing the Flying Thunder God technique, and the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato's practice experience of the Flying Thunder God technique. After leaving the dark room, Kamisato Uehua returned to her hut. After opening the scroll in her hand, Kamisato Uehua began to indulge in it and studied it seriously. Speaking of it, Kamisato Uehua has been studying Flying Thunder God technique for some time. However, because it involves time and space, it takes a lot of time to study Flying Thunder God technique, and Kamisato Uehua has too many things to study, so there is less time allocated to the study of Flying Thunder God technique, so the progress is not great. So the scroll given to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen is very helpful to Kamisato Uehua, which can save Kamisato Uehua a lot of time. Of course, Flying Thunder God technique is a time and space ninjutsu after all. If you want to make further progress in the understanding and research of Flying Thunder God technique in the second generation and fourth generation, it is not something that can be done in 1 or 2 days. A day passed quickly in Kamisato Uehua's obsession, and it was night in a blink of an eye. Lying on her bed, Kamisato Uehua rarely deduced anything. The image of Ui Korone kept appearing in his mind. It was fine during the day, as Kamisato Uehua was fully focused on studying the Flying Thunder God technique, and had no time to think about anything else. But when it was night, as soon as he lay down, his thoughts became chaotic. After all, he was a young man, full of blood and energy, and he had just tasted the forbidden fruit. How could he resist it? This made Kamisato Uehua smile bitterly. He couldn't sleep at all. He got up and planned to go out for a walk to relax. He opened the door. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening, the birds around were already asleep, and the world seemed particularly quiet. He looked up at the sky, and a silver moon was hanging high, like a white jade plate. Kamisato Uehua walked out of the door and walked aimlessly along his own path, not caring where he went. After a long time, perhaps with the wind, Kamisato Uehua came to the highest point of the village, the location of Hokage Rock. From here, you can overlook the entire Konoha. If Kamisato Uehua had come here 3 hours earlier, he would have seen a brightly lit world with thousands of lights and beautiful people. But it was almost midnight, and most people in Konoha had fallen asleep. Only rows of streetlights and a few restaurants were still on. Sitting on the head of the first Hokage Senju Tobirama rock statue, Kamisato Uehua let the breeze blow his hair and clothes. He looked at the moon in the sky and thought of his previous life. May people live long and share the beauty of the moon. Although it is not the same moon, I hope that those who cared about him and the people he cared about in his previous life can have a good life. At this moment, Kamisato Uehua felt a little lonely. But soon, Kamisato Uehua turned his head and heard footsteps in the distance. This made Kamisato Uehua wonder, who would have nothing to do at this time and come to Hokage Rock? And the footsteps were so messy. Thinking inwardly, Kamisato Uehua's body disappeared from the spot, and the next moment he appeared in a hidden place behind the Hokage Rock. There is also his Flying Thunder God spell here, which was left by Kamisato Uehua before. Leaving the Flying Thunder God spell here allows Kamisato Uehua to reach the highest point to observe the situation of the entire Konoha at the first time, no matter where she is in Konoha. How could it be her? Looking at the person with the messy footsteps, Kamisato Uehua showed a surprised expression. Because that person, wasn't it Ui Korone who made him unable to sleep and came here to blow the cold wind? Didn't she have a dinner with teammate? It's over? Why did she come here instead of going home after it's over? There were many doubts in her heart, and Kamisato Uehua was tangled in her heart. Should he go out and meet Ui Korone? After thinking about it, although she was very tempted, Kamisato Uehua still gave up the plan to meet. It was too embarrassing. After all, something like that happened between the two. Thinking about it, some images appeared in Kamisato Uehua's mind again, and he quickly shook his head to dispel those images. Young people, blood is not yet settled, be careful of sex. Keeping reminding himself in his heart, Kamisato Uehua planned to use Flying Thunder God to leave directly, but he stopped immediately, because Kamisato Uehua saw 2 tear marks on Ui Korone's face under the light. This woman cried. This made Kamisato Uehua a little at a loss. He didn't know why, whether it was because of himself. Although it was likely. After all, from Ui Korone's point of view, she kept her virginity for 27 years, but she gave it to Kamisato Uehua in a confused way. The key is that Kamisato Uehua is still a little brother who is 15 years younger than her. How can she accept this? Especially when she was just mentally prepared, planning to talk about marriage, and preparing to try to accept Sarutobi Asuma. Such a thing happened. How could this not affect her? Because she was traveling with Kamisato Tsukika before, and the people from Team 8 and Team 6 were there, Korone had no courage to face this matter. She was always tense and depressed. Until today, after bringing her disciples back to Konoha safely and having dinner with them, Korone finally relaxed. However, it was because she relaxed that the things she had deliberately avoided came to her mind, which made Korone by some sake after the show and choose to be alone. That's why the two met on Hokage Rock. When Korone came here, her suppressed emotions also broke out completely. She couldn't help crying because of the grievance, sadness and shyness in her heart. Kamisato Tsukika didn't know Korone's mental journey. He just stood quietly in the dark and looked at Korone, a little at a loss. In this way, Korone sat alone under the streetlight, drinking and crying, and Kamisato Tsukika watched quietly not far from Korone for a long time, until Korone finished the wine in her hand. After drinking, Yui Hong sat for a long time. When she stood up, it was already past 2 in the morning. However, as soon as she stood up, Yui Hong stumbled and fell on the grass next to her. Obviously, she was drunk. This made Shen Li Yuehua feel a little nervous. He resisted the urge to help Yui Hong up and sighed inwardly. Although he had never encountered such a situation, if Yui Hong was really like this because of him, then it would be inappropriate for him to appear now. But, you can't just leave it alone. Let Yui Hong lie here all night? Shen Li Yuehua felt that he couldn't do it. Go out? Don't go out? Shen Li Yuehua began to struggle wildly. However, after a while, Shen Li Yuehua still walked out of the darkness and walked towards Yui Hong. Because Yui Hong had not gotten up since she fell, and even stopped moving, Shen Li Yuehua felt a little uneasy. If Yui Hong got into trouble because of him, he would be guilty. However, what Kamisato Tsukika didn't know was that it was actually normal for Korone to lie still. Anyone who has been drunk knows that when one's body is out of control and one's consciousness starts to blur and one wants to sleep, the first thing one wants to do is to find a place to lie still. Korone is also a human being, and she does this when she's drunk. But Korone is not an ordinary person, she's a ninja, and the ninja's instinct makes her try to stay conscious even when she's drunk and doesn't want to move. So, when Kamisato Tsukika appeared, Korone was actually conscious and still quite sober. Because she was conscious, after Kamisato Tsukika appeared, Korone heard Kamisato Tsukika's footsteps. This made Korone alert. Even though she was in Konoha, the safest place for Konoha shinobi, her ninja instinct still made her ready to attack at any time. But Korone overestimated her control over her body when she was drunk. Her body was already difficult to control, and now she couldn't even move. Really, why did you come to Hokage Rock to drink so late at night? Hearing the locals' low complaints and the familiar voice, Korone knew who the person was. This made her panic in her heart, but she could only pretend that she knew nothing. Kamisato Tsukika came to Korone and squatted down, looking at the delicate woman on the ground, feeling angry and funny in her heart. After he came out, he found that Korone was still conscious and fine, but he had already come out, which attracted Korone's attention, so he could only pretend that he didn't know. After lifting Korone up and carrying her on his back, Kamisato Yuehua could feel that Korone's body had become a little stiff. This made the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Flying Thunder God technique. The next moment, Kamisato Yuehua carried Korone back to his cabin. Putting Korone on the bed, Kamisato Yuehua looked at Korone pretending to sleep and smiled evilly. She looks quite drunk, so should I give her a bath? After speaking in a pretentious manner, Kamisato Yuehua saw that Korone's face had turned red, but she still didn't open her eyes. Her body was tense, and no one knew what she was thinking at the moment. After satisfying his evil taste, Kamisato Yuehua was satisfied. Forget it, a gentleman doesn't take advantage of others' misfortunes, so it's better not to do that. Gently covering Korone with the quilt, Kamisato Yuehua felt that her body was a little hot, especially in her lower abdomen, as she looked at her delicate face close at hand. Originally, I couldn't sleep today because I was thinking about that kind of thing. Now that the beauty is in front of me and I can do whatever I want, it's too tempting. But Kamisato Yuehua still suppressed the heat in his heart and the restlessness of his body. He just kissed Yui Hong on the forehead wantonly. Good night. After saying that, Kamisato Yuehua walked out of the room, sat on the roof, and stared at the moon in the sky in a daze. This moon is so fragrant, so round. In the wooden house, Yui Hong opened her eyes after Kamisato Yuehua left. Her face was flushed and her heart was pounding. It's so embarrassing. She was so shy that she couldn't express it in words. Yui Hong felt complicated, and she was grateful, happy, disappointed, and uncomfortable. All kinds of emotions intertwined, but her clear consciousness began to blur, and she fell asleep soon. The moon rises and sets, and the stars retreat. A new day comes again. After sitting on the roof for a day, Kamisato Yuehua was still struggling whether to go down to make breakfast for Yui Korone, but she heard a noise from inside the house. Yui Korone had woken up. After noticing that Yui Korone had woken up, Kamisato Yuehua quickly buried her head and pretended to be asleep. Inside the house, Yui Korone, who had just woken up, stood up subconsciously and took a defensive posture when she saw the unfamiliar environment. but she immediately relaxed and remembered why she was here. After recalling, Yui Hong's face turned red, and she felt so ashamed. Quietly opening the door, Yui Hong saw that there was no figure of Kamisato Uehua outside, and quickly jumped onto the roof, ready to leave while Kamisato Uehua was not there. However, when she arrived at the roof, Yui Hong was frightened and motionless. She looked at the boy who was curled up on the roof and hugged her and was still sleeping, and her heart was complicated. "Did you sit on the roof all night because of me?" Yui Hong looked at Kamisato Uehua, feeling guilty, but also had an indescribable, happiness. "Thank you," she said in a low voice, and then jumped away again. Although she had a strange feeling in her heart, Yui Hong didn't dare to face Kamisato Uehua alone, at least she didn't dare yet. So while Kamisato Uehua was still awake, Yui Hong quickly ran away. After confirming that Yui Hong had left, Kamisato Uehua raised her head and breathed a sigh of relief. Although the man did not suffer any loss in what happened, it still feels awkward. Besides, love is not something that can be achieved overnight. Take your time, no rush. After jumping down from the roof, Kamisato Uehua stretched and then went into the house to continue studying his technique. But it was not the Flying Thunder God technique, but another technique. Kamisato Uehua has already reached the level of Namikaze Minato in studying the Flying Thunder God technique, and it is impossible to make a breakthrough in a short time. And soon, the Chunin exam will come. This is a time point that Kamisato Uehua has been planning. Kamisato Uehua needs to get what he wants from the Sunin after the Chunin exam. For example, the summoning scrolls or specific locations of the 3 holy places, such as the research on Orochimaru. So what Kamisato Uehua is studying now is the spiritualization technique. Because the spiritualization technique involves the soul, and the weakness of Orochimaru, one of the Sunin, is the soul. Kamisato Uehua is going to start from this aspect to see if he can find a way to control Orochimaru. Even if he can't completely control Orochimaru, he must have a threat that can threaten Orochimaru and make Orochimaru obedient or cooperate. At that time, Orochimaru's research results will be his. Kamisato Uehua's eyes light up when he thinks of Orochimaru's research. He has been coveting Orochimaru's research results for a long time. Not to mention various ninjutsu, the only ninjutsu of Orochimaru that Kamisato Uehua is interested in is living corpse reincarnation and impure world reincarnation. Kamisato Uehua already has impure world reincarnation, and Kamisato Uehua only plans to use living corpse reincarnation for reference. What makes Kamisato Uehua so concerned is Orochimaru's research in human anatomy and cytology. Because Kamisato Uehua has no access to this knowledge, he knows almost nothing about this field. Of course, if Kamisato Uehua is given time, with his understanding, Kamisato Uehua believes that once he enters this field, he will soon be able to surpass Orochimaru. But Kamisato Uehua is too short of time, and he has too many things to study. And most importantly, the research on human body and cytology cannot be achieved by deduction, but requires real data. And to get those real data, you must have a complete set of experimental equipment and various experimental subjects. These are things that Kamisato Uehua does not have now, but Orochimaru has. Besides, why should you work hard to get something for free? The neighbors store food and I store guns, the neighbors are my granary. Orochimaru's research results are the research results of Kamisato Uehua. In the cabin, Kamisato Tsukika began to study the means against Orochimaru. On the other side of Konoha village, the training of Team 7 came to an end. It has been more than a month since Team 7 returned from the Land of Waves and Heite Kakashi started special training for Team 7. During this month, Team 7, including Heite Kakashi, has gained something, but the biggest gainer is Uchiha Suzuki. Because Uchiha Suzuki successfully learned a ninjutsu from Heite Kakashi that gave him more confidence. It was also a ninjutsu that Uchiha Suzuki should have learned during the Chunin exam, Heite Kakashi's self-created A-level ninjutsu Chidori. As for why this ninjutsu was given to Uchiha Suzuki so early, Heite Kakashi had no solution. Kamisato Tsukika dealt a heavy blow to Uchiha Suzuki during the mission in the Land of Waves. Both Uchiha Suzuki and Uzumaki Naruto were no longer satisfied with the previous training methods, especially Uchiha Suzuki, who urgently needed to narrow the gap with Kamisato Tsukika. Perhaps it was Uchiha Suzuki's persistence and hard work that touched Heite Kakashi, or perhaps it was his nostalgia for his former close friend in the Uchiha clan. Heite Kakashi finally made the decision to hand over Chidori to Uchiha Suzuki. And Uchiha Suzuki did not disappoint Heite Kakashi. It took Uchiha Suzuki only 1 month to master the A-level ninjutsu that ordinary people would take several months or even half a year to master. Of course, this also had a lot to do with Uchiha Suzuki's possession of the 2 Tomo Sharingan. In short, Uchiha Suzuki has now mastered Chidori, and his confidence has recovered from the blow. Although he did not swell to the point of thinking that he had caught up with Kamisato Tsukika, he still had the illusion that the gap between the two was not big. After all, he is really very different from him before. Compared to the time when he fought against Mizunozuki Haku in Wave Country, he has made great progress in physical skills, ninjutsu, and combat experience. Especially 2 Tomo Sharinan plus Chidori, which makes Uchiha Suzuki feel stronger than ever before. Compared with Uchiha Suzuki, Naruto and Little Sakura have gained much less. Naruto's improvement is in physical skills and combat awareness. Time is tight, and Heite Kakashi did not teach Uzumaki Naruto to practice wind-style ninjutsu and genjutsu. Haruno Sakura's improvement is in chakra control and physical skills, and she is also the smallest improvement among the 3. There is no way around it. Haruno Sakura's talent is precise chakra control, which is suitable for the path of medical ninjutsu. But although Heite Kakashi is called a copy ninja, he is really not good at medical ninjutsu. No, it should be said that he does not know medical ninjutsu at all. For Haruno Sakura, apart from physical skills and genjutsu, Heite Kakashi really has nothing to teach. Of course, this is also because Haruno Sakura has less chakra. If Haruno Sakura has the chakra of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Suzuki, Heite Kakashi would not mind teaching Haruno Sakura some ninjutsu. That's all for today. Also, the special training is over. At noon, in a forest outside Konoha village, Heite Kakashi on a tree looked at the eagle hovering in the sky and suddenly spoke to the 3 disciples below. After speaking, he used the body flicker technique to leave, leaving the 3 members of Team 7 confused. The special training is over? This is too sudden, Haruno Sakura complained. Although her improvement in this month was not great, she was still very happy to be able to spend every day with Uchiha Suzuki. Great, it's finally over. To celebrate the end of the special training, let's reward ourselves with a bowl of special ramen today. Uzumaki Naruto spoke loudly and excitedly, thinking that he would soon be able to eat the ramen made by Uncle Ichiraku. He couldn't help but drool. Uchiha Suzuki said nothing, didn't even say hello to the 2, turned around and left directly. Suzuki-kun, let's go back together. Haruno Sakura saw this and licked it quickly. Little Sakura, wait for me. Naruto followed suit. Hokichi's office. At this time, a group of ninjas had gathered in the office, including Jonin and Shinin, Heite Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, Ui Kurane, Irika, and many familiar faces. Then, after the decision, Konoha will tentatively have 73 people participate in this Chunin exam. If there is no objection, go and fill out the application form. After a few arguments between Heite Kakashi and Irika, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke to everyone. This gathering was for the Chunin exam, and almost all the ninjas present were team leaders. 73 people. Sarutobi Asuma asked in confusion. Konoha's teams are all in groups of 3. Just now, the team leaders recommended 72 people to participate in the Chunin exam. Why did the 3rd generation say 73 people? Well, in addition to the genin you recommended, there is another genin named Kamisato Tsukika who will also participate in this Chunin exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at his son and then explained. However, Kamisato Tsukika is in a special situation. He has no genin teammates after graduating from the ninja school, so he will take the exam alone this time. Alone. 3rd generation master, although Kamisato Tsukika is the top student of this ninja school, this is the Chunin exam after all. If there is a team confrontation during the process, isn't it too dangerous for Kamisato Tsukika to take the exam alone? Irika, who had just been confronted by Heite Kakashi, couldn't help but speak again. Even though Kamisato Tsukika showed a very good fighting ability when facing Mizuki before, Irika was still worried. As soon as Irika finished speaking, Heite Kakashi and Ui Kurane looked at Irika with strange eyes. Dangerous? Hee. The 2 couldn't help but laugh in their hearts. Kamisato Tsukika takes the Chunin exam, and the other genins are in danger, right? That's a genin who can crush and kill elite jonin. At this moment, Heite Kakashi thought of Zabuza Mamakai, and Kurane Ui thought of Reiga Kuraki. Don't worry Irika, Kamisato Tsukika is better than you think, and it's no problem for him to take the Chunin exam alone. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, and smiled confidently. This confident tone and expression moved the hearts of other ninjas, and they all remembered Kamisato Tsukika's name. Okay, it's decided, let the genins fill out the application. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't give Irika any more chances to say more, and decided with a wave of his hand. At this time, Kamisato Tsukika didn't know that Sarutobi Hiruzen had already signed him up for the Chunin exam. He was helplessly looking at the excited girl who suddenly stood up in front of him, sighing in his heart, but still nodded to the girl. It seems that today's research ends here. Great, Uehua-kun. Let's go find the others together. We finally have some free time, so we must have a good time together. Seeing that Kamisato Uehua agreed to her invitation, Ino jumped up and down excitedly. When Kamisato Tsukika reluctantly accompanied Ino to find other people, Heite Kakashi and others also walked out of the Hokage office, preparing to inform their respective disciples. I won't stop you from testing Naruto Suzuki and the others, but if you want to test Kamisato Tsukika, I advise you to calm down and think carefully about what the 3rd generation master said. Heite Kakashi walked past Irika and left such a sentence, which made Irika look stunned. The words of the third Hokage? He frowned and recalled what the third-generation master said just now. Soon, Irika's eyes widened. He understood. Because the third-generation master said that Kamisato Tsukika would take the Chunin exam alone, he was so concerned at the time that he didn't notice that the third-generation master said Kamisato Tsukika didn't have genin teammates instead of didn't have teammates. So, a top student of a ninja school was not assigned to a class after graduation, but had teammates who were not genin, and the Hokage paid so much attention to him. What does it mean? This means that Kamisato Tsukika's teammates are not ordinary genin, which means that the third generation has always been aware of Kamisato Tsukika's situation. Then, there is only one possibility. I didn't expect this kid to enter anbu. No wonder the third generation is so confident in him. It seems that he has grown up a lot. Irika smiled and talked to himself. He had guessed Kamisato Tsukika's situation and couldn't help but feel happy for Kamisato Tsukika. After all, no matter how dangerous anbu is, the ninjas who can enter anbu are all excellent ninjas without exception. And Kamisato Tsukika's excellence has obviously been recognized by the third generation. Moreover, Irika thought of another thing. Since the third generation is willing to let Kamisato Tsukika, who is a member of anbu, take the Chunin exam and push Kamisato Tsukika back to the front, does it mean that Kamisato Tsukika no longer needs to stay in a dangerous place like anbu? Thinking of this, Irika was even happier. After all, anbu is too dangerous, and he really doesn't feel at ease that his excellent student has always been an anbu member. In fact, Irika's guess was correct. Sarutobi Hiruzen did have this plan. The reason why he transferred Kamisato Tsukika to anbu was to be able to better teach Kamisato Tsukika and secretly cultivate a strong fighting force for Konoha. Now, Kamisato Tsukika has learned everything he can teach, and it is no longer necessary for her to continue in anbu. Moreover, since it has been decided to train Kamisato Tsukika as the sixth Hokage, Kamisato Tsukika certainly cannot stay in anbu. Hokage needs to be recognized by everyone. And if others don't know you, how can you let others recognize you? So Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to let Kamisato Tsukika return to the open, start accumulating fame from this Chunin exam, and prepare for becoming a Hokage in the future. In Konoha village, Kamisato Tsukika didn't know that she had been kicked out of anbu. He accompanied Ino to meet up with Shikamaru Koji first, and then went to find Hinata Naruto and the others together. Along the way, Ino chattered non-stop, like a happy kingfisher, sharing her life after graduation with Kamisato Uehua. The daily tasks of the 10th class are similar to those of the 7th and 8th classes, all of which are genin-exclusive tasks such as catching cats and walking dogs, carrying water and farming. The difference is that the 10th class has not encountered the situation where the task level of the 7th and 8th classes has been upgraded to A or even S. Since graduation, Ino and his classmates have almost all done normal D-level tasks, with only a few C-level tasks. However, the situation of the 10th class is different from that of the 7th and 8th classes. The three people in the 10th class are a fixed Ino-Shikacho combination, and their growth depends on the cooperation of secret techniques. Not long after, Kamisato Uehua and Ino found Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Koji. "Hey, Uehua, long time no see." Shikamaru greeted Kamisato Uehua after seeing him. Seeing that his good friend was not missing any limbs, he was still very happy in his heart. After all, it's really dangerous to be in that kind of place. Compared to Irika, who needed Heite Kakashi to remind him, Nara Shikamaru, even though he knew less information, had roughly guessed that Kamisato Tsukika was now in anbu. With such an IQ, there was nothing he could do. "Tsukika, do you want some potato chips?" Koji's way of expressing happiness was still the same. He was happy to share his potato chips with Kamisato Tsukika. "Long time no see. It seems that you are all doing well." Kamisato Tsukika took the potato chips handed over by Akimichi Koji and spoke to the two of them. He was in a good mood to see his friends again after 2 months. "Let's talk about the past on the way. Let's go find Team 7 and Team 8 first. I guess Naruto is most likely at Ichiraku Ramen. What do you think?" Ino interrupted the three people's reminiscing and took the three people to the direction of Ichiraku Ramen. The four of them walked together, talking and laughing all the way. "Hey, it's Naruto and little Sakura? Who are those two?" When passing by a certain alley, Ino spoke in surprise. She saw Uzumaki Naruto and Harano Sakura inside. But there were not only Uzumaki Naruto and Harano Sakura, but also 3 children and 2 other people, a boy and a girl, whom Ino didn't know. When Kamisato Tsukika heard this, she knew who the 2 people Ino didn't know were without looking at him. Turning around, it was Temari and Kankuro, who were familiar yet unfamiliar to him. Is this a plot? The corners of Kamisato Tsukika's mouth slightly raised, and with a glance, he had already seen Uchiha Suzuki, who was showing off on the tree and Gaara hiding behind Uchiha Suzuki. But Kamisato Tsukika didn't take the initiative to jump out to find a sense of existence, he just followed Ino and watched with interest. The people in the alley also saw the 4 people coming, and when they saw Kamisato Tsukuka and the others, Naruto and little Sakura's eyes lit up immediately. Just now they were suppressed by Temari and Kankuro, and they felt a little guilty. Seeing familiar people at this time, especially seeing Kamisato Tsukika there, they suddenly felt confident. Tsukika, Shikamaru, Ino, Koji, Naruto waved excitedly. Temari and Kankuro naturally saw Kamisato Tsukika and the other 4. Seeing Kamisato Tsukika's exquisite and handsome face, Temari blushed and felt that the boy was so handsome, even more handsome than the one on the tree. Kankuro looked unhappy. After all, he didn't look good. What happened here? And who are you? Ino asked in confusion, looking at Temari and Kankuro at the same time. She was 100% sure that she didn't know these 2 people. Huh, are the little brats in Konoha really arrogant? Before asking others, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Kankuro snorted coldly, and spoke with an unhappy face. His eyes darkened. He was already upset because Uchiha Sasuke had injured his arm with a stone just now. Now, he couldn't help but get angry when he heard Ino's question. As soon as Kankuro said this, the scene suddenly became quiet and the atmosphere became solemn. But immediately, a voice broke the calm. Kankuro, assistant. As soon as this voice came out, everyone was startled, especially Uchiha Sasuke on the tree. This guy is so fast as Kakashi. Uchiha Sasuke's face was gloomy, his eyes remained calm, but his heart was in turmoil. You will only bring shame to the village. Why do you think we came all the way to Konoha? Gaara spoke expressionlessly, looking at Kankuro with indifferent eyes, which made Kankuro feel numb. These guys came up to make trouble first. Shut up. Gaara interrupted Kankuro before he finished speaking, especially Gaara's next sentence made Kankuro sweat. Kill you. When these 3 words came out, not to mention Kankuro, even Naruto Sasuke and the others were shocked. I know, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Kankuro apologized weakly, but he always looked at Gaara. I'm so sorry. Gaara also knew that Kankuro was not convinced in his heart and apologized only under his threat, so he turned his head and spoke to Uchiha Sasuke in front of him. In Gaara's heart, Uchiha Sasuke was the only person worth his attention. After all, being able to injure Kankuro with a stone proved that Uchiha Sasuke's strength was at least at the level of Chunin, and he was not an ordinary Chunin. Similarly, in Uchiha Sasuke's heart, Gaara also made him solemn. But Uchiha Sasuke was more excited. He even wanted to fight with Gaara. After all, Uchiha Sasuke, who had just finished special training with Kakashi, couldn't wait to see how strong he was with Chidori in his hand. As for why he didn't try with other people of the same age, it was naturally because Uchiha Sasuke looked down on people other than Kamisato Tsukika, and Kamisato Tsukika's strength. Humph, I will catch up with you sooner or later. No, I will surpass you. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Kamisato Tsukika in the crowd below and swore in his heart. After Gaara finished speaking, he turned into sand and fell from the tree to the ground. Let's go, we're not here to play. After landing, Gaara spoke to Kankuro and Temari, and then he left on his own. And Kankuro and Temari followed him obediently. Although they are Gaara's older brother and sister, in front of Gaara, they are more like 2 younger brothers. Seeing that Gaara and the other 2 were about to leave, Haruno Sakura couldn't help but stepped forward and asked the 3 to stop. From the Forest Protector, you are ninjas from the Hidden Sand Village. Although the Wind Country and the Fire Country are allies, the treaty should prohibit ninjas from entering and leaving each other's countries at will. Tell us the purpose of your coming to Konoha, and we will. Haruno Sakura spoke with great momentum, but he was interrupted by Temari before he finished speaking. It's really dark under the lamp, you don't know anything, this is the pass. As he said, Temari showed the pass in his hand, and then said, it is indeed as you said, we are ninjas from the Sand Village in the Wind Country, and we came here to participate in the Chunin selection exam. Chunin, selection exam. Uzumaki Naruto was confused, with a lot of question marks in his mind. Seeing this, Shikamaru held his forehead and then explained, as the name suggests, this is the exam to select Chunin. Only by passing it can you become a Chunin. Really? Then I want to try it too. Hearing Shikamaru's words, Uzumaki Naruto became excited. This made Shikamaru hold his forehead again. On the other side, Gaara and the other 2 set off again. From the beginning to the end, Gaara didn't pay much attention to Kamisato Tsukika. The impression Kamisato Tsukika gave him was that she was just an ordinary Konoha shinobi, except that she was very handsome. Unlike the original work, this time Uchiha Sasuke didn't call Miwo and ask his name, because in Uchiha Sasuke's heart, he was more concerned about Kamisato Tsukika. After Gaara and others left, Haruno Sakura couldn't help but cover his forehead. Kakashi teacher is really something. He didn't tell us about the Chunin exam in advance, so we have to get the news from the Tsunagakure ninja. Teacher Asuma didn't tell us either. Ino shrugged. They only knew that the Chunin exam was about to begin. Okay. By the way, are you here to find us? Harino Sakura sighed, holding back his complaints about the village, and looked at Ino in confusion. Of course, have you forgotten what we said last time we got together? When everyone earns money from completing tasks, let's go to the barbecue restaurant for dinner. Ino spoke up and invited the three people. This time, Harino Sakura and Naruto both agreed readily. Although they have been doing D-level and C-level tasks, the commission money is not much, but there are many tasks. Moreover, they have done an S-level task in the Kingdom of Waves before, and now they have a lot of money. Nice. Then let's go find Hinata and Yashino. I have a hunch that they are also resting today. Soon, everyone found the three people in the 8th team. However, Ino guessed wrong. The 8th team did not rest. After Ui Kurane came back and asked them to fill in the form, she continued to train the three people in the 8th team at the training ground. After all, the Chunin exam will be held in a week, and the Chunin exam will kill people. Ui Kurane does not want her disciples to die in the Chunin exam. However, after Ino and Kurane explained the situation, Kurane still gave Hinata and the other three a half-day holiday to let them have a good rest. During the whole process, Kamisato Tsukika and Kurane did not speak or make eye contact, and the two were still deliberately avoiding each other. In this way, the 9 little strong men of Konoha gathered together again after more than 2 months. As for Kamisato Tsukika, he is no longer a little strong man, he is a strong man. Everyone was very happy at the party that night. It is definitely a happy thing to be able to eat, drink and have fun with friends, so even when paying the bill, no one felt sorry for the expensive barbecue price. One night passed, and a new day arrived as promised. Kamisato Tsukika was summoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen before she continued her research. As for what it was naturally about the Chunin exam. But before telling Kamisato Tsukika about the Chunin exam, Sarutobi Hiruzen first asked Kamisato Tsukika about the Flying Thunder God technique. This is the most important thing. If Kamisato Tsukika's talent in Flying Thunder God technique is as good as her talent in other aspects, then Konoha will have one more 4th Hokage or 2nd Hokage. Regardless of whether it is the 4th generation or the 2nd Hokage, they are all able to protect Konoha's peace for 20 years. Therefore, when the nervous Sarutobi Hiruzen heard that Kamisato Tsukika had learned the Flying Thunder God technique and was becoming more and more proficient, he couldn't help but shout a few times in excitement. This news really made him so happy that he was excited. Those who have not experienced the Flying Thunder God technique personally can never imagine how terrible the Flying Thunder God technique is. But the difficulty of this technique is also terrible. So Sarutobi Hiruzen directly took Kamisato Tsukika to the Sarutobi clan's training ground to see Kamisato Tsukika use the Flying Thunder God technique with his own eyes. After seeing Kamisato Tsukika use the Flying Thunder God technique, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally put his mind at ease and talked to Kamisato Tsukika. It took a long time before he remembered to tell Kamisato Tsukika about the Chunin exam. After telling her about the Chunin exam, Sarutobi Hiruzen told Kamisato Tsukika that after the Chunin exam, Kamisato Tsukika would not have to report to anbu, and there would be new arrangements for her. This made Kamisato Tsukika slightly melancholy. It seems that it is time to say goodbye to the beautiful Captain Uzuki. When Sarutobi Hiruzen verified Kamisato Tsukika's Flying Thunder God technique, Heide Kakashi also gave the Chunin application form to Uchiha Suzuki and the other two, and set a test for them. He told the 3 members of Team 7 that this was an exam that was entirely up to their personal will, and they could decide whether to participate or not, and whether they participated or not would not have any impact. This test was more of a test for Harino Sakura than a test for Team 7. After all, with the personalities of Uchiha Suzuki and Uzumaki Naruto, they would definitely choose to participate in the Chunin exam. Only Harino Sakura would be the one who hesitated in Team 7. Harino Sakura did hesitate, but with the same result as the original work, Harino Sakura finally chose to participate and passed Heite Kakashi's test. As for Team 8 and Team 10, no matter what they thought in their hearts, they did not choose to retreat, and also chose to participate in this Chunin exam. Time passed in a flash, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 7 days, Team 7 successfully passed Irika's test. Finally, the time for the Chunin exam has arrived. Early in the morning, hundreds of candidates gathered at the Konoha Shinobi School, where the exam venue was mentioned in the notice. Kamisato Uehua set off slowly by himself. When he was in school, he was a crazy person who checked the time. The Chunin exam was not very important to him, so there was no need to arrive in advance. It was precisely because Kamisato Uehua went late that he saw a good show when he arrived at the ninja school. In the crowd, Rock Lee, who was wearing a tights and a watermelon rind on his head, had 2 blushes on his face. He raised his thumbs in the surprised eyes of everyone, revealing a big mouth that blinded people's eyes. White Fang was loudly confessing to Harino Sakura, "Please date me, I will protect you until I die." The full-bodied voice spread throughout the corridor, and people were stunned. Harino Sakura, who was confessed to, was in a bad mood. She looked absent-minded, but she was still very firm and spoke word by word. Absolutely, yes, no, no. Rock Lee was stunned for a moment after hearing this. Then he heard Haruno Sakura continue to say, "Your eyebrows are too thick." This sentence was like a fatal blow, which made Rock Lee instantly deflated, like a castrated eggplant. And Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help laughing when he saw this. But soon, he couldn't laugh anymore. Because Hyagan Niji appeared and ignored him directly, and asked Uchiha Suzuki's name. Obviously, in Hyagan Niji's eyes, there was only Uchiha Suzuki and no Uzumaki Naruto. This hit Uzumaki Naruto hard, and he felt that he was so unremarkable, like a passerby. And this scene made Kamisato Tsukika couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, the smile would not disappear, it would only be transferred to someone else's face. Following the crowd, Kamisato Uehua knew there was still a good show to watch. After entering the third floor, Rock Lee would not be able to help but challenge Uchiha Suzuki to prove that hard work can be greater than talent. Thinking about the plot he had seen before, Kamisato Uehua was very interested. Although the duel between Uchiha Suzuki and Rock Lee was no different from playing house in his eyes, it was a real-life version. It was still very good to be able to watch the real-life version of Hokage. However, Kamisato Uehua was destined not to see that plot because Rock Lee saw him. "Uehua, you are also participating in this Chunin exam." After seeing Kamisato Uehua in the crowd, Rock Lee couldn't help but wave to Kamisato Uehua excitedly. The two naturally knew each other. After all, Kamisato Uehua got the 8 inner gates from Might Guy, and Rock Lee was almost always around Might Guy. Especially when exercising, the two often do various exercises that sound very scary to outsiders. What about running around Konoha 500 times, doing 1,000 push UPS? In short, they just do their best to torment themselves. Of course, this is also the way to exercise in the 8 inner gates. Only by keeping a high-intensity body can you better control the 8 inner gates. Kamisato Uehua is an exception, Rock Lee exclaimed, and immediately attracted people's attention again, and they all looked at Kamisato Uehua following Rock Lee's gaze. "Uehua? Why are you here too?" Seeing Kamisato Uehua, not only Rock Lee was surprised, but Naruto was also surprised and quickly came to Kamisato Uehua. "Lee, Naruto, what a coincidence." Seeing that she was exposed, Kamisato Uehua also spoke openly. "Uehua-kun? I didn't expect you to come to the Chunin exam alone. I thought you didn't participate." Haruno Sakura spoke unexpectedly, and Uchiha Suzuki was also curious. They knew Kamisato Tsukika Umbu's identity, and they all thought that Kamisato Tsukika would not participate in this Chunin exam. "Ha! Participating alone? You are participating in the Chunin exam alone." Hearing Haruno Sakura's words, Tenten blurted out in surprise. At the same time, the other genins in the passage all looked at Kamisato Tsukika, with confusion and surprise in their eyes. "Is there anything wrong with this? Why do you seem to be so surprised?" Haruno Sakura saw the expressions of the crowd and immediately realized that something was wrong, because everyone else was too surprised. "Isn't it said that this is an exam that is entirely based on personal will? It's normal to participate alone." Hearing this, Hyagan Niji glanced at Haruno Sakura and then spoke. "Indeed, the Chunin exam does not stipulate that you cannot take the exam alone. But the Chunin exam is not a simple one-on-one duel to determine the winner, but a test of the genin's comprehensive abilities, including leadership, combat effectiveness, decision-making, intelligence, etc. After all, after becoming a Chunin, you are already qualified to lead a team. If you don't have good comprehensive abilities, you can't lead a team well." At this point, Hyagan Niji paused and continued, "Of course, if that's all, it's okay to take the exam alone. But if you take the Chunin exam alone, you must be mentally prepared to be targeted by everyone. After all, the Chunin exam is a selection exam, but it also has an elimination mechanism. Under certain requirements that the enemy must be eliminated, who doesn't want to choose the weakest enemy? So, even if there is no rule, everyone still defaults to forming a team and 3 people take the exam at the same time. I guess you are the only genin who takes the exam as an individual in this exam. In other words, you have become the prey of all teams in this Chunin exam." Hyagan Niji looked at Kamisato Tsukika and spoke, but Kamisato Tsukika remained calm from beginning to end. On the contrary, Naruto, Suzuki, and little Sakura were all surprised after listening to Hyagan Niji's story. This was a situation they did not understand. Looking at the eyes of the people around them, the 3 could clearly see the burning eyes of those people looking at Kamisato Tsukika. Obviously, Hyagan Niji was right. Kamisato Tsukika had become the prey of other ninjas. "Tsukika-kun, I didn't mean it." Little Sakura apologized with apology, realizing that he had caused Kamisato Tsukika a lot of trouble. However, Kamisato Tsukika just smiled. "Don't worry, although I am only one person, I am very strong." Hearing this, little Sakura was relieved again. Yes, it should be the other genins who should be worried. Kamisato Tsukika is not a genin at all. After Kamisato Tsukika said that he was very strong, Harano Sakura also realized that Kamisato Tsukika really could not be viewed as an ordinary genin. His strength was really strong, maybe even stronger than teacher Kakashi. Let's go, if we don't leave now, we will be late. Ignoring the eyes of other ninjas looking at prey, Kamisato Tsukika smiled and spoke. Prey? In this Chunin exam, Kamisato Tsukika is the top hunter. But in this Chunin exam, Kamisato Tsukika's prey is only one person, one of the Sunin, or Ikimaru. As for the other genins, they are not even prey. To be honest, asking him to take the Chunin exam, isn't this bullying an honest man? Hearing Kamisato Tsukika's reminder, everyone retracted their gazes and set off again. But in their hearts, Kamisato Tsukika has been marked. The group successfully arrived at the third floor. Kamisato Uehua saw Heite Kakashi, who had been waiting here for a long time. After nodding and greeting him, Kamisato Uehua entered the examination room first. As soon as they entered the examination room, they saw a dense crowd of people. Hundreds of people had arrived in advance. These people were genin from various villages. They were old and young, but they were not particularly mature. Most of them looked young. After Kamisato Uehua came in, a figure rushed over and hugged Kamisato Uehua's arm. Uehua, you actually came to take the exam, Ino said with surprise. She didn't expect to see Kamisato Uehua in this 30. By the way, where are your teammates? Seeing that Kamisato Uehua was alone, Ino asked curiously again. I don't have teammates. I came alone. Kamisato Uehua pulled her arm out of Ino's arms and spoke helplessly. His voice was neither loud nor soft, just the sound of normal people communicating. However, as soon as he said this, many genin in the examination room looked over. Obviously, these people have been eavesdropping on the conversation here. They are not particularly concerned about Kamisato Tsukika, but as a ninja, they will subconsciously collect all the information they can. Alone? How could it be? Ino was surprised. Kamisato Tsukika's answer was completely beyond her expectations. Okay, Ino, since the village agreed to Tsukika to take the exam alone, it must have been seriously considered. Seeing that Ino had not yet realized that she had exposed Kamisato Tsukika's information, Shikamaru came over and interrupted. What's wrong with participating alone, and you don't need teammates at all? Another familiar voice sounded. It was Inyazuka Kiba, and the 8th team had arrived early. Kiba's voice was very confident. Others didn't know what Kamisato Tsukika's strength was, so how could he not know? Teacher Hong said in person that the elite Jonin rebel ninja of Kirigakure was killed by Kamisato Tsukika, and they were also saved by Kamisato Tsukika from the hands of Tsunagakure Jonin. And Kiba's words made the genin who had been paying attention here feel condensed. It seems that this is a very powerful character. However, they are a whole team. Let's pay attention to them first. Yuka-kun. Hinata spoke weakly, and her fingers began to entangle again. Hinata Kamisato Yuka found Hinata's appearance interesting and wanted to tease Hinata, but she held back. Ha! Shikamaru, Kiba, you are all here. Another loud voice sounded. It was Naruto, who had just entered the examination room. When he saw Shikamaru and the others, his eyes lit up and he quickly came over here. Yo, I thought you gave up taking this exam. But it doesn't matter whether you come or not, you can't pass anyway. Kiba spoke, and he didn't know why he always got in trouble with Naruto. Tisk, you will be eliminated, okay? Naruto immediately retorted after hearing this. The others were also used to the way the two would quarrel when they met and ignored them, just talking to each other. 10 people were communicating here, making the examination room a little noisy. Hey, you better be quiet. A voice interrupted the conversation of 10 people. Everyone looked over and saw a silver-haired young man wearing a pair of round-framed glasses, who looked harmless. His name is Kabuto, Yakushi Kabuto, a man who will stir up a great storm in the ninja world in the future, one of the initiators of the 4th Ninja World War, and a famous dream maker in the ninja world. You are all newcomers who just graduated from other schools, so you are yelling like this. After seeing the 10 people looking at him, Kabuto continued to speak, looking at the 10 people as if they were looking at a child. What? Who are you? What's wrong with us talking here? Ino felt unhappy when she saw Yakushi Kabuto's expression, and questioned Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto remained calm upon hearing this, and just said playfully, "My name is Yakushi Kabuto. Rather than telling me who I am, I think it would be better for you to take a look around first." Hearing this, the little cockroaches looked at the other people in the examination room. At this time, all the genins looked at them, and each of them had a bad look on their faces, and their eyes were also very cold, as if they were looking at prey. This shocked several people. They had never seen such a scene. This kind of being stared at as prey was really scary. Don't look at them as fierce, they are just pretending. Most of the people here are newcomers who are taking the Chunin exam for the first time. Everyone is the same. Kamarai Tsukika spoke to break the silence, and everyone looked at him. But because Kamisato Tsukika said they were pretending, everyone looked at Kamisato Tsukika with a fierce look. However, some people were different. Sure enough, Tsukika is still so confident. I really don't know how strong he is now, but he is definitely not weak. He is a real genius, and a hard-working genius. Lock Lee looked at Kamisato Tsukika and spoke in a low voice, which made Hyagon Niji look sideways. He has heard this kind of words many times. This made him want to see how strong the person who was called a true genius by Rock Lee was. Yes, he is a genius. Tenten was powerless to speak, but he was also full of curiosity about Kamisato Tsukika. On the other side, Gaara and the other two also recognized Kamisato Tsukika. It's that handsome boy. I seem to have heard someone say that he was participating in this Chunin exam alone. Tamari spoke in a low voice. This was the information she had just heard. Alone? Really confident. Kankuro looked at Kamisato Uehua coldly. At this moment, he also regarded Kamisato Uehua as his prey. Gaara remained silent, looking at Kamisato Uehua, confused. He did not feel any strong aura from Kamisato Uehua, but since the other party dared to participate in the Chunin exam alone, he must have something to rely on. So, what would he rely on? This person is worth paying attention to. Facing hundreds of eyes on the field, Kamisato was not moved at all, with a calm face, as if there was only a pile of air in front of him. This made the atmosphere on the field tense and solemn. However, he never took the initiative to attack Kamisato Uehua. As Kamisato Uehua said, in fact, most of the people here are taking the Chunin exam for the first time. They are also newcomers, but they are just using indifferent expressions to cover up their inner panic. It seems that you are very confident. But it seems normal, after all, you are the only genin with serious information missing in the information I collected for this Chunin exam. Yakushi Kabuto broke the silence of the examination room. He looked at Kamisato Tsukika and pushed his glasses, his eyes full of curiosity under the lenses. Information? Naruto asked curiously, and the others also came back to their senses from the nervous mood just now, and looked at Yakushi Kabuto. Well, these ninja cards are the information I collected, Yakushi Kabuto said, taking out more than 100 Reiji cards in his hand. After Yakushi Kabuto's explanation, everyone also knew the effect and use of ninja cards. So do you have any information you want to know? Since you are my juniors, I will share it with you for free, Yakushi Kabuto said, and continued his performance. After hearing this, several people looked at each other, and finally Uchiha Suzuki stood up. Like the original, he chose to look at the information of Locke and Gaara. Obviously, Rock Lee left a deep impression on Uchiha Suzuki. After all, they had fought each other on the second floor. As for Gaara, it was naturally the speed that shocked Uchiha Suzuki that caught his attention. Next, Yakushi Kabuto continued his performance, and was surprised that Gaara had performed B-level missions and was able to escape unscathed every time. This also made Suzuki and others realize that Gaara was definitely not a good person. Afterwards, the plot in the original work did not change, and the live-action version was staged in the eyes of Kamisato Uehua, and the genin of the ninja village attacked Yakushi Kabuto. As for the reason, on the one hand, it was because Yakushi Kabuto deliberately said that the Sound Village was a small ninja village that no one cared about to anger them, and on the other hand, Kamisato Uehua's words just now made him hold his breath in his heart. So Yakushi Kabuto suffered a heavy blow. If he knew the identity of Yakushi Kabuto, it might be very interesting, Kamisato Uehua thought to himself. Bang! Everyone, be quiet. The show is over, and with a loud bang, Marino Ibiki appears. The first round of the Chunin exam officially begins. Ibiki Marino's appearance was abrupt and extremely oppressive, and it can be said that almost everyone present was shocked. Especially looking at that face full of scars, people knew that this person was definitely not simple. Sitting in the assigned seat, Kamisato Tsukika waited quietly. He wanted to see how difficult the questions that stumped almost all candidates in the original book were. However, before getting the test paper, he had to watch Ibiki Marino's performance. On the podium, Ibiki Marino began to explain the rules of this exam. The first rule was standard. The test content contained 10 questions. If you answered correctly, you would get 1 point, if you answered incorrectly, you would lose 1 point, and if you were found to cheat, you would draw 2 points. Everyone could accept this rule. But when Ibiki Marino said the second rule, that whether you passed or not would depend on the total score of the 3 people in the team, Kamisato Tsukika heard a thump. He looked over and saw that it was little Sakura, who had already hit her head on the table. Damn it, in this case, Sakura and I need to get close to full marks. On the other side, Uchiha Suzuki also frowned, obviously, and did not think Naruto could get any score in this exam. Uchiha Suzuki even made plans for Naruto to get 0 points. And Naruto, he also knew his situation, and at this time he looked desperate, feeling the 2 resentments coming from behind, and did not dare to look at Uchiha Suzuki and Harano Sakura. But immediately, Marino Ibiki announced the third rule. If one person in the team scores 0, everyone in the entire team will be considered unqualified. As soon as these words came out, Uchiha Sasuke was dumbfounded, Sakura was desperate, and Naruto was hugged. This time, let alone Naruto, even Kamisato Tsukika could feel the two murderous auras rushing towards Naruto. And Naruto was already trembling. Yuka-kun, how do you calculate your score? A soft voice came to 650's ears, and Kamisato Yuka smiled. It was Hinata, who sat on his right, and Naruto was on Hinata's right, and the three of them sat in a narrow circle. Don't worry, the village must have considered my case when making such an exam rule, just answer the question seriously. Kamisato Yuka spoke. He did not take the initiative to ask Marino Ibuki's opinion anyway. The real purpose of this exam was not to test everyone's cultural level, but to test the intelligence-gathering ability of ninjas. Then I declare that the exam will begin, and you have 1 hour. On the podium, after saying that the last question would be announced in 45 minutes, Marino Ibuki announced the start of the exam. Hearing this, Kamisato Yuka turned around and opened the test paper on his desk to see it in person. The question was indeed not simple, but for Kamisato Yuka, it was not difficult. He knew the answer to such a question at a glance. Disappointed, Kamisato Tsukika still picked up the pen and started answering the questions. Kamisato Tsukika was disappointed that the questions were simple, but it was different for the others. More than 80% of the more than 100 genins looked at the questions and widened their eyes after a few glances, with a look of disbelief on their faces. Is this a question for a human? They were madly complaining in their hearts. Not to mention ordinary genins, even Uchiha Sasuke, a genius with excellent cultural knowledge, could only stare at the questions on the test paper. He read the entire test paper and found that he was not sure he could answer any question correctly. This made Uchiha Sasuke gasp. If he was like this, then you can imagine how Naruto would be. Absolutely 0 points, no need to think about it. In this case, even if little Sakura could answer 9 questions correctly, he would get 8 points after deducting 1 point for each wrong answer. If the average score was 6 points per person, he and Naruto would have to get 10 points together. But it was obvious that Naruto could not get any points, so unless he could get 10 points, or if little Sakura got 10 points, he would get 8 points. But no matter whether it was 10 points or 8 points, he had no confidence. Damn it, are we going to be eliminated just like that? Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists, and it was hard for him to accept that he was eliminated just because of Naruto. But soon Uchiha Sasuke found something wrong. There were too many examiners here, and there were more than 10 examiners in one examination room. This was really unreasonable, as if they were sure that they would cheat. Wait, cheating? Uchiha Sasuke's eyes lit up, and after a quick glance at the candidates around him, he understood everything in his heart. Obviously, the reason why the questions in this exam were so difficult was to make them cheat. No, to be precise, it should be to collect intelligence. How to collect intelligence like a ninja, Tuan is the correct answer to this exam. After thinking it through, Uchiha Sasuke smiled confidently. Since we want to collect intelligence, there must be intelligence here. In other words, in this examination room, there is information arranged by the examiner that they have the correct answer. Thinking of this, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly thought of a person in his mind. Kamisato Tsukika. According to the rules, the first pass judgment condition is calculated according to the total score of 3 people, but Kamisato Tsukika is only one person taking the exam, and his total score is only 10 points at most. If it is divided into 3 parts, he will definitely fail. Kamisato Tsukika did not question or object to this rule. So, what is the purpose of Kamisato Tsukika taking the Chunin exam? He did not need to take an exam that was obviously eliminated long ago, but Kamisato Tsukika not only took the exam, but he also took the exam alone, so there is only one truth. 013407230144290090, Kamisato Tsukika is the information of this exam. Thinking of this, Uchiha Sasuke looked forward, where Kamisato Tsukika had already started writing answers on the test paper, and he seemed to be writing very fluently. Such performance made Uchiha Sasuke firm in his thoughts. If she didn't know the answer in advance, how could Kamisato Tsukika answer the question so smoothly, as if she didn't need to think at all? FFFLX, Sharingan. Without any hesitation, Uchiha Sasuke directly opened his Sharingan and began to copy Kamisato Tsukika's movements. Not only Uchiha Sasuke, but many people in the examination room had the same guess as Uchiha Sasuke and came to the same conclusion. Kamisato Tsukika was the information they needed to collect in this exam. So not only Uchiha Sasuke started to act, but others also started to act. Hyuga Niji opened his Byakugan and looked directly through Kamisato Tsukika's body to see the test paper on Kamisato Tsukika's desk. Abarame Shino controlled a small insect to fly high and headed towards Kamisato Tsukika. The sand in Gaara's hand surged and soon condensed into a sand eye, and Tenten was ready to control his own ninja tool. The three people from the sound village also listened carefully to the sound of Kamisato Uehua's pen tip rubbing against the test paper. It can be said that at almost the same time, more than 10 people in the examination room had already taken action against Kamisato Uehua. Feeling the feeling of being spied on, Kamisato Uehua frowned slightly. He slowed down his writing speed, and with a glance, he noticed the methods of many people. This made Kamisato Uehua confused, and then he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Good guy, he was misunderstood by these people and regarded as the standard answer. After complaining in his heart, Kamisato Uehua's mouth corners raised. I thought this exam was too boring, and I could get full marks without collecting intelligence at all. Now it seems that something interesting has happened. As a ninja, the ability to collect amines is very important. And the ability to be collected is also very important. Since these people collect his intelligence, then don't blame him for giving false information or refusing to be collected. With a playful smile in his heart, Kamisato Uehua continued to slow down, and after thinking for a while, the pen in his hand continued to fall. But this time, Kamisato Uehua's pen did not fall where it should be written, but on the next line. Then it returned to the same line, but not the position immediately after the previous word, but a few ministers were left empty. And for the next word, Kamisato Uehua's pen had already appeared in the blank space in the center of the next question. In this way, Kamisato Uehua began his special answer. And the purpose of his doing so directly caused the three people in the sound village to give all the wrong answers. Because they relied on sound to collect the content written by Kamisato Uehua, and the content written by Kamisato Uehua was also fine. Each word was a word in the correct answer, but it was not in the answer of the same question. But these words combined will form a very reasonable but wrong new answer. So, the three people in the sound village wrote a bunch of wrong answers without noticing. However, such writing cannot ensure that Kamisato Uehua's information will not be collected. For example, Hyaga Niji and Gara, although they were shocked by Kamisato Uehua's writing method, could clearly see the content on Kamisato Uehua's test paper. So, Kamisato Uehua had to use other means. Even Uchiha Suzuki could continue to copy the correct answer from Kamisato Tsukika. Thinking of this, Kamisato Tsukika changed her writing movements. On the other side, Uchiha Suzuki, who looked confident, suddenly froze. His writing movements, which were smooth just now, suddenly became awkward. This made Uchiha Suzuki frown. He retracted his gaze and looked at his test paper, and his face suddenly changed. On his test paper, the last sentence was, "Not me, horizontal 2 and vertical 3. This was obviously not the answer, but Kamisato Tsukika told him that he was not the answer, and asked him to look at the person in the second horizontal row and the third vertical row of the coordinates. Uchiha Suzuki looked over, and the genin there was answering the questions fluently, looking as smooth as Kamisato Tsukika. The person with 2 horizontal and 3 vertical coordinates made Uchiha Suzuki realize that his inference was wrong. It should be said that it was half right and half wrong. The real purpose of this exam, and the fact that this exam would arrange intelligence, he analyzed it correctly. But Kamisato Tsukika was wrong. Kamisato Tsukika was not the real intelligence of this exam, nor was she the one who specially participated in the Chunin exam. The one who took this exam was someone else. Thinking of this, Uchiha Suzuki clenched the pen in his hand and was not happy about finding the correct answer. After all, this answer was told to him by Kamisato Tsukika. This means that Kamisato Tsukika knew the purpose of this exam earlier than him, proving that Kamisato Tsukika had better analytical ability than him. If it was just that, it would be fine. The most important thing was the way Kamisato Tsukika told him the correct answer. What did this prove? It proved that Kamisato Tsukika not only had better intelligence analysis and collection ability than him, but also had better intelligence collection ability than him. It's not just counterintelligence. If Kamisato Tsukika wants, he can pass on false information to Uchiha Suzuki and make Uchiha Suzuki fall into the trap. So, he was completely outclassed by Kamisato Tsukika. This made Uchiha Suzuki feel a little bit difficult to accept. It's okay to be inferior to others in strength, but it's a big blow to be inferior to others in intelligence. Kamisato Tsukika naturally didn't know about Uchiha Suzuki's defense. After telling Uchiha Suzuki that sentence, he stopped writing and rubbed his wrist naturally. The answer has been completely written. Only the 10th question has not been announced yet. While Kamisato Tsukika was rubbing his wrist, Hyaga Niji, Gara, Kiba, Shino, Tenten through the people who were watching Kamisato Tsukika's test paper writing frantically, they quickly copied Kamisato Tsukika's answers on their own test papers. Not long after, they copied the contents of the test paper to the school. Until the feeling of being spied on disappeared, Kamisato Tsukika smiled. He knew that those people had withdrawn their magic powers. Then it was his turn. Oops. Kamarai Tsukika slapped his forehead and pretended to be annoyed. His action and the sound of oops attracted the attention of others, including several examiners who looked over. However, Kamisato Tsukika was not as happy as others. He quickly picked up the eraser beside him, wiped different places on the test paper, and then quickly wrote. He was very fast, and there were not many places to modify. He quickly finished rewriting, then turned the test paper upside down on the table, closed his eyes and rested. This operation made the few people who had copied Kamisato Uehua stunned. They quickly looked at their own test papers and read the contents carefully, trying to find the mistakes. However, how could it be possible? This content was no different from the heavenly book to them. They didn't know what was right and what was wrong. They always felt that it was smooth no matter how they read it, but they felt that there was something wrong with it. Now, the four people were dumbfounded. Is this still a game for people? Only Hyaga Niji, he opened his Byakugan and started to check, looking for the place where Kamisato Tsukika had modified. However, after checking it once, Hyaga Niji frowned, because he found that although Kamisato Tsukika had just made some movements, the content was actually unchanged, and it was still the same as before. So, what was the meaning of Kamisato Tsukika doing this? Hyaga Niji thought about it and couldn't figure it out. Until he saw Inyazuka Kiba erase all the answers with a painful look on his face and began to look for other targets, Hyaga Niji suddenly woke up. He watched carefully with his Byakugan and soon knew the truth of the matter. Amazing, is this the real genius that Lee said? Hyaga Niji sighed in his heart. He understood everything. Kamisato Uehua is not a pre-arranged answer, nor is it the intelligence they want to collect for this exam. There is nothing wrong with Kamisato Uehua, his identity is a candidate. The reason why so many people in the exam room made wrong judgments can only be said to be coincidence and strength. The coincidence is that Kamisato Uehua came to participate alone, and the competition system is destined to eliminate Kamisato Uehua. The strength is that Kamisato Uehua's intelligence collection ability is extremely strong. Before everyone has noticed, he has already known the purpose of this exam and collected the correct answers. Or Kamisato Uehua's own cultural level is extremely high. These questions that they think it is impossible to get full marks, Kamisato Uehua is confident that he can get full marks, so his answers are so smooth. But no matter which situation it is enough to prove Kamisato Uehua's excellence. And the most important thing is Kamisato Uehua's counterintelligence collection ability. All of them have been deceived. If they have not rolled their eyes, they must have been deceived now and will look for answers again. So, as Lee said, Kamisato Tsuka is a true genius. Hyaga Niji completely acknowledged Kamisato Tsuka's genius identity at this moment. Not only Hyaga Niji, but also Gaara reacted after a brief panic. This made him look at Kamisato Tsuka's back. He couldn't see through it at all. But no matter what, there is no doubt that Kamisato Tsuka is a genius. However, this made him more excited, and he was looking forward to fighting with a genius like Kamisato Tsuka, and kill him. On the podium, all the little movements below were seen by Marino Ibiki. He knew all the cheating methods of Goka 8 Gate, but this was exactly the purpose of his exam, to test these people's cheating ability. It's just that these people's intelligence gathering ability is still too immature. And in the examination room, if he was asked to score these people's intelligence gathering ability, Marino Ibiki thought that none of them were qualified. Even Hyaga Niji and Hyaga Hinata, he only gave them 50 points. And this score is given for the sake of the Byakugan. After all, in the field of intelligence collection, the Byakugan is indeed the undisputed king. The ability of perspective is really too important. However, if we put aside the ability of the eyes, whether it is Hyaga Niji or Hyaga Hinata, their ability to collect intelligence is not up to standard. No, not everyone is unqualified. There is one person whose intelligence collection ability Marino Ibiki is willing to give 80 points, or even higher. Looking at Kamisato Tsukika, who closed her eyes and waited for the announcement of the 10th question, Marino Ibiki looked relieved. He saw all of Kamisato Tsukika's actions just now and knew very well what Kamisato Tsukika did. It can be said that when everyone in the entire examination room was collecting intelligence, only Kamisato Tsukika was collecting intelligence and doing a good job of collecting intelligence. Throughout the entire exam, Kamisato Tsukika's ability and wisdom were absolutely unique. No wonder the third-generation master was so optimistic about him and let him take part in this Chunin exam alone. It seems that this is another true genius like Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi. Ibiki Marino thought of those two people, both of whom were famous geniuses in Konoha, but their endings were not good. One did not reach the height he should have reached, and the other directly defected from the village and became a traitor. So, the real purpose of the third-generation master transferring Kamisato Tsukika to anbu and often letting him perform the task of protecting Hokage was to personally train Kamisato Tsukika to prevent him from going astray? Ibiki Marino couldn't help guessing, and felt that he had probably guessed the truth. I just don't know what Kamisato Tsukika's strength is. However, to be able to receive such treatment, Kamisato Tsukika should have the strength of a Jonin, right? Ibiki Marino couldn't help thinking. However, his guess was still too conservative. Kamisato Tsukika's strength had reached a level that surpassed 99.9% of people in the ninja world. But it is understandable, after all, Kamisato Tsukika's strength is not clear even to the third-generation master. Time passed quickly, and those with strong intelligence-gathering ability had already reached the correct answer. And those with weak intelligence-gathering ability had also been eliminated. As for Naruto, who had not guessed the true intention of the exam, had no intelligence-gathering ability, and did not dare to cheat, he was the only one who was suffering at this time. 45 minutes have passed, and I will announce the 10th question of this exam next. Marino Ibuki's voice attracted everyone's attention, and everyone was waiting for the 10th question, he said. However, after Marino Ibuki announced the content of the 10th question, the whole grilled sausage exploded directly. Many people protested, thinking that such rules were not fair at all and had problems. However, Marino Ibuki said that the protest was invalid, either continue or leave on your own initiative. This kid, many people were shaken in their hearts. In the end, they could only choose to give up on their own initiative. After all, this is just a Chunin exam, and life is not just this Chunin exam. If they fail this exam and have to be genin for life, then they don't have the courage, and they don't think it's the right choice to continue. So, people gave up on their own initiative one after another. It was not until Naruto's ninja way declaration, even if I can only be a servant for the rest of my life, sounded in the examination room, that this kind of abandonment stopped. Marino Ibuki saw that the rest of the people were stimulated by Naruto, and knew that there was no point in continuing, so she had no choice but to immediately announce that the rest of the people had passed. So far, the first round of the Chunin exam has ended. After the first exam, Mitarashi Anko made a brilliant appearance, and after announcing that he would eliminate more than half of the candidates, he took the rest to the next exam site. After the other examiners left, Marino Ibuki walked down from the podium and began to collect the test papers. The answers on everyone's test paper were almost the same. After all, those who could stay until the end had collected the information he had arranged in advance. Until he saw Naruto's blank test paper, Marino Ibuki was stunned. I didn't expect someone to pass the exam by handing in a blank paper. Thinking of Naruto's firm look just now, Marino Ibuki's mouth corners raised, and he completely remembered Naruto. And when Marino Ibuki picked up Kamisato Tsukika's test paper, he exclaimed, "All of them are correct, and the ideas seem to be clearer than the answers given. He is indeed a promising person of the third generation. Wait, this kid." Looking at the first word of the first question on Kamisato Tsukika's test paper to the 9th word of the 9th question, Marino Ibuki couldn't help but marvel again, because those words together are, "This question is too simple." Death Forest, this is the test site for the second round of the Chunin exam, a place Kamisato Tsukika is quite familiar with. After all, anbu often moves around here. This place is called the Death Forest, and you will soon be able to experience it yourself. Mitarashi Anko spoke, she looked a little excited. This place is called the Death Forest, and you will soon be able to experience it yourself. In the crowd, Naruto looked disdainful after hearing what Mitarashi Anko said. He twisted his hips and made all kinds of strange movements, then pointed at 943 Mitarashi Anko, and continued confidently, "No matter how you scare me, it's useless, I'm not afraid at all." Perhaps it was because he just handed in a blank paper and passed the exam that made Naruto swell up. Now he really doesn't take the Chunin exam seriously at all. But Mitarashi Anko will not spoil Naruto. She smiled, and her eyes narrowed. Swoosh! The kunai was fired before Naruto could react, scratching Naruto's cheek. At the same time, Mitarashi Anko also came behind Naruto in an instant. "A spirited kid like you is the most likely to die before others." She put her head close to Naruto's ear, who looked dazed, and gently wiped the blood on Naruto's face, saying the words of pervert in a very gentle tone. "You sprayed out my favorite blood." This made Naruto instantly shudder, and he was directly scared. When Mitarashi Anko was about to continue teasing Naruto, her body suddenly gave a warning, and she stabbed the kunai in her hand behind her reflexively. However, Mitarashi Anko's kunai did not stab, and she stopped her behavior forcibly. "Kunai, give it back to you." A hoarse voice sounded, and the kunai held by the long tongue was handed to Mitarashi Anko from behind. "Thank you, but don't show up behind me with murderous intent if you don't want to die early." Mitarashi Anko smiled and turned her head to look at the person behind her. If this wasn't a woman with a pretty face, Mitarashi Anko would even think she was that person. Her former teacher, Orochimaru, one of the Konoha Sunin. "Sorry, I can't help getting excited when I see the blood, and you cut off my favorite hair, so I'm even more excited," the woman said, retracted her tongue and stepped back, returning to her teammates. During the whole process, everyone present was silent. Looking at the perverted examiner and the perverted woman, I always feel that this Chunin exam is not easy. Kamisato Tsukika also watched quietly beside Hinata without saying anything. She just sighed in her heart that Orochimaru is indeed Orochimaru, and he is really perverted. And that tongue is really disgusting. But Kamisato Tsukika still admires him. Orochimaru has amazing courage. After all, he dares to wear such recognizable clothes and show his special tongue in front of Mitarashi Anko, which is enough to show that Orochimaru is not afraid of being discovered. He doesn't take Konoha seriously at all. But this is normal, after all, Konoha now, the aging third generation, can hardly regain its glory. The world-famous Jiraiya travels around the ninja world and is not in Konoha. The elite Jonin Heite Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, Might Guy and others who support the facade are just children in Orochimaru's eyes. He has the strength to not take Konoha seriously. This is also the reason why Orochimaru is so unscrupulous. With so many interesting people, it seems that the next exam will become very interesting. It's really exciting. Withdrawing her eyes from Orochimaru, Mitarashi Anko suppressed her inner doubts and uneasiness and continued to speak with a smile. As she spoke, she walked back to her previous position and took out a stack of consent forms from her arms. Then, before the second exam officially begins, I will send this to you first. This is the consent form. If you want to participate in the second exam, you must sign your name on the consent form first. Mitarashi Anko spoke, making everyone confused. Why? Naruto asked. Because the next exam will kill people, you need to agree first. Otherwise, it will become my responsibility, ha ha ha. Mitarashi Anko laughed loudly, making countless candidates curse pervert in their hearts. After laughing a few times, Mitarashi Anko stopped, looked at everyone and said, "Can you tell me the rules of this exam?" In short, these are 10 extreme survival games in the wild. 0134072230 Phila 144290390. In the 10-kilometer diameter area of the Death Forest, you will enter it randomly from 44 entrances in teams and head to the high tower in the center. However, reaching the high tower is not enough to be successful. The qualification conditions are: 1. All team members are present. 2. You have 2 scrolls of heaven and earth in your hands. The number of scrolls is the same, and one will be randomly distributed to each team before departure. As for how to get the other one, it depends on your own ability. Mitarashi Anko said this, looking at Kamisato Tsukika with a playful smile. As the only person who signed up for the Chunin exam in her own name and had the consent of the third Hokage, Mitarashi Anko had long been interested in Kamisato Tsukika. Others were also guided by her gaze to look at Kamisato Tsukika, and suddenly, many people's eyes lit up. This guy took the Chunin exam alone, he had no teammates, so. Finally, this exam will take 120 hours, and I will give you 5 full days to compete. Then, collect the consent form in 10 minutes, and those who do not sign will be deemed to have given up the exam and their team. After speaking, Mitarashi Anko handed the notice to Naruto, who was closest to her, and asked Naruto to pass it back. After Kamisato Tsukika received the consent form, she did not hide and sign it alone, but took out a pen and signed her name in front of everyone, and came to Mitarashi Anko, put the consent form on the table, and then stood aside with his eyes closed. This behavior made the ninjas present quiet, and then their eyes on Kamisato Tsukika changed. This guy is very confident. Someone couldn't help but speak to his teammates. Shenli Uefua's behavior just now was tantamount to telling everyone that I didn't intend to give up. I just wanted to take the exam alone. If you have the ability, come and mess with me. I hope he can still be so confident after the exam begins. Someone looked at Shenli Uefua coldly with disdain. Someone else looked at him with burning eyes and couldn't wait. Humph, this kid better pray not to meet me, otherwise I won't show mercy. What an arrogant kid. I really hope his scroll is different from ours. I didn't like him when I was in the written exam room before. Wait, he will have a hard time after entering the exam room. Many genins have already started to whisper, looking at Kamisato Uehua with unfriendly eyes, and can't help but want to teach Kamisato Uehua a lesson. Some cruel genins even showed bloodthirsty smiles, treating Kamisato Uehua as their next prey and preparing to hunt Kamisato Yanhua in the Death Forest. After all, how powerful can such a kid who just graduated from the ninja school be? Even if he is really a genius, if he can't be beaten in a single fight, can't 3 people beat him in a gang fight? Some people are unhappy with Kamisato Uehua, and naturally some people are worried about Kamisato Uehua. Ino looked at Kamisato Uehua, who was alone, thinking in her heart that she must convince Shikamaru and Koji, let Kamisato Tsukika join their team, and the 4 of them acted together. In addition to being unhappy and worried, the 7th and 8th teams prayed in their hearts to meet Kamisato Tsukika. If we meet Kamisato Tsukika, we can only hand over the scroll, 0. But fortunately, even if we are unlucky and really meet him, at least there will be no danger, and he will not kill us. Uchiha Sasuke thought in his heart as he looked at Kamisato Tsukika. Even though he has mastered the 2 Tomo Sharingan, even though he has learned Chidori, even though he has never fought with Kamisato Tsukika after graduation, Uchiha Sasuke still knows that he is not Kamisato Tsukika's opponent. The simplest proof of this conclusion is what Heite Kakashi said himself: Kamisato Tsukika's strength is not inferior to his. And Uchiha Sasuke was crushed every time he sparred with Heite Kakashi during special training. Just avoid Tsukika later, I don't want to test how strong he is. On the other side, Inyazuka Kiba also spoke to Abarame Shino and Hinata. Although he did not see Kamisato Tsukika killing Kuraki Reiga with his own eyes, Inyazuka Kiba believed that Yui Kurane and Hinata would not lie to them. Since Yui Kurane and Hinata both said that Kamisato Tsukika killed Kuraki Reiga with her strength, then it must be Kamisato Tsukika who killed Kuraki Reiga. I look forward to fighting him. Gaara looked at Kamisato Uehua indifferently. He was tricked by Kamisato Uehua in the first match, which made him impressed. As expected of Uehua-kun, I really want to fight him to see how far he has practiced. Rock Lee clenched his fists and looked excited. After knowing the rules of this exam, he became excited. Fighting is something he likes and enjoys very much, especially fighting with geniuses. And Kamisato Uehua has always been a genius he wants to fight with, because since the last time they fought, he has grown a lot. He can already open the 5th gate of the 8 inner gates. So Rock Lee can't wait to show his training results in front of Kamisato Uehua, and also want to regain the victory from Kamisato Uehua. The last fight, he lost. Interesting, but that's all. Even Orochimaru noticed Kamisato Uehua, but he just noticed it. He only had Uchiha Suzuki in his eyes. To be precise, there was only Uchiha Suzuki's body. Orochimaru coveted Uchiha Suzuki's body. 10 minutes passed quickly, and the scattered genins gathered again. In the past 10 minutes, many people had a fierce ideological struggle, constantly hesitating between participating and quitting. Although they were lucky enough to pass the first exam, the elimination rate of the second exam was too high, and more than half of the people were destined to be eliminated. In addition, this exam was accompanied by life-threatening dangers, and one might be in it if he was not careful. This is just a Chunin exam. Is it really worth risking your life to participate? It's about life and death, which is something they have to consider. But in the end everyone still chose to participate. After all, isn't a ninja someone who walks on the edge of death and dances on the tip of a knife? Since you have chosen to become a ninja and want to become a Chunin, and have signed up for the Chunin exam, you must be aware of death. Just like the scar-headed examiner before, some things have to be practiced at the risk of one's life. In these 10 minutes, Ino also successfully persuaded Shikamaru and Koji to team up with Kamisato Tsukika, but Ino's intention was rejected by Kamisato Tsukika. From the beginning to the end, Kamisato Tsukika never thought about teaming up with other teams. Firstly, Kamisato Tsukika didn't need it at all. Secondly, Kamisato Tsukika also had her own things to do. He wanted to test Orochimaru's strength in this exam and collect information about Orochimaru. After collecting all the consent forms, Mitarashi Anko arranged for each team to get the scroll of their own team, and Kamisato Tsukika got a scroll with the word. After distributing the scrolls, with Mitarashi Anko's order, the 27 teams were taken to different entrances by the 27 examiners. The entrance where Kamisato Tsukika was located was entrance number 9. At 12:30 noon, the exam officially began, and the doors at the 27 entrances were opened at the same time. Almost in an instant, all the teams rushed into the Death Forest. This exam was destined to be a battle and bloody exam. In order to successfully obtain the scrolls they needed and safely reach the central tower, at least one team of enemies had to be eliminated. Therefore, they needed to enter the Death Forest quickly and set traps as soon as possible. At the moment the door was opened, almost all the teams rushed into the Death Forest. They wanted to be one step ahead and take the lead. However, Kamisato Uehua did not do that. He walked slowly and leisurely, and did not go straight. Instead, he turned left after entering the Death Forest, with his own destination. That was the location of Team 7. Kamisato Uehua activated the soul perception and easily found Naruto Suzuki and little Sakura. The reason for looking for Team 7 was also very simple. It was not to seize the scrolls in their hands, but because it would not be long before Orochimaru would appear there. Instead of aimlessly looking for Orochimaru in the Death Forest, it is better to wait for Orochimaru to take the bait at his target. Rustle, rustle, rustle. When he walked to a certain place, Kamisato Uehua heard a slight sound of leaves shaking in his ears. The sound was very subtle, mixed with the sound of the wind blowing the trees, and it was difficult for people to feel abnormal. But Kamisato Uehua was not an ordinary person. Not to mention that his strong physique makes his senses more sensitive. The strength of his soul also makes it easier for him to concentrate and detect subtle changes around him. Just 2 months in anbu was enough for Kamisato Tsukika to discover the poor hiding. After all, the other party is just a genin. Although he has the strength of Chunin, Chunin is not a powerful existence. On a tree not far from Kamisato Tsukika, the 3 hidden ninjas looked happy at Kamisato Tsukika, who was still walking slowly in front and below. I didn't expect our luck to be so good that we actually found this kid, one of them whispered in an excited tone. I hope he has the scroll we need, so that we can go to the tower as quickly as possible to complete the exam. Another person also spoke up. In his heart, the scroll in Kamisato Uehua's hand was a must-have. The last person didn't say anything, but his thoughts were the same as his two teammates. He had already regarded Kamisato Uehua as a sure thing. At a certain moment, a scream came from a distance, and it sounded not far from here. Obviously, the competition in the Death Forest has begun, and a team has already had trouble. Kamarai Uehua also knew that the first team in his hand was the 3 people from Team 8, who eliminated a team of genin. Take action! Seeing Kamisato Uehua stop and turn to look into the distance, the 3 ambushed genin's eyes lit up, and he decisively seized the opportunity to attack Kamisato Uehua. 30. It must be said that they were still quite alert. Even when 3 people faced Kamisato Uehua alone, they did not appear openly, but hid and waited for the right time to attack. But their vigilance was obviously not high, or they were too young to be patient. Kamisato Uehua was a person, and it was true that she was the easiest to bully among all the teams. However, how could someone who dared to sign up for the Chunin exam in his own name and got Konoha's permission be an ordinary person? Such people are either people like little Naruto who are more nervous and impulsive, and do things without considering the consequences, or they are extremely confident in their own strength and do not think that anyone can threaten them in this exam. Even though Kamisato Uehua has not shown her strength so far, from Kamisato Uehua judging from the performance of Chunin since the exam, Kamisato Uehua is more likely to be the second type. However, they still went up, without any information about Kamisato Uehua. Of course, it may also be because they were too anxious and afraid that if Kamisato Uehua was the first type, others would take the lead. After all, compared with competing with other teams, 3 against 1 is undoubtedly more reassuring. Facing the sneak attack of the 3, Kamisato Uehua calmly turned back and stood still. When the 3 saw this, even if they had doubts in their hearts, they could not stop, and could only attack Kamisato Uehua more decisively. One of the 3 people is good at close combat, so after the other threw a kunao to cover, the 2 quickly approached Kamisato Uehua. During this process, Kamisato Uehua did not move at all. Until 2 people came in front of him, one of them swung his fist fiercely at Kamisato Tsukika. Bang! He turned sideways, punched, and the swung fist genin fell directly to the ground, hunched over and rolled his eyes, and had lost consciousness. Kamisato Tsukika punched and kicked immediately, and the other genin who was close to him flew backwards, hit the tree heavily, and vomited blood. The battle process was too fast. In the eyes of the remaining genin, his 2 teammates rushed forward, and then one fell directly to the ground, and the other flew back instantly. He was not even ready for the battle, and was still thinking about how he would cooperate with his teammates later, and the 2 teammates had already been solved. This made the remaining genin's face turn pale, his body began to tremble, and sweat broke out. At this moment, he didn't know that his team had hit a wall. This is our scroll, please let us go. The genin who lost his will to resist because his teammates lay down too quickly, shuddered when he saw Kamisato Tsukika looking at him, and then took out the scroll without hesitation, and spoke to Kamisato Tsukika tremblingly. It can be seen that he was really scared, and his eyes were full of fear. Seeing this, Kamisato Tsukika walked over and took the other party's scroll, and ignored the 3 genins who had no vision, and was about to leave. In fact, Kamisato Tsukika could have killed them. After all, before this exam, everyone had signed the consent form. But these 3 genins are Konoha shinobi. After thinking about it, Kamisato Tsukika let it go. After all, when they attacked him, they didn't use kunao but fists. For the sake of being Konoha shinobi, just spare their lives. Thank goodness you're from Konoha. After Kamisato Tsukika took the scroll, she left after saying something and soon disappeared into the depths of the forest. When the genin saw Kamisato Tsukika leave, he collapsed on the ground with a look of relief in his eyes. Not only Kamisato Tsukika, but also Team 7 on the other side encountered the first wave of attacks they encountered. But their enemy was not a team. Like Kamisato Tsukika, Song was alone. As for why they were alone, we can only say that their team was very confident and took a split action to collect the scroll. After discovering Team 7, the ninja took the opportunity when Naruto went to the toilet alone to take Naruto down and tie him up, and then changed into Naruto's appearance to approach Sasuke and little Sakura, planning to catch Team 7 in one fell swoop. However, he still underestimated Uchiha Sasuke's IQ. Without little Sakura noticing anything, Uchiha Sasuke keenly noticed the abnormality of the fake Naruto. After a battle, the genin of Rain Shinobi Village was injured by Sasuke and gave up decisively and quickly left the battlefield. If the 3 of us are separated, even our companions can't trust us. Just like just now, the enemy can approach us through the transformation technique. After the battle, Team 7 moved to another place to rest. At this time, the 3 of them sat together. Uchiha Sasuke took the initiative to speak and summarize the battle just now. Then what should we do? Haruno Sakura asked. In fact, she should be a very careful person, but with Uchiha Sasuke around, Haruno Sakura seemed to be unable to think. We need to decide on a code to determine each other's identity through the code. Uchiha Sasuke said. He had already thought of a solution just now. 013407230144290580. Listen carefully, as long as the code is wrong, no matter what the posture is, it must be treated as an enemy. At this point, Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uzumaki Naruto. I will only say this once, listen carefully. When asked about the ninja song Ninja Machine, the answer should be like this: when a large number of enemies are in turmoil, it is a good opportunity to lurk. You cannot hide in a quiet place. The most important thing for a ninja is to grasp the opportunity, which is when the enemy is tired and relaxed. That's it. After saying a bunch of lyrics in a row, Uchiha Sasuke looked at Uzumaki Naruto's confused face and knew that his plan was successful. Okay, Haruno Sakura spoke confidently. Although the lyrics were long, with her memory, she could easily remember all the content. And Naruto couldn't help asking Uchiha Sasuke to say it again. The length of this code is obviously not something Naruto can remember after hearing it once. You didn't remember it, did you? I remembered it after hearing it once. Seeing Naruto say this, Chun Liang immediately opened his mouth to attack. How could Naruto bear this? He shouted, what? How could I not remember it? I just checked it for safety. Okay, I'll take the scroll. Uchiha Sasuke stood up and didn't give Naruto a chance to continue speaking. Hey, wait a minute, Naruto was about to say something, but before he finished speaking, a sharp voice broke through the control. The three looked over in the direction of the sound. It was the dark part of the forest. Because of the light, they couldn't see what was happening inside. And before the three went to investigate, suddenly, a gust of wind blew towards the three from the dark part of the forest. When the wind and waves stopped, three ninjas appeared in the dark of the forest, and a 2-meter wide and 30-centimeter deep mark appeared under their feet, which was caused by the wind-style ninjutsu just now. These three people are all adults, 2 men and 1 woman, and the woman is standing in the middle. It is the transgender Orochimaru and her 2 subordinates. On the other side of the mark, the 3 members of Team 7 who were attacked by the wind and waves just now have disappeared, and they have obviously hidden. Orochimaru was not surprised to see this. She just spoke to the 2 people around her in an imperative tone. You go play over there first, I'll be alone here. As soon as Orochimaru finished speaking, the 2 left directly. On the other side, Uchiha Sasuke, who was hiding behind a bunch of bushes, watched all this, thinking about how to fight next. Sasuke, Haruno Sakura's voice came from behind. Uchiha Sasuke turned around with a kunao in his hand, and took a defensive posture. He said to Haruno Sakura, who was approaching him unexpectedly, don't come close. First, give the signal, ninja song, ninja machine. Sasuke looked hostile. Although he felt that the Haruno Sakura in front of him was the real person, any slackness now could be fatal. Haruno Sakura was stunned when he heard the words, and then quickly said the signal they had discussed before. Very good. Seeing that Haruno Sakura successfully said the signal, Uchiha Sasuke relaxed. And at this moment, another voice came from not far away. It hurts so much. Sasuke and little Sakura. So you are here. It was Naruto, who was trotting over with a happy face. Naruto, wait a minute. Signal. Little Sakura followed suit and asked Naruto to stop and give the signal like Sasuke did just now. Naruto continued to smile and confidently said the secret code that the 3 of them had just agreed on. Whoosh. However, just as Naruto finished speaking, Sasuke had already shot a kunao at Naruto. Suddenly, both Sakura and Naruto were startled. Naruto, who fell down because of dodging the kunao, was even more dissatisfied and asked Sasuke loudly, what are you doing? You are not Naruto, you are the guy just now. Sasuke took a fighting posture with a confident face. Obviously, he was still very proud of the success of his plan. The person in front of him was definitely not Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke was convinced in his heart, but it was Haruno Sakura who saw Uchiha Sasuke attacking Naruto, even though he liked Uchiha Sasuke very much, but he couldn't help asking, what are you doing, Sasuke? Didn't Naruto say the secret code? Hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke raised his voice. It's a problem if you say it out loud. Do you think that guy can remember such a long secret code? Uchiha Sasuke spoke, leaving Haruno stunned. If we talk about secret codes, what does Naruto usually say? Uchiha Sasuke continued to ask Haruno Sakura, and was also explaining to Haruno Sakura. After Uchiha Sasuke's reminder, Haruno Sakura also reacted immediately. Yes, Naruto would definitely not remember such a long secret code. If 577 asked him, he would definitely say, sorry, I forgot. And Naruto's action of dodging my attack is obviously different from his usual habits. So, it's time to show your true colors, you fake. Uchiha Sasuke looked down at the fake Naruto sitting on the ground, with a smug tone. The fake Naruto knew that she had been exposed. She laughed and then licked her lips with her long tongue. I see. The fake Naruto was not angry at all. After she finished speaking, she directly removed her transformation technique and revealed her true appearance. Soft long hair, pale skin without any blood color, and a white robe. It was Orochimaru. You knew you would forget, why didn't you choose a shorter code? Holding the bamboo hat with one hand, Orochimaru spoke with interest. Uchiha Sasuke didn't know what kind of pervert he was in front of him, and what a terrifying existence he was. He just looked straight into Orochimaru's eyes without showing any weakness and answered with a confident tone. Because I know you lurked underground and eavesdropped on our conversation, so I used such a long code. Uchiha Sasuke finished speaking, wanting to see surprise or shock on the other party's face, but unfortunately, Orochimaru was still as interested as before, looking at Uchiha Sasuke as if he was looking at an interesting toy. Really, it's more fun than I thought. Orochimaru lowered his head slightly, and his deep eye sockets were covered by shadows, giving people a sense of oppression. As he spoke, Orochimaru took out the scroll and gestured to Sasuke and Sakura. There was a word Earth on it, which was the scroll needed by Team 7. You want this Book of the Land, right? After all, you have the Book of the Sky. Orochimaru continued to speak, and after he finished speaking, he made a move that made Harano Sakura dumbfounded. She swallowed the scroll hard and swallowed it. Let's begin, the battle for the scroll, a fight for life. As Orochimaru's voice fell, she placed her left index and middle fingers on her left eye and pulled her eyelids down. Suddenly, the terrible murderous aura burst out from Orochimaru's body. This was a murderous aura that Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura had never experienced before. It was many times stronger than Heite Kakashi's murderous aura, as if it had condensed into substance. This terrible murderous aura made Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura deeply feel the feeling of being killed. That feeling made the two of them instantly tremble with fear. When the murderous aura passed, Uchiha Sasuke came to his senses. He didn't have time to think about anything, and the discomfort in his body made him kneel down and vomit. This scene was seen by Kamisato Tsukika, who happened to arrive. While feeling heavy in her heart, she couldn't help but complain, because Orochimaru was probably doing it on purpose. To avenge the time when he was controlled by Uchiha Itaka's illusion and could not move, and could only watch his arm being cut off. Isn't it too much to bully a child like this? Kamirai Tsukika spoke loudly, looking down at Orochimaru below from the tree. The voice of Kamisato Tsukika reached the ears of the three people below, attracting Orochimaru's attention. The reason for saying this is that Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura are still unable to move at this time, and Harano Sakura is even unconscious. It was only when Kamisato Tsukika's voice sounded that she slowly came back to her senses. It turned out to be you, interesting kid. Orochimaru spoke. She naturally knew Kamisato Tsukika. However, she didn't know much about Kamisato Tsukika, just to the extent that Kamisato Tsukika was a member of anbu. As for Kamisato Tsukika killing Mamakai Zabuza and killing Kuraki Rega, Orochimaru didn't know. Saved. Uchiha Sasuke tried to turn his head to look at Kamisato Tsukika, and the arrival of Kamisato Tsukika made him feel relieved and grateful. Although this pervert woman is very strong, Uchiha Sasuke doesn't believe that she can be stronger than Kamisato Tsukika. After all, Kamisato Tsukika is someone Heite Kakashi said is not weaker than him, and she killed Mamakai Zabuza, an elite jonin, single-handedly. Such strength is already the best in Konoha in Uchiha Sasuke's heart. If such Kamisato Tsukika can't beat this perverted woman in front of him, then Uchiha Sasuke can't imagine how strong this woman is. It's really shocking that someone with strength above elite jonin can disguise as a genin to participate in the Chunin exam. Then, tell me your purpose. If it's not so outrageous, maybe you still have a chance to survive. Kamisato Tsukika spoke, and jumped down and came to Uchiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura. The reason why Orochimaru was said to be an elite jonin was naturally intentional, in order to reduce Orochimaru's vigilance and pass false information to Orochimaru. Interesting, I haven't heard someone talk to me like this for a long time. It seems you are very confident. Orochimaru smiled sinisterly and became interested in Kamisato Tsukika. But I can understand that, after all, you are not yet 13 years old, and if you have the strength of elite jonin, you do have the capital to be so confident. Then, let me see your strength, let me see if you really have the power to decide my life or death. After Orochimaru finished speaking, a terrible murderous aura burst out. This time he specifically targeted Kamisato Tsukika and did not affect Shiha Sasuke and Harano Sakura. Murderous aura? Interesting things, this kind of power related to will and spirit is worth studying. Kamisato Tsukika remained calm, came to Uchiha Sasuke and patted Uchiha Sasuke gently, allowing Uchiha Sasuke to recover immediately. Sasuke, you take care of little Sakura first, and stand by for me. Kamisato Tsukika said to Uchiha Sasuke. Of course, this was just a polite remark. With Uchiha Sasuke's strength, let alone standing by to support Kamisato Tsukika, when the battle starts later, it's already good that he doesn't become a burden to Kamisato Tsukika. Uchiha Sasuke nodded, quickly helped Harano Sakura up, and then jumped back to a tree trunk. Interesting, really interesting, you are more interesting than I thought. Seeing Kamisato Tsukika ignore his murderous intent and appease Uchiha Sasuke, Orochimaru couldn't help but smile and licked his lips with his long tongue. Murderous intent has little to do with talent. It is a kind of mental attack method that a person naturally forms after killing. If you want to increase the intensity of murderous intent, you can only rely on continuous successful killing and the natural transformation of mental power under the experience of continuous killing. This transformation is indifferent to human nature and contempt for life. It is the confidence that one can kill the enemy. Why did Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura feel that they were killed just now? It was because they saw from Orochimaru's eyes that Orochimaru was confident that they would be killed. In Orochimaru's heart, they were already dead. And if this murderous aura can go a step further, Kamisato Uehua deduced that it can form a certain field. Everyone has his own magnetic field, and all things in the world have magnetic fields. Some magnetic fields can soothe people's hearts and nourish people's bodies. People with such magnetic fields are born with strong affinity, which will make people unable to help but approach him. And places with such magnetic fields can be called feng shui treasures. When the magnetic field goes a step further, it will form a certain territory, which is what people call the blessed land of immortals and the cave heaven on earth. And if the territory goes a step further, perhaps a unique rule different from the outside world can be formed in the magnetic field, thus evolving into a world. Of course, these are just Kamisato Uehua's guesses. His research on murderous aura is still very shallow, and even he himself does not have much murderous aura. The reason why he is immune to Orochimaru's murderous aura is because he has done targeted training. When Kamisato Tsukika first faced Sarutobi Hiruzen's full-strength murderous aura, she was also horrified and her body could hardly move. However, Orochimaru didn't know this. What she thought in her heart was that Kamisato Tsukika's hands were stained with blood during the 2 months in Anbu, creating terrible killings. In Orochimaru's heart, Kamisato Tsukika has become a bloodthirsty person. Then be serious, I hope you will let me have fun. Orochimaru spoke, and he had made a decision in his heart. He would also plant a curse mark on Kamisato Tsukika later. After all, the last genius he met was Uchiha Itachi. In Orochimaru's heart, Kamisato Tsukika's genius has surpassed Heite Kakashi. Therefore, such a body is very suitable to be used as his reincarnation container, more suitable than Kimimaro who is not sick. Kamisato Uehua didn't know that he had been regarded as a vessel of living corpse reincarnation by Orochimaru. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Kamisato Uehua was also excited. After all, being able to fight with such a strong man of this level is a good proof of his strength. Even in Kamisato Uehua's self-awareness, he rated himself as a strong man at the level of Senju Tobirama and Namikaze Minato, but this evaluation has no factual basis. Kamisato Uehua has not really fought with an old cage-level strong man like Orochimaru, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was just a sparring match. Then come on, let me see why you are so confident. Kamisato Tsukika also spoke, and the kunao in her hand had already flown out. Swoosh! So fast! Orochimaru and Uchiha Sasuke exclaimed at the same time. Kamisato Tsukika did not perform ninjutsu after throwing the kunao. He quickly rushed towards Orochimaru, ready to rush forward and start a close combat with Orochimaru. Orochimaru saw Kamisato Tsukika's intention at a glance, but he did not dodge or retreat to distance himself, but stood in place waiting for Kamisato Tsukika's attack. Obviously, Orochimaru was very confident in himself and did not think Kamisato Tsukika could hurt him. He wanted to consider Kamisato Tsukika's close combat ability. Adjudge. Immediately, the two started a close combat duel, and the kunao in their hands moved quickly, and became a residual image in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. This is the gap between the three people. The ordinary duel between the two is in front of Uchiha Sasuke. Chunin's genius eyes can't see clearly. If it were him, the two on the field would, no matter who it is, they have the power to kill him instantly. 0134072330 Philo 1443000170. This shocked Uchiha Sasuke, and he clenched his fists and opened his two Tomo Sharingan at the same time. Ordinary eyes can't see clearly, but two Tomo Sharingan can definitely see it. Uchiha Sasuke thought to himself, but after opening the Sharingan, he was even more shocked, because even with two Tomo Sharingan, he still couldn't see the fight between the two. He could only barely catch the afterimage of the fight. So strong. Damn, is the gap between him and me still so big? Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth, stared at the two people fighting, and suddenly felt powerless. I thought that after a month of special training, I had narrowed the gap with Kamisato Tsukika, but I didn't expect that the gap was not only not narrowed, but even larger. He and Kamisato Tsukika are no longer ninjas of the same level. On the battlefield, Orochimaru was very satisfied with Kamisato Tsukika's strength. Even if it was just a close combat duel, he could be sure that Kamisato Tsukika really had the strength of an elite jonin. I just don't know how talented this body is in ninjutsu. If his talent in ninjutsu is as good as his talent in taijutsu, then Orochimaru should seriously consider whether to take Kamisato Tsukika away now. After all, he has been exposed. If he doesn't take Kamisato Tsukika away now, it will definitely be more difficult in the future. The old man Sarutobi Hiruzen will definitely keep this boy with him at all times. It will be a bit difficult for him to take action at that time. When Orochimaru was very satisfied with Kamisato Tsukika, Kamisato Tsukika was also very satisfied with Orochimaru. Sure enough, there is a big gap between elite Jonin and old-fashioned Kage like Orochimaru. Although they can fight each other, they are just fighting. It is almost impossible for an elite Jonin to defeat an ordinary Kage, even the most ordinary Kage. Not to mention an old Kage like Orochimaru. Just like Heide Kakashi at this moment, he would be killed instantly if he met Orochimaru. Another example is Sarutobi Asuma in Shippuden. Even if Haiden did not take action at that time, he would still be easily killed by Kakuzu. And the might guy who has not started the 7th gate, in the 6th gate state, he can only defeat the weakened version of Shigeki Kisuai. And that was when Hashigeki Kisuai was restrained. And now, Kamisato Tsukika, who uses the power of the elite Jonin, is not Orochimaru's opponent. The duel between Orochimaru and Kamisato Tsukika is more like playing with him. This gap can be seen even by Uchiha Suzuki, a Chunin. This made him feel scared and a little overwhelmed. That perverted woman actually has such a strong power. Is she really going to die here? At this moment, Uchiha Suzuki couldn't help thinking of escaping. At this time, Kamisato Tsukika was holding Orochimaru back. If he left little Sakura and Kamisato Tsukika behind and ran away, there might be a glimmer of hope. But immediately, Uchiha Suzuki cut off this thought from his heart. Even if he felt that he didn't care much about Harano Sakura and Kamisato Tsukika, but abandoning his companions and running away alone, Uchiha Suzuki felt that he couldn't do it. But, what should he do? Not to mention Uchiha Suzuki's anxiety, Orochimaru and Kamisato Tsukika stopped fighting for a while after another fight. He looked at Kamisato Uehua with satisfaction, and said greedily, "Very good, your close combat ability has indeed reached the level of elite Jonin. No wonder you are confident to say that you will keep me, and it is not too much of a boast. But if that's all, then you underestimate me. At this moment, the person whose life and death is decided is not me, but you," Orochimaru said, and licked his lips with his long tongue again, with a perverted look on his face. "It seems that I still underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful force. Then before I thoroughly understand the purpose of your coming to Konoha, I can't let you leave Konoha safely." Kamisato Uehua spoke, and his tone was still very confident. As if the person who was suppressed by Orochimaru just now was not him. Such confidence made Orochimaru stunned, and then smiled. "Interesting, it seems that you still have some incredible means hidden. Then let me see your confidence again, let me see your trump card, whether you are qualified to let me surrender." Orochimaru finished speaking, this time without waiting for Kamisato Uehua to make a move. He took the lead in launching an attack. Behind Orochimaru, a huge giant snake appeared, with a pair of vertical pupils staring coldly at Kamisato Uehua, cold-blooded and ruthless. "Let him play with you first." Orochimaru spoke. "This is the snake he summoned from Ryokai Cave summoning, with Jonin-level combat power. Jonin-level power is naturally impossible to be Kamisato Uehua's opponent, and Orochimaru also knows this. But he summoned this big snake not to defeat Kamisato Uehua, of course, just to let this big snake test Kamisato Uehua's trump card. As a veteran Kage-level warrior, Orochimaru has seen too many strange ninjutsu. Even veteran Kages will fail in those ninjutsu without knowing the intelligence. For example, Haiden, a member of his former organization Akatsuki, possessed such a strange ninjutsu, and he also used it to kill many powerful ninjas. Seeing Orochimaru summon the summoning beast, Kamisato Uehua's mouth slightly raised. Very good, this is what he wants. The thought flashed through her mind, and Kamisato Uehua had already moved quickly. When the big snake pounced on her, Kamisato Uehua dodged and came to the belly of the big snake. Before the big snake could react, Kamisato Uehua supported the body of the big snake with one hand and crouched with the other hand. 8 inner gates, 5th gate, Duman, open. The next moment, a stream of chakra burst out from Kamisato Uehua's body, and Kamisato Uehua was almost instantly wrapped in red chakra. He punched the snake's abdomen fiercely. Bang! The huge snake turned into a ball of white smoke and disappeared under the eyes of several people. This was a few people who were punched back to Ryokai Cave by Kamisato Uehua. After this punch, Kamisato Uehua did not rush to find Orochimaru immediately, but stood still. If you observe carefully, you will find that Kamisato Uehua is even distracted. In such a dangerous situation, being distracted is definitely not what an excellent ninja should do. But Kamisato Uehua is confident that he can save his life, and he is not afraid that he will be killed by Orochimaru. So, he was distracted. Use your soul to try to sense the flying thunder god spell that he had just engraved on the snake. This is Kamisato Tsukika's real purpose. He is plotting against Orochimaru. He wants to find the exact location of the 3 holy places, Ryokai Cave, from Orochimaru without using the summoning scroll. Kamisato Uefua's distraction soon ended because he had lost the perception of the Flying Thunder God spell, but it didn't matter. Although he could no longer perceive the Flying Thunder God spell engraved on the big snake, Kamisato Uefua was not completely unsuccessful. He had roughly known the direction of Ryokai Cave in the ninja world. With this information, even if Kamisato Uefua's subsequent plans against Orochimaru were all ineffective, as long as he kept looking in that direction, he would eventually find Ryokai Cave. After coming back to his senses, Kamisato Uefua seemed to be in a good mood. He looked at Orochimaru, who was looking at him in astonishment. "I didn't expect that your trump card is not a ninjutsu, but the 8 inner gates," Orochimaru spoke. He naturally recognized this technique and he had studied it, but he didn't study it for long, and Orochimaru chose to give up. The reason is very simple. This is a technique that becomes stronger at the cost of one's own body. Practicing the 8 inner gates will inevitably cause trauma to the body. And if you want to practice the 8 inner gates to a very deep level, these traumas will always exist. In Orochimaru's eyes, the 8 inner gates is a completely worthless technique, especially since he is pursuing immortality. What he cares most about is his own body. If you want him to practice the 8 inner gates, you must be able to open the 8 gates permanently without damaging the body. However, this is impossible, and he has already tried it. So after knowing that Kamisato Uefua's trump card is the 8 inner gates, Orochimaru is not so interested in Kamisato Uefua. Kamisato Uefua in Orochimaru's position in his heart plummeted. "You actually recognized this technique. It seems that you know very well," Kamisato Uefua spoke. Since the previous plan was successful, the next step is to fight Orochimaru in an open and above-board manner. Thinking of this, Kamisato Uefua did not say much nonsense. He started his body directly and rushed towards Orochimaru quickly. His speed was very fast, which was beyond the range of Uchiha Sasuke Tsutomu Sharingan's vision. In Uchiha Sasuke's eyes, Kamisato Uefua turned into a red light that passed through the earth, dragging along after image. And this speed also made Orochimaru's eyes light up. Although Kamisato Uefua had disappointed him, there was no doubt that Kamisato Uefua was able to practice to this level at this age, and she was also a very good embryo. And most importantly, 707 Kamisato Uefua's 8 inner gates seemed a bit too strong. Normal ninjas open the 5th of the 8 inner gates. Gate, the body has been traumatized, veins on the head will bulge, and the body will give people a burning feeling. However, Kamisato Uefua seems to have no feeling at all, as if she is not affected. But even so, under normal circumstances, the strength of a genin who opens the 5th gate will only reach the level of elite jonin. And Kamisato Uefua's combat power at this time is definitely beyond the elite jonin, which has broken common sense. Kamisato Uefua's 8 inner gates is very different from others. After realizing this, Orochimaru greeted Kamisato Uefua while his mind was not thinking quickly. There are only 2 possible reasons for this in Orochimaru's opinion. The first is that the 8 inner gates used by Kamisato Uefua is different from the 8 inner gates he knew more than 10 years ago. After more than 10 years, one day, the master optimized this technique. The second is that Kamisato Uefua has a completely different physique from ordinary people, and his body can withstand the trauma caused by the 8 inner gates. With such an inference, Orochimaru became interested in Kamisato Uefua again, and he decided to take Kamisato Uefua away today and take her back to study her carefully. On the other hand, seeing Kamisato Tsukika's strength increase again, Uchiha Sasuke felt mixed joy and reluctance, and his heart was very complicated. He was glad that after Kamisato Tsukika became stronger, the possibility of their survival would be higher. He was also unwilling to be weak and resented his own weakness. They were both over 12 years old and under 13 years old, and they both graduated from the ninja school. Why could Kamisato Tsukika have such strong strength, surpassing the elite jonin? But he only had the strength of Chinin, not even the special jonin. This made Uchiha Sasuke very upset. But he was thinking wrongly, or the 3 words Uchiha made Uchiha Sasuke too proud. How many people in the whole ninja world have such strength as Kamisato Tsukika before the age of 13? Not to mention the past 10 years, even if we trace back to the advent of the ninja world era, or even to the Sengoku era, there is only Kamisato Tsukika, Dadi, who has such strength at this age. Even Uchiha Sasuke's goal, his brother Uchiha Itachi, whom he admires and hates, does not have the strength of Kamisato Tsukika at this age. So, Uchiha Sasuke chose the wrong person to compare with from the beginning. Tsukika? Sasuke, little Sakura, so you are here. When Uchiha Sasuke was feeling complicated and sad, a surprised voice sounded from not far away. Uchiha Sasuke didn't even need to look up to know that the person coming was Naruto, and it was most likely the real Naruto. Because if other ninjas accidentally came here and saw the battle between Kamisato Tsukika and Orochimaru, they would not dare to stay and would definitely run as far as they could. Naruto is the only one who is so careless. However, it could be someone else. It could be the other 2 subordinates of that woman. Just now, Uchiha Sasuke saw that Orochimaru came with two subordinates. So Uchiha Sasuke cheered up and made an attacking motion towards Naruto with a kunao in hand. Secret code. Uchiha Sasuke spoke. Although he had actively told Orochimaru about his plan, he did not tell Orochimaru's two subordinates, so they could still be used. Well, sorry, I forgot. And Sasuke, it's already this time, why are you still talking about secret codes? Hurry up and find a way to support Uehua. Naruto shouted, wanting to rush over to support Kamisato Uehua, but even though he was a little careless, he knew that if he rushed in, he would only be a burden if he couldn't even see the fighting movements of the two people. Naruto's words made Uchiha Sasuke think quickly, and then he looked at Orochimaru and said, it is obvious that the opponent's strength is not a genin at all. He must have some conspiracy to come to Konoha. So what we have to do now is to attract the attention of the Jonin and elite Jonin in the village, so that everyone can defeat or take down this guy together. Uchiha Sasuke analyzed calmly, and he quickly thought about how to attract the attention of the Konoha shinobi. Soon, Uchiha Sasuke thought of the key. The location of the central tower. There are already Konoha ninjas there. This exam has been said before, everyone's destination is the central tower, so there must be Konoha shinobi stationed there. Naruto, little Sakura, we will rush to the central tower in one go, regardless of whether we will meet other teams on the way. We must aim to go to the central tower or attract the attention of the central tower ninjas. Uchiha Sasuke spoke to Naruto and little Sakura, but Naruto objected to this idea as soon as he said it. No, how can we leave Tsukuka here alone? It's too dangerous. Obviously, Naruto was worried about Kamisato Tsukuka. However, Uchiha Sasuke spoke directly to stop Naruto from talking. Do you think that with our strength, staying here will help or hinder Kamisato Tsukuka? After this, Naruto was silent. Yes, with their strength, let alone helping Kamisato Tsukuka, it would be good enough not to hinder him. And if we separate, if we meet other teams along the way, we may even be killed by other teams if we are outnumbered. In addition, don't you think that you are harming Kamisato Tsukuka by continuing to delay time here? What he needs most now is support. If Kamisato Tsukuka has an accident when we return because of your delay here, then you can regret it yourself. Uchiha Sasuke spoke again. He was very calm and his tone was very cold, but what he said was the truth. Speaking of which, Uchiha Sasuke was actually a true genius, but his personality was too strong and was distorted by Uchiha Itachi. Okay, let's set off quickly. Naruto glanced at Kamisato Tsukuka who was still fighting with Orochimaru, and made up his mind. It was indeed as Uchiha Sasuke said, the longer they stayed here, the more dangerous Kamisato Tsukuka's situation would be. After making up their minds, the three of them set off quickly and headed for the central tower. The actions of the three were naturally seen by Orochimaru, who showed a disdainful smile. Want to leave? A good hunter will not let the prey run away. Orochimaru said, and was about to chase in the direction of Uchiha Sasuke and the other two. However, how could Kamisato Tsukuka let Orochimaru get what he wanted? He said, it is indeed as you said, a good hunter will not let the prey run away, so how could I let you leave? Once these words came out, Orochimaru felt it was ridiculous. I really don't know who gave you the confidence to say such brazen words. Do you think that just the fifth gate of the 8 inner gates can stop me? It's too much. After saying that, Orochimaru increased his strength and speed, ready to burst out with all his strength to get rid of Kamisato Uehua. And this time, Orochimaru no longer just used physical skills. After he threw a punch and was dodged by Kamisato Uehua, he suddenly shot out several lion majesties from his sleeves, pulling Kamisato Uehua closer and ready to get rid of Kamisato Uehua. This is Orochimaru's signature ninjutsu, the Shadow Snake Hand. For any Jonin or even elite Jonin who are not aware of this move, this is an unexpected killer move. However, Kamisato Uehua had been prepared for Orochimaru. He knew Orochimaru's intelligence too well and knew all of Orochimaru's moves, so he was naturally prepared. I saw Kamisato Uehua lean back to avoid it, and stopped attacking, pulling away from him. Orochimaru's distance. What an excellent reaction, but if that's all, you can't stop it. Orochimaru was a little surprised and a little amazed. Being able to dodge his Shadow Snake Hand at such a close distance was enough to prove that Kamisato Tsukuka was definitely a cage-level ninja at this time. Less than 13 years old, a shadow ninja, these two pieces of information combined were too amazing, making it difficult for Orochimaru to remain calm. This also made Orochimaru more eager to get Kamisato Tsukuka's body. However, compared with other Kamisato Tsukukas, Yinshi finally chose Uchiha Sasuke. First, because Kamisato Tsukuka practiced the 8 inner gates technique. Second, he was determined to get the Sharingan. He must use the Sharingan to avenge that knife and defeat Uchiha Itachi in the field where Uchiha Itachi is best. He wants Uchiha Itachi to face himself and even look up to him. This is already his obsession, or it can be said to be his inner demon. If he can't get through it, Orochimaru felt that his future would be affected and it would be difficult to go on. Moreover, he also had his own pride. How could the proud Orochimaru accept being looked down upon by a child he had watched grow up like that? Indeed, if it were just like this, I would not be able to stop you from leaving. And if it were not for your fear and not daring to go all out, I am afraid that my current situation would be precarious. Kamisato Uehua opened his mouth and only opened the situation of the fifth gate of the 8 inner gates. Although he was fighting back and forth with Orochimaru now, in fact, Orochimaru was not serious at all. After all, Orochimaru's strongest skill was not physical skills, but ninjutsu. Once Orochimaru unscrupulously displayed his ninjutsu, then in this duel, Kamisato Uehua would have been crushed long ago. However, Orochimaru did not go all out, and so did he? Since he was looked down upon by Orochimaru, then he should be serious. The next is the real duel. You have to be careful, Senior Orochimaru. Kamarai Tsukika spoke, revealing Orochimaru's identity. Hee, I guessed it. But it doesn't matter, as long as I take you away, no one will know this secret. Orochimaru was a little surprised, but it was just a surprise. After he finished speaking, he was going to attack with all his strength. After all, if he didn't attack again, he wouldn't be able to take down Kamisato Tsukika. For the curse seal on Uchiha Sasuke, he had to find another opportunity. However, before Orochimaru moved, Kamisato Tsukika made her first move. 8 inner gates, 6th gate Jingmen, open, boom. The green chakra was rich and dazzling, and the ground under Kamisato Tsukika cracked instantly. A wave of wind blew directly from Kamisato Tsukika's body and swept around. At this moment, Kamisato Tsukika's momentum increased sharply compared to before. The whole person already had the terrifying momentum of a real strong man, which shocked Orochimaru. He blocked the wind and waves with one hand, and looked at Kamisato Uehua in the light with horror, his heart pounding. Come on. Orochimaru was incredulous. It's not that he had never seen Jingmen before. He had seen the kid called Might Guy use it, but the difference between Might Guy's Jingmen and Kamisato Uehua's Jingmen was too big. This kind of external expression looked like two different ninjutsu. This should be able to stop Senior Orochimaru. Then, the battle for the scroll begins. Kamisato Uehua looked at Orochimaru and spoke. After speaking, her body turned into a green light and flew out. So fast. After Kamisato Tsukika took the initiative to attack, Orochimaru felt the fear of Kamisato Tsukika Cageman firsthand. The distance between the two was not far, and she was almost approached by Kamisato Tsukika in an instant. After the fight, Orochimaru's color changed due to Kamisato Tsukika's power. This power is much stronger than before. The gap between the 6th gate and the 5th gate is so big. Orochimaru was shocked, because Kamisato Tsukika now, she had to be fully prepared to fight, which had already posed a terrible threat to her. In other words, Kamisato Tsukika in the 6th gate state, in terms of physical skills alone, is no weaker than her when she goes all out, and is even stronger. This made Orochimaru feel uneasy. The other party is just a boy under 13 years old, but he actually has such terrible strength. This is too incredible and unbelievable. But the fact is that, Kamisato Uehua's attack made Orochimaru exhausted, and he was completely suppressed. Bang! Another punch hit Orochimaru directly, causing Orochimaru to fly backwards and crash into several trees before stopping. He looked at Kamisato Uehua from a distance, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his face was gloomy. Seeing Kamisato Uehua attacking again, Orochimaru directly launched his own technique, Hidden Shadow Snake Hand. Instantly, more than 20 pythons flew out from Orochimaru's sleeves at a very fast speed, and these pythons even spit out sharp blades from their mouths, stabbing Kamisato Uehua fiercely. And Kamisato Uehua was not panicked in the face of Orochimaru's attack. His speed was too fast now. He avoided the attacks of those pythons with a few dodges and approached Orochimaru. This made Orochimaru feel difficult. He had fought with physical ninjas before, but he had never fought with a physical ninja as strong as Kamisato Tsukika. The thought flashed through his mind, and Orochimaru quickly retreated. While retreating, he quickly formed a seal while retracting the python in his sleeves. Boom! A gust of wind appeared out of nowhere and blew fiercely towards Kamisato Tsukika. This slowed down Kamisato Tsukika's speed. Although his body could stare at the wind, his eyes could not bear it, so he could only stretch out a hand to block the wind and waves for his eyes. At this moment, Orochimaru's neck suddenly became longer, and she opened her bloody mouth and was about to bite Kamisato Tsukika fiercely. But Kamisato Tsukika was not Uchiha Sasuke. Orochimaru was very fast, but Kamisato Tsukika was able to react. So after seeing Orochimaru's attack, Kamisato Uehua punched Orochimaru's cheek hard, knocking Orochimaru's head out and hitting it hard on the ground. At this time, the storm had ended. Kamisato Uehua moved quickly again and came to Orochimaru's side in a blink of an eye, punching him hard again. This punch hit Orochimaru's lower abdomen. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. When he flew backwards, blood spurted out of his mouth. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. Like a rag bag, Orochimaru lay on the ground motionless, as if Kamisato Uefua's blow just now had made him lose his fighting power. However, Kamisato Uefua didn't believe that Orochimaru would lose his fighting power so easily. In terms of the means of saving his life, Orochimaru was definitely in the first echelon among the entire Hokage ninja. I don't believe that the world-famous Orochimaru Sr. can be defeated so easily. After all, you are a Sunin. Kamisato Uefua looked at Orochimaru on the ground and spoke. Orochimaru stopped pretending after hearing Kamisato Uefua say so. Suddenly a hand stretched out from Orochimaru's mouth, and then another Orochimaru crawled out of that mouth. This scene was very scary. It can only be said that Orochimaru is worthy of it. There are too many underworld ninjutsu. Hee, you are really sharp. Orochimaru crawled out of the substitute and looked at Kamisato Tsukika and spoke. He was thinking in his heart, what should he do next? Should he choose to be completely exposed and go all out to take down Kamisato Tsukika, or choose to retreat first and find another opportunity to plant the curse seal on Uchiha Sasuke? If I fight with you, people who are not sharp should have died. Kamisato Tsukika spoke. Today's battle made him feel very comfortable, and he had never had such a hearty battle since he traveled through time. In fact, Kamisato Tsukika still has many ninjutsu methods that he has not taken out, including his own ninjutsu. The reason why he only chose physical skills for the duel was entirely because Kamisato Tsukika had not solved the problem of his chakra amount, and each of his self-created ninjutsu consumed a lot of chakra. Very good, Kamisato Tsukika, I will remember you. In the end, Orochimaru still chose a strategic retreat. He could indeed go all out to attack, but in that case, it would inevitably be completely exposed. This is the Death Forest, and next to it is Konoha, and there are many Konoha shinobi in the Death Forest. Once there is a big commotion, he will have to face the enemies of the entire ninja village. If it is just this, it will be fine. Orochimaru is confident that he can escape unscathed even if he faces the entire Konoha. But in this case, all his previous plans will fail. In addition, Kamisato Uefua is indeed very strong, which makes Orochimaru very afraid. It is not in his interest to continue fighting Kamisato Uefua. Anyway, the most important purpose of his coming to Konoha is to plant the curse seal for Uchiha Sasuke. This matter is too simple, and there is no need to make it so complicated because of such a simple matter. When Kamisato Uefua heard Orochimaru's words, he also understood that Orochimaru was going to slip away. But this is normal. No matter how he thinks, Orochimaru has no reason to continue fighting him. However, Orochimaru wants to withdraw, but Uefua disagrees. He had been planning for the Chunin exam for a long time, and Orochimaru was the key figure in his plan. Now that he had the opportunity to fight Orochimaru one-on-one, Kamisato Uefua didn't want to waste this opportunity. It's really an honor to be remembered by Senior Orochimaru. Kamisato Uefua spoke, and then started directly, without any nonsense, and quickly approached Orochimaru. Facing Kamisato Uefua's unreasonableness, Orochimaru showed a gloomy smile and quickly formed a seal. Suddenly, a huge python appeared between Kamisato Uefua and Orochimaru, blocking the sight of both parties. 0134072330 Phila 144300560. Obviously, Orochimaru wanted to use the big snake to block and leave quickly. Kamisato Uefua saw through Orochimaru's thoughts, and a smile appeared on his lips. Just right, try the ninjutsu he developed. Kamisato Uefua thought to himself and formed a seal quickly. With just 3 seals, Kamisato Uefua's ninjutsu was performed. Kamisato Uefua's right hand was now wrapped in lightning, and the wrapped lightning quickly extended and formed the shape of a gun. Then, Kamisato Uefua jumped with all his strength, dodging the giant snake's attack while reaching high in the sky. He saw Orochimaru running fast in the forest below at a glance. Lightning-style thunder killing gun. The lightning spear in his hand flew out, turning into a beam of light and shooting towards Orochimaru. This was a ninjutsu created by Kamisato Tsukika after she saw Heite Kakashi's Chidori during the Wave Country mission. However, compared to the Chidori, which must be used in conjunction with the Sharingan, the thunder-killing spear does not have that requirement. This lightning spear was very fast, flashing with silver-white light and projected from the sky, like a meteor that streaked across the sky. Feeling the strong chakra fluctuations coming from behind, Orochimaru did not hesitate and jumped up. Boom! A terrible roar appeared, and a dark deep pit appeared on the ground. It was caused by the thunder-killing spear. It is not difficult to imagine that if hit by this thunder-killing spear, Golden suffers Dokomo's injuries. However, it was not over yet. Kamisato Tsukika, who fell from the sky, looked at Orochimaru in the sky, stretched out one hand and pointed at Orochimaru's location, and suddenly a thin and long lightning beam appeared from Kamisato Tsukika's hand and attacked Orochimaru. This technique is still the thunder-killing spear, but Kamisato Tsukika's thunder-killing spear is not only nature transformation, but also includes form change, so Kamisato Tsukika's thunder-killing spear can be said to be a combination of Chidori plus Chidori style plus Chidori sharp spear. There is even an additional ability, that is, it can be used to attack without hands like Sage Art Wind-style Raisin Shuriken. And even without the chakra to stabilize the form of the ninjutsu, Kamisato Tsukika can also prevent the Thunder Killing Spear from dissipating quickly. The slender lightning beam shot towards Orochimaru, who had nowhere to borrow power in the sky. At this moment, it was difficult for Orochimaru to dodge. Even if he had tried his best to twist his body, he was still controlled by the lightning bar to his thigh. Bang! After falling heavily to the ground, Orochimaru stood up. His face had become very gloomy. If the giant snake had not attacked Kamisato Tsukika again, he would probably be approached again. Is it a self-created ninjutsu? I didn't expect you to be so talented in ninjutsu, Orochimaru said. In the previous battle, Kamisato Uehua had been using physical skills to fight him, which made Orochimaru think that Kamisato Uehua was a ninja with 10 physical skills. However, he didn't expect that the other party would have such a strong talent in ninjutsu. Not bad, Kamisato Uehua said, and used another ninjutsu. This time he didn't make a seal, but used a non-seal ninjutsu. In Kamisato Uehua's hand, a chakra ball began to condense, and it was accompanied by lightning and made a sharp sound. Dash 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 dash. This is Raise-non. Orochimaru was shocked and had already seen the ninjutsu used by Kamisato Uehua. No, it's not a simple Raise-non. You added Thunder Attribute Chakra to the Raise-non. Orochimaru looked at the Thunder Attribute Raise-non with Silverlight, and couldn't help but be shocked, and his face became more solemn. He was no stranger to the Jutsu Raise-non. After all, his teammate, Jiraiya, who was also one of the Sunin, was good at the Jutsu Raise-non. And the famous Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato, who defeated him in the competition for the 4th Hokage, was also very good at Raise-non. But with the death of Namikaze Minato, Jiraiya traveled around the ninja world and disappeared, and Orochimaru hadn't seen this jutsu for a long time. I didn't expect to see Raise-non again here today, but this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the Raise-non used by Kamisato Tsukika actually incorporates Thunder Attribute Chakra. You know, Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya had this idea a long time ago, and they also tried to integrate other nature chakra into Raise-non, but they undoubtedly failed. And now, Kamisato Tsukika succeeded. At the age of less than 13, she did what Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya had not done. I underestimated you. I thought you were just a simple taijutsu ninja with extraordinary talent in taijutsu. I didn't expect that you also have such a strong talent in ninjutsu, surpassing Jiraiya. Orochimaru spoke solemnly. He no longer wanted to defeat Kamisato Tsukika at this time, because this might be an opponent of the same level as him. This also made Orochimaru feel the crisis. He knew that he had to leave in time, otherwise with Kamisato Tsukika and other elites of Konoha, he might really be left here. It seems that Senior Orochimaru is very familiar with Raise-non. However, this is the first time that Orochimaru has seen Raise-non with Thunder Attribute. It just so happens that this is also the first time for me to use it. So, please let Senior Orochimaru taste my Raise-non. Kamisato Tsukika spoke. He mastered the Raise-non technique when he traveled through time. After all, the practice method of Raise-non is described very comprehensively and carefully in the original painting. With Kamisato Tsukika's understanding, if he can't even learn Raise-non, he can find a place to hit his head and die. Orochimaru became solemn when he heard this. The power of Raise-non is not small. If an ordinary person withstands a blow, he will almost lose his combat effectiveness. Even though his physique is different from that of ordinary people, he has a perverted recovery ability, which is enough to take the Raise-non. But Kamisato Tsukika's Raise-non is different from others' Raise-non. This is a Raise-non that integrates Thunder Attribute Chakra. God knows how lethal this Raise-non is. Go! Kamisato Tsukika didn't say any more nonsense. He held the Raise-non in his hand and went straight to the front. This made Orochimaru solemn. Since this Raise-non was used by Kamisato Tsukika at this time, it is obvious that it must be a powerful ninjutsu with strong lethality. If it is really hit, it will be troublesome. Thinking of this, Orochimaru's heart was highly tense. When he saw Kamisato Tsukika at a certain distance from him, he stretched out his hands. Suddenly, countless pythons appeared, and there were so many that they blocked Kamisato Tsukika's sight. This distance was different from the previous one. The distance between Kamisato Tsukika and these pythons was too close, and he had no time to dodge. It can be said that Orochimaru is worthy of being a veteran cage-level strongman, and he can grasp the timing of the use of ninjutsu quite well. However, Kamisato Uehua just smiled at this. Can't avoid it? Not possible. As long as he wants, he can instantly use Flying Thunder God technique to avoid the attack. But Kamisato Uehua didn't do that. He was afraid that if he used Flying Thunder God technique, Orochimaru would be scared and dare not come to Konoha. And the main purpose of his being here today is not to test these ninjutsu, but the 10th technique. So Kamisato Uehua just raised the thunder attribute Raise Nan in his hand, aimed at the python in front of him and input a large amount of chakra into it. But sizzle sizzle sizzle. I saw that the thunder attribute Raise Nan in Kamisato Uehua's hand suddenly radiated light, and like a cannon, it electrocuted all the pythons in front of it and fell down limply. And Kamisato Uehua also fell to the ground. What a pity. It seems that your lightning attribute Raise Nan still has a lot of room for improvement. Orochimaru smiled and said. Shenming Uehua also smiled. I can only say that you are worthy of being Orochimaru's senior. You have a superb grasp of the timing of using ninjutsu, Kamisato Uehua said, looking at Orochimaru's pair of vertical pupils, and activated the ninjutsu she specially prepared for Orochimaru, Apotheosis Technique Soul Collision Gate. There was no seal at all, nor was there any need for one. After their eyes met, Kamisato Uehua activated the technique she had prepared for Orochimaru, Apotheosis Technique Soul Collision. In just a moment, Orochimaru uttered a muffled groan, and his body staggered. And Kamisato Uehua couldn't help but frown, and instinctively felt nauseous. Soul Collision, a technique created by Kamisato Uehua after studying the spiritualization technique, is a technique that targets the soul. The principle of this technique is also very simple, directly using one's own soul to collide with the enemy's soul. So this technique is two-way. While Orochimaru's soul was collided, Kamisato Uehua's soul was also uncomfortable. However, Kamisato Uehua is the caster after all, and the damage to his soul is much better than that of the person being collided. In addition, Kamisato Uehua's soul is stronger than that of an ordinary person, while Orochimaru's soul-living corpse reincarnation has become weaker than that of an ordinary person, so the gathering is obvious. Orochimaru endured the pain of his soul and looked at Kamisato Uehua with a look of disbelief and disbelief. The boy in front of him was attacked by his soul just now. This boy actually has a technique for other people's souls. At this moment, Orochimaru was filled with fear and excitement. He was afraid that Kamisato Uehua showed the power to kill him, and he was excited because he finally saw another technique involving the soul. If he could get this technique, would it be able to solve his soul problem? Orochimaru couldn't help thinking at this moment. This is the technique that I want to ask Senior Orochimaru to appreciate, called Soul Clash. I wonder how Senior Orochimaru feels. Kamisato Uehua smiled and said, he was very satisfied in his heart now. 333 His technique was very successful and could indeed hurt other people's souls. This proved that there was no problem with his research direction. And since there was no problem with the research direction, the next research would probably yield results soon. As long as he combines the divine technique with the sealing technique, he can create a seal that directly targets other people's souls. At that time, Orochimaru will let him control him. The thought flashed through Kamisato Uehua's mind. Haha, you are really amazing. You can even involve the soul. Uehua-kun, even if I have overestimated you as much as possible, you have once again exceeded my expectations. Orochimaru also smiled and spoke, but he had already retreated at this time and was looking for an opportunity to leave quickly. The soul collision that Kamisato Uehua had just used on him still made him feel a splitting headache. This state made it impossible for him to exert all his combat power and his strength was greatly reduced. If he didn't leave, he might really have to stay here today. Really? That's a great honor. Then, please stay, Senior Orochimaru. I still have a lot of ninjutsu waiting for you, Lord Orochimaru, Kamisato Uehua said, and went to Orochimaru again. But this time his speed was much slower. It seems that the soul collision just now also had a great impact on him. Orochimaru, who was already kneeling on one knee, saw this and fell directly on the ground, opening his mouth wide. The next moment, countless snakes emerged from Orochimaru's mouth and quickly covered the land in front of him, leaving Kamisato Uehua with nowhere to land. The body quickly retreated, and Kamisato Uehua knew that Orochimaru was going to run away next. This technique was more of a cover than an attack. Sure enough, after forcing Kamisato Uehua back hundreds of meters, Orochimaru no longer paid attention to the snake tied on the ground and left quickly in the opposite direction. In fact, Kamisato Uehua could have stopped it if he wanted to, but he had other plans. His soul seal for Orochimaru has not been completely perfected yet, so it is useless to leave Orochimaru here. After killing all the snakes on the ground, Kamisato Uehua looked at the mess on the ground and turned away. The Chunin exam will continue. Although this is not a very important thing for Kamisato Uehua. Not long after Kamisato Uehua left, a female ninja appeared there. Looking at the snake corpses all over the ground, Mitarashi Anko gritted her teeth. Is it you, Orochimaru? If she was just vaguely uneasy before, thinking that the strange woman was her former teacher Orochimaru, then now, Mitarashi Anko is 80% sure that it is Orochimaru. Damn, why did that bastard return to Konoha? With one hand stuck in the big tree next to her, Mitarashi Anko spoke with resentment on her face. But then she took a deep breath, suppressed her emotions, and left quickly. If Orochimaru appears in the Chunin exam, then the situation here is not something she can handle, and she must quickly tell the third-generation master. Not long after, Mitarashi Anko came to the Hokage's office and told Sarutobi Hiruzen that Orochimaru might appear in the Chunin exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart sank when he heard this. Orochimaru has always been a pain in his heart. I know, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, and then he gave an order. While strengthening the guard, he sent ninjas to actively look for Orochimaru's traces. No matter what his purpose is, we must stop him. Sarutobi Hiruzen said this, and his heart was already uneasy, because his disciple is not a kind person. On the other side, the Death Forest. After the fight with Orochimaru, Kamisato Uehua began to move towards the central tower. He had enough scrolls in his hand. When passing by a certain place, Shenli Uehua heard the girl's cry for help. Moving his body quickly, Shenli Uehua soon came to the source of the sound. Standing on a big tree, he saw a bear with eyes wide open chasing a red-haired girl about his age not far away. The girl did not notice Shenli Uehua and was running with a look of fear on her face. This scene made Shenli Uehua feel familiar. Immediately, Shenli Uehua's eyes lit up. Red hair, being chased by a bear, this is Xiangling? Thinking of this, Shenli Uehua jumped quickly and soon came to the position above the giant bear, and then jumped down. Bang! The small fist hit the head of the bear, which was much bigger than Shenli Uehua. The huge head of the giant bear smashed down hard, splashing sand and stones on the ground. With just one punch, the thick-skinned bear was knocked unconscious. After getting rid of the giant bear, Shenli Uehua jumped down from the bear's head, looked at Xiangling who was sitting on the ground and staring at her blankly, and said, "Are you okay?" The pleasant voice brought Xiangling back to her senses, and her face turned red. 0134072330 Fila 144310180, so handsome. Xiangling couldn't help but shout in her heart. She had never seen such a handsome man since she was a child. I'm fine. She spoke stutteringly, and in front of Shenli Uehua's face, Xiangling could no longer speak normally. Look at your forehead protector. You are a ninja from Kyuzagakur village. Did you get separated from your teammates? Kamarai Tsukika said as she stretched out a hand to Xiangling, indicating that she wanted to pull Xiangling up. Seeing this, Xiangling stretched out her hand tremblingly. When she held Kamisato Tsukika's hand, she couldn't help but sigh that it was so tender, so smooth, and so warm. Well, I got separated from my teammates. Sorry, the scroll is with my teammates. Xiangling said with guilt. It doesn't matter. The scroll has been collected. Then, let's say goodbye here first. You should be careful by yourself. I will hide in a place where no one is. Kamarai Tsukika said, not intending to abduct Xiangling now. His identity was not suitable. For this kind of thing, he could go back and tell Sarutobi Hiruzen first, and then let Sarutobi Hiruzen decide. Anyway, Xiangling would have to spend at least 5 days here, and after the second exam, she would not be able to return to Kyuzagakur village immediately. Okay. Thank you. Xiangling hurriedly thanked Kamisato Tsukika. She kept watching Kamisato Tsukika disappear in the forest, and then Tuan-san slapped his forehead. Oh, I forgot to ask his name just now, Xiangling said in annoyance. She felt that she was in love. Kamarai Tsukika didn't know that the unexpected encounter made Xiangling transfer all her feelings for Suzuki to him. After saving Xiangling casually, Kamisato Tsukika continued to head towards the central tower. And when passing by a certain place, Kamisato Tsukika stopped again, because his acquaintances were here. But they all looked a little miserable. Uchiha Suzuki and Naruto were lying on one side, already in a coma. Harano Sakura fell to the ground, seemingly losing his fighting power. Lock Lee was also lying on the ground, looking miserable, as if he had been abused. Shikamaru was holding Ino, who was bleeding from his mouth, and Koji was also dizzy. Only Hyaga Niji and Tenten on the other side of the tree seemed to have no problems, because the two of them had not yet joined the battle. In addition to these acquaintances of Kamisato Uehua, there were 3 people on the side, and it was obvious that all this was caused by them. The 3 sound ninjas. I didn't expect to meet them again. Kamisato Uehua muttered to herself, and she had already jumped down from the tree. Uehua-kun. 2 surprised voices sounded, from Harano Sakura and Ino. Ino's surprise was naturally because she saw Kamisato Uehua, and Harano Sakura's surprise was because she knew Kamisato Uehua's strength. This time, they were completely saved. Moreover, Uehua-kun actually escaped from the hands of that pervert guy. This surprised Harano Sakura and relieved him greatly. It's that kid. Seeing Kamisato Tsukika, the 3 Otanin recognized him immediately. After all, Tsukika had left a deep impression on them before. I didn't expect to meet this brat here. It's just right, we can deal with him together. TOS, who was wrapped in bandages, spoke in a low voice. He had wanted to teach Kamisato Tsukika a lesson for a long time, but he had never had the chance. And now, the opportunity has come. Leave it to me. I also want to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Sack spoke up, he also wanted to give Kamisato Tsukaka, these three guys, the bandage man's attack method is. Shikamaru didn't have time to ask Kamisato Tsukaka why she was here, he spoke loudly and quickly, telling Kamisato Tsukaka the information he had just collected. This made the three sound ninjas look at Shikamaru in surprise. They didn't expect that in such a short time, Shikamaru actually collected all their information. What a smart kid, let's get rid of them together later. Ta spoke gloomily, not taking the people present seriously at all. On the other side of the tree, Tiantian watched Hyaga Niji lift his white eyes and couldn't help but say, Niji, shouldn't we take action? Well, since both Li and Guy said Kamisato Uehua is a true genius, let's see if he meets the standard of a genius. Hyaga Niji said, he was only interested in Kamisato Uehua, because he had heard of Kamisato Uehua too many times from Rock Lee and Might. Tiantian nodded and looked down with interest. She was also very interested in Kamisato Uehua. And below, Kamisato Uehua was also laughing and crying when she saw herself being looked down upon by the three ninjas. If they knew that they had just beaten Orochimaru away, I wonder what these three would think. But they definitely don't believe it. After all, in their hearts, Orochimaru is an invincible existence and their formation. They have a blind worship of Orochimaru. In short, they are Orochimaru brainwashed him. Kamisato Tsukika had nothing to say to such a person. He took out a kunao, activated it directly, and rushed towards Sack who was closest to him. As soon as Kamisato Tsukika activated it, the three sound ninjas were shocked. What a fast speed! They thought to themselves that they had never thought that Kamisato Tsukika could have such a speed of 1.8. However, Kamisato Tsukika's speed still exceeded their imagination. When he came to Sack's side, Sack reacted. He hurriedly raised his hand and was about to use the palm of the hand cut the air wave. However, it was too late. Shenli Uehua had already passed by him quickly, leaving only a puff. Because his throat was cut, Sack could no longer speak. After he made two muffled sounds, he fell to the ground. Blood gushed out from his neck and soon dyed the ground red. This sudden change made TOS and Jinmao horrified. They didn't expect that Sack would be killed instantly by Shenli Uehua. At this moment, the two subconsciously ran away quickly. However, the two how could a Chunin level ninja be attacked by Kamisato Tsukika? Even if Kamisato Tsukika did not open the 8 inner gates after the third gate, his strength was still at the level of elite Jonin. Killing these two Chunin level players was a piece of cake. So in just less than 10 seconds, the three Otanins who were so arrogant just now turned into three corpses. This scene made everyone present, except Harano Sakura, stunned. Shikamaru and Tenten spoke at the same time, while Nemono, Koji, and Hyaga Niji opened their eyes wide, full of disbelief. Just now, it was solved. Kamisato Tsukika solved the three ninjas that they had difficulty dealing with just now in less than 10 seconds. At this moment, several people were filled with shock and wondered if they were hallucinating. At this moment, except for Harano Sakura who had known Kamisato Tsukika's strength for a long time, everyone else was stunned. Ino Shikacho, Hyaga Niji and Tenten, the five of them could never have imagined that Kamisato Tsukika would be so strong. Even Shikamaru, who had already guessed Kamisato Tsukika's identity as an anbu member, was shocked and confused. Great! Tsukika-kun is so powerful. Ino was the first to react. She excitedly got up from the ground, ran over quickly and jumped on Kamisato Tsukika's back. This guy is really unexpected. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Shikamaru breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. Hyaga Niji and Tenten also jumped down from the tree. The two looked at Kamisato Tsukika for a few times and came to Rock Lee to check on Rock Lee's condition. Let me do it. Kamisato Tsukika spoke, let Ino get off her back and walked to Rock Lee's side. After checking Rock Lee's condition, Kamisato Tsukika put her hands on Rock Lee's wound. Green chakra appeared, which was a chakra exclusive to medical ninjutsu. Seeing this, several people were shocked again. Even Harano Sakura showed a surprised expression. She didn't know that Kamisato Tsukika could actually do medical ninjutsu. Soon, Rock Lee woke up slowly. Tsukika? Niji Tiantian? Why are you all here? By the way, where are the three enemies? After waking up, Rock Lee was confused at first, and then he became nervous. Don't be nervous, they were all solved by Kamisato Tsukika alone. Hyaga Niji spoke, letting Rock Lee relax again. Is Tsukika so powerful? She solved those three ninjas by herself. She is really a true genius. Hearing that Kamisato Tsukika solved the three Otaninas alone, Peikiji couldn't help but exclaimed, I'll go see how Naruto Suzuki is doing. Seeing that Rock Lee was fine, Kamisato Tsukika got up and came to Naruto and Suzuki and began to treat them. Soon the two woke up. Yuaka? How come you are here? Naruto's eyes widened. Wasn't Kamisato Yuaka fighting with that pervert woman? How come she is here? Did you get rid of that woman? 30 Uchiha Suzuki also widened his eyes and asked. Although it was a good thing that Kamisato Yuuka was safe and sound, he still didn't want to believe that Kamisato Yuuka could get rid of that terrible woman. No, after I fought with her for a while, she must have been afraid of being surrounded by the village's ninjas, so she got away. Kamirai Yuuka spoke, but didn't tell Uchiha Suzuki the truth. He was afraid of shocking the kid. Sure enough, after hearing Kamisato Yuuka say this, Uchiha Suzuki secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That guy must have some conspiracy. You must tell these things to the Hokage. Uchiha Suzuki spoke again. At this time, he still considered himself a Konoha shinobi. Even though he had been hit many times by Kamisato Tsukika, he had not yet twisted himself. Well, let's go to the central tower. By the way, did you get your scrolls? Although this Chunin exam seems to be full of twists and turns, it is better to get promoted directly if you can be promoted to Chunin this time. Kamisato Tsukika spoke to several people. He only knew that Ino and the others had already got the scrolls, and he didn't know the situation of Hyaga Niji and the others. We have already got it. Ino spoke with a proud face. She was very happy to be able to show off in front of Kamisato Tsukika. We have also got it. Hyaga Niji also spoke. They met Team 7 on the way to the central tower. If it weren't for this incident, they would have arrived at the central tower now. We haven't got it yet. Haruno Sakura spoke awkwardly. Everyone else here got the scroll, but Team 7 didn't get it, so they were naturally very unconfident. Okay, then you guys go find the scrolls by yourselves, we'll go ahead. Kamirai Tsukika nodded, not wanting to help Team 7. After all, both Uchiha Suzuki and Naruto were actually quite arrogant. Even if Kamisato Tsukika offered to help them collect scrolls, they would refuse. And, even if Uchiha Suzuki had not been marked by Orochimaru, it would not be difficult for him to get a scroll in this exam with his strength. His strength is definitely the best among the genin candidates in this batch of exams. There should be no one who can beat him except Gaara, Rock Lee, and Kamisato Tsukika. Even Hyaga Niji, facing Uchiha Suzuki with 2 Tomo Sharingan plus Chidori, may not be able to win. Well, meet up at the tower. Uchiha Suzuki spoke coldly, but somehow his tone was less confident than before. I think he was hit hard by the battle between Kamisato Yuuka and Orochimaru, and he couldn't recover in a short time. Then I'll go ahead. I have to report this matter to the third-generation witnesses. Kamisato Yuuka spoke, and after the few people nodded, they left quickly. Seeing this, the few people also separated. Not long after, Kamisato Yuuka came to the central tower. Along the way, he encountered an ambush by 2 teams, one not far from here, and the other at the location of the tower. Obviously, the team at the tower is very smart. If they hunt here, the opponent must be the team that has collected the scrolls. As long as they defeat the opponent, no matter whether they have the Book of Heaven or the Book of Earth, they can find the corresponding scroll. Although it is a pity that they chose the wrong opponent, they chose the strongest person in the entire Death Forest, or even the strongest person in the entire Konoha. The result is self-evident, because these 3 people are not Konoha ninjas, and they will kill them as soon as they strike, so Kamisato Yuuka cuts them down with a knife, leaving them in this place forever. After entering the tower, there is no one in the tower at this time, only one team has arrived. This team is naturally Gaara's team. Gaara and the other 2 were also surprised to see Kamisato Yuuka entering the tower. They never thought that the second team to arrive would be Kamisato Yuuka's single team. It seems that guy has something. Looking at Kamisato Yuuka, who has gone to find nearby Chunin and is talking to the other party, Kankuro whispered. Although this exam is very simple for them, Kamisato Yuuka is just one person after all. The fact that she can reach the tower so quickly is enough to prove Kamisato Yuuka's strength. Gaara didn't say anything after hearing this, but just looked at Kamisato Yuuka, not knowing what he was thinking. On the other side, Kamisato Yuuka told the Chunin on duty about some situations, and left first with the other party's permission. Not long after, he came to the Hokage office. Oh, Yuuka? Aren't you taking the Chunin exam? Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little surprised by Kamisato Yuuka's arrival. 3rd generation master, I met Orochimaru in the Forest of Death. Kamisato Yuuka went straight to the point and got straight to the point. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked when he heard this, and he stood up from his chair. When Mitarashi Anko reported to him before, he had actually confirmed that the person was Orochimaru, and he was already prepared in his heart. But Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't expect that Kamisato Yuuka would actually encounter Orochimaru. Are you okay? He asked with concern, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was extremely concerned about Kamisato Tsukika's safety. After all, Kamisato Tsukika was already the next 4th generation or 2nd generation in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. I'm fine. I was in the Death Forest at that time. Kamisato Tsukika began to tell Sarutobi Hiruzen about what happened after he encountered Orochimaru. Of course, Kamisato Tsukika naturally couldn't tell all the information. For example, he was able to open the 7th gate of the 8 inner gates, but Kamisato Tsukika said that he barely opened the sixth gate to fight. For example, Kamisato Tsukika didn't mention the lightning-style Raiznan and the deification technique Soul Clash. She also described the fact that she beat Orochimaru away as Orochimaru was afraid of making too much noise and was afraid in his heart, so he left on his own after a long attack. Similarly, Kamisato Uehua also told Sarutobi Hiruzen that the purpose of Orochimaru's visit to Konoha this time, if nothing unexpected happened, should be Uchiha Suzuki. Suzuki. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned in thought, and couldn't figure out what Orochimaru was going to do to Uchiha Suzuki. After thinking for a while and still having no answer, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kamisato Uehua again, showing a very satisfied expression. It seems that your strength has grown to a very powerful level. When you are fully proficient in Flying Thunder God, you should have the strength to protect Konoha. Very good, Uehua, you have lived up to my expectations of you. In this way, it won't be long before I, an old man, can retire. After all, Konoha in the future will rely on young people like you. Sarutobi Hiruzen once again indicated that Kamisato Uehua should be the Hokage, which made Kamisato Uehua have to pretend to be grateful again. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was really nice to him, the position of Hokage was the most precious thing Sarutobi Hiruzen could give. However, Kamisato Uehua had no intention of becoming Hokage. Looking at the past generations of Hokage, which one did not waste a lot of time on this position, being entangled in official duties and unable to break free. Being Hokage was simply the most unprofitable thing for Kamisato Uehua. With that time to deal with work, he could make himself much stronger. Okay, you go back to the tower first, the Chunin exam will continue. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, and Kamisato Uehua spoke again. By the way, third generation master. I found a ninja suspected to be an orphan of the Uzumaki clan in this Chunin exam. She is a girl with red hair and amazing chakra. However, she is now a ninja of the Kusagakur village. Uzumaki clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprised. This clan had almost disappeared from the ninja world since the country was destroyed. He hadn't heard the word Uzumaki clan for a long time. Unexpectedly, Kamisato Uehua actually seemed to have met one. So, what do you mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. Since Kamisato Uehua said this alone, it proved that Kamisato Uehua had her own ideas about the Uzumaki girl. I think we can try to contact her. After all, the Uzumaki clan and Konoha had some deep roots in the past. We still have the Uzumaki clan emblem engraved on our backs. If possible, it would be better for her to stay in Konoha. Kamisato Uehua spoke. If Karen was just an ordinary Uzumaki clan ninja, it would be fine, but Karen was the one who finally awakened the Uzumaki clan adamantine sealing chains. You can imagine her talent. And her ability to heal others and herself with a bite is also unique. Is that so? I'll consider it. You can go back and continue to take the Chunin exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a while and spoke to Kamisato Tsukika. And Kamisato Tsukika quietly left the Hokage office. When Kamisato Tsukika returned to the tower again, another team arrived. It was the 3 people from Team 8. They got the scroll first, but after seeing Team Gaara kill Team Rain Shinobi Village, they chose to stagger with Team Gaara and arrived at the tower later. Hey, Tsukika, you are slower than us this time. Seeing Kamisato Tsukika, Inyazuka Kiba got excited. As someone who knew some of Kamisato Tsukika's strength, Team 8 never doubted that Kamisato Tsukika could pass the exam. But Inyazuka Kiba was very happy to complete the task of collecting scrolls earlier than Kamisato Tsukika. Ha ha ha, you are really fast. Kamisato Tsukika did not reveal the truth, but just smiled and greeted the 3 people. Anyway, this kind of false reputation of being the first to achieve it has no meaning at all to Kamisato Tsukika. He doesn't rely on such a small title to become famous. At the very least, it should be a reputation like, in the Chunin exam incident, Konoha reproduced the Flying Thunder God technique, and the 13-year-old boy was so terrifying, the power of 10 made the Sand Shinobi Kainen Ninken conspiracy fail. This is the correct way for him to become famous in the ninja world. I don't know how Shikamaru Naruto and the others are doing. Those guys won't be eliminated, right? Inyazuka Kiba spoke again. Although his tone was teasing, Kamisato Uehua still felt the concern in his words. It must be said that the relationship between Konoha's little strong men is still very stable. Don't worry, I think they will appear in the tower soon. After all, those guys are still very strong. Kamisato Uehua also smiled and spoke. He naturally knew the result of this Chunin exam. In the original work, there were 7 teams that broke through the second round, and Konoha accounted for 5 teams, namely the Konoha 12 and Yakushi Kabuto's team. The other 2 were Gaara's team and the Sound Ninja Trio, but now the Sound Ninja Trio has been solved by Kamisato Uehua. As for whether there will be a new team to replace the Sound Ninja Trio to successfully break through, that is unknown. Not long after, Hyagon Niji and his 3 friends also entered the tower, as well as Inoshikacho. After a long time, Yakushi Kabuto's team finally arrived. At this point, the only team that reached the original work was the Sound Ninja Trio, who had died and could not reach it, and Team 7 where Naruto Suzuki and Sakura were. After Yakushi Kabuto's team arrived, Team 7 was still late. According to the original story, they should have reached the tower with the help of Yakushi Kabuto at the last moment of time after collecting the scrolls, but now it seems that the story is completely different. However, Kamisato Tsukika was not too worried. After all, Naruto Suzuki was the child of destiny, and it was not so easy for him to die. Sure enough, when there were only more than 10 minutes left before the end of the exam on the 5th day, Team 7 arrived late. Looking at the embarrassed three people, everyone said that they must have experienced a difficult battle. However, there was no accident at last. Before Team 7 arrived, many ninjas had gathered in the tower. Sarutobi Asuma, Might Guy, Ui Kurane, Beiki, and 2 other unknown ninjas. The team leaders who passed the second exam are all here. Meanwhile, 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen has also arrived at the tower. He is standing under the huge sculpture of 2 hands in a seal, waiting for the next test. Besides Sarutobi Hiruzen are Marino Ibiki and 2 subordinates, Mitarashi Anko and 2 subordinates. With the arrival of Team 7, Heide Kakashi also jumped down from the previous high platform, came to the position behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, and stood with other team leaders. After talking to Naruto and the others, Mitarashi Anko spoke. First of all, congratulations to everyone for passing the second test. Looking at the 19 people who have already lined up, Mitarashi Anko was surprised. Although she threatened to eliminate half of the people before the test, in Mitarashi Anko's mind, the number of people who came here should be only a few. Unexpectedly, there were 19 people. At the same time, everyone present was also mentally active. Those will not be described in detail. Kamisato Tsukika stood alone in the line at the edge, and his eyes naturally scanned the ninjas in front of him. The first person he saw was the leader of the Yakushi Kabuto team. He was originally a minor role, an insignificant existence, and he didn't even deserve a name from the beginning to the end. However, Kamisato Tsukika knew that the current minor role still had the same skin, but the flesh had changed into a terrifying existence. Orochimaru, he is really confident. Kamisato Tsukika sighed in his heart. That person, now is Orochimaru. Even if the team of the Sound Village was eliminated, he still easily got here. After sweeping past Orochimaru and Beiki, Kamisato Tsukika stayed on Ui Kurane's body for a while. And Ui Kurane also noticed Kamisato Tsukika's gaze, and her heart was immediately panicked. She still couldn't face Kamisato Tsukika calmly. After moving her eyes again and sweeping through everyone, Mitarashi Anko continued to speak. Next, the 3rd Hokage will tell you about the content and rules of the next exam. Please listen carefully. Then, it's up to you. After Mitarashi Anko finished speaking, everyone looked at the 3rd Hokage. Directly, the 3rd Hokage took 2 steps forward, coughed twice, looked at everyone and spoke loudly, his voice hoarse in vicissitudes. Before starting the next 3rd exam, I must explain one thing to you. The real purpose of this exam. Why do we have to take the exam together with the allies? It is for the friendly coexistence between the allies and to improve the level of ninjas. This is the real meaning. If you misunderstand, it will be very troublesome. This exam can be said to be. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused at this point. This made people nervous and held their breath, waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to continue speaking. A microcosm of the war between the allies. As soon as this was said, the genin was shocked. And Sarutobi Hiruzen continued. Historically, the current allies are all neighboring countries that have been at war. In order to avoid mutual loss, the country specially selected this exam venue, which is the origin of the Chigoku selection exam in Sichuan. Sarutobi Hiruzen had just finished speaking when Naruto couldn't help but speak loudly. Why is this so? Isn't this just for the purpose of selecting Chunin? It is true that this exam also has the mission of selecting ninjas who are capable of becoming Chunin. But on the other hand, it is also a place where ninjas who bear the prestige of various countries fight for their lives. In this 3rd exam, there will be many lords and celebrities from various countries who will entrust us with tasks. Then the lords and ninja leaders will watch your fight. If the strength difference is large, the strong country will receive many commissions. On the contrary, the weak country will receive fewer commissions at the same time. This is also to declare to neighboring countries that this is the combat power they have. In other words, the strength of the strength will also bring pressure to diplomacy. As soon as these words came out, Inyazuka Kiba said loudly with an indignant look on his face, "Then why do we have to fight to the death?" Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at him and continued. The strength of a country is the strength of a ninja village, which is the strength of a ninja. Moreover, the true strength of a ninja can only be revealed when fighting to the death. This exam is a stage for others to see or show the strength of the ninja of their country. It is because they risk their lives that this exam is meaningful. It is precisely because of this that our ancestors once took part in the Chunin selection exam with dreams in their hearts. Then why do we need to promote friendship? Tian Tian was puzzled. Since they had to fight to the death, it was a matter of life and death, and it also involved the strength and interests of major countries, then using the word friendship would be too ironic. I told you from the beginning that you should not forget that maintaining balance through killing is the so-called friendship. This is a fight for dreams and prestige. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, everyone was silent. Especially the newcomers in Konoha. They never thought that there would be so many twists and turns in a Chunin exam, and so much information was hidden. But some people don't care. Humph, I don't care about these. Naruto spoke confidently. For him, the Chunin exam is the Chunin exam. And Gaara was the same. He just spoke in a low voice. Compared to that, I am more looking forward to the next exam where I will risk my life. Seeing that Naruto and Gaara said so, the third generation leader stopped talking nonsense and announced directly, well, what I will say next is to introduce the content of the third exam to everyone. 17 However, before Sarutobi Hiruzen explained the content to everyone, a ninja had already used the body flicker technique to come to the scene and knelt on one knee in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Third generation leader, next I, Gekao Heiate, as the examiner of the third exam, will explain it to everyone. The ninja named Gekao Heiate spoke, and after speaking, he stood up and looked at everyone. This is a ninja who looks quite young, but his dark circles are too heavy, and his face is a little pale, looking like a patient. Kamisato Uefawa looked at Uegwan Gale, who was the lover of Uzuki Ujeo in the original work. She was good at swordsmanship and possessed a technique that could make her body transparent. However, in the next few days, he will be killed by Tsunaga Corps' elite Jonin Beiki. When Kamisato Tsukika looked at Gekao Heiate also looked at Kamisato Tsukika. He had heard this name from Uzuki Ujeo more than once. According to Uzuki Ujeo, Kamisato Tsukika was a genius beyond everyone's imagination. This made Gekao Heiate also very interested in Kamisato Tsukika. Especially after he saw Uzuki Ujeo learn the modified 3-day moon dance from Kamisato Tsukika, he became more interested. But now is not the time to contact Kamisato Tsukika, there are still things to do. Cough cough cough. Before he spoke, he coughed 3 times. Gekao Heiate's body was really not very good, and he had serious internal injuries. Hello everyone, before the third exam officially begins, I want everyone to complete something. Gekao Heiate smiled and said. That is related to whether you can participate in the preliminaries of the third exam. As soon as these words came out, Shikamaru was immediately angry. He had worked so hard to pass 2 exams, but now Gekao Heiate told him that he had to take a preliminary exam before he could take the final third exam. Isn't this a joke? What's the matter with the preliminary exam? Shikamaru asked loudly. Teacher, I don't know what the preliminary exam means. Why can't the candidates who stay here take the third exam directly? Haruno Sakura also asked in confusion. Hey, it may be because the first and second exams of this period are too easy, and there are a lot of people left. Therefore, the preliminary exam should be conducted according to the rules of the Chunin exam to reduce the number of people taking the third exam. How can this be? Hearing this, Haruno said to Yuanyu. Just now, the Hokage-sama also said that there will be many guests coming to visit the third exam. Therefore, the competition cannot be dragged out, and there will be time restrictions. So, those who are not feeling well can give up the exam in advance. After saying that, Gekao Heiate started coughing, making people worry that he was the one who was the most unwell. Then according to the explanation just now, if anyone wants to give up the exam, please raise it now, because the preliminaries are about to start. Starting soon. Haruno Sakura couldn't help but speak loudly. Their team had just arrived, and the other teams had been resting here for at least a few days. If the preliminaries started right away, it would be disadvantageous for them. The others also looked at Class 7. Suzuki frowned, while Naruto clenched his fists and cheered himself up. That, I forgot to say just now. The next preliminaries are individual battles. You can choose whether to raise your hands to withdraw from the competition based on your own judgment. As soon as these words came out, almost all the genins present said in their hearts, who will withdraw? After all, everyone worked hard to come here, and now they are only one step away from the third game. If they give up just like that, it would be too willing. However, when everyone was silent and thought that no one would give up voluntarily, someone unexpectedly raised his hand. It was Yakushi Kabuto. Well, I choose to give up one everyone. After hearing this, Moonlight Gale took out a booklet, flipped through 2 pages and said, well, you are Yakushi Kabuto, a ninja from Konoha, right? Then, you can withdraw. Yes. In the stunned eyes of everyone, Yakushi Kabuto calmly turned and left. Because he had no intersection with Team 7, Naruto did not stop Yakushi Kabuto and ask him why he withdrew. After all, the relationship between the two parties was just the exchange of shinobi knowledge cards before the exam, and there was no bond. On the contrary, the ninjas of Konoha, even Sarutobi Hiruzen, were confused. I have seen this person several times. I remember that he also gave up in the middle of the official selection last time. What is he thinking? After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking, Marino Ibiki signaled Mitarashi Anko to check the information of Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto, according to the information, has failed 6 times in a row. When he received 6 times, Mitarashi Anko was surprised, and Sarutobi Hiruzen also noticed something was wrong. What is his experience like? He didn't have any outstanding performance in his school days, and his grades were also ordinary. He barely passed the graduation exam after 3 exams. He had completed 2 A-level missions and 14 D-level missions before. He didn't have any particularly eye-catching combat experience. But, at this point, Mitarashi Anko listened for a while. But, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke, and he had already determined that Yakushi Kabuto was very wrong. Then Mitarashi Anko continued to speak. Before he went to school, do you remember the boy who was brought back from the Battle of Kaikioyama? I remember. There was indeed an enemy boy who survived on the battlefield at that time and was adopted by the head of our medical unit. Is he the kid? After listening to Mitarashi Anko, the third-generation leader and Marino Ibaru looked at Yakushi Kabuto, who turned and left. Until Yakushi Kabuto walked out of the tower gate, the third-generation leader looked at Marino Ibiki and signaled Marino Ibiki to investigate this person carefully. Kamarai Tsukika also withdrew her gaze after Yakushi Kabuto left and sighed in her heart. Who would have thought that this unknown and ordinary boy would become the mastermind behind the Fourth Ninja World War in the future, and transform into a dragon with a human body? It can be said that Yakushi Kabuto is definitely an extraordinary person. His character, understanding, everything is top-notch. However, because of the so-called after 3 years, Kamisato Tsukika did not think that Yakushi Kabuto could pose a threat to her. After Yakushi Kabuto left, Gekao Hayate continued to ask if anyone else wanted to quit. But this time, no one would quit the creation. Except Kamisato Tsukika, Nara Shikamaru, and Hinata, everyone else wanted to show themselves in this exam. After another explanation, Gekao Hayate finally finished what he should say. 0134072330 Philo 144310570. Then, let's reveal the 2 players for the first match immediately. As his words fell, everyone looked at the public notice board. The names there kept flashing and finally stopped. Kamisato Tsukika vs Kankuro. Looking at the name on the notice board, Kamisato Uehua was slightly surprised, but she calmed down immediately. Although the plot has changed, it has no effect on Kamisato Uehua. Moreover, in this individual battle, no matter who she is fighting, it is the same for Kamisato Uehua. On the contrary, Kankuro was surprised when he saw that he was the first to appear, and his opponent was Kamisato Uehua, who he did not like very much. The corners of his mouth raised. It's just right, I can teach this kid a lesson. Kankuro couldn't help thinking in his heart. But, why do those guys in Konoha look at him so strangely? It feels like they are sympathizing with him. Kankuro, don't be careless. After all, that guy passed the second exam alone. Tamari reminded, she always felt that Kamisato Uehua was not simple. Don't worry. Kankuro spoke confidently. Then, please ask the 2 contestants to come forward. Moonlight Gale opened his mouth to signal Kamisato Tsukika and Kankuro. After the 2 came forward, he asked everyone else to go to the corridor above to watch the game. I declare that the game has begun. With Moonlight Gale's announcement, the duel between Kamisato Tsukika and Kankuro began. Looking at Kankuro, who was confident on the opposite side, Kamisato Tsukika was thinking about what means she would use to defeat him, or just kill him directly? But after thinking about it, she still felt that it was unnecessary. This was just an insignificant little person. Whether he lived or died would not have any impact on the future. While Kamisato Tsukika was thinking in her heart, Kankuro was also thinking about what tactics to use to eliminate Kamisato Tsukika. As Tamari said, even if he looked down on the kid on the opposite side, he was the one who passed the second exam on his own, his strength must be extraordinary. So to be on the safe side, he still had to go all out with the crow. Thinking in his heart, Kankuro was about to attack Kamisato Tsukika. But Kamisato Tsukika suddenly spoke. Look into my eyes. This sudden sentence made Kankuro look into Kamisato Uehua's eyes subconsciously. Then, a terrible murderous aura burst out, accompanied by a hint of soul shock, making Kankuro's eyes widen and his body stiffen. He saw Kamisato Uehua standing in a sea of blood and corpses, surrounded by broken corpses. Blood dyed the earth red, and the sky seemed to be dyed red. And Kamisato Uehua was holding a long knife, 777, approaching him step by step. Kankuro wanted to move, but he couldn't control his body at all, as if he was imprisoned, and could only stand still and watch Kamisato Uehua's arrival. Until Kamisato Uehua came in front of him, the long knife in his hand chopped down on his head. Bang! In reality, people watching the battle saw Kankuro suddenly knelt down, as if he had lost his strength, sweating profusely and looking pale. He supported himself with his hands, sweat dripping from his head, and in a blink of an eye, a puddle of water appeared on the ground. What's going on? On the stands in the corridor, Naruto stared at Kankuro below with wide eyes, not knowing what happened. He did not notice that Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura's bodies became stiff at this time, and fear flashed in their eyes. Naruto didn't know what was going on. As people who had personally experienced this kind of attack, they knew very well how terrible it was. Unexpectedly, Kamisato Tsukika would attack like that. How many people did he kill? At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke and Chunfa looked at Kamisato Tsukika with a wrong look. This is what they thought wrong. Although Kamisato Tsukika used murderous means to deal with Kankuro, it was not pure murderous intent. Compared with Orochimaru's pure murderous intent, Kamisato Tsukika's murderous intent was mixed with a slight collision of the soul. Otherwise, Kamisato Tsukika's murderous intent would not even be 1/10 of Orochimaru's. It would not be possible to cause such serious trauma to Kankuro. The reason for this is that after the soul is hit, it is equivalent to breaking the soul's defense first, and then the murderous aura can directly target the soul, forming an effect similar to injury. Kankuro! Temari shouted nervously in the corridor stands, and was very concerned about Kankuro's condition. She wanted to go down to check on Kankuro's situation, but because the rules cannot affect the player's duel, people watching the game cannot enter, which made Temari very anxious. Is it an illusion? Shikamaru guessed and saw Kankuro kneeling down, which also shocked them. Although they knew that Kamisato Tsukika was very strong when they dealt with the 3 sound ninjas before, the strength he showed last time came from physical skills. No one told them that Kamisato Tsukika's illusions were also so powerful. It's not an illusion, Kankuro's chakra is not messy. On the other side, Hyagan Niji spoke to Tiantian, who also thought that Kamisato Tsukika had realized an illusion, with a solemn tone. It's not an illusion? How could it be? Tiantian was a little emotional when she heard that it was not an illusion. In her understanding, only illusion can solve the enemy instantly without direct action. Hyagan Niji did not speak after hearing this, he himself could not figure it out. Unlike the Genins who knew almost nothing about murderous aura, the Jonin and elite Jonin present knew very well that Kamisato Tsukika had just used murderous aura. Is that murderous aura? If I remember correctly, Kamisato Tsukika is only 12 years old, right? Where does he get such a heavy murderous aura? Did he accumulate it in 2 months in anbu? Sarutobi Asuma frowned and looked at Kamisato Tsukika with suspicion, and his tone was a bit bad. Because in his heart, Kamisato Tsukika has been defined as a bloodthirsty person. And this made Yui Kurane feel uncomfortable. She didn't know why, she felt uncomfortable when she heard others talking about Kamisato Tsukika. Maybe it's some special technique. Don't easily judge what kind of person someone is. Yui Kurane spoke indifferently, which made Sarutobi Asuma stunned for a moment, and then he showed an awkward smile. Looking at Yui Kurane who was looking down, Sarutobi Asuma sighed inwardly. 0134072230 Fila 144320130. He has been pursuing Yui Kurane for a long time. Some time ago, the relationship between the two had made some progress, which made him see hope and felt that he should be able to be with Yui Kurane in a short time. But I don't know what happened. Since Yui Kurane came back from the mission in Kawanakuni, her attitude towards him has changed. Even though there was no obvious rejection, Sarutobi Asuma still felt that Yui Kurane deliberately kept a distance from him and felt alienated from him. This puzzled Sarutobi Asuma, but he had no choice. As expected of Uehua, he is indeed a genius. I didn't make a mistake in him. Beside Heite Kakashi, Might Guy spoke proudly. He met Kamisato Tsukika a year ago, and was moved by her efforts and persistence, so he took the initiative to teach her the 8 inner gates. And in the period after that, Might Guy witnessed how Kamisato Tsukika quickly opened the first 3rd gate, and was able to barely open the 4th gate. Since then, in Might Guy's heart, Kamisato Tsukika is a real genius. But now seeing Kamisato Tsukika kill Kankuro in seconds without using physical skills, Might Guy is still very surprised. It seems that Kamisato Tsukika's talent is not only in physical skills. Heite Kakashi rarely agreed to Might Guy, which surprised Might Guy. I didn't expect that even Kakashi, who is a genius himself, would admit that Uehua is a genius. Compared to him, I may not be that genius. Before Might Guy recovered from his surprise, Heite Kakashi said something that surprised Might Guy. And this made Might Guy have to look seriously at Kamisato Uehua. Although Kakashi usually liked him and sang against him, but Might Guy knew that Heite Kakashi was definitely not a person who would lie, let alone on the topic of genius. After all, Heite Kakashi himself was the most famous genius in Konoha. On the other side, Orochimaru, disguised as a Konoha shinobi, showed a crooked smile. I really didn't misjudge you, Uehua. Just by feeling my murderous aura, did you learn to use it? You are really a genius. Orochimaru said to himself. In the field, Kamisato Uehua looked at Kankuro who was kneeling on the ground and motionless, and turned to look at Uegwan Gale. I think this duel should be over. Kamarai Uehua spoke, signaling Uegwan Gale to announce the result. Moonlight Gale heard this, glanced at Kankuro, coughed a few times and then said to Kankuro, Kankuro, do you choose to admit defeat, Kankuro? Ahem, Kankuro. After calling a few more times, Kankuro seemed to finally regain consciousness. He raised his hand tremblingly and said in a hoarse voice, I admit defeat. As soon as Kankuro finished speaking, Tamari jumped down from the corridor stand and came to Shiro to help him up. And when helping Kankuro up, Tamari's heart was also shaken violently, because Kankuro's clothes were wet. It was soaked with cold sweat. So, what did Kankuro experience just now? Tamari was shocked and quickly whispered in Shiro's ear to ask if he was okay. Kankuro nodded weakly and let Tamari help him back to the corridor of the platform. It's not that he didn't want to walk back by himself, but his body was a little out of control and weak. After returning to the corridor platform, Gaara rarely did not. Kankuro was killed in an instant and called Kankuro a waste. He just looked at Kamisato Tsukika, his eyes were full of murderous intent. At this moment, Gaara's heart was already agitated. He couldn't help but want to fight with Kamisato Tsukika and kill Shinigami Tsukika. On the other side, Kamisato Tsukika also returned to the corridor of the platform and came to the position of the 8th team, ready to watch the next game. Soon, the players of the second game appeared. Uchiha Suzuki vs Akato Kai. The story seems to have returned to the plot of the original work. Although the duel between Uchiha Suzuki and Akato Kai is not the first, the two sides of the duel are still these two people. Title: If Kamisato Tsukika remembers correctly, because of him, Rock Lee did not challenge Uchiha Suzuki, which means that Rock Lee did not perform the Earth Dance of Kangbiao Lianhua on Uchiha Suzuki. In this case, Uchiha Suzuki will not be able to play the Lion combo? So, next Uchiha, how should Suzuki deal with the red copper armor? Kamarai Tsukika suddenly became curious. Kamarai Tsukika did not doubt whether Uchiha Suzuki could win this battle. Although the current Uchiha Suzuki could not use the Lion combo, there was no doubt that Uchiha Suzuki at this time was definitely stronger than he was in the original work. After all, the current Uchiha Suzuki's body was not eroded by the curse seal, and he had been specially trained by Heite Kakashi for a month before, and he had mastered his two Tomo Sharingan and Chidori. Such Uchiha Suzuki was obviously stronger. Sure enough, the duel between Uchiha Suzuki and Red Copper Armor was decided not long after, and Uchiha Suzuki won. Although Red Copper Armor was not weak, Uchiha Suzuki at this time was much stronger than him. Even though Red Copper Armor had the ability to absorb chakra, after Uchiha Suzuki opened the two Tomo Sharingan, he directly saw through Red Copper Armor's actions, and then defeated Red Copper Armor with superb physical skills. In this battle, Uchiha Suzuki didn't even use Chidori before the battle ended. After the battle, Uchiha Suzuki returned to the corridor of the stands and continued to watch the next duel. This was different from the original work, because Uchiha Suzuki had not been cursed at this time, so he did not leave the stage early due to physical reasons, and encountered Orochimaru again. In the original work, the next duel should have been a duel between Seiku and Abarame Shino, but because Seiku was killed by Kamisato Tsukika in the Forest of Death, it became a duel between Abarame Shino and Nara Shikamaru. On the field, looking at Abarame Shino on the opposite side, Shikamaru felt a headache. Everyone is a friend, and they know each other well. Although Abarame Shino has always been a person with a very low sense of existence, Shikamaru still has a lot of information about Abarame Shino. If they really have to duel, he is not without the possibility of winning. But this is too troublesome, and there is no point in winning. If possible, Shikamaru wanted to admit defeat directly. But admitting defeat directly was obviously inappropriate. At least if his mother knew about it, he would definitely be scolded. This made Shikamaru sigh. And Abarame Shino did not speak, he just attacked Shikamaru directly. After the two of them entangled for more than 10 moves, when Shikamaru used shadow control to control Abarame Shino, Shikamaru suddenly spoke. I admit defeat, I have no chakra. After saying that, he retracted the shadow and made a helpless expression. This sudden change surprised everyone. They didn't expect that Shikamaru, who seemed to have the upper hand, would suddenly use the technique. 0134072230 Phila 144320130 Shikamaru, this guy, how could he suddenly have no chakra? Ino clenched her fists, always feeling that she and others were fooled by Shikamaru. However, it was too late to say anything. Shikamaru had already conceded defeat, and Abarame Shino was confirmed to advance in this match. Looking at Shikamaru, who admitted defeat, Kamisato Tsukika sighed in his heart, and could only say that he was worthy of being Shikamaru. Only a guy who was afraid of trouble would admit defeat when he was sure of victory. However, it must be said that Shikamaru's IQ was really high, and Abarame Shino was not his opponent. After all, Abarame Shino is still very strong now. Although he is not as good as Suzuki Niji and Xiaoli, it should be no problem for Abarame Shino to rank 4th among the 12 strong men of this period. However, he was still defeated by Shikamaru. As the duel between Shikamaru and Shino ended, the 4th duel began soon. In the original work, this duel was a duel between Kenmai Chang and Kankuro, but because Kankuro encountered Kamisato Tsukika in the first round, Kenmai Cheng's opponent became Koji. Kenmai Cheng's strength is not bad. After all, people who can become spies must have specialties. His ability is software transformation, which can soften and stretch various parts of the body freely to attack opponents. Koji's ability is the meat wheel chariot. In fact, in a sense, Koji is restrained by Ken Misumi. The outcome of this duel was not unexpected. Ken Misumi defeated the third round of the Chunin exam. This made Sarutobi Asuma look a little ugly. After all, 2 of his 3 disciples have been eliminated, leaving only Ino. The 5th duel is back on track, with Harino Sakura facing Ino. Although these 2 people are not incompatible because of fighting for Suzuki like in the original book, as the #1 fans of Kamisato Tsukika and Uchiha Suzuki, the relationship between the 2 is not very good, and they have been fighting openly and secretly. It was not until Kamisato Tsukika became the chief sage that Ino completely gained the upper hand. However, the relationship between Ino and little Sakura is not entirely a competitive relationship. Before they both liked Uchiha Suzuki, they were very good friends. Zin 138. This duel, in the eyes of ordinary people, is definitely not a particularly exciting duel, but for Ino and little Sakura, it is indeed a very important duel, a duel that completely untied the knot between the 2. But the final result of a duel, just like in the original work, there is no winner or loser. Of course, in Moonlight Gale, these 2 were eliminated together. So far, the 5th duel is over. Sarutobi Asuma's face is even worse. After all 3 members of his class have been eliminated, and no one will be in a good mood. After the 5th duel, the 6th duel came immediately, and the 2 sides of the duel were Tenten and Temari. This duel can only be said that Tenten's luck is too bad, and he met an opponent who completely defeated him. Under Temari's wind style, Tenten's ninja tools can't play their due role at all, the power is greatly weakened, and it can't attack Temari at all. So the result was still as expected. Tenten was eliminated by Temari and became the first person to be eliminated in Might Kai's class. The 8th duel was between Naruto and Inyazuka Kiba. Regardless of the strength of the 2, Naruto is a ninja who constantly creates miracles. In the case of successful promotion in the original work, it is natural that he won without any surprise. The 2 sides of the 9th duel were Hinata and Niji. This was a duel between Byakugan and Byakugan. This was also the first time that Kamisato Tsukika saw the 8 trigrams palms of the Hayaga clan. Hinata is the eldest daughter of the Hayaga clan and the eldest daughter of the main family. She has had the best training resources since she was a child. The character who chatted with her is also the patriarch of the Hayaga clan, his father Hayaga Hayashi. And Hayaga is just an orphan of the branch house. His parents died when he was a child, and he can only rely on himself to practice everything. However, the strength of the 2 is not at the same level at all. Hinata is not an opponent of Hayaga Niji at all. After both of them used Byakugan, Hayaga Niji beat her to vomit blood in just a few moves. This made Kamisato Uehua frown. Is the strength of the main family really limited to this level? Hayaga Niji mocked coldly, letting the blood from Hinata's mouth drip onto the bandage on his arm. Why? Hinata obviously hid it completely. In the stands, Naruto spoke loudly in confusion, not understanding why the 2 people hit each other, but Hinata vomited blood, while Hayaga Niji was unharmed. It's not over yet. The hit Hinata spoke stubbornly in her heart, slapped Hayaga Niji's arm away with one hand, and attacked Hayaga Niji's face. However, she still underestimated Hayaga Niji's strength. Facing Hinata's attack, Hayaga Niji dodged sideways, grabbed Hinata's arm with one hand, and put 2 fingers together with the other hand to stab Hinata's wrist. Hayaga Niji reacted quickly to this attack, and the speed of counterattack was also very fast, not only fast but also steady, accurate and fierce. The Jonin and elite Jonin present couldn't help but praise him in their hearts. Sarutobi Hiruzen even sighed in his heart that Hayaga Niji was worthy of being called the first genius in the history of the Hayaga family. In the field, after Hayaga Niji pulled up her sleeves, Hinata found that she was actually acupunctured. This shocked Hinata, because even if the Byakugan has a strong insight ability, it is not possible for everyone with Byakugan to see 6. She can't do this now. And Hayaga Niji, this brother who is only 1 year older than her, can not only see the acupuncture points, but also accurately acupuncture her. Bang! After another palm strike, Hinata was knocked back and fell, and Hayaga Niji came in front of Hinata, looking down at her. Miss Hinata, this is the gap that cannot be changed, and it is also the gap between the elite and the last. This is the fact that cannot be changed. You should be very desperate now. Give up, this is my last notice to you. Hayaga Niji's voice became cold, and at the end, he became stern. At this moment, many people thought that Hinata should indeed give up and admit defeat. The 2 were not opponents of the same level at all. However, Hinata stood up tremblingly, raised her head, looked at the people in the stands, and finally stayed on Kamisato Tsukika for a short second. Then Hinata retracted her gaze and looked at Hayaga Niji again. I have a reason that I can't give up easily. Hinata opened her mouth, but just after she finished speaking, she couldn't help spitting out another mouthful of blood. She was seriously injured and now she has reached the limit of her body. And seeing Hinata so stubborn, Hyaga Niji said no more and directly took an offensive posture. Seeing this, Hinata rushed towards Hyaga Niji. Bang! Another blow. This palm, Niji hit Hinata's abdomen directly. Cough. This time, Hinata coughed up blood again and fell directly to the ground. You are really unreasonable. Your feat has not worked from the beginning. It's over. Hyaga Niji did not lower his head to look at Hinata. It is not known whether he was distressed or disdainful. After he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away. Just when Moonlight Gale also thought that Hinata had lost the ability to move and had completely lost, Hinata moved. She once again, trembling and struggling to get up from the ground. This surprised everyone, and they couldn't help but admire Hinata's strength. It's not over yet. Hinata looked at Hyaga Niji and said that she almost fell because of her unstable body. Her condition was already very bad. Her chakra was blocked by Hyaga Niji's acupoints. She had endured Hyaga Niji's attacks several times in a row. She couldn't even stand steadily, let alone continue to fight Hyaga Niji. Don't be so stubborn. I can see that it's already very difficult for you to just stand. You have been carrying the fate of the Hyaga family since you were born, constantly resenting and blaming yourself for your incompetence. But people can't change it, this is fate. You don't have to make yourself suffer anymore, just relax. Hyaga Niji lowered his voice and said to Hinata. To be honest, he hated the main family, but for this weak and incompetent sister, he didn't know why he couldn't hate her. He had attacked so many times today, and although Hinata had vomited blood continuously, he had already shown mercy. If he really killed her, Hinata would have died countless times in his hands. So when he saw Hinata still standing up so stubbornly, he felt a little reluctant and wanted to ask Hinata to give up. But Hinata shook her head. No, Niji brother. Because I can also see that you have been suffering more than me all along. In the fate of the main family and the branch house, the one who is confused and suffering is you. Hyaga Niji was stunned by Hinata's words, and then a nameless fire came from the bottom of his heart, as if the deepest secret in his heart was revealed, and Hyaga Niji was angry. If you are not from the branch house, how can you understand the pain of the branch house? As the eldest daughter of the main family, can you judge the people of the branch house at will? Hyaga Niji lost his inner rationality, clenched his fists, roared and rushed towards Hinata, as if he was going to kill Hinata. This sudden change startled everyone. As the examiner, Gekao Hayate naturally wanted to stop such behavior from happening. He quickly approached the two and said, Niji, the game is over. At the same time, someone on the stands also moved. Hinata's teacher, Korone Ui, Elite Jonin Heite Kakashi and Might Guy, they also couldn't tolerate such a thing. It was easy for two elite Jonin level ninjas to stop Hyaga Niji. In the original work, Niji was stopped when he was about to approach Hinata. But this time someone was faster. Bang! Hyaga Niji flew backwards at a faster speed than when he ran over, which surprised Korone Ui, Heite Kakashi, Might Guy, and Gekao Hayate who just arrived. Enough is enough. After Hyaga Niji got up from the ground, Huali Uehua spoke to Hyaga Niji coldly. Hyaga Niji saw the 5 people around Hinata, did not speak, just wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and left without saying a word. He did not even return to the corridor of the platform, but walked out of the tower directly. On the corridor of the platform, Ino Shikamaru and Koji, Rock Lee and Tenten, Tamari and even Gaara all widened their eyes. Just now, Uehua-kun's speed seemed to be faster than Kakashi teacher and the others. Ino couldn't help but speak, and looked at Koji, and they saw disbelief in each other's moonlight. They already knew that Kamisato Uehua was very strong, but now it seems that they still underestimated Kamisato Uehua's strength. So, Kamisato Uehua is already as strong as Jonin? Or even stronger? At this moment, several people had an idea that they thought was ridiculous. In the field, several people returned to the corridor of the platform, but Might Guy went to Hyaga Niji chased after him. You are too arrogant. It doesn't matter if you lose this kind of exam. Just try your best. There is no need to fight to the death. Kamarai Tsukika couldn't help but speak while using medical ninjutsu to treat Hinata's injuries. Although he knew that Hinata was a person with this kind of personality after reading the original book, according to his observation, Hinata didn't seem to like Naruto as much as in the original book. Why was she fighting so hard? Hearing this, Hinata just lowered her head and didn't say anything, but her face was already red. Because Hinata lowered her head very low, Kamari Tsukika didn't notice it. And Hyaga Niji is really a guy. He doesn't know how to be gentle. And he obviously won, but he broke down just because of your 2 words. His psychological endurance is too weak. Kamarai Tsukika continued to complain. He really couldn't understand some people's thoughts, especially the thoughts of Hyaga Niji, who was so talented and was praised as the most talented person in the history of the Hyaga clan, but bowed to fate so easily. Since he was so talented, he should find a way to unlock the caged bird by himself. If he couldn't unlock it, he should find a way to let the people of the main family unlock it. Fang Zheng had a lot of means. After all, the Atsutsuki clan on the moon was officially promoted to a branch house, right? As long as you work hard to find a way, there will always be hope. However, Hyaga Niji was obviously a member of the branch house, and he was so talented. It would be fine if he didn't hide his light, but he was so sharp that he deserved to be killed by Song Jiazhuang for 10 lifetimes. Brother Niji, he is not. Hinata spoke weakly. Although he was abused by Hyaga Niji, he still spoke well for Hyaga Niji. This made Kamisato Tsukika sigh inwardly. Hinata is still too kind. But it doesn't matter. He hit you so hard, and I kicked him hard. I'll just take it as revenge for you, Kamarai Tsukika said to Hinata with a smile. Ah, will Niji brother be okay? Hearing Hinata's words, Kamisato Tsukika couldn't help rolling her eyes. This little girl is hopeless. Kamarai Tsukika talked and laughed with Hinata, and both of them seemed to be in a good mood. However, someone was not in a good mood. Yui Korone looked at Kamisato Tsukika and Hinata, and felt a little sad in her heart for some reason, and she was a little upset. This emotion appeared strangely, but it appeared involuntarily. This made Yui Korone frown slightly. But soon, she sorted out her emotions. Continue to watch the next duel. 0134072330 Fila 144320320, because the last duel of the day is about to begin. From Rock Lee and Gaara. This is the last match of the preliminaries, and it can also be said to be the most exciting one. Everyone present knew that Gaara was very powerful, especially the 3 members of Team 8, who saw Gaara easily defeat a ranged shinobi village team. As for Rock Lee, the other little strong men didn't have much feeling for him. After all, when he encountered the Sound Village trio in the Death Forest before, Rock Lee didn't last long before he was knocked down, and even fainted. So almost everyone has always believed that Gaara must be the winner of this match, and there is no suspense. The fact seems to be the case. After the game officially started, no matter how Rock Lee attacked, he was blocked by Gaara's sand. With Rock Lee's speed, it seems that he may not be able to break Gaara's defense. Until Rock Lee untied the weighted bandage on his leg and smashed 2 deep pits in the examination room, everyone was stunned. Tamari, who had a disdainful look on her face, also widened her eyes and opened her mouth in surprise. Not only Tamari, Naruto, little Sakura. Except for Might Guy and Kamisato Tsukika, no one present could have imagined that Rock Lee would carry such a terrible burden at all times. And now, he is free. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After removing the weight, Rock Lee's speed became noticeably faster. He seemed to have turned into a group of afterimages. He kept moving and attacking, making Gaara's sand flustered. Finally, at a certain moment, Rock Lee broke through Gaara's sand defense and kicked hard, hitting Gaara's head. This was beyond people's expectations, and they all looked at Rock Lee in disbelief. Even Uchiha Suzuki widened his eyes and stared at Sherinan. I can't believe that 377 actually hurt Gaara. Tamari was shocked. She knew that since the 3 of them formed a team, she had never seen Gaara injured. No matter what the enemy was, it could not break through Gaara's sand defense. After injuring Gaara, Rock Lee did not stop attacking and asked Gaara to attack again. This time, just like before, Gaara's defense did not keep up with Rock Lee's attack, and was attacked by Rock Lee again. This made everyone think that Rock Lee should have won this duel, but something strange happened. The sand armor on Gaara fell off, revealing his true form, and he entered another state. In Baki's words, another Gaara came out. Rock Lee also realized that Gaara was different. He knew that he couldn't drag it on and had to fight quickly. After making up his mind, Rock Lee used his ultimate move, the Lotus Flower. After a series of strong kicks, Gaara was kicked into the air by Rock Lee, and then he was wrapped in bandages. The two hugged each other and fell hard from the sky. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and Rock Lee, who had already pulled himself out, looked at Gaara in the shallow pit in front of him, whose body had cracked like ordinary porcelain, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, soon, Rock Lee's breath was raised again, looking at Gaara's corpse with an unbelievable face. There was no human body there. It was just a pile of sand. What he just hit was just a sand clone. And just when Rock Lee was still unbelievable, Gaara appeared from behind Rock Lee. At this time, Gaara was more like One Tail than Gaara. Shukaku, but not completely One Tail Shukaku, it can only be said to be a very special state. Appearing from behind Rock Lee, Gaara smiled grimly and moved the attack, controlling the sand to attack Rock Lee madly. Because the previous Lotus Flower really consumed too much physical strength, Rock Lee was now a little exhausted and his reaction speed was much slower, so in just one shot, Hulk Lee was attacked by Gaara. However, facing Rock Lee who seemed to have no strength left, Gaara, who had entered a special state, would not show mercy. He directly controlled the sand and continued to attack, giving Rock Lee no chance to resist. Now, all the genin in Konoha were worried about Rock Lee. But because they could not interfere with the duel, they could only worry in the stands, watching Rock Lee desperately dodge Gaara's attack below. Watching Rock Lee, who was completely exhausted, being hit hard by Gaara's sand. It's over. This is what everyone thought at this time. Only Might Guy and Kamisato Tsukika knew that it was not over yet. Being Gaara's opponent is also bad luck for that watermelon. In the stands, Kankuro spoke. He had recovered from the trauma of the duel with Kamisato Tsukika, but he had not recovered completely. Kamisato Tsukika had become Kankuro's psychological shadow. No, Xiao Ji will not lose the game because of this level of fighting. Might Guy has come back again. He spoke, and the people around him couldn't help but look at him. They didn't understand why Might Guy still said this now. After all, Rock Lee at this time seemed to have no power to fight back under Gaara's attack. Well, Xiao Li's strength is more than that. Kamisato Uehua also spoke. Although he hadn't fought with Rock Lee for more than half a year, Rock Lee had already opened the 4th gate of the 8 inner gates more than half a year ago. And now, he hasn't even opened the 8 inner gates. How can he be considered Rock Ji's strength? Hearing Kamisato Uehua's words, everyone was surprised again, and couldn't help looking at the battlefield below, looking at Rock Lee, to see what trump cards he had. Below, Rock Lee seemed to have heard Might Guy's voice, and it seemed that there was a special emotional connection between the master and the apprentice. He looked up and saw Might Guy smile. The whole person was revived with full blood and became agile again. After dodging several times, Rock Lee stopped. He took a deep breath, then crossed his arms in front of his face, and his body began to shake. Of course, this was not a real shake, song was just a visual effect of the rising air current wrapping Rock Lee for others. Although I don't know what you are going to do, you are finished here. Gaara also knew that Rock Lee should use his trump card, but he didn't care, because in Gaara's mind, this duel ended here. Yeah, no matter what, it will be over after this week. Rock Lee also spoke, and after he finished speaking, a strong aura appeared in the whole person, and his hair flew up to the sky. Blue chakra appeared from the solace of his feet, and Rock Lee looked very imposing in this moment. 0134072330 Philo 144320500. The 3rd gate, the gate of life, open. However, it was not over yet. Rock Lee exploded again. 4th gate, wound gate, open. A stronger momentum burst out from Rock Lee, but Rock Lee's face turned red. Everyone was shocked by Rock Lee's aura and knew that Rock Lee's body was probably bearing a great price at this time. On the field, after opening the 4th gate, Rock Lee took the initiative to attack. His body seemed to disappear from the spot in an instant, and he came under Gaara in almost an instant. With a fierce kick, he kicked Gaara, who was unable to kick before, very high in the air. And Gaara subconsciously chose to defend. But it was too late. Rock Lee had already come to Gaara in an instant. Seeing that Gaara condensed the sand armor, he continued to attack and smashed Gaara's armor directly into pieces. When he realized that the time was almost right, Rock Lee burst out again in the air and opened the 5th gate. Then, a sudden attack. This attack hit Gaara hard. But this was not the end. After this attack, Rock Lee launched his final trick on Gaara, the Lotus in the 8 inner gates mode, the Inner Lotus. This time, Rock Lee did not give Gaara the chance to escape with the sand clone, and actually let Gaara eat the complete Inner Lotus. Boom! Another huge roar, the floor of the examination room was hit hard again, and a huge deep pit was smashed. Rock Lee half knelt on one side. At this time, he had come out of the 8 inner gate state. He was panting and looked extremely tired. Obviously, Rock Lee was really exhausted this time. If Gaara still had the ability to resist, then Rock Lee would not be able to continue to fight. But the fact was so cruel. Although Gaara, lying in the deep pit, was trembling and couldn't get up at all, he could still control the sand and attack Rock Lee. So, one of Rock Lee's arms and one leg were directly disabled by Gaara using the sand coffin. And Gaara was in a dominant position and he wanted to continue to attack and kill Rock Lee completely here. At the most critical moment, it was Might Guy who rescued Rock Lee. In this way, this most exciting duel, a duel with twists and turns, was finally settled. Gaara defeated Rock Lee and passed the preliminaries of the 3rd exam. So far, the preliminaries before the 3rd round have also come to an end. Those who advanced to the 3rd Chunin selection exam were Kamisato Tsukika, Uchiha Suzuki, Abarame Shino, Ken Misumi, Temeri, Uzumaki Naruto, Hyaga Niji, and Gaara. 18 people, and finally 8 successfully broke through and entered the final round. Including the 1st and 2nd rounds, there were more than 150 candidates, and only 8 people entered the 3rd exam. After Gecko Hayate announced the list of qualified candidates, Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared again and told the 8 people that the official competition would be held in a month. After explaining to everyone why the official competition would be held in a month, Sarutobi Hiruzen asked everyone to draw lots to decide everyone's opponent 10 months later. Naruto drew number 1, Hyaga Niji drew number 2, so they were in the first match after the official competition. Kamisato Tsukika drew number 3, Temeri drew number 4, and they were in the second match. Number 5 was Uchiha Suzuki, number 6 was Gaara, and they were in the third match. The last match was naturally between Ken Misumi, who drew number 7, and Ibarame Shino, who drew number 8. This draw made Uzumaki Naruto excited, Uchiha Suzuki heavy-hearted, and Shakuai wanted to cry without tears. Among the 8 people in the whole game, the 2 opponents she least wanted to face were her own brother Gaara and Kamisato Tsukika, who killed her other brother Kankuro in seconds. However, her luck was so bad that she happened to draw Kamisato Tsukika. After the draw, everyone dispersed. After the show, Kamisato Uehua went to the hospital to visit Rock Lee. After the previous duel, the medical ninja of Konoha Hospital said that Rock Lee was seriously injured and might not be able to survive as a ninja in the future. This was a big blow to Might Guy, but Kamisato Uehua was not worried. After all, in the original work, Rock Lee's legs and feet were saved by Tsunade, right? Although Tsunade said that the success rate was not high before operating on Rock Lee. However, even if Tsunade can't do it, doesn't he still have Kamisato Uehua? With Kamisato Uehua, Rock Lee can really become disabled, right? Moreover, although the Hokage's broken hands and feet in the early stage are very serious injuries, they even affect the vitality of the ninja's career. But in the Boruto legend, broken hands and broken feet are not a big deal at all. Transplanting hands and feet is just a basic operation, and don't be surprised by the regeneration of broken limbs. The head can grow back in a few seconds after being swallowed by a snake. Broken arms and legs are really just child's play. When Kamisato Uehua arrived at Konoha Hospital, Might Guy was already in the ward, and Tenten and Niji were also there. Teacher Guy. Kamisato Uehua greeted Might Guy after entering the ward. It's Uehua, you're great, you won beautifully today. It can be seen that Might Guy was not in a very good mood, but he still cheered up and responded to Kamisato Uehua. I heard that Lee's condition is not very good, so I want to come and see him. Although I am not very good, I should be able to do medical ninjutsu. Shinamite Tsukuka came straight to the point, and her words made Might Guy's eyes light up. At this moment, he was already desperate, even though Shen Tsukuka was only a 12-year-old boy, even though Shen Tien Tsukuka should not have very good medical ninjutsu at her age, but Might Guy still couldn't help but grasp this glimmer of hope. Really? Then it's really troublesome for you, let Xiao Li take a look, Might Guy said, and quickly made way for Kamisato Tsukuka. 5.0 So Kamisato Tsukuka stepped forward in the eyes of Might Guy's nervousness, Hyagon Niji's hostility and Tianation's suspicion, and began to check Rock Lee's injuries. After a while, Kamisato Tsukuka frowned slightly. How is it? Xiao Li's hands and feet, can they be saved? Can he become a ninja again? Might Guy asked nervously. Kamisato Uehua shook her head and then nodded. Lee's condition is indeed very bad. With my current medical ninjutsu ability, there is no way to get Lee back for the time being. Kamisato Uehua spoke, and the words she said made Might's eyes darken. But Kamisato Uehua continued to speak. Although I can't get Lee back, it's not completely impossible. Now there are 2 ways to choose. 2 choices. Hyagon Niji spoke, and he was also nervous. He is like this, a very cold person on the surface, but actually a guy who is cold on the outside and warm on the inside. Well, the first thing is to find a medical ninja who can get Lee back. I think Mr. Guy has guessed who it is. When Kamisato Uehua said this, Might Guy was stunned, and then his eyes lit up. You mean Master Tsunade? That's right. In the entire ninja world, if Master Tsunade's medical ninjutsu is second to none, then no one dares to claim to be first. I believe that with Master Tsunade's medical ninjutsu ability, he will definitely make Lee recover quickly. Kamarai Tsunade nodded. It was said before that in the original book, Lee was rescued by Tsunade. What about the second option? Hyagon Niji asked again. Hearing this question, Shenming Tsunade paused before speaking. The second option is to let Lee be like this first, give me a year, and I will make Lee recover. As soon as these words came out, the ward suddenly became quiet. When Might Guy and the other 2 heard Kamisato Uehua say the second option, they suddenly became quiet and didn't know what to say for a while. You don't have to look like that. Anyway, Lee's hands and legs are not completely hopeless. There is still hope. Kamisato Uehua spoke. He understood the reason for the silence of the 3. After all, what Kamisato Uehua said just now was too arrogant. Indeed, we can look for Master Tsunade while waiting for Uehua to master more powerful medical ninjutsu. Might Guy spoke. Although he still didn't believe that Kamisato Uehua could cure Xiao Li in a year, Might Guy would not directly deny Kamisato Uehua. It's just that Master Tsunade has been away from Konoha for more than 10 years. It's not an easy task to find her. Might Guy frowned. He didn't think of Tsunade at the first time before because of this reason. Tsunade has been away from Konoha for too long, so long that many people have subconsciously ignored the existence of such a person. Anyway, I still have to thank you, Uehua. I'm sorry for your concern about Lee. Might Guy expressed his gratitude to Kamisato Uehua again. It was really important for Might Guy to hear this good news from Kamisato Uehua. You're welcome, Mr. Guy. Xiao Li is my friend. This is what I should do. Kamarai Tsukika spoke up. As he said, Li and he were friends, and he couldn't just watch Li lose his qualification to be a ninja. When Kamisato Tsukika visited Li in the Kanaha hospital, the two were talking in a courtyard somewhere in Kanaha. I didn't expect that Suzuki wasn't cursed by Orochimaru. Did Orochimaru give up on Suzuki? Yakushi Kabuto spoke in confusion. He noticed that Uchiha Suzuki didn't have a curse mark in the examination room, and he was a little puzzled at the time. After all, one of the purposes of coming to Kanaha this time was Uchiha Suzuki, and Orochimaru had made a lot of preparations for this. He shouldn't give up on Uchiha Suzuki easily. Orochimaru didn't answer Yakushi Kabuto's words immediately after hearing this, but asked Yakushi Kabuto a question. Kabuto, how much do you know about Kamisato Tsukika? As soon as these words came out, Yakushi Kabuto 30 was stunned. Did Lord Orochimaru shift his target from Uchiha Suzuki to Kamisato Tsukika? While guessing in his heart, Yakushi Kabuto had already answered, I don't know much about him. He is the chief student of Uchiha Suzuki's class. He was mediocre in the first 5 years of ninja school. In the last year, he suddenly worked hard and completed the transformation from an ordinary person to a genius. After graduating from ninja school, Kamisato Tsukika entered anbu, but we have no way of knowing his experience in anbu. But anyway, Kamisato Tsukika's strength is probably stronger than Uchiha Suzuki, or even much stronger. But Kamisato Tsukika doesn't seem to have any bloodline limit. Yakushi Kabuto told what he knew. He was actually quite curious about Kamisato Tsukika. No, you are wrong, Wa. Orochimaru smiled crookedly, and continued with a deep look. Kamarai Tsukika's strength is not stronger than Uchiha Suzuki, but Kamisato Tsukika's strength is at the same level as mine. The reason why I didn't plant the curse seal on Uchiha Suzuki was because I was stopped by Kamisato Tsukika. What? Yakushi Kabuto widened his eyes in disbelief. How is it possible? Kamisato Tsukika's strength. He is less than 13 years old. Yakushi Kabuto found it a little difficult to accept the information Orochimaru said. After all, it was too incredible for a boy less than 13 years old to have the power comparable to Orochimaru. It doesn't conform to common sense at all. Kamarai Tsukika is a real genius, and he has many secrets. His physique, his practice, and many things are very interesting. If possible, I would like to get Kamisato Tsukika, but unfortunately, Kamisato Tsukika is not Uchiha Suzuki, and we can't get her just because we want her, Orochimaru said with some regret. He was really more and more interested in Kamisato Tsukika, especially after Orochimaru injured him with his soul charge. A true genius? I understand. So next, are we going to plant the curse seal on Uchiha Suzuki? Yakushi Kabuto suppressed his shock. Since Orochimaru emphasized that Kamisato Uehua was a true genius, then it is enough to show that Kamisato Yoka really cannot be viewed with common sense. Geniuses can always create miracles that make ordinary people amazed. Just like before Heide Kakashi, who would believe that a person could become a jonin at the age of 12, just like before meeting Uchiha Itachi, Yakushi Kabuto did not believe that a 13-year-old boy could easily cut off Orochimaru's arm. There is no doubt that Kamisato Uehua is a genius like Heide Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi, a real genius. What an enviable talent. Yakushi Kabuto sighed inwardly. You are very smart and know what I am going to do next. Orochimaru nodded to Yakushi Kabuto with satisfaction. He liked to talk to smart people. After that, Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto disappeared from the spot. On the other side, Uchiha Suzuki returned home alone after the show, preparing to plan his next month of training to suppress bandits. 1 month later, his opponent is Gaara, who is a very strong opponent. After watching the duel between Gaara and Rock Lee, Uchiha Suzuki knew that he is definitely not Gaara's opponent now. He does not have the speed of Rock Lee to break through Gaara's sand defense. Maybe he can use Chidori to force a breakthrough, but it is too dangerous, because if he fails to defeat Gaara with one blow, his arm may be wrapped in sand and completely crushed like Rock Lee today. So Uchiha Suzuki is under a lot of pressure. He wants to win the duel with Gaara, very much. However, it is not without a chance. Thinking of Rock Lee's movements and physical skills that he copied with Sharingan, Uchiha Suzuki was excited. As long as he trains his body further, he should be able to have the speed of Rock Lee. At that time, he will be able to break Gaara's defense in the way of Rock Lee. Then, use Chidori to end the game. Thinking in his heart, Uchiha Suzuki was full of energy. Knock, knock. At this moment, the sound of knocking on the door rang out. Who? Uchiha Suzuki was puzzled. If it was Naruto, he would not knock on the door like this. He would knock on the door and shout his name. If it was little Sakura, he would knock on the door politely and ask, "Is Suzuki here?" If it was Kakashi, he would not knock on the door at all, but would appear at the window and directly speak out his purpose. 0134072330 Fila 1443300090. So, who is it? Uchiha Suzuki secretly hid a kunao in his sleeve and went to open the door. The moment the door opened, Uchiha Suzuki's pupils contracted, and he stabbed the kunao in his hand at the person outside the door. However, the person outside the door accurately grabbed Uchiha Suzuki's wrist, smiled crookedly, and said in a hoarse and very attractive voice, "Is this how Suzuki-kun treats guests?" When Uchiha Suzuki was found, it was already evening. He was found by the other members of Team 7. Because Team 7 agreed to gather in the afternoon, but Uchiha Suzuki did not go. This made Heite Kakashi realize that something was wrong and rushed to Uchiha Suzuki's residence with Naruto and Haruno Sakura. Looking at the mark on Uchiha Suzuki's neck, Heite Kakashi frowned. Orochimaru's target turned out to be Suzuki. Moreover, Suzuki was caught just after he separated from them. This made Heite Kakashi helpless. Because he knew that if Uchiha Suzuki was targeted by Orochimaru, the curse mark would appear on Uchiha Suzuki's neck sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. After all, with Orochimaru's strength, how many people in Konoha can stop him? And how can these people always follow Uchiha Suzuki? And once Uchiha Suzuki is left alone, or the people around him can't stop Orochimaru, then this curse seal will appear on Uchiha Suzuki's neck. Teacher Kakashi, what is this on Suzuki's neck? Is there any danger? Naruto asked with concern. Although he and Uchiha Suzuki often quarrel with each other and look at each other with dislike, they have a deep bond in each other's hearts. This is a curse seal. It is not clear what effect it has for the time being. We need Suzuki to wake up to know. Heite Kakashi spoke, waking up Uchiha Suzuki. Suzuki, are you okay? What's the matter with the thing on your neck? Seeing Uchiha Suzuki wake up, Naruto hurriedly asked Uchiha Suzuki again. Hearing this, Uchiha Suzuki frowned and couldn't help but touch the location of the curse seal with his hand. It was the man I met in the Death Forest before. He was very strong and I had no ability to fight back. Uchiha Suzuki didn't know that it was Orochimaru. He was very upset when the curse seal was planted on him. I know. If nothing unexpected happens, the man you are talking about is called Orochimaru. Heite Kakashi spoke, and then popularized the information of Sunin for the three people. Let's go to Konoha Hospital first. Although there is no problem now, it is a potential danger after all. Uchiha Suzuki nodded when he heard this. He didn't want his life and death to be in the hands of others. In this way, the group went to Konoha Hospital. When they arrived, they met Kamisato Uehua, who had just come out of Rock Lee's ward. Uehua? Why are you here? Naruto asked in confusion. He didn't expect Kamisato Uehua to be in Konoha Hospital. Come to visit Xiao Li. What about you? You should not have any wounded, right? Why did you come to the hospital? Kamarai Tsukika was confused. He did not think about the curse seal on Uchiha Suzuki at first. E.B. Naruto. Just as Naruto was about to tell Kamisato Tsukika the reason, he was interrupted by Heite Kakashi. The fewer people who know about the curse seal on Uchiha Suzuki, the better. Okay, you guys are busy. I've been in the hospital for most of the day, so I should go back. Seeing this, Kamisato Uehua stopped asking questions, smiled and talked to a few people, and left. But when she left, Kamisato Uehua saw Uchiha Suzuki's pale face and his deliberately covered neck, and she immediately had a guess in her heart. Orochimaru, he was really quick to act. Sighing in her heart, Kamisato Uehua didn't intend to intervene in this matter. Just as Heite Kakashi worried, Uchiha Suzuki was targeted by Orochimaru. Even if he had the ability to stop Orochimaru, unless he let Uchiha Suzuki stay with him at all times, he would not be able to stop Orochimaru from planting the curse on Uchiha Suzuki. Of course, Kamisato Uehua could also choose to solve the problem directly from the root, such as killing Orochimaru, but there was no need at all. This curse was not all bad for Uchiha Suzuki, and Uchiha Suzuki had another one. Brakon's brother? When Uchiha Itachi finds the curse mark on Uchiha Suzuki, he will definitely find a way to solve this problem for Uchiha Suzuki, and Kamisato Uehua doesn't need to worry about this matter. After leaving Konoha Hospital, Kamisato Uehua didn't really go home, but went to Anbu. The third generation leader told Kamisato Uehua before that Kamisato Uehua didn't have to go back to Anbu after the Chunin exam, and there were other arrangements for him. But now the Chunin exam is not over yet, Kamisato Uehua is naturally still a member of Anbu. After entering the familiar Anbu 6th class restroom, Uzuki Ujeo and the other three were surprised to see Kamisato Uehua. Uehua, I heard that you went to participate in the Chunin selection exam. Aren't you going to bully people? The candidates with you this year are too unlucky. Yamai Hiseiji spoke, making Kamisato Uehua smile helplessly. I don't want to either, the third generation leader's request. Third generation headmaster's request? It seems that you will be transferred out of Anbu soon. Uzuki Ujeo spoke, and the atmosphere suddenly became quiet. But Ishii Ida immediately broke the silence. Good thing, Uehua shouldn't be in a place like Anbu, she should have left long ago. That's right, I say, you don't need to come these days, what are you doing back? Yamai Hiseiji also quickly spoke up to agree. Do you really want me to leave? Kamisato Uehua was very upset. He felt that Ishii Ida and Yamai Hiseiji said this not to ease the atmosphere. The two were really happy that Kamisato Uehua left anbu. That's right, being with you has already hit me so hard that I doubt whether I am suitable to be a ninja. Although it's also fun to go on a mission with you, let's have a normal teammate. I don't want to become a useless person. Ishii Ida couldn't help but complain. When they went on a mission with Kamisato Uehua, they didn't even have a chance to fight. So you should go and attack others. Yamai Hiseiji nodded in agreement. Anyway, congratulations to Uehua for your upcoming transfer from anbu. We will go to cheer you on in this Chunin selection exam. Uzuki Yujeo also smiled and said that she was also very satisfied with Kamisato Uehua's departure from anbu. Because Uzuki Yujeo has been looking forward to Kamisato Uehua's brilliance for a long time, she really wants the world to see Kamisato Uehua, this dazzling pearl. Kamisato Tsukika was transferred away before staying in anbu for 2 days. Sarutobi Hiruzen was worried when he knew that Orochimaru appeared in Konoha. In addition, Uchiha Suzuki had already been in trouble. So he told Kamisato Tsukika to ignore other things and practice Flying Thunder God technique to prevent him from being targeted by Orochimaru in the future. Even for Kamisato Tsukika's safety, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted Kamisato Tsukika to live in the Sarutobi family. This was naturally rejected by Kamisato Tsukika. Kamisato Tsukika said that even if he was really targeted by Orochimaru, with his ability, Orochimaru would not be able to take him down in a short time, but he could use Flying Thunder God technique to escape to a safe place in an instant, so he didn't have to worry about his safety at all. These words made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel a little relieved, but he still reminded Kamisato Uehua that once he met Orochimaru, he should not choose to entangle with Orochimaru and just run away. It can only be said that Orochimaru is too special in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, because he knows Orochimaru's talent very well, so Sarutobi Hiruzen will involuntarily overestimate the strength of his disciple. Just like Kamisato Uehua said that he encountered Orochimaru in the Death Forest before, Kamisato Uehua obviously lied, but Sarutobi Hiruzen did not doubt it at all. Because in his heart, he agreed with Kamisato Uehua's words that he tried his best to entangle Orochimaru, and Orochimaru left because he was afraid of Konoha. Kamisato Uehua didn't care about this, and Sarutobi Hiruzen thought so, which was exactly what he wanted. After returning to his cabin, Kamisato Uehua began his own research. He has a lot to study, but the most urgent thing now is the shackles he wants to put on Orochimaru. After encountering and fighting with Orochimaru in the Forest of Death, Kamisato Uehua's deification technique Soul Clash was very successful, which made Kamisato Yanghua full of confidence in the next research. Although I can use Soul Collision to threaten Orochimaru, but in this way, after being threatened by me for the first time, it will be difficult for me to meet Orochimaru again. With Orochimaru's cautious personality, with a threat like me, he probably won't take the initiative to meet me unless he finds a way to deal with it. Kamarai Tsukika said to himself that it was okay to threaten Orochimaru with Soul Collision, but it could only be done once, and whether it would succeed was another matter. What he wanted was to make a chain directly to tie Orochimaru up tightly, so that Orochimaru would have to be threatened and clamped by him. When it comes to the art of controlling people in Hokage, we have to mention two very famous curse seals. One is the caged bird curse seal planted by the main family of the Hyaga clan on the branch house. This technique is indeed terrifying. The main family can control and destroy the brain nerves of branch house members through this curse seal, thereby completely controlling the branch house. However, this curse seal should only be applicable to the Hyaga clan and the Byakugan bloodline. Otherwise, those who have this technique, the Hyaga clan, would be very scary in the eyes of other ninja clans, and it would be difficult for the Hyaga clan to survive from the Sengoku era. The second one is the seal of the root of Konoha, which Shinmura Danzo planted on the root members. This is a special sealing technique for the anbu root of Konoha. Shinmura Danzo planted this curse seal on the tongue of the root members. If the person who was cast said anything about him, he would be paralyzed all over, unable to speak or move. However, this technique also has a big flaw, that is, it is more used to restrain others and prevent them from telling secrets about themselves. If you want to directly control others, the seal of the root of tongue disaster is obviously not enough. It is precisely because these two techniques have great flaws that Kamisato Tsukika wants to create a technique herself. However, we can learn from these two beds. After making up her mind, Kamisato Uehua continued to study while waiting for time to pass. So it was soon past 2 o'clock in the morning of that night. Looking at the moon outside, Kamisato Uehua directly used the spiritualization technique to hide her body and enter the Hyaga clan. Now he dared to enter and exit almost anywhere in Konoha in the form of a spirit, because after constant testing, Kamisato Uehua was sure that there were no ninjas in Konoha who could sense spirits. As long as Kamisato Uehua did not take the initiative to touch the seals of Konoha, he would not be exposed in the form of a spirit. After Kamisato Uehua entered the Hyaga clan, except for a few people, everyone else in the Hyaga clan was already asleep. Sensing Hineda's soul, Kamisato Uehua's spirit quickly came to the room of Hineda's soul. It's not that Kamisato Uehua has any bad habit of peeping at others sleeping. The reason why he came to the location of Hineda's soul was entirely because Hineda was the eldest daughter of the Hyaga clan. Isn't the place where the eldest daughter of the main family lives the home of the Hyaga clan leader? If Kamisato Uehua wants to obtain the secret of Curse Mark Caged Bird, she must come to the home of the main family leader, which is the place where the secret of Curse Mark Caged Bird is most likely to be found. After taking a look at Hineda, who was sleeping peacefully, Kamisato Uehua's spirit began to sink and sank into the ground. In the ninja world, almost every ninja clan has its own secret room, and 90% of these secret rooms are built underground, just like the Uchiha clan. Sure enough, not long after the spirit sank, the environment in Kamisato Uehua's eyes changed drastically, and he successfully entered the secret room of the Hyaga clan. This secret room is similar to the scroll secret room that Sarutobi Hiruzen took Kamisato Uehua to before, but it does not have as many seals as the scroll secret room, and it can even be said that there is no seal at all. Kamarai Uehua guessed that there might be someone in the Hyaga clan watching this secret room with their eyes open 24 hours a day. Even if it is not a 24-hour watch, it is still very likely to be watched every 10 or 20 minutes. To be honest, under such surveillance, if someone wants to sneak into the secret room of the Hyaga clan from underground, it is probably almost impossible. After all, the Byakugan of the Hyaga clan can not only see through objects, but also see chakra clearly. So even if you have a special blood limit that can hide your body, as long as your chakra is still flowing, it is possible to be detected by the Byakugan of the Hyaga clan. However, they never thought that the spiritualization technique, which has been lost for more than 20 years, would come out again, and it is an optimized spiritualization technique. The Byakugan can see all mortal bodies, but not spirits. After Kamisato Uehua's spirit entered the secret room of the Hyaga clan, it began to move. He first scanned the things in the secret room. There were many scrolls, which were the knowledge of the Hyaga clan's gentle fist, 8 trigrams palms and acupoints. In addition to these training items, the secret room also contains historical records of the origin and development of the Hyaga clan. These historical records can be traced back to the long-ago Sengoku era, but they did not extend to the deification era, so the Hyaga clan themselves do not know their true origins and origins. These things are naturally not what Kamisato Uehua needs. He searched quickly and frowned after a long time, because in this secret room, Kamisato Uehua did not find what he wanted. Could it be that Curse Mark Caged Bird is passed down orally in the Hyaga clan? This made Kamisato Uehua couldn't help but speculate, but he immediately dismissed the idea. The reason is very simple. Both the Sengoku era and the Ninja era were extremely chaotic eras, accompanied by war and killing. Especially in the Sengoku era, the clan leaders of ninja clans like Hyaga had to take the lead in the charge. If it is really passed down orally, then if the clan leader has not had time to have children, has not decided on the successor of the clan, and has not passed down the Curse Mark Caged Bird, then won't the Curse Mark Caged Bird be lost? Rely on the previous clan leader? What if he died earlier? Therefore, the method of using Curse Mark Caged Bird is probably still recorded in writing, but there is no record of Curse Mark Caged Bird here. So, is the record of Curse Mark Caged Bird somewhere else? Or is it carried by the clan leader? Kamisato Uehua thought in his heart, and as soon as the thought moved, he controlled his spirit to continue sinking. After a while, Kamisato Uehua came to a secret room again. Sure enough, said to himself, Kamisato Uehua began to look at this new secret room. This is different from the previous secret room, it looks much smaller. There are fewer things inside, and it contains many secrets of the Hyaga clan. Soon, Kamisato Uehua knew that what he was looking for was here, because he saw a scroll sealed by a sealing technique on a table in the secret room. Kamisato Uehua walked over and saw that there was no information on the scroll, and he needed to open it to know what was recorded. However, in this entire secret room, there was only one scroll sealed by the sealing technique, and he knew the weight of the scroll without even thinking about it. And this sealing technique, in Kamisato Uehua's view, is either an alarm. Once someone touches this scroll to activate the seal, Yuxiang Yuzu will probably know it immediately. Another possibility is that this is a self-destruct device. Once the scroll is forcibly opened, the seal can destroy the scroll. If it is just an alarm, it is okay. Shenli Uehua can come here and leave safely. But if this is a self-destruct device, it will be troublesome. It's really troublesome. I have to study the sealing technique on it. After complaining in his heart, Shenli Uehua began to study the seal on the scroll. There are two ways to open the seal without causing the seal to react. One is to directly absorb the chakra on the seal, so that the seal will naturally become invalid. The other way is to use the correct method to open it. Shenli Uehua has not yet mastered the means of absorbing chakra, so he chose the second one. Soon Shenli Yuehua's eyes lit up, because he has seen similar seals. It is a sealing technique seen in the Book of Seals. Although it is slightly different from the sealing technique, the two techniques also have a high degree of overlap. It should have evolved from the same sealing technique. After careful deduction for a while, Shenli Yuehua already had a rough idea of how to unlock the seal. However, he could not guarantee that it was 100% correct. But it didn't matter. If it failed, it failed. Anyway, at most, he could find a way from other places. Shenli Yuehua thought to himself and began to try to unlock the seal decisively. Soon, Shenli Yuehua completed the seal and placed his hand on the seal screen of the scroll. The next moment, the seal was lifted. Shenli Yuehua's deduction was correct. According to the solution of the seal in the seal book, as long as a targeted change was made, the seal could be unlocked. After unlocking the seal of the scroll, Shenli Yuehua quickly browsed the contents inside. After scanning it once, he had memorized the contents in his mind. He resealed the scroll, and after the end, Shenli Yuehua left without anyone noticing. From beginning to end, no one in the Hyaga clan knew that he had been here, and he also watched the most core secret of the Hyaga clan, curse mark, caged bird. After returning to her cabin, Kamisato Yuehua's spirit returned to its place. It was really an interesting curse seal. This infiltration was totally worth it. Thinking about the contents of curse mark, caged bird in her mind, Kamisato Yuehua couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. Although this technique can't be used to control others directly, as long as Kamisato Yuehua wants, he can optimize it. Promise money is good, however, even if it is barely optimized to target people outside the Hyaga clan. This is not what Kamisato Yuehua wants. This kind of shackles targeting the flesh will not have much effect on Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru has the living corpse reincarnation technique. Even if he is hit by curse mark caged bird, the worst case scenario is that he will pretend to be nice to you first, but after the two of you separate, Orochimaru will definitely change his body immediately and get out of the control of curse mark caged bird. If you want to use curse mark caged bird to completely tie Orochimaru, you have to change the mechanism of action of curse mark caged bird from the physical brain to the soul. Moreover, when planting curse mark caged bird on Orochimaru, the curse mark must be planted directly on Orochimaru's soul. In this way, even if Orochimaru continues to reincarnate, curse mark caged bird will be like a maggot attached to his bones, making Orochimaru unable to get rid of it. However, in this way, the caged bird technique has been changed beyond recognition, and it can be done directly on Orochimaru's soul. What does Kamisato Tsukika need this curse mark caged bird for? This kind of transformation is more laborious than creating a new curse mark technique by himself, so it is better to create one by himself. The reason why Kamisato Tsukika was happy to get the caged bird technique was entirely because this technique greatly inspired his new technique and made Kamisato Tsukika's research go further. The seal technique and soul adopt the structure of curse mark caged bird. Maybe I can create a curse mark like a remote-controlled bomb. As long as I think about it, I can make the curse mark explode in other people's souls. In this way, Inashukamura should be able to print obedient. Kamisato Yuehua said to herself, and her heart was full of energy. Continue to study and try to make this curse mark as soon as possible. By the way, this curse mark is called Apotheosis Technique Soul Yuzan. Okay, time passed quickly. With curse mark, caged bird as a reference, Kamisato Yuehua's research on the mythical technique Soul Yuzan has accelerated a lot. According to Kamisato Yuehua's inference, he will be able to completely master this technique in the next half-month. At that time, just wait for Orochimaru to appear. This also saves Kamisato Yuehua from having to go to the route to find the Tanya eradication seal, saving trouble. Time is passing quickly, and soon, half a month has passed. In this half-month, Kamisato Yuehua has been studying the mythical technique Soul Yuzan. After half a month, he finally studied this technique thoroughly. It's finally done. Next, find someone to try the effect and see if there is anything that needs to be improved. After half a month of research, Kamisato Yuehua himself is a little tired. After all, this thing is not an ordinary technique. With Kamisato Yuehua's understanding, ordinary techniques don't take so long. Soul Yuzan is something that involves the soul. During the research process, Kamisato Yuehua did not dare to be careless at all, because it is a double-edged sword in the research process. If she is not careful, Kamisato Yuehua's own soul may be injured. It is precisely because of this that Kamisato Yuehua used half of the room to research and create. However, although tired, Kamisato Yuehua was very excited. Because with this thing, he has 80% confidence that he can control Orochimaru. As for the remaining 20%, after all, Orochimaru is also a person with great luck. There are many people who can successfully live to the Boruto legend and live so well, but it seems that only Tsunade and he can still be active in that era of Orochimaru's generation. Other people in the era of Orochimaru are either old or dead in the era of Boruto. Not to mention being active, there are not many people alive. So strictly speaking, Orochimaru himself is actually a person who is good at creating miracles. Maybe he will not be controlled by Kamisato Uehua all the time, but he may find out something based on the soul curse Kamisato Uehua planted on him. It's hard to say. However, everything is still under Kamisato Uehua's control now, and it will be under Kamisato Uehua's control in the future. Opening the door and seeing the long-lost sunshine outside, Kamisato Uehua was dazed for a moment. Then his body disappeared from the spot in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already outside Konoha village. He needed to find someone to experiment with the Soul Yuzan technique, preferably a wandering ninja. Following the Flying Thunder God technique he left behind when he was doing the mission in Kawanakuni, he found a suitable candidate not long after he arrived at a location more than 100 kilometers away from Konoha. That was a wandering ninja whose strength should be at the level of a special jonin, and he was considered to be a top-notch existence in the group of wandering ninjas. Generally, as long as he didn't meet the elite ninjas from the major hidden villages, or the top bounty hunters, wandering ninjas of his strength could live a very comfortable life. However, unfortunately, this guy met Kamisato Uehua. After Kamisato Uehua appeared, he walked up to this guy and asked him 2 questions, and then he didn't hesitate anymore, and decisively used the deification technique Soul Collision on him. When colliding with the wandering ninja's soul, Kamisato Uehua's soul also invaded the wandering ninja's soul in the process, and used his own soul. The Yuzan curse was engraved on the soul of the wandering ninja. What did you do to me? The wandering ninja spoke in horror. He felt his head splitting, and there seemed to be something extra in his mind, but he didn't know what it was. Kamisato Uehua heard this, endured the slight tingling headache, and raised the corners of her mouth under the mask. You will know soon, Kamisato Uehua said, and her body disappeared directly on the spot. He used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the last technique point 10 kilometers away from the wandering ninja. The perception is clear, very good. Try 20 kilometers again. After talking to herself, Kamisato Uehua's figure disappeared instantly, and appeared again 20 kilometers away from the wandering ninja. The perception is a little weak, but it can still be clearly located. Try 30 kilometers. Disappeared and reappeared again, this time it was 4,000 kilometers away from the wandering ninja. Is this feeling starting to become blurred? But it is still within the controllable range. Try 50 kilometers. When Kamisato Uehua was 50 kilometers away from the wandering ninja, his perception of the Soul Yuzan seal was already very vague. This time Kamisato Uehua did not speak, but disappeared again, and then reappeared at the same place. Sure enough, 50 kilometers is already the limit. I will completely lose the perception of the Soul Yuzan seal at a distance of 60 kilometers. Kamirai Uehua muttered to herself, and then without hesitation, she directly controlled the vaguely perceived Soul Yuzan to explode at the 50-kilometer position. At the same time, 50 kilometers away, the wandering ninja, who was panicking and at a loss, suddenly let out a miserable scream, and then fell to the ground holding his head and wailing. He only had one feeling now, that is, a headache. Just like a severe cold and fever, the headache was unbearable. The severe pain in the head also made the wandering ninja not notice that Kamisato Uehua had appeared again not far from him. Although my soul will not be affected after the detonation of the seal, the previous collision of the soul still made me inevitably headache. This technique really should not be used if it can be used. Kamirai Tsukika also felt a headache, but his symptoms were much better than those of the wandering ninja. Based on the last soul collision against Orochimaru, Orochimaru's soul strength has been seriously affected by reincarnation. Although this wandering ninja is only a special jonin, his soul strength is about the same as Orochimaru's. Kamirai Tsukika thought about the last time she encountered Orochimaru, and her mouth curled up. Orochimaru is undoubtedly a genius. He was able to come up with the method of living corpse reincarnation to avoid physical aging and achieve immortality. But Orochimaru overlooked one thing. A person's existence is not only the body, but also the soul. 0134072230 Fila 144330420. Human aging is a process of both at the same time. If immortality can be achieved by simply avoiding physical aging, then immortality would be too simple. There is no need to replace a new body, just keep replacing new blood and organs. But this method can only be said to delay aging and allow people to survive for more than 10 or 20 years. If the problem of the soul is not solved, immortality cannot be truly achieved. Orochimaru got rid of the aging of the body, but without solving the problem of the soul, Orochimaru's soul became weak due to continuous reincarnation. This is also the reason why he was killed instantly by Uchiha Itaka's golden binding technique. I'm afraid that Uchiha Itaka didn't expect Orochimaru to be so easily hit at that time. The effect that Soul Yuzan can have on this wandering ninja should not be much different for Orochimaru. After coming to the wandering ninja and killing the wandering ninja casually and destroying the body, Kamisato Uehua continued to look for other test subjects. Individual cases are not worth studying, at least there must be a control group. On this day, Kamisato Uehua found 3 wandering ninjas to experiment with his soul Yuzen curse seal. When he returned to the village, his head was a little changed. At night, around 11 o'clock, Konoha, on the Hokage rock, behind a big tree, Kamisato Uehua suddenly appeared. As soon as he appeared, he held the tree with one hand and knelt on one knee. He was sweating all over his head, his face was pale, and he looked very bad. Although the experiment was successful, I was still careless. The continuous soul collisions were too frequent, and the last time the guy's soul was different from that of an ordinary person. It was really weird. Shinri Uehua couldn't help but complain. Originally, there was no problem with the first 3 soul collisions. Although he also had a headache, it was still within the tolerable range. But when it came to the 4th one, Shenli Uehua met a person whose soul strength was much stronger than that of an ordinary person. After the first soul collision with that guy, he was unable to invade the other party's soul to plant the curse. This made Shenli Uehua grit his teeth and increase the strength of the 2nd and 3rd soul collisions to break the other party's soul defense, allowing the other party to consciousness is blurred, thus invading the other party's soul and planting a curse. But because of the 3 consecutive collisions, and the 3 consecutive collisions with a powerful soul, Kamisato Uehua herself also suffered a great backlash and felt dizzy. In fact, if the 3 previous experiments had not been carried out, or if Kamisato Uehua had gone all out the first time she collided with the soul of the guy with a powerful soul, there would be no subsequent events. Although the soul strength of that guy is far beyond that of ordinary people, it is still not as strong as Kamisato Uehua's soul. However, the fact is that Kamisato Uehua was unlucky and accidentally chose a guy with a soul different from that of ordinary people. Isn't it that I didn't go back home directly? Even the perception of the flying thunder god technique was affected? It's really dangerous. I have to be careful next time. Shinri Uehua sat down with his head against the tree trunk, took a look at the surrounding environment, and regretted it secretly in his heart. He had been too smooth sailing all the time, which made him too arrogant, and he was so careless when it came to things at the soul level. The experiment could obviously be completed in a few days, but he was too excited to choose to complete it in one day. Sure enough, people should not be too arrogant. Secretly admonishing himself in his heart, Shenli Uehua couldn't help but hiss again, and put on a mask of pain. Perhaps because the soul was too severely injured this time, or because his mind was already dizzy, Shenli Uehua didn't notice that a woman was coming to him quickly not far away. It wasn't until the footsteps sounded in his ears that Shenli Uehua realized that someone was coming. This startled him. Just as he was about to use the flying thunder god technique to randomly teleport away, he heard a familiar voice. "Kamirai Tsukika, are you okay?" The concerned voice sounded, and Kamisato Tsukika's whole body froze for a moment. Damn, it's Yui Korone. How could it be her? Kamirai Tsukika didn't dare to open his eyes. He didn't expect that the person who came was Yui Korone, the woman who had done something embarrassing with him. The woman was Yui Korone. As for why she was still here so late, it was probably because of that night half a month ago. After that night, she didn't know why, sometimes she couldn't help but come here to blow the wind late at night. Looking at Kamisato Tsukika, who was in pain and sweating, Yui Korone's heart tightened for no reason. She squatted down with some heartache and gently shook Kamisato Tsukika, trying to wake Kamisato Tsukika up. But there is a saying that goes, you can never wake up a person who pretends to sleep. Just like she pretended to sleep last night, Kamisato Tsukika, who pretended to sleep this night, naturally couldn't wake up. Seeing that Kamisato Uehua couldn't be woken up, Korone gritted her teeth, directly helped Kamisato Uehua up and carried her on her back, then left quickly. Being carried by Korone, Kamisato Uehua felt a warmth on his chest, and his whole body relaxed. She should send me to Konoha Hospital soon, so that we can avoid embarrassment for both of us. Kamisato Uehua thought to himself, and just quietly let Korone carry him to move. However, when Korone put Kamisato Uehua on the bed, Kamisato Uehua was dumbfounded. No, hey, shouldn't she send me to the hospital? Why is it a private house? If you don't send me to the hospital, you can send me home. This is not Korone's house, right? What is she going to do? Kamisato Uehua was dumbfounded. She didn't expect Korone to take her to her house. However, Korone was also helpless. Her first reaction was to send Kamisato Uehua to the hospital, but she changed her mind on the way. Because the body of a ninja is a very important secret, and Korone Yui knows that Kamisato Uehua always has many secrets. If she sends him to Konoha Hospital without Kamisato Uehua's consent, Korone Yui is afraid that it will cause trouble for Kamisato Uehua. It is also troublesome to leave Kamisato Uehua to other Kamisato Uehua's friends. First, she has to explain why she is at Hokage Rock at night, and then explain why Kamisato Uehua appears at Hokage Rock, and there are all kinds of things. As for why Kamisato Uehua is not sent to Kamisato Uehua's own cabin, Korone Yui is worried about leaving Kamisato Uehua alone there, and there is only one bed there, and there are no extra toiletries, it is not convenient for her to go there. So after thinking about it, Korone Yui gritted her teeth and carried Kamisato Uehua back home. At least she can take better care of Kamisato Uehua by carrying Kamisato Uehua back to her home. After putting Kamisato Uehua down, Yui Korone quickly put a wet towel on his forehead, and then watched Kamisato Uehua's head, which was better but still sweating. It was not until more than half an hour later that Kamisato Uehua's face calmed down and his forehead stopped sweating, and Yui Korone breathed a sigh of relief. Another half an hour later, after confirming that Kamisato Uehua's condition had stabilized, Yui Korone got up and went to the bathroom at home. When she carried Kamisato Uehua on her back, Kamisato Uehua was sweating and soaked her clothes. Not long after, the sound of water in the bathroom began to flow. This made Kamisato Uehua, who was lying on the bed, suddenly clear his confused mind, and his body tensed up again. It's over, it's over. If she does something to me later. Impossible, how could Senior Hong do that? Kamisato Uehua, don't think about it. Should I just run away? But isn't it rude to disappear like this? What should I do? Kamisato Uehua couldn't calm down. After all, he had never been in love in his previous life, and he had no experience in love at all. So at this time, he couldn't help but think about it, and his body began to heat up. This made Kamisato Uehua very uncomfortable, but he didn't dare to move. After more than half an hour, the sound of the bathroom stopped. Yui Hong, who changed into a new set of clothes, came to Kamisato Uehua's side, looking at Kamisato Uehua, who should have fallen asleep, and he breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that Kamisato Uehua had already woken up, and if so, it would be awkward for the two of them. She touched Kamisato Uehua's head with her hand, and it was still a little hot. Yui Korone quickly applied a towel to Kamisato Uehua again, and then sat down on the tatami next to Kamisato Uehua, staring at Kamisato Uehua's still slightly pale face. She had a complicated feeling towards Kamisato Uehua, and what happened between them really had a great impact on her. Hey, it would have been great if you were born 15 years earlier. After a long time, Kamisato Uehua heard a faint sigh. The sigh was very small. If Kamisato Uehua was not fully focused at this time, and his hearing was far superior to that of ordinary people due to his physical condition, he would probably not have heard Yui Korone's words at all. However, it was such a light sentence that almost exposed Kamisato Uehua, who tried her best to pretend to be asleep. After Yui Korone said this, she seemed to realize that she had just spoken out of turn, and her whole face turned red. She looked at Kamisato Uehua nervously, and when she saw that Kamisato Uehua had no reaction, she looked around nervously, making sure that no one could have heard what she had just said. Yu Yahung breathed a sigh of relief. She felt that she was crazy, and she actually said that. Title. Yu Yahung looked at Kamisato Uehua, and couldn't help but have such thoughts in her mind. Yes, if Kamisato Uehua was born 15 years earlier, then Kamisato Uehua would be 27 years old now, and in this case, they would be the same age. In that case, she would be with Kamisato Uehua openly. Unfortunately, there is a 15-year age difference between them. Not 5 years old, but 15 years old. This age gap is too big. If the two of them are together, they are bound to be laughed at by people. Shaking her head and getting rid of the thoughts in her mind, Yu Yahung looked at the time. It was almost 1 o'clock in the morning, and she was a little sleepy. After thinking about it, Ziri Hong gave up the plan to sleep in another room, and took a new pillow as a pillow, leaning against Shen Yuehua and closing her eyes to rest. She was worried about Shenli Yuehua, afraid that Shenli Yuehua's condition would deteriorate or new problems would arise at night. Even though Shenli Yuehua looked very calm at this time, Ziri Hong didn't know at this time that Shenli Yuehua was calm on the surface, but there was already a commotion in her heart. How could he calm down after Ziri Hong's words just now? If you say that Shenli Yuehua likes Ziri Hong, it is natural. But before that incident, Kamisato Tsukua's love for Korone Yui was more like the love for anime characters. His feelings for Korone Yui were even less about love. But Kamisato Tsukua was also a very responsible person. Although it was an accident, it was the first time for him in Korone Yui. After that incident, Kamisato Tsukua's love for Korone Yui may have changed, especially after that night half a month ago. Although it was still not that much love, Kamisato Tsukua himself did not notice that he had already regarded Korone Yui as his own. When he saw Korone Yui treat Sarutobi Asuma coldly, he could not help but feel happy. But because he had never pursued a girl and had never experienced such a thing, Kamisato Tsukua did not know how to deal with the relationship between him and Korone Yui. After all, even if he wanted to be with Korone Yui, it might just be his own wishful thinking. And that incident did not have any other special meaning for Korone Yui, it just made her feel embarrassed. With such thoughts in mind, Kamisato Uehua naturally couldn't boldly express anything to Yui Korone. He could only choose to avoid intersection as much as possible, so that Yui Korone and himself would not be so embarrassed. But now, hearing Yui Korone's sigh, Kamisato Uehua was nervous and couldn't help but feel happy and excited. This sigh showed that he also had a different status in Yui Kurene's heart. If it weren't for the age gap, the two might have become lovers. After thinking about this clearly, Kamisato Uehua really wanted to jump up and tell Yui Kurene that age was not a problem at all. If this sentence "age is not a problem" was said in modern times, it might be flowery words, it might be a momentary impulse, and it might make the person who said it regret it in the future. But if this sentence was said in the world of Hokage, then there would be no problem. Not to mention Tsunade and Orochimaru, the ninjas who broke the shackles of age. There are immortal creatures in this world. For example, Princess Kaguya is immortal and has lived from ancient times to the ninja era. Thousands of years have no effect on her. There are other Itsutsuki clans. Which one of them is not an old monster who can live for hundreds or thousands of years, and can be reincarnated through the wedge? In a sense, they are also immortal. 12 years old and 27 years old, for ordinary people whose lifespan is only 70 or 80 years old, the difference of 15 years is indeed a big gap. But what if it is 112 years old and 127 years old? In this way, do you still think that the difference of 15 years is a big gap? If you still think so, then what about 1012 years old and 1027 years old? Do you still think the difference of 15 years is big? It is insignificant at all. Kamisato Uehua's goal has always been evolution, and this has never changed. And if evolution does not increase lifespan, it will be meaningless. So, in Kamisato Uehua's view, age is really not a distance, and he has never cared about the issue of age. However, Kamisato Uehua knows that he can't jump out now. He understands the truth of this world, but it does not mean that Shirai Hong also understands it. In Shirai Hong's eyes, 15 years old is still an insurmountable gap. Even if Shenli Yuhua told Shirai Hong the truth, let alone whether Shirai Hong is willing to believe it, even if Shirai Hong is willing to believe it now, can Shenli Yuhua come up with something that can let the two live for hundreds or thousands of years? No. So, the time is not yet ripe. Kamisato Uehua suppressed his excitement and carefully analyzed what he should do next. First of all, he couldn't continue to avoid Yui Kurene as he did before. If he did that, Yui Kurene might suddenly come to her senses one day, let go of that matter, and find someone to marry, and Kamisato Uehua would cry to death. So he had to maintain the connection between the two, and he had to make this connection higher than ordinary friendship, so that he could leave a deeper impression in Yui Kurene's heart and a more solid position. So what should he do? Kamisato Uehua couldn't help but feel a headache for a while. He really had no experience in this regard. Thinking about it in his mind, Kamisato Uehua slowly fell asleep. Perhaps because he knew Yui Kurene's feelings, or perhaps because he had completely regarded Yui Kurene as his own, Kamisato Uehua slept very peacefully. And most importantly, he felt that his pillow today was warm, soft, and comfortable while he was sleeping. The next morning, Kamisato Uehua couldn't help stretching when he woke up from a deep sleep. Only then did he see clearly what the place where he was lying looked like. This was a clean and warm room. There was not much layout in the room: a wardrobe, a set of tables and chairs, a soft tatami bed, milky white sheets, and a bunch of flowers on the end table. There was a balcony directly opposite the tatami, and there seemed to be a lot of words on it. Strange, no pillow? I felt very comfortable hugging last night. Kamisato Uehua glanced at the tatami and muttered curiously. This made Yui Hong, who dared not make any sound outside the door, blush. This little bastard. Thinking about being pulled over and hugged by Kamisato Uehua, who was sleeping soundly last night, Yui Hong couldn't help feeling shy. God knows that this little bastard is so immature and powerful when he sleeps. After he hugged her, she couldn't break free without any effort. However, if she used too much force, Yui Hong was afraid that Kamisato Uehua would wake up, and she would be so embarrassed. So she could only suppress her inner shyness and sleep in Kamisato Uehua's arms for a night. Resisting the urge to rush in and beat Kamisato Uehua, Yui Hong continued to stand quietly at the door, waiting for Kamisato Uehua to leave. She thought that Kamisato Uehua would definitely do what she did last time at Kamisato Uehua's house, and leave quietly after waking up to avoid embarrassment. Kamarai Uehua did have this idea, but just when he was about to leave, Kamisato Kihua stopped. Please give me flowers 0. It was only yesterday that he decided not to continue to take the route of escape. If he just left without saying goodbye today, it would obviously not work. But what should he do if he doesn't leave quietly? The relationship between the two is still mostly awkward now. What if he stays here forcibly and it backfires? He was tangled in his heart, and just when Kamisato Uehua's head was about to explode, his eyes suddenly lit up. Judging from the layout of Yui Kurene's room, she should be a person who likes flowers very much. So, send flowers to Yui Kurene? The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed to Kamisato Tsukika. He came to Yui Kurene's balcony, looked at the flowers on it, carved a flying thunder god spell on the balcony, and then disappeared directly on the spot. Outside the house, after more than 10 minutes, Yui Kurene entered the house after confirming that there was no movement inside. Kamisato Tsukika had already laid the tatami bedsheet for her again, and the painting of Tsukika had also disappeared. This made Yui Kurane feel relieved, but she also felt a little disappointed in her heart. But she soon put these emotions aside and prepared to wash up and go out. There is still half a month to go before the third round of the Chunin selection exam. Although Abarame Shino has his own unique secret technique passed down from his family, Kurane Yui still hopes to use this half-month to make Abarame Shino stronger. There are also Kiba Inyazuka and Hinata. Although the two of them did not advance to the third round of the competition, they are also her students, and she will also go to guide their training. On the other hand, after leaving Kurane Yui's house, Kamisato Uehua went back to her own home first, and after packing up, Kamisato Uehua went out. He planned to buy flowers. There are not many flower shops in Kanaha. Kamisato Uehua is very familiar with the largest one, which is the flower shop opened by the Namano family. As for the Ino family, Kamisato Uehua still knows where it is. When Kamisato Uehua came to Ino's flower shop, it was not Namano who was watching the shop. The elimination of all the 10th team in the pre-harm made Sarutobi Asuma hold his breath. This half-month, the next half-month will probably be the same. Ino has no time to watch the shop at home. The person watching the shop was Ino's mother. She naturally knew Kamisato Uehua, and when she saw Kamisato Uehua coming in, she smiled and greeted Kamisato Uehua. "Xiao Uehua, why are you here instead of practicing at this time?" "Ino is not here," Ino's mother said with a smile, and she naturally knew that her daughter was obsessed with Kamisato Uehua. However, Kamisato Uehua is indeed a very good young man, whether in terms of talent, ability, or interpersonal relationships, and personality, he is very polite to everyone. If Ino can be with Kamisato Uehua, she will not mind, but will be very happy. It's just that Kamisato Uehua doesn't seem to like her daughter yet, and has never taken the initiative to find Ino privately. Kamisato Uehua smiled. "Auntie, I'm not here to see Ino, I'm here to buy flowers." "Do you want 3-season flowers?" "I want to buy a bunch." Hearing that Kamisato Uehua was here to buy flowers, Namano's mother was quite surprised. "Rose? This flower has a lot of meanings, and if given as a gift, it seems that it can be given to many different types of people." Ino's mother couldn't guess the purpose of Kamisato Uehua buying roses, so she smiled and tried to ask, "Little Uehua, are you buying flowers for that lucky little girl?" Kamisato Uehua scratched her head and said, "Auntie guessed wrong, it's not for the little girl." Hearing this, Ino's mother breathed a sigh of relief. Although Kamisato Uehua didn't say who she was giving it to, as long as it wasn't for other girls, it was fine. She specially selected a few better roses, and Ino's mother wrapped them for Kamisato Uehua and handed them to Kamisato Uehua. And Kamisato Uehua also paid and thanked her, and then left. After leaving, Kamisato Uehua didn't use Flying Thunder God to go to Yui Kurane's house immediately, but returned to Zhenzhong first. Looking at the rose in his hand, he felt a little uneasy. While practicing, he waited until it was almost evening, and used his soul to sense that Yui Kurane and the 8th team had finished their practice, and when Yui Kurane started to go home, Kanda Uehua moved. Instantly came to the balcony of Yui Kurane's house, put down the rose, and then disappeared instantly. Not long after, Yui Kurane returned home. After she came back, she changed her clothes, took a bath, and then went to the balcony to water the flowers. After entering the balcony, Yui Kurane saw the bunch of roses. She frowned, and her first reaction was Sarutobi Asuma went to her balcony without his permission. Suppressing the anger in her heart, Yui Kurane picked up the rose, but after picking up the rose, Yui Kurane was stunned. Because on the balcony floor under the rose, there was a Flying Thunder God spell, which Yui Kurane had seen in the home of Shenseng Uehua. Yui Hong had known for a long time that Kamisato Uehua knew the Flying Thunder God technique, and had experienced it twice. She knew that this was Kamisato Uehua's Flying Thunder God technique. So, this was the flower Kamisato Uehua gave her? Looking at the rose in her hand, Yui Hong lowered her head and sniffed it. The faint fragrance of the flower made her feel better. Then, Yui Hong's mood became complicated. Should she get rid of this Flying Thunder God technique? After all, with this Flying Thunder God technique, Kamisato Uehua can come to this balcony at any time. And behind this balcony is her bedroom. Kamisato Uehua's wooden house. After sending the flowers to Yui Hong's balcony, Kamisato Uehua became nervous. He kept perceiving the Flying Thunder God technique he left there, and after half an hour of being able to perceive it clearly, Kamisato Uehua breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how Yui Kurane reacted to the bouquet, as long as she didn't cancel her Flying Thunder God spell, it proved that she didn't dislike it. That's enough. After her inner uneasiness settled down, Kamisato Uehua calmed down. She couldn't let go of her feelings for Yui Kurane, nor could she slack off in her practice. After activating soul perception and sensing Kanaha, Susato Uehua didn't find Orochimaru's soul. It proved that Orochimaru was not in Kanaha at this time, so Orochimaru should be in the Kingdom of Wind now. According to the time, the fourth Kazekage should also leave from the Kingdom of Wind on this day. Kamisato Uehua said to herself, there are still 14 days before the third Chunin selection exam. The fourth Kazekage is coming from the Kingdom of Wind now. If he is not in a hurry, 927 can arrive a few days earlier. Even if the fourth Kazekage doesn't leave right now, it doesn't matter. Kamisato Uehua believes that Orochimaru has been waiting for the fourth Kazekage in the desert for a long time. After all, in the original work, Orochimaru killed the fourth Kazekage in the desert, and then disguised himself as the Kazekage to come to Konoha to watch the Chunin selection. So should I take the initiative to go to the desert to find Orochimaru? There was some hesitation in his heart. Kamisato Uehua was very confident that he could control Orochimaru now, and he didn't have to worry about Orochimaru posing any threat to him, but it was a waste of time to find Orochimaru like this. Let's go. I can use Orochimaru to deal with some things, and kill a certain old guy. Kamisato Uehua made a decision in his heart. He had to control Orochimaru before Orochimaru launched the Konoha collapse plan. Because the current Orochimaru was a very good knife for Kamisato Uehua, and he could deal with many people that Kamisato Uehua couldn't easily deal with. For example, the old immortal guy he just mentioned. Sarutobi. Bah, I said it wrong, it's Shinmura Danzo. Shinmura Danzo, the leader of Konoha's route and one of the previous advisors, is the driving force behind many dark events in Konoha and is also a well-known scapegoat. Kamisato Tsukika does not intend to let Shinmura Danzo take the blame, and now he has no blame for Shinmura Danzo. Even so far, the two have not even had a conflict. But this time, since Kamisato Tsukika has decided to take action in the Chunin exam and Konoha's collapse plan, he will inevitably enter Shinmura Danzo's vision. With Shinmura Danzo's mentality, he will certainly understand that he has been trained by Sarutobi Hiruzen as a candidate for Hokage. Then, conflicts will inevitably arise between the two. After all, the position of the fifth Hokage has long been his in Shinmura Danzo's eyes. He only waits for Sarutobi Hiruzen to die or make a big mistake, then he will take the position of Hokage. And this opportunity, Shinmura Danzo knows that he has waited for. Shinmura Danzo is an insider of Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan. Not only an insider, but also a participant. Because he has promised Orochimaru that in Orochimaru's Konoha collapse plan, the members of the Konoha route will not take action. So once Kamisato Tsukika shows her edge in the Konoha collapse plan and turns the tide, Shinmura Danzo will not coexist peacefully with Kamisato Tsukika. He will definitely try his best to abolish Kamisato Tsukika, or suppress Kamisato Tsukika in all aspects. Although Kamisato Tsukika has no interest in the position of Hokage, she will not allow an old bastard like Shinmura Danzo to disgust her secretly. Since they will become enemies sooner or later, it is better to find an opportunity to kill him first. Didn't Shinmura Danzo discuss with Orochimaru not to take action in the Konoha collapse plan? Then Kamisato Tsukika asked Orochimaru to discuss with Shinmura Danzo again and set up a trap to get rid of Shinmura Danzo. With the decision, Kamisato Tsukika directly separated a shadow clone to stay in the house disguised as herself. This time, she will not be able to come back in one day. If Sarutobi Hiruzen finds out that Kamisato Tsukika has disappeared for 3 or 5 days, Konoha will probably be in chaos. After leaving Shadow Clone, Kamisato Tsukika's body quickly left and went to the Wind Country along the previous Flying Thunder God route in the River Country. After reaching the Land of Rivers, Kamisato Tsukika could only walk forward, which made him sigh. Sure enough, it would be great if the Flying Thunder God technique could be optimized to the point where the Flying Thunder God technique was not needed and the teleportation could be performed directly. However, it was almost done. Kamisato Tsukika had been working on this matter, and although there had been no substantial progress, it was not without results. 2 days later, Kamisato Tsukika entered the Land of Winds and quickly moved towards Tsunagakur. The fourth Kazekage traveled to Konoha, and although there were many routes to choose from, Tsukika directly chose the nearest one. It would be a good thing if he could meet him on the way, but if he didn't, at least he could find a way to get the fourth Kazekage's route in Tsunagakur. As long as Kamisato Tsukika knew the fourth Kazekage's route, he would be able to find Orochimaru in time when he used the Flying Thunder God technique to rush back. It can only be said that Kamisato Uehua was very lucky. The route that the fourth Kazekage took was exactly the one he chose. So 3 days later, Kamisato Uehua sensed Orochimaru's soul. This made Kamisato Uehua's mouth rise. He found a place to sit down, separated a shadow clone to protect him, and then the main body directly used the spiritualization technique to go to the location of Orochimaru's soul. The reason why he didn't go directly with the main body was naturally because with Orochimaru's vigilance, he must have eyes within a few kilometers of his own. Once Kamisato Uehua's main body appeared, I believe it won't take long for Orochimaru to know. Moreover, Kamisato Uehua now has to first determine whether Orochimaru has killed the fourth Hokage at this time. If not, Kamisato Uehua does not intend to take action. He will wait until Orochimaru and the fourth Kazekage fight before taking action. At that time, the success rate of putting a soul shackle on Orochimaru is the highest. The spirit quickly approached Orochimaru, and soon, Kamisato Uehua's spirit saw Orochimaru. After seeing Orochimaru, Kamisato Uehua knew that Orochimaru had not yet taken action against the fourth Kaze cage. Because Orochimaru hadn't changed into the clothes of the Kaze cage yet, Yakushi Kabuto and Kimimaro were also following Orochimaru. However, judging from the appearance of the three people, they had obviously been waiting for a long time, and they had determined that the fourth Kaze cage would pass by here, or come to this place. It seems that it will happen in the next 1 or 2 days, and there will be 10 good shows. Kamisato Tsukika muttered to herself, and then returned to her body, and her sole perception was always staring at Orochimaru. On the other side, in a sunken valley in the desert, Orochimaru frowned slightly. "What's wrong, Lord Orochimaru? Is there anything else to disclose about this trip?" Yakushi Kabuto noticed Orochimaru's frown and immediately took the initiative to ask. Hearing this, Orochimaru shook his head and his face returned to calm. "No, I just feel like I'm being monitored by something." As soon as these words came out, Yakushi Kabuto and Kagaya Kimimaro were both shocked. The two quickly took a defensive posture, looked around vigilantly, and prepared to explore. However, Orochimaru stopped the two from planning. "It's just a feeling. I have arranged scouting snakes around. No one can approach us without being discovered." Orochimaru spoke confidently. Although he himself was not confident, in front of his subordinates, Orochimaru would not undermine himself. Hearing this, Yakushi Kabuto and Kagaya Kimimaro stopped their actions. In fact, they themselves knew that if it was an enemy that even Orochimaru could not find, then the two of them would not be able to find each other. Keep waiting. According to the news from the insider of the Sand Village, the fourth Kaze cage will arrive here at noon tomorrow. Orochimaru spoke, and he knew the route of the fourth Kaze cage very well. Yakushi Kabuto and Kagaya Kimimaro nodded, and both of them did not change their expressions. He was a little dignified in his heart. After all, the opponent was a cage, and a cage of the 5 great ninja villages. None of such people were weak. It can be imagined that tomorrow would be another hard battle. However, the two were not worried that they would fail. After all, since the two followed Orochimaru, Orochimaru had hardly failed. And both of them knew some of Orochimaru's trump cards. This time, Inashimura prepared a big gift for the fourth generation. Time passed quickly, and the second day came in a blink of an eye. Kamisato Uehua had a premonition that he would see the death of the fourth Kaze cage today, so he used the spiritualization technique early in the morning, and his spirit flew to where Orochimaru was, floating on the cliff above Orochimaru and them. Sure enough, after noon, the fourth Kaze cage appeared. But what was strange was that only the fourth Kaze cage is alone, and the other ninjas who followed him are not here. "Orochimaru, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. You asked me to come alone, but don't tell me some trivial information." Fourth Kaze cage spoke, and Kamisato Uehua understood why he came here alone. This made Kamisato Uehua look at fourth Kaze cage with sympathy. This guy, it's okay to cooperate with Orochimaru, but he dared to meet Orochimaru's invitation alone. No wonder he died in Orochimaru's hands. Of course it's not a small matter. This is a very important matter, and it's something that concerns you. Orochimaru smiled sinisterly and looked at fourth Kaze cage. His vertical pupils were cold and ruthless. "Concerning me?" Fourth Kaze cage was puzzled and frowned. "Yes, it's about your life and death, because next, I'm going to kill you." Orochimaru no longer concealed his purpose and directly said that he would kill fourth Kaze cage. This startled the fourth Kaze cage, who then snorted coldly, "Kill me? Who do you think you are?" As he spoke, the fourth Kaze cage had already taken the initiative. He formed a seal and was about to use ninjutsu. While the fourth Kaze cage was forming a seal, Yakushi Kabuto and Kagaya Kimimaro had already jumped down from his left and right sides and began to attack the fourth Kaze cage. At the same time, Orochimaru was also forming a seal. And the seal he formed was the seal of reanimation jutsu. At this time, the fourth Kaze cage was entangled by Kagaya Kimimaro and Yakushi Kabuto, and had no time to use ninjutsu to stop Orochimaru. When Orochimaru finished forming the seal, several coffins rose from the ground, and then the coffins opened, and the ninjas of Impure World Reincarnation appeared. Seeing those ninjas of Impure World Reincarnation, the fourth Kaze cage was shocked, because these were all powerful ninjas who had passed away in their Tsunagakur. Impure World Reincarnation. Damn it! Fourth Kaze cage cursed. He naturally knew about the technique of Impure World Reincarnation, because this was the technique of second Hokage Senju Tobirama. During the First Ninja World War 2.0, the 4 major ninja villages besieged Konoha, but were forced to retreat by Senju Tobirama using Flying Thunder God technique and Impure World Reincarnation technique. I thought that with the death of Senju Tobirama, the technique of Impure World Reincarnation would also be buried with Senju Tobirama, but I didn't expect Orochimaru to learn it. This is the surprise I prepared for you. Enjoy the surprise. Orochimaru sneered, and then controlled the impure world reincarnation ninja to surround and kill 4th Kazekage. At this moment, 4th Kazekage regretted it. He regretted that he underestimated Orochimaru and came to the appointment alone. He also regretted trusting Orochimaru and launching a plan to invade Konoha with Orochimaru, but no matter how much he regretted, it was too late now. He could only fight to the death to make up for the regret in his heart. However, since Orochimaru had set this trap, how could he let the 4th Kazekage escape easily? This was a sure kill set by Orochimaru for the 4th Kazekage, and the 4th Kazekage was doomed to be doomed. This was indeed the case, and no accidents happened. After using the Impure World Reincarnation Ninjas to cooperate with Kagaya Kimimaro and Yakushi Kabuto to consume the 4th Kazekage to a desperate situation, Orochimaru took action and completed the final sure kill on the 4th Kazekage. Slowly pulling out the Vice Admiral's sword from the back of the 4th Kazekage, Orochimaru smiled, quite calmly. It was just a shadow, and a weak one at that. Killing such a person would not make Orochimaru feel proud. When Orochimaru killed the 4th Kazekage, Kamisato Uehua's spirit returned directly to her body, and then Kamisato Uehua's body quickly moved in the direction of Orochimaru. Your performance is over, and now it's my turn. In the valley, Orochimaru, who had no intention of dealing with the 4th Kazekage's body and only taking some of the 4th Kazekage's flesh and blood, was ready to evacuate. Next, he would disguise himself as the 4th Kazekage and follow the Tsunagakure ninja to Konoha. Yakushi Kabuto would go alone. As for Kagaya Kimimaro, after the battle just now, his physical condition seemed to have worsened again, and he was no longer able to support him in this Konoha collapse plan. However, just as Orochimaru was about to leave, his expression suddenly changed. Because the snakes he placed around his sentinels were signaling him, the people were heading quickly in his direction. Someone is coming. Orochimaru spoke, causing Yakushi Kabuto and Kagaya Kimimaro to stop. The three of them waited like this, and they wanted to see who it was. Not long after, a person familiar to Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto appeared. Kamarai Tsukika. Seeing the newcomer, Yakushi Kabuto spoke unexpectedly. He never expected to see Kamisato Tsukika here. Shouldn't Kamisato Tsukika be in Konoha preparing for the 3rd round of the Chunin selection exam? Is that Kamisato Tsukika? Orochimaru-sama praised her as a very strong person. Hearing this, Kagaya Kimimaro looked at Kamisato Tsukika with sincerity. And Kamisato Tsukika also came to a place not far from Orochimaru and the other two. I really didn't expect to see Senior Orochimaru here. Kamarai Tsukika spoke, and glanced at the 4th Kazekage on the ground, pretending to be surprised. Isn't that the 4th Kazekage of Tsunagakure on the ground? Orochimaru, did you kill the 4th Kazekage? You really did something incredible. Hehe, Tsukika-kun, you really know how to find the time to show up. It just so happens that I'm also trying to find a way to find you. Since you're here, let's stay together. Orochimaru spoke, and this time he didn't even want to pretend. Last time in the Death Forest, he was forced to retreat because he didn't have to go all out, and missed the best opportunity to take down Kamisato Tsukika. I thought that with Kamisato Tsukika's talent and growth rate, he would never have the chance to get Kamisato Tsukika again, but I didn't expect Kamisato Tsukika 30 to come to him today. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Orochimaru will not miss it again. Orochimaru is really confident. I hope you can be so confident later. Kamisato Tsukika was not to be outdone, and now it was also a difficult time for Kamisato Tsukika, because he had just fought with the 4th Kazekage and Orochimaru had consumed a lot of physical strength and chakra. Then let's try it. Orochimaru said, and began to make seals with both hands. And Kamisato Tsukika did not hesitate to use the 8 inner gates technique directly. 8 inner gates, 6th gate, Jingmen, Takumai. In an instant, the rich green chakra has enveloped Kamisato Tsukika, and his overall power and speed have greatly increased at this moment. Whoosh! Kamisato Tsukika's body instantly disappeared from the spot, and appeared again in front of Orochimaru. This speed shocked Yakushi Kabuto and Kagaya Kimimaro. When Kamisato Tsukika came in front of Orochimaru, Orochimaru had just finished the seal, and suddenly a terrible gust of wind appeared in front of Orochimaru and rushed towards him. Obviously, Orochimaru had expected Kamisato Tsukika to approach him quickly. However, Orochimaru still miscalculated. Kamisato Tsukika stayed in front of Orochimaru for less than a second before coming behind Orochimaru with terrible speed. Kamisato Tsukika came behind Orochimaru and kicked hard. The kick was fast and strong, but it didn't hit Orochimaru in front of him. Kagaya Kimimaro came behind Orochimaru at the critical moment and took the kick for Orochimaru. Boom! The terrible force made Kagaya Kimimaro fly out and hit the cliff beside him. Moreover, the layer of bone defense under Kagaya Kimimaro was broken directly. When Kamisato Tsukika kicked Kagaya Kimimaro away, Orochimaru waved his hands back, and more than 10 pythons rushed out of his sleeves and rushed towards Kamisato Tsukika. Kamisato Tsukika saw this and exerted force on his feet. His body jumped back to avoid it, and his hands moved forward while jumping. The next moment, lightning surged from Kamisato Tsukika's hands, and all the pythons facing him fell down. When Kamisato Tsukika landed, he felt the slight movement from behind and turned around without thinking and kicked sideways. Bang! Yakushi Kabuto, who was preparing to sneak attack Kamisato Tsukika, quickly slid his feet on the ground, leaving 2 long marks. He trembled and put down his hands that had just protected his head. Feeling his hands that were completely numb, he looked at Kamisato Tsukika not far in front of him, his eyes full of disbelief. Even though he had heard Orikimura say that Kamisato Tsukika was a strong man who was not weaker than him, Yakushi Kabuto still didn't expect Kamisato Tsukika to be so strong. He almost couldn't block the opponent's 10 attacks. Similarly, this was also Kagaya Kimimura's feeling. He had also wondered before how strong Kamisato Tsukika, who was praised by Orikimura, could be, and now he felt it. But unlike Yakushi Kabuto, even though he knew he was no match for Kamisato Tsukika, he still attacked Kamisato Tsukika again. But Kamisato Uehua was not here to play house with the children. He looked at Orikimura and just wanted to make a quick decision. So, today, Kamisato Uehua was ready to go all out. 8 inner gates, 7th gate, gate of surprise, open. Boom! Before Kagaya Kimimaro rushed to Kamisato Uehua, the terrible wind and waves had to stop and cover his eyes with his hands. And Kamisato Uehua's blue chakra had already soared into the sky, and the terrible energy impacted everything around. At this moment, even Kamisato Uehua's head was already exposed, his black hair was standing up, and his clothes were rustling. Pain, severe pain. At this moment, Kamisato Uehua felt such terrible pain for the first time. But at the same time, Kamisato Uehua also felt unprecedented strength. He felt that he could kill himself in seconds. Like ordinary teleportation, before the wind and sand raised by Kamisato Uehua's energy fell, Kamisato Uehua had disappeared from the spot. The deadly force came from behind, and Orikimura was horrified and subconsciously tried to dodge. However, he couldn't dodge at all. Boom! Puff! Blood spurted out of his mouth, and Orikimura's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. How could it be? At this moment, he couldn't figure out why this happened. However, Orikimura had no time to think about it. He was already stuck to Kamisato Tsukika, who kept attacking Orikimura, and soon broke more than half of Orikimura's bones. Lord Orikimura. After the sandstorm settled, seeing Orikimura lying on the ground, Yakushi Kabuto and Kagaya Kimimaro exclaimed, and then rushed towards Kamisato Tsukika. Kamisato Tsukika's eyes turned cold, and her body started. The next moment, Kagaya Kimimaro and Yakushi Kabuto flew backwards together. After landing, they rolled on the ground for a long time. When they finally stopped, they were already dying, spitting blood, and looked painful. Kamisato Tsukika also quickly exited the 7th gate mode. After exiting, Kamisato Tsukika did not talk nonsense with Orikimura, because the sequelae of the 7th gate were about to come, and he had to hurry up. God Technique Soul Impact. Buzz. Originally Orikimura, who was in severe pain from having too many bones completely broken, lost consciousness directly under this soul impact. His mind was blank, and only the buzzing sound remained. Kamisato Uehua seized the opportunity, and her soul directly invaded Orikimura's soul, carving 3 soul Yuzen seals in Orikimura's soul. This is the maximum number Kamisato Uehua can carve at the same time now, and his soul will be in danger if there are more. But this is enough. The 3 soul Yuzen seals are enough for Kamisato Uehua to control Orikimura. After planting the seals, Kamisato Uehua did not say anything to Orikimura, and directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave. After Kamisato Uehua left, Yakushi Kabuto and Kagaya Kimimaro endured the pain and climbed up, and then limped towards Orikimura. When the two saw Orikimura's appearance, they felt a chill, and their hair stood up. Because Orikimura was in such a miserable state, he was lying on the ground like a pile of mud. Yakushi Kabuto was originally a medical ninja, and Kagaya Kimimaro was also an expert in playing with bones, so they could see at a glance that more than half of Orikimura's bones were broken. Just when the two were at a loss, a hand appeared from Orikimura's mouth. This made the two of them instantly relieved. Soon, the new Orikimura crawled out of the previous body. This was Orikimura's exclusive body replacement technique. He used it without hesitation when he was attacked by Kamisato Tsukika for the first time, and resisted the terrible attack behind. But Orikimura's body replacement technique, the main body is hidden in the stand, so the stand was beaten like this, causing Orikimura's main body to suffer terrible pain. At this time, after he crawled out of the stand, he looked very weak. The 3 of them were quiet for a while, and no one spoke. At this moment, the 3 of them were hit hard by the previous incident. They just killed the 4th Kaze cage, and for Yakushi Kabuto and Kagaya Kimimaro, they both felt a great sense of accomplishment. In the blink of an eye, the two were directly beaten by Kamisato Tsuki's punch and kick. Orikimura was the same. Although he told Yakushi Kabuto that Kamisato Tsuki was at the same level as him, he still thought he was stronger in his heart. This was why he saw Kamisato Tsuki and said he wanted to keep Kamisato Tsuki. However, the result was like this. In front of Kamisato Tsuki, he was beaten without any ability to fight back. This made Orochimaru a little difficult to accept for a while. Puff! Suddenly, Orochimaru opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. Orochimaru, are you okay? Yakushi Kabuto asked with concern. My body is fine, but, without wiping the bloodline from the corner of his mouth, Orochimaru's expression changed as he felt something was added to his mind. He was too familiar with this feeling because he often did this to others. Kabuto, prepare for reincarnation. Orochimaru said, since he might be cursed, this body must be abandoned. Reincarnation. Yakushi Kabuto was a little surprised. If we reincarnate first, can we still catch up with the Konoha collapse plan? Yakushi Kabuto hesitated, and his words made Orochimaru's face darken. Indeed, there are only 12 days left before the third round of the 917 ninja selection exam. If he returns to the Sound Village to reincarnate at this time, he may not be able to catch up with the Chunin selection exam. And the most important thing is, if he leaves now, what will happen to the fourth Kaze cage? The real fourth Kaze cage is dead. If he, the fourth Kaze cage, disappears, Tsunagakur will definitely find something wrong. At that time, the Konoha collapse plan he has been planning for so long will fail. Then continue to act according to the plan. Orochimaru thought about it and came to a new idea. It really seemed that since Kamisato Uehua had put a curse on him, there was a high probability that Kamisato Uehua would take the initiative to find him. He also wanted to see what Kamisato Uehua was planning. Moreover, he was a real expert in curse seals, so he would let him see what level Kamisato Uehua's curse seal was. Without letting Yakushi Kabuto treat him, Orochimaru left alone. After treating Kagaya Kimimaro and himself, Yakushi Kabuto also went to Konoha alone. Kagaya Kimimaro went to the Sound Village by himself. On the other side, after using the Flying Thunder God technique several times, Kamisato Uehua collapsed to the ground, with a mask of pain on her face. The seventh gate is really not opened by humans, it hurts too much. Kamisato Uehua complained weakly. Before permanently opening the sixth gate, he didn't want to start the seventh gate at all. This kind of physical torture is simply unbearable for humans. Although the feeling of having power after opening the seventh gate is really great. If I had known that the side effects were so serious, I would have used the Flying Thunder God technique directly. She regretted her choice a little, but soon Kamisato Uehua threw all these thoughts aside. Now that the Soul Yuzen seal has been planted on Orochimaru, when his body recovers, he can take the initiative to find Orochimaru. The Soul Yuzen seal can be engraved on the soul of others, so can the Flying Thunder God technique also be engraved on the soul of others. While lying on the ground to recover, Kamisato Uehua suddenly had an idea, and it felt very feasible. Try it. Kamarai Tsukika did what he thought. He used the method of constructing the Yuzen seal to try to depict the Flying Thunder God spell. This was easy, and Kamisato Tsukika finished it quickly. However, if he wanted to test whether this idea was successful, he needed to find someone to try it himself. And his current body. Damn! I'm a dog if I open the seventh gate later. Kamarai Tsukika moved his body, and a terrible pain swept through his body. He cursed in his heart, not knowing that some bullets would hit him if they flew for a long time. The side effects of using the seventh gate are really terrible, the kind that makes the body feel excruciating pain even when the slightest touch is made. But fortunately, Kamisato Uehua has amazing recovery ability, and he recovered in a short time. After recovering, Kamisato Uehua began to sense the location of Orochimaru. After planning for so long, and spending half a month to make a Soul Yuzen curse for Orochimaru, it is time to reap the rewards. Using the Flying Thunder God technique again to go to the previous location, Kamisato Uehua immediately locked onto Orochimaru's location. Kamisato Uehua went towards Orochimaru, and soon saw a group of people walking in the desert. Looking at the Tsunagakur ninja, Kamisato Uehua knew that Orochimaru had now disguised himself as the fourth Kaze cage. Kamisato Uehua did not step forward immediately, because she did not want the Tsunagakur ninja to doubt Orochimaru, and the identity of Orochimaru as the fourth Kaze cage was equally important to Kamisato Uehua. In this way, Kamisato Uehua waited until night, and only took action when Tsunagakur's team set up tents. He came to a place about 1 kilometer away from the tent, and after a glance, he saw a slight shake somewhere in the desert. Kamisato Uehua came there in an instant, and with a grab, a snake was caught out of the sand. Go tell Orochimaru that I'm waiting for him here. Kamisato Uehua spoke to the little snake, threw the little snake away, and waited there. In the tent, Orochimaru received the message from the snake and habitually showed a crooked smile. Can't bear it anymore? Let me see what you want to do. After talking to himself, Orochimaru left a shadow clone and left the tent quietly. On the sand dunes, the temperature of the desert at night is much colder than people imagine, especially when the cold wind blows. It can even feel biting. Kamisato Uehua stood on the sand dunes, letting the cold wind pull his body and clothes. At a certain moment, hearing the movement behind him, Kamisato Uehua turned around with a smile. "We meet again, Orochimaru-senpai. Oh no, now I should call you, fourth Kaze Cage. Heh. I wonder what Uehua-kun took the initiative to find me for." Orochimaru sneered, and then spoke in a calm tone. He could only speak calmly, because today's experience made Orochimaru know that if he was not well prepared, he would not be Kamisato Uehua's opponent. But if he was prepared and used his trump cards, then it was still unknown who would win and who would lose. After all, they were the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, known as the god of ninja, and the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, the fastest in the ninja world. Of course I have something to say. When we were in the Forest of Death, I said that I would ask Senior Orochimaru to appreciate my skills in the future, so I came here today for this reason. Senior Orochimaru, what do you think of the curse I planted on you? Kamarai Tsukika spoke, and the curve of her mouth deepened. This made Orochimaru's face look ugly. This guy really planted a curse on me. Orochimaru thought to himself. He felt that he was cursed by Kamisato Tsukika before, but after separating from Yakushi Kabuto and the others, Orochimaru found that there was no trace of the curse planted on his body. This made him hesitate again, wondering if he felt wrong. However, now, Kamisato Tsukika's words let Orochimaru know that his feeling was not wrong. He was indeed cursed by Kamisato Tsukika, and it was a curse that he could not find. This made Orochimaru silent, not knowing how to answer. And Kamisato Tsukika saw that Orochimaru was silent, and thought that Orochimaru was pissed. The Emperor Yanhua didn't expect that Orochimaru didn't even notice the curse seal on his soul. So Kamisato Uehua took the initiative to speak. "Yes, I haven't let Senior Orochimaru feel the power of the curse seal, and I let Senior Orochimaru make a taste. I was negligent. Then next, let Senior Orochimaru feel the curse seal I created specifically for you, Soul Yuzan." After Kamisato Uehua finished speaking, she directly detonated a Soul Yuzan curse seal on Orochimaru's soul. Suddenly, Orochimaru's body shook, and the whole person seemed to be hit hard by something all over his body. His mind was blank, and the severe pain made Orochimaru couldn't help but let out a painful roar. He held his head tightly with both hands, and the mask of pain was already on his covered face. Cold sweat flowed down without money, and his clothes were soon soaked. After 20 seconds, Orochimaru let go of his hands and gasped. He lowered his head, hunched his waist, and looked very embarrassed. It seems that Senior Orochimaru had a good experience, and the Soul Yuzan seal was very successful. Kamisato Uehua spoke, very satisfied with Orochimaru's reaction. And Orochimaru also raised his head at this time. His eyes were as cold as 10,000 years of ice. At this moment, Orochimaru really wanted to kill Kamisato Uehua, because he found that Kamisato Uehua could really kill him. Orochimaru thought that it didn't matter even if he was planted with a curse, at most he could just change his body. Unexpectedly, this soul was engraved on his soul. In this case, changing the body is useless. "You planted a curse on my soul." Hearing this, Kamisato Uehua showed a surprised look. "Senior Orochimaru, did you just find out? I thought you had found out a long time ago." Kamisato Uehua was really surprised. But it doesn't matter whether Orochimaru knows or not. "So how do you feel, Senior Orochimaru?" "Soul Yuzan, the name I gave this curse seal is not very appropriate." Orochimaru took a deep breath silently and tried to suppress his inner emotions. "Just tell me what your purpose is. What do you want from me?" Orochimaru spoke. He knew that Kamisato Tsukika would not kill him, because if it was for the purpose of killing him, then the battle this afternoon would not have that result, and he would not know about the curse seal. Since Kamisato Tsukika did not kill him after putting the curse seal on him, but took the initiative to find him, it means that Kamisato Tsukika has already planned for him. This also made Orochimaru relieved. Fortunately, Kamisato Tsukika's goal is not to kill himself. He thought to himself. Sure enough, communicating with smart people is easy. The reason why I went to so much trouble to find Senior Orochimaru is that I have something to discuss with him. I heard that Senior Orochimaru was planning to make a plan to collapse Konoha, and I'm very interested. As soon as these words came out, Snake Pill's pupils shrank. 0134072330 Fila 144340570. Has his plan been leaked? Don't worry, Konoha doesn't know about your plan yet. Kamarai Tsukika seemed to see through Orochimaru's inner thoughts and spoke. So, how are you interested? If my information is correct, Tsukika-kun has deep feelings for Konoha. Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief and spoke. He was a little curious about Kamisato Tsukika's next plan. Of course, so the Konoha collapse plan will definitely fail, because I will protect Konoha and hit the enemy on that day. If Tsukika-kun said that, I don't want to implement this plan. After all, with such a powerful ninja like you, this plan may not even achieve 1/5 of my expected goal. Orochimaru spoke. This was not flattery, but the truth in his heart. Because Kamisato Tsukika's strength is too strong, if a ninja like him participates in the war, Tsunagakur and Oto village ninjas may only be slaughtered. No, you must execute the plan normally this time. I need you to help me get rid of Shinmura Danzo in this chaos, or make him lose his reputation. Kamisato Uehua spoke, surprising Orochimaru. Shinmura Danzo? You shouldn't have any conflicts of interest, right? You should know better than me what kind of person Shinmura Danzo is. Between him and me, only one is destined to survive. I understand. So, what do you want me to do specifically? That's your business. I just want the result. If I don't get the result I want, then I can only remove the Yuzen curse in Orochimaru's soul. At that time, whether you become an idiot or die directly depends on Orochimaru's luck. Kamisato Uehua's undisguised threat. The two sides had already torn their faces. There was no need to leave a line for doing things. Orochimaru nodded, but his heart was solemn. Kamisato Uehua's words were already very clear. Now there is still a curse in his soul, and there is more than one. And this kind of curse, Kamisato Uehua can remove it at any time. Thinking of the feeling of the curse seal exploding in his soul just now, Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. So now he could only meet Kamisato Tsukika's request and accept Kamisato Tsukika's threat, because if he didn't do this, he might die. As for the future, Orochimaru didn't believe that he couldn't break the curse seal. By the way, Senior Orochimaru is a senior after all. You must have made a lot of achievements in the study of the art over the years. Please don't hesitate to teach me some. Kamisato Tsukika smiled again and spoke, making Orochimaru not dare to get angry. He could only hold back the anger in his heart, took out a scroll and threw it to Kamisato Tsukika, then turned and left. And Kamisato Tsukika didn't call Orochimaru, letting Orochimaru leave. Although Orochimaru still had a lot of good things, in addition to ninjutsu and the success of human body research, there were also many experimental bases, various blood limit ninjas collected, etc., each of which was a good thing. But it is useless for Kamisato Uehua to take all these things at once. He simply does not have the time and energy to take over those things now. So it is better to get them from Orochimaru bit by bit. There is a long time to come, so there is no rush. Watching Orochimaru's back as he left, Kamisato Uehua's body disappeared directly from the spot. This made Orochimaru, who had walked less than 10 meters, stop. He turned and looked at the place where Kamisato Uehua had just stood, and there was no one there. Looking up, there was no trace of Kamisato Uehua. Is it really the Flying Thunder God technique? What a scary boy, Orochimaru said to himself. After the battle this afternoon, Kamisato Uehua also disappeared in an instant. But at that time, Orochimaru was not sure how Kamisato Uehua left. After all, Kamisato Uehua's speed was too fast at that time, and that speed was almost the same as teleportation. And this time, Orochimaru was sure that Kamisato Uehua definitely did not rely on her own body speed to move, but used the Flying Thunder God technique. And there was a reason why Orochimaru was so sure that Kamisato Uehua used the Flying Thunder God technique. Even if he did not have the talent for time and space and could not learn the Flying Thunder God technique, Orochimaru had seen the Flying Thunder God technique, and more than once. So this feeling was not wrong. Thinking that Kamisato Tsukika not only possessed that powerful and terrifying physical skill, but also possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, Orochimaru felt heavy-hearted and even upset. No matter what, I must first solve the curse on my soul. As long as I don't solve this curse, I will be threatened and controlled by Kamisato Uehua. Orochimaru suppressed other thoughts in his heart and returned to the tent. He began to carefully sense his soul. However, how can the soul be sensed? Every time he clearly sensed his soul, it was when he was reincarnated. Kamisato Uehua naturally didn't know Orochimaru's plan. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. If his soul Yuzen curse was so easily broken, it would be a shame for his heaven-defying understanding in half a month. After the meeting with Orochimaru, Ma Zhao Zhao, Kamisato Uehua started to head towards Konoha, and on the way back to Konoha, he casually caught a bounty hunter. After directly controlling the other party, Kamisato Uehua launched a soul collision, knocked open the defense of the bounty hunter's soul, and invaded it. After engraving a Flying Thunder God spell on the other party's soul, Ritu began to sense. Then, he frowned slightly. That flying Kamisato Uehua could feel the Thunder God technique, but she felt the technique itself, just like feeling the curse of Yuzen. But Kamisato Uehua wanted to use the Flying Thunder God technique to move over, but found that she couldn't do it at all, because the soul seemed to be immune to space. This made Kamisato Uehua thoughtful, and she had a better understanding of the soul. After giving up the idea of engraving the Flying Thunder God technique on the soul, Kamisato Uehua would soon arrive in Konoha. Huh, Konoha is still good, with beautiful mountains and clear waters, birds singing and flowers blooming, much better than the desert, that kind of ghost place. Kamarai Tsukika sighed inwardly. At this moment, she could understand why Tsunagakure liked to start wars so much, and other hidden villages also liked to attack Konoha so much. Because compared with the place where their village was located, the land where Konoha was located was really like heaven. Especially the wind country Tsunagakure, that kind of place was really not very suitable for human habitation. If there was no other way, I'm afraid no one would be willing to live in that kind of environment. However, what does this have to do with Kamisato Tsukika? Nothing. After he returned to Konoha, he first received the information from Shadow Clone, and after finding that there was nothing worth paying attention to, he took a good bath. Then he went out, the national flower. It is necessary to keep in touch with the beautiful big sister. After Kamisato Tsukika came back from the Kingdom of Wind, she calmly waited for the third round of the Chunin selection exam. At this time, there were still 11 days left before that day. As the day approached, some lords of the ninja world, some well-known ninja leaders, and big businessmen, many people began to gather in Konoha, making Konoha more lively. This liveliness certainly had nothing to do with Kamisato Tsukika. But there was a person who came to Konoha with these people, and it was related to Kamisato Tsukika. That was one of the Sunin, Jiraiya. Kamisato Tsukika wanted to get the fairy technique of Mount Mayaboku from him, or the way to go to Mount Mayaboku. Compared with Orochimaru, Jiraiya is undoubtedly easier to deal with. But it is more difficult to plot against Jiraiya, even more difficult than to plot against Orochimaru. Because Jiraiya is different from Orochimaru, Jiraiya, strictly speaking, has no weaknesses. He is not afraid of death like Orochimaru. As long as he threatens Orochimaru with death, he can control Orochimaru. Of course, Orochimaru is not a pushover. It is too difficult to control the life and death of the great Snake King. Nagato failed to do it in the original work. And even if he controls Orochimaru, he must always worry about his betrayal. But there is a way to control Orochimaru. Jiraiya is different. Threatening him with death? It is impossible to use. Perhaps he only cares about Tsunade. But for his inner belief, Jiraiya can also give up Tsunade. Therefore, the way of threatening control is obviously not feasible from Jiraiya. Kamisato Tsukika's strategy for Mount Mayaboku is still the same as before for Ryokai Cave, trying to see if it can be achieved through the Flying Thunder God technique or the Soul Seal. In this way, it is necessary to borrow the toad of Mount Mayaboku. However, in this case, we have to wait until Naruto summons Gamabunta. With an idea in mind, Kamisato Tsukika directly sensed the location of Uzumaki Naruto's soul. At this point in time, there is no doubt that Uzumaki Naruto must have met Jiraiya and is learning the summoning technique of Mount Mayaboku from Jiraiya. Not long after, Kamisato Tsukika sensed the existence of Naruto's soul 730, not far from the village. Kamisato Tsukika remembered that there seemed to be a pond. Thinking of Jiraiya's hobby, Kamisato Tsukika looked strange. Outside Konoha village, Jiraiya was secretly watching several young women playing in the water below from the tree, and his eyes were shining. Naruto was still performing his summoning technique there, but it seemed that the summoning was not a frog, but a tadpole with legs. After Kamisato Tsukika noticed this situation, she did not choose to show up actively. Because there is no point in going out now. It is better to wait a little longer. Anyway, there are only 11 days left until the third round of the Chunin exam. After the Chunin selection exam, Kamisato Uehua will have plenty of opportunities to contact those toads in Mount Mayaboku. After leaving, Kamisato Uehua returned to the village and prepared to walk around the village. Then he discovered something. Many jonin were quietly rushing to the Hokage office building. What happened? Kamisato Uehua remained calm, but began to think in his heart. It is obviously not a small matter to summon so many jonin, and during the Chunin selection exam, except for Orochimaru's appearance in the Death Forest, nothing big seemed to have happened. Confused in his heart, at a certain moment, Kamisato Uehua stopped. His face changed. Damn, I forgot about that. Kamarai Tsukika remembered that during the Chunin selection exam, especially during the 1-month period from the pre-selection to the third exam, what major event had happened to attract so many jonin to gather? Gekko Hayate died in Kikyo Castle. To be precise, Gekko Hayate's death was not today, but at least a few days ago. Because Kikyo Castle is not close to Konoha, it is on the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. It took Konoha's people a lot of time from discovering Gekko Hayate's body to returning to Konoha to report to the third generation. Kamarai Tsukika lost the urge to go shopping after knowing that Gekko Hayate had died. Although he and Gekko Hayate did not know each other and had never spoken to each other, Gekko Hayate was Uzuki Ujeo's boyfriend. Uzuki Ujeo was the captain of Kamisato Tsukika's anbu and the older sister who was better to Kamisato Tsukika. I hope she can survive. With a sigh, Kamisato Tsukika returned to her cabin. After returning to the cabin, Shenli Uehua abandoned all distractions and continued his comprehension and deduction. Now he mainly deduced two techniques. The first one was naturally the spiritualization technique. At this time, according to Shenli Yuehua's own estimation, the deduction of the spiritualization technique was about 70% of the progress. In other words, from the time Shenli Yuehua obtained the spiritualization technique until now, his deduction progress of the spiritualization technique, the deification technique, was only about 30%. But this was actually very fast. After all, if you think about it carefully, it has been less than 3 months since Shenli Yuehua obtained the spiritualization technique. And in these 3 months, Shenli Yuehua did not use all his time to deduce the spiritualization technique. This progress has exceeded Shenli Yuehua's expectations. Because the second technique that Shenli Yuehua focused on deducing, the Flying Thunder God technique, the displacement technique, has already made about 80% of the progress. According to Kamisato Tsukika's deduction, as long as the tube is removed, there is only 20% of the deduction left, then he can get rid of the restrictions of the Flying Thunder God technique and perform instant movement with the consciousness locked on the space node. By then, the Flying Thunder God technique in Kamisato Tsukika will completely surpass the second Hokage and the fourth Hokage and reach a new height. Kamisato Tsukika began her own training, and the others did not fall behind. Naruto followed Jiraiya to study the summoning technique hard, and in the process of learning the summoning technique, Jiraiya also helped Naruto complete some basic training. Uchiha Sasuke followed Heide Kakashi to practice. Although Heide Kakashi had already handed over the Chidori to Uchiha Sasuke, Heide Kakashi was still an elite jonin after all, and there were still many things that could be handed over to Uchiha Sasuke. Hyuga Niji was also training crazily. The Rock Lee incident had already happened, and Hyuga Niji wanted to avenge Rock Lee in his heart. Gaara is really strong, at least for them, so he needs more power. He needs to learn another special skill of the Hyuga clan, Revolving Heaven, in these 30 days. And this is hard for Tenten. She practices with Hyuga Niji until she is exhausted. And for Team 8, Kurone is the first time to become a jonin and lead students, so she is most concerned about the training of the 3 subordinates. Kamisato Yuehua knows this very well, because Kamisato Yuehua knows that Kurone goes out at 8 o'clock in the morning and comes home at 7 o'clock in the evening. Only the 3 people in Team 10 have a more comfortable life. After all, no one in their class has been promoted, and it is a combination of Inoshikacho, so Sarutobi Asuma has no need to let the 3 train under heavy pressure. They only carry out daily training. Of course, the reason why Team 10 is so lax is also related to Sarutobi Asuma. He has been feeling a little depressed during this period. As for the reason, it is naturally because Kurone keeps rejecting his invitation. In the past, Sarutobi Asuma could still ask Kurone Ui out for tea and barbecue. Now, no matter what reason he used, Kurone Ui ruthlessly rejected him. This made Sarutobi Asuma wonder what he had done wrong. Of course, no matter how much he thought about it, he would never have thought that Kurone Ui's change of attitude towards him would be related to a young man like Kamisato Tsukika. If Sarutobi Asuma knew the secret between Kamisato Tsukika and Kurone Ui, he would probably go crazy. In this way, time passed little by little, and when there were only 3 days left before the 3rd round of the Chunin selection exam, the 4th Kazekage came to Konoha with his guards. At this time, at the border of the Wind Country, many Tsunagakure ninjas also gathered quietly. As long as the news of Konoha's collapse came, they would directly launch a surprise attack on the Konoha troops on the border of the Fire Country. At the same time, ninjas from the Sound Village and a small number of Tsunagakure ninjas, with Danzo's tacit consent, quietly came to the hinterland of the Land of Fire from a secret route not far from Konoha. Kamisato Yuehua did not pay attention to Orochimaru's arrival, and did not care how he planned to design Shinura Danzo after his arrival. All he wanted was the result. If Shinura Danzo did not have an accident on the day of Konoha's collapse plan, then Kamisato Yuehua would not mind making Orochimaru suffer. In a blink of an eye, time passed again, and time finally came to the day before the 3rd game. On this day, the whole Konoha became lively. Because before this day, it was like a festival for the people of Konoha. Kamisato Yuehua did not feel anything, he just felt that there were more people than usual when he went out to buy vegetables. After buying vegetables for the next 2 or 3 days, Kamisato Yuehua went directly back to his cabin. But when Kamisato Yuehua returned to Konoha, his steps paused. Someone has been to his home. He became alert, and Kamisato Yuehua, while performing soul perception, he entered his home with a normal face on the surface. After entering the house, Kamisato Yuehua was stunned. Then the corner of his mouth rose, because he saw that there was a bouquet of flowers on his small table at this time. Going over and picking up the bouquet, Kamisato Yuehua knew who sent the flowers. It seems that the efforts have not been in vain. You should slowly understand my feelings, Teacher Hong. Early the next morning, Kamisato Yuehua woke up. After washing and having breakfast, Kamisato Yuehua looked at himself in the mirror. Today is an important day for him, because before today, he was just a little-known chief student in Konoha. And after today, his name will spread throughout the ninja world. With a confident smile, Kamisato Uehua went out. As contestants, they were required to wait in advance. However, when Kamisato Tsukika arrived, it was speechless. Of the 8 contestants, only Abarame Shino, him, Hyaga Niji, and Tamari had arrived. The other 4, Uchiha Suzuki, Naruto, Gaara, and Ken Misumi, had not arrived yet. But despite being speechless, Kamisato Tsukika still found a place to sit down and waited quietly. As for why she didn't chat with others, Abarame Shino himself was a taciturn person, the kind who didn't say a word for a long time. Tamari and Kamisato Tsukika were opponents in this competition. Do you think it's possible for the two of them to chat? And Hyaga Niji was kicked hard by Kamisato Tsukika last time. Although he was not seriously injured under Kamisato Tsukika's intentional control, the two of them didn't look like people who could chat together. Not long after Kamisato Tsukika arrived, there were more and more people on the surrounding viewing stands. They were all villagers and ninjas from Konoha. For today's teacher, almost all ninjas who didn't have any missions would come to watch the fun. In the audience, Kamisato Uehua saw Ino, Little Sakura, Inyazuka Kiba, Shikamaru, Koji, Tenten, and Lee on crutches. As for Hinata, she sat in the first row, sitting with the head of the Hyaga clan, Hyaga Hayashi, and next to her was a younger lowly, Hinata's sister, Hyaga Hanabi. Also in the first row, Kamisato Uehua saw some other ninja clan leaders, Nara Shikaku of the Nara clan, Yamanaka Hai of the Yamanaka clan, Akamaiki of the Akamaiki clan JW. Almost all the famous people in Konoha have arrived. There were also many people Kamisato Uehua didn't know, and those should be the lords of the ninja world and the famous ninja leaders mentioned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. After a while, the entire stand was full, and everyone who was supposed to come had arrived, including Gaara and Ken Misumi. However, Naruto and Suzuki were still nowhere to be seen. We're going to be late. Abarame Shino suddenly spoke to Kamisato Tsukika. This was said very suddenly and abruptly, but Kamisato Tsukika knew what Abarame Shino meant. He was saying that Naruto and Suzuki were going to be late. Would there really be any accidents? Just when Kamisato Tsukika was doubting whether there would be any accidents, Naruto broke out of the door and glided into the stadium on the ground. Kamisato Tsukika. Obviously, the plot of the original work happened again, and Naruto was chased into the stadium by a bull. Oh, where's Suzuki? Naruto came to his senses and looked around. Seeing that Suzuki was not there, he was a little confused. Okay, stop talking. Stand up straight and face the audience. Shiranui Genma spoke to Naruto, leaving Naruto confused. But immediately, he realized why Shiranui Genma said that. Because huge cheers had already sounded in the stands everywhere. Although Naruto's way of entering the venue was a bit, but everyone still responded to him with the greatest enthusiasm. After the cheers sounded, Naruto looked up and found that there were rows of stands around the high wall, and the stands were already full of people, and everyone was cheering. At this moment, they were the focus of everyone's attention. Just when Naruto and others couldn't help but get excited, the old voice of the third generation suddenly sounded, making the entire stadium quiet. Dear guests, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for coming to Konoha to watch the Chunin selection exam. Next, let the 8 candidates who passed the preliminary selection compete in the formal selection competition. Please watch it. After the third generation's purpose was finished, the stadium was once again filled with cheers. Although it seems that there are only 7 players below, no matter what, the Hokage said 8 people, so it must be 8 people. In the stadium, Shiranui Genma looked at the 7 people in front of him and spoke. Then, follow the order of the battles you have drawn. The first match is between Uzumaki Naruto and Hyaga Niji. Do you have any questions? I have questions. Naruto raised his hand to indicate. Well, Suzuki hasn't come yet, what should he do? Shiranui Genma answered directly, if he doesn't show up when his game starts, then he will be defeated directly. Listen carefully, everyone. Although the venue is different, it is the same as the preliminaries. The rule is that there are no rules. The winner will not be determined until Shifang dies or admits defeat. Shiranui Genma continued to speak, and his words made the faces of several people solemn, but no one would back down. Everyone was ready to admit defeat or even die. This naturally does not include Kamisato Tsukika. However, if I think the winner has been decided, I will stop the game and no resistance is allowed. Do you understand? Then let's start. The first round, Uzumaki Naruto, Hyaga Niji. These 2 people stay, and the others go back to the lounge. Hearing this, Kamisato Tsukika and others turned around and left, heading for the lounge. But before entering the passage, Kamisato Tsukika stopped. He turned and spoke to Naruto. Naruto, Hyaga Niji and Shiranui Genma on the field, Abarame Shino in front of Kamisato Tsukika, Gaara Kenmiki and Tamari, all stopped and looked at Kamisato Tsukika. Help me teach you a lesson later, genius of the Hyaga clan. After Kamisato Tsukika finished speaking, she smiled at Naruto and turned away. This made everyone present show a strange expression. Let Uzumaki Naruto teach Hyuga Neji a lesson? Is Kamisato Tsukika crazy? At this moment, they couldn't help but think so. However, Naruto couldn't help but show a big smile, gave a thumbs up to Kamisato Tsukika's back, and spoke loudly. Leave it to me. This made Hyuga Neji's face look a little ugly. He felt that he was underestimated. Teach him a lesson? If it was Kamisato Tsukika herself, then Hyuga Neji would have nothing to say. Even after a month of devilish training, he had mastered another unique skill of the Hyuga clan, Revolving Heaven, but in Hyuga Neji's heart, he still had no confidence in defeating Kamisato Tsukika. But with Uzumaki Naruto? Humph. In fact, not only Hyuga Neji looked down on Naruto from the bottom of his heart, but Ken Misumi and Temari also looked down on Naruto, not to mention Gaara. Although Abarame Shino didn't mean to look down on Naruto, he didn't believe that Naruto could teach Hyuga Neji a lesson, and didn't believe that Naruto would win. And this was what 90% of the people in the stands thought. If the opponent is Neji, Naruto can't win. I didn't expect that kid to stay until now, but that's it. Well, if you rely on luck, you can't make it to the end. Yes, the opponent is too terrible, he can't beat the Hyuga clan anyway. It depends on how long Hyuga Neji can deal with that kid. In this game, it can be said that almost no one is optimistic about Naruto. Everyone is thinking about how many moves Hyuga Neji will use to eliminate Naruto. I'm optimistic about Hanabi. He has inherited the blood limit of the Hyuga family very well. Your sister can't compare to him at all. In the stands, Hyuga Hayashi spoke to Hyuga Hanabi, without paying any attention to Hinata on the side. Hinata's face darkened at this, and she could only apologize in a low voice. Hyuga Hanabi looked at Hinata with heartache, and then said, he is even better than my sister, so he is really a genius. However, Hyuga Hayashi continued Hyuga Hanabi's words and said, I am afraid he is also better than you. This surprised Hyuga Hanabi. Then he turned his head and looked at the stadium seriously. On the field, Naruto and Hyuga Neji began to fight. There is no doubt that Hyuga Neji is good at close combat. If you want to defeat him, the best way is to choose a long-range large-scale attack ninjutsu, but Uzumaki Naruto obviously doesn't know how to do it, so the fight between the two is a battle of physical skills. However, in terms of physical skills, how could Naruto be Hyuga Neji's opponent, and he was soon knocked to the ground by Hyuga Neji. But to everyone's surprise, although Uzumaki Naruto was knocked to the ground just now, he was fine. After he stood up, he said that the attack just now was just a test, and the real moment was just beginning. After that, Naruto used Shadow Clone technique. As soon as this technique was used, the stands were boiling. It's Shadow Clone? This is a ninjutsu that only Jonin can use. It's really interesting. In this case, the ending is unpredictable. Some ninjas were surprised and looked forward to Naruto in their hearts. But this is normal. Hyuga Neji is a genius, the kind of genius that is famous throughout Konoha. And Naruto, he is also a well-known figure, but he is not a genius, but a well-known tale. Of the two, Naruto is obviously a weak person. And sympathy is something everyone has, and everyone will subconsciously sympathize with the weak and empathize with the weak. In their hearts, they are more looking forward to the Dark Horse's counterattack and the creation of miracles. Therefore, before they knew it, many people began to subconsciously support Naruto. On the field, Naruto's Shadow Clone began to besiege Hyuga Neji. The four Shadow Clone cooperated with each other and seemed to almost hurt Hyuga Neji. However, Hyuga Neji's physical skills were much stronger than Naruto's. He defeated Naruto's Shadow Clone with just a few moves. This scene made the people in the stands realize the huge gap between the two, and they couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a genius from the Hyuga clan, they are not opponents of the same level at all. It seems that the kid is going to lose, but that's normal. After all, his opponent is Hyuga Neji. It's about to end. People all thought that the duel was about to end. The difference in strength between the two was really big. However, Naruto exploded amid everyone's doubts. He separated Shadow Clone again and used Shadow Clone to design a tactic to successfully trick Hyuga Neji. Unfortunately, Naruto did trick Hyuga Neji, but what he tricked out was Hyuga Neji's Revolving Heaven. When Hyuga Neji used Revolving Heaven, Hyuga Hayashi in the stands couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. Because Revolving Heaven is a technique passed down from generation to generation in the Hyuga main family, how could someone from the branch house master it? No, there is a possibility. That is, Hyuga Neji created Revolving Heaven based on the rumors about Revolving Heaven and his own understanding of 8 trigram's poems. This made Hyuga Hayashi feel uneasy. However, what made him even more uneasy was still to come. After using Revolving Heaven, Hyuga Neji used another unique skill of the Hyuga clan, 8 trigram's 64 poems. This is something that neither Hinata nor Hanabi has mastered yet, and it is also something that Hyuga Hayashi thinks they cannot master even at Hyuga Neji's age. This made Hyuga Hayashi sweat on his forehead. branch house, actually surpassed the main house. At this moment, Hyaga Hayashi doubted himself. He even thought that Hyaga Hisashi should have been the main house. On the field, Naruto, who was hit by 8 trigrams 64 palms, fell to the ground. Just when Shiranui Genma was about to announce the end of this duel, Uzumaki Naruto stood up again. Then Hyaga Niji spoke, telling his life experience, his unwillingness and compromise with fate. However, Naruto would not empathize or be affected by his experience at all. In Naruto's heart, he even looked down on Hyaga Niji's cowardice, *****. So, Naruto broke out. He used the chakra of 9 tails and began to fight with Hyaga Niji duel. After Naruto used 9 tails chakra, his strength, speed, everything was greatly improved. With such strength and speed, Naruto directly made up for the gap in physical skills with Hyaga Niji, and fought back and forth with Hyaga Niji, and even suppressed Hyaga Niji for a time so that Hyaga Niji could only passively defend. The people in the stands were stunned by this change. I didn't expect such a reversal to happen. However, it's not over yet. After the last terrible collision, Uzumaki Naruto used Shadow Clone again to set up a plan, successfully tricked Hyaga Niji, and finally killed Hyaga Niji with a lore, thus winning the game. This reversal really shocked everyone's eyes. Only Kamisato Tsukika raised the corner of his mouth, and he knew that the final result of the battle would be like this. The winner is Uzumaki Naruto. With the announcement of Shiranui Genjian, the whole stadium was boiling. Dark Horse counterattack, weak team wins over strong team, miracle happens. It is impossible not to be excited. Well done. A great match. That kid is amazing. Yeah, very good. Even a little cute. A genius who can defeat the Hyaga clan is amazing. Yeah, totally unexpected. The people in the stands said excitedly, and couldn't help cheering and applauding Naruto. Naruto did a good job. Kamarai Tsukika also looked at Naruto below and smiled. Although in Kamari Tsukika's eyes, Naruto and Hyaga Niji's battle was already childish, just like a child playing house. But Naruto's spirit and efforts to bravely move forward in adversity and try to shine in the darkness are really contagious. I didn't expect Naruto to win. I underestimated him. Abarame Shino actually spoke, proving how shocked he was that Naruto won against Hyaga Niji. In fact, it was not just Abarame Shino who was shocked. Almost all the ninjas in Konoha were shocked by Naruto, because Naruto drew out the power of 9 tails without losing himself and used it in the battle. He actually began to control 9 tails chakra. After people cheered enough, Shiranui Genma asked Naruto to return to the lounge and had Hyaga Niji carried away. Then, the second round of the exam was announced. After Shiranui Genma's announcement, Temari threw the huge fan behind her, jumped on the fan, and landed steadily with a gust of wind. Kamisato Tsukika jumped down and landed easily. In the stands, seeing that the 2 players were already in place, people were also excited and looking forward to it. Just now, Naruto and Hyaga Niji's wonderful duel made them want to see it again. Tsukika-kun, come on, Ino shouted in the stands, and she was not the only one. There were dozens of girls aged 10 to 12 screaming and shouting Kamisato Tsukika's name. This boy seems to be very popular. Someone couldn't help but speak up after hearing the shouts of the girls around them. Well, after all, he is the top student of this year's graduates, and you are really handsome, so it's normal to be popular. He is actually the top student? Of course, and do you know who is the second this year? Who? Uchiha clan, Uchiha Suzuki. What? Even more powerful than the Uchiha clan? That's amazing. Listening to the conversation between the 2 people behind him, Hinata couldn't help but smile slightly. Tsukika-kun, come on. Hinata quietly cheered for Kamisato Tsuka. Her father Hyaga Hayashi was not there at the moment, otherwise she would not dare to cheer for Kamisato Tsuka like this. However, Hinata did not notice that her quiet cheering was heard by her sister Hanabi. This made Hyaga Hanabi look at Kamisato Tsuka. On the other side, there was also someone quietly cheering for Kamisato Tsuka. It was naturally Korone Ui. She refused Sarutobi Asuma's invitation to sit in a row, and found a seat where no one knew her to watch the game, so she dared to quietly cheer for Kamisato Tsuka at this time. On the field, Temari listened to the clear Tsuka-kun and the cheers around her, and could not help but sigh that Kamisato Tsuka was so popular. Are you guys ready? Shiranui Genma asked Gong.